Oh, God bless you. So, honey, my boundless love, I worship the ground on which you walk. I bow before you. My head is at your feet. Why, I would kiss each one of your toes individually. I would put a ring on each of them if I could afford to.
How about you just send me money for a pedicure? I need one this week.
A what?
A pedicure? Would
Oh,
you like to either pay for one
I
or come
thought
give
you
me one?
said. I thought you said potty care. I was saying, God, I hope that's the dogs. Oh my God. Um,
No.
so pedicure, yes,
Mhm.
honey. You're lucky I'm not asking you for money in the situation that I'm in. I will.
As my Mima would say, you can't get blood from a turnip.
Well, honey, there we are. Well, at any rate, let's try and get some other people online. I'll turn on the share screen so that you can see me attempt to do this, and that way we just have that shared experience because it's so precious. It will also turn the conversation away from from my from my from my boundless poverty. So let's see if yeah, of course, people tell me you have to stop thinking on those terms, Douglas. Terms
You
of
do. You have to manifest and you have to see yourself in the positive, like everything positive. You've got to quit being so negative.
uh, right, of course. That's yes. Do you really believe that?
I do believe we attract because I've done it enough, like even with people that you attract in,
Oh,
just like with people, you'll attract in kind of what you where you are in life. Like that's why
what was I
sometimes people.
visualizing to bring you in? What on earth was I thinking about? What was
I
I
don't know.
visual?
I think you know what you
Is
get
it the
on there.
pornography? Is it the? Is it
Probably a combination. You were
horror films,
visualizing
perhaps?
pornography, then you were also thinking how much like you were negative and you hate these people and these people are shitty and these people are shitty and like you can put them down because you're better than them even though all the shit you've done. So you brought in the exact same person. You brought in somebody who's sexy as hell, who also can give you hell like the people you hate, but then also thinks the same way you do, that I am better than them too and I deserve to be able to give people hell.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Honey.
I suppose it
See,
must be.
if you wanted an angel to come in, what you would have been doing is saying, you know what, these horrible gang stalkers, I'm just going to let karma come to them. God, whatever I believe, whatever they will be taken care of, and that they're not going to allow me. I'm not going to ever get upset about them. They can't bother me. No one can bother me. You know what? Because they are not worth it to me. I am Douglas Dietrich, and my life is great, and it's going to continue to get great because that is what I know I deserve and what is going to happen.
Well, I will say this that wonderful people have been kicking in to help me make rent, and I will ask of the audience that some more wonderful people kick in, and I can get there. I can get past the finish line. There
Can
is
anybody donate to Douglas so he can get his rent? And anybody put an extra like $10 and say send that to Brooke toward her $40 pedicure? Like seriously, like I'm going to apply for jobs and I need to have like a manicure and pedicure, like seriously bad. And I'm like, I do not have the money for that right now. Had I had taxes back, that would have had money for that. Um, had I not had Christmas bills, I'd have money for that.
Oh, well, we had another blessing. We have Sammy Romero joining us, and of course, Sammy, welcome aboard. And we are
Anybody sends me like freaking, I swear to God, anybody sends me and it's to Brooke. I mean, give to Douglas first. But if anybody sends me any money and it's for Brooke in addition, if you put for Brooke and you tell me who it is, I will pay them back 20, at least 20, depending on what they give me, $100 or give them $150, like back. I get the job. I just want to be able to go in with decent looking fucking hands and feet because my feet show on my heels, the little toes.
right,
They
right.
don't. They need help, man. It'd be like you walking in and then like
But
they do.
honey, do you certainly a young lady like yourself with the kind of experiences that you've had in life must be a master at cutting and painting her own nails and
No, I'm
toes.
horrible. So I am the first of all, like just I wasn't even allowed by my mother, my ex-husband after my first house, No one allows me to touch a paint can in a home, okay? Because it's so bad. That's a huge wall. When you start getting to little nails, no. Like, I can get a foot looking kind of okay, and then it gets all over the hand. But then the problem is really the hands, because I'm using my right hand. And then that left hand goes to try to do that right hand. It looks like a fucking, like a clown. I might as well just got a tattoo on my
I
fingers.
get it. No, I get it. No, that's it. It makes sense. So I get it. There is that limit many of us have. By the way, I'm multitasking. What I'm trying to do now is send messages to V about there's different things going on. Everybody knows about the electric blanket she broke, but she purchased. I guess
You
I could
broke.
say I broke it. It just broke in my hands, basically.
It probably broke because you brought it to your place, and then your ghost or your bad plugs there broke it.
A combination of both. Just by the way, just so everybody knows, my existence, the electric blankets, the computer, everything, it's residing in the functioning of a single plug outlet that is in this corner.
Wow. Yeah, you're going to burn down. First of all, so here's the thing. Do you have a I wasn't your timer, but do you have one of those
gang plugs plugged into the plugs in the wall?
Like a power strip?
I have
power
strip. Two power strips plugged, each one plugged into the above and the lower outlet.
Well, those should cut off in the event it overheats, at least hopefully.
It has done so far. But eventually, take my word for it, the place is unlivable. And
do you have smoke detectors?
I had them
with batteries in them that you've tested in the last 3 months.
There's a whole story behind that. I'll share the horror story.
That's a no. So if I do get my taxes back, which by the way, I did get an update on that. I think the day after I talked to you, that 6 weeks, they had gotten them in that day. So they have 6 weeks to contact me. She said to call back. And at that point, in 6 weeks, at least for last year's taxes, they will have to send a letter to me and a letter to him, which I love because he thinks he got away with last year's, which is why he's fine this year. So, but that means, she said, so then you should be on the road to getting your last year's taxes back. My point is, when I do, the first things I'm going to do is buy you first some smoke detectors with extra batteries, okay? And then going to buy you a good heating blanket, okay? And then you're just going to shut up.
And by the way, the heating blanket will be a backup for in case this one blows, which eventually it will, but hopefully it doesn't do for maybe a year or more.
Oh my God, you're so cold you could put 5 of them on top of you, whatever.
It's true. It is true. This is what V claims. She claims that's how I broke the electric blanket, because I did throw it on top of the other electric blanket initially, and but
it may have gotten too hot. Yeah.
It may have gotten, but that wouldn't make sense with how it behaved, because how it behaved, if we can use that word, was that when I basically turned it off, I says, oh wow, it got too hot, so I turned it off. But while it was off, it kept generating an enormous amount of heat. I mean, it was hot. It was supernaturally hot, to the point where I was like, wow, that's weird. And
I'm gonna get you have you had a warming blanket?
I don't know.
The difference
They use all kinds of weird names for them these days. That's so the little gay guy at Cole Hardware had a hard time finding the electric blanket, because he says, they don't call them that anymore. They call them now.
Well, they may call the electric blankets warming blankets, but there's this blanket, and I paid a good bit for it. Get my tax sale. It was on sale at Belk's or Macy's, and it was still like $150. But what was so weird about it was, how it's not like the old kind, but the old kind still has the wire going. I mean, the new kind even still has a wire going through them.
Yeah.
You kind of feel the wire you feel through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then these kind, they don't have a wire going through them. It's almost like when you fill it, almost feels like a tin full in there or something. So it's really like you don't ever feel a wire. The wire's only coming off the end of it to plug in. And they're so fucking cool. And the cool thing is, I thought they do eventually get warm, but they don't get, I can't tell which gets hotter, but it would be great to have one of those with one of what you're talking about, because I think those would stack better and you wouldn't have a wire. So I will get you one of those if I get a job. But I'm only going to get a job if I get my taxes back, either way. But yeah, which one comes first? Well, I'll have to get a job. I mean, I have to. Which one comes first? If you want me to get a job first, you should probably say, donate to
That's why
me. And
people,
also,
we got to send her enough money for a pedicure so that she can get this job. Apparently, it's
probably
mandatory.
$80. Yes, I would like 80 for a pedicure and a manicure. And I will pay whoever sends that. If somebody sends it, or who I will send it back. But first, obviously, Douglas needs his money to live.
Thank you. I need the money for the rent first, but just so everybody knows, basically, to be safe, I need $100 here, $100 there. $100 should make it, but I want to be safe because I'll just basically let everyone know. What happened during COVID was that the landlords were I have no sympathy for landlords. But the landlords during COVID feel they were screwed because all kinds of extensions were provided nationally. All kinds of people were allowed not to pay rent for basically almost 2 years in some cases. So then after that, maybe a lot of these people took off. So the landlords feel they were ripped off. By the way, I feel not an iota of pity towards them because they're landlords. They have rent that comes to them, and they don't earn it through work. It just comes to them for nothing. So it's like they're not on my pity list. Nevertheless, they lobbied. So they got together in California and they lobbied for the highest rental raise that they've gotten in years. Now, fortunately, I have rent control because this place was built before 1970. Of course, it was built generations before 1970. If I lived in a place built after 1970, then the landlords have total control. They could kick you out at a moment's notice. There is no rent control. It's hell on earth. But because I have rent control, they were only allowed, my landlady, to raise my rent by the maximum under rent control, which is 3.6 something, which meant it's gone up by 39 some odd dollars or something like that. Nevertheless, it's gone up by basically close to $40. So that's a lot. It adds up, and that combined with everything that happened this month with the basically the holidays and the money I spent during the holidays for the Asian Lunar New Year, I'm like fucked. So basically, people are pitching in. I managed to get some wonderful people, $200 here, $200 there. But yeah, I'll need a few $100s more. $100 from here, $100 from there. It'll add up, and I'll make it past the finish line. So just want people to know that. And I had a wonderful young lady. I have no idea who she is. Never heard of her before. Zesmina Hashan sent $10.66. So God bless her, and every little bit helps. So there we are. And
Sammy was trying to talk earlier, and I interrupted him. Sammy, did you say something? I'm sorry.
Yes, well, let Sammy talk first before all the other wonderful people. Amy Komu has joined us. Brandon Young has joined us.
Okay, he's Brandon.
Sammy's the king of them all in the sense that he's a regular and he comes on regularly and contributes.
Oh, nothing. I was just gonna roast Brooke. What Brooke wanted to say is she doesn't have a pinky toenail, so when they paint her toenail, it's like you're painting beef jerky. But that's
what's hilarious that you say that, because I do have a pinky toenail, but my ex did not have a big toenail on one of her feet because it came off in some accident. I don't know.
Right.
So I would say, have you ever had a pedicure? And she's like, no, I've never had a pedicure. She's a little tomboy. She's like, but I go into the nail shop and she's like, I tell them to paint my toenails. And they're like, you want pedicure? And she's like, no, just paint them. Like, nobody does that. Like,
right,
I was like, you realize people don't do that. Like, maybe for a change of possible, that's why they're looking at you. She's like, they look at me weird. And I'm like, yeah, because you're going in there, sitting down with your dirty feet, not getting them in a bath, not letting them rub them. And then you're paying $10 or $15 for them to do polish. It's like, well, tip them. I'm like, yeah, you're paying $20. You realize you can get the pedicure with a tip and everything for like $30.
Right.
But I think it's better. But I do have a pinky and a big toenail, and all of my toenails are very attached. But I have seen people without pinky toenails, so I understand your joke. But I do have a little pinky toenail.
That's good. By the way, Doug's apartment is haunted. Okay, so any electrical probably dies, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's just what it is. I'm convinced. Right, I'm convinced. There's just maybe that magic, that robotic light pole that he has that break dances when no one's looking. It's something.
This reminds me of the really stupid, funny story. I don't mind making myself look like an idiot. So, yes, I'll share this before we bring the other people on. It's selfish of me to do that, but hey, we should bring the other people on first. So, Brandon Young and the lovely Amy Camus, ladies first. Dear Amy, up in Vermont, say hello. And then we'll hear your dulcet tones to be followed by Brandon Young's.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Good evening.
I've just come on. I haven't been listening. I know Douglas needs money for rent at the end of the month, and that's incredible that your rent only went up $40.
Yeah, it's to me it's a lot.
It is a lot. It is a lot, but it's really that's really not that much overall. I mean,
yeah.
I just don't understand why it went up at all if you have rent control.
Rent control allows it to go up by percentage points, and the reason it went up as much as it did, normally it would not even go up by that amount that much. It would go up by something like $10 approximately, which is bad enough, really. But the reason it was allowed to go up by this much is because they're focusing on inflation. In other words, they're factoring in, is what I mean to say. They're factoring in inflation. So with that, I want Brandon Young to know that the photograph he showed of himself on his Facebook story looks very dignified. He looks very much like the scholar, quite professorial. And so, Brandon, maybe you could tell us a little bit about the story behind that story.
Oh, hey guys, how's it going?
Great.
Good. How are you doing, Brandon?
Great. The story behind what's the photo?
You have a scarf and you're in front of a book and you're looking down on it. You're very scholarly looking. That's you, yes?
Is there a scarf? Yeah, I don't know.
God. Sure. I get. You know, you look dignified, very professorial. I can't imagine why you would put a photograph of somebody else on your story. Looking.
Oh no, I think that's me. I don't know. Facebook story? What are you talking about?
Facebook story, yes.
Oh, I don't know. I have to look at that. Sometimes I put random things on there. I'll have to go look.
Right. It's.
Let's see.
So that being said, my stupid story that I'll share.
Oh, that's David Bowie. Excuse me. So that's David Bowie, the musician.
I don't know about that. I think I know what David Bowie looked like, but let me take a look.
I'm telling you, let's put it to the jury. I will share it in the Skype chat.
I don't think we're talking about the same thing. But let me see if I can find stories. These stories like disappear, so I'm not quite sure. I guess I clicked
That's true.
Somebody's story.
I can't believe you all are still on Facebook.
I'm not
Yeah, I can't believe that either. I mean, your point's well taken, honey. I mean, you know, we'll let this rest for now. I'm sure that what I was looking
I don't see the picture.
It's okay, honey.
It's a person looking at a bunch of books, right?
Yes.
With a scarf.
Scarf.
That
yeah,
is.
yeah. Scarf.
Well, you
That's
said you
David
were sending
Bowie.
it in Skype, so send it.
All right, let me see. All right.
Okay, go ahead and.
In the meantime, hey
In the
Douglas, have you
meantime.
thought about getting a warming mat? A warming pad.
Yeah, I actually have one. It's left over. Half of it still works, so I'm still using it till it totally dies. And I hope it lasts forever because it's the last memorabilia I've got from Judith Ager, you know, other than a few other things, the night light in the bathroom, that kind of thing. So these things, there we are.
That's David Bowie.
That is David Bowie. You're right. That is David Bowie. You're right. I thought that was
That is so not David Bowie.
That's David Bowie.
It is David Bowie.
That is so not. I just want Douglas. I want Douglas to not be remembered as the one that was wrong. So I'm gonna let him be.
Understood. No, actually, I thought it was Brandon, and I thought he had aged quite a bit, and I said, "Damn, he's aged." But you know.
Also, I hope Brandon doesn't wear his hair like that.
Yeah.
I am 1,000 years old.
Yeah. So all that being said, now that we've gotten that done with, because I only looked at it and put my heart on it, and then, you know, which David Bowie deserves, dear fellow, and but I thought it was Brandon, and because it looks like something Brandon would be doing, so there you
Absolutely.
go. Yeah. So that's settled. That out of the way. Another story to make me look like an idiot. I can relate. Has to do with the fire alarms. Yes. So the fire alarms that were in the home, and it probably has to do with all of the electronics and all of the haunting and everything else combined, but also just sheer how would I say it? Just sheer stupidity on my part. It's Maybe I should share it privately, but I'm willing to share it publicly. Poor Sammy left, and I hope he's.
Sammy left. You ran him off. Oh my God, I'm out of here.
It's well, you have these two wonderful people, honey, and you're all the same
I know,
age.
but you didn't even let Sammy talk. You said you're on and on about your heating blanket, and then asking him about a picture.
He talked, and what he talked about was your missing pinky toe.
Well, I know. I would have liked him to said something nicer before he left.
Yeah. Well, let me see now. Now, our man Brandon brings up something. Dearest Douglas, how are you? Hope all is well. Perhaps we can catch up tonight. I maybe have a very interesting topic of discussion, having recently read the prose Edda. I'll explain more if you wish to bring me on to hold the hour. I should definitely be around. All my love. So much love in return. Love and hugs, dear Brandon. So, get these young ladies started by entrancing them with your latest escapades in literature. And while you do
Oh
that,
boy.
yeah, maybe Sammy will care to join us while you're on about that. And in the meantime, I can go mute and take advantage of your being here to guide the conversation, the dialogue, by supplementing myself, because I didn't have a chance to do any of that before all the usual shit hit the fan. Let's take a look at Sammy's text, see if he left it.
Very good.
Yeah. Just hi, Amy and Brandon. I want you both to know he said hi, Amy and Brandon, and
Sammy.
yeah, it's okay. We make do. He may join us later. But while we're all here, and I'm so glad that Brooke was that she answered. That was actually merciful on her part. You know, I don't deserve that mercy, and I do.
No, you don't. You've ignored me all week, man.
It was busy when I did come home. I had to get on the phone and beg a number of people for money, and so that's the equivalent of a job.
My life.
This is
It really wore me out, as you can imagine. After I did that, I had to take care of, I had to go up to the corner store to get my beer and water. I mean, it was down to that. And then I had to come home, set up the throne of pillows, and all of that was done. Didn't manage to get in the supplements, but I'll get them in now. Brandon will hold the hour with you two wonderful young ladies. When I come back, I know you've all got this, and then
Were you going for fathers-in-law celebration? Is that what it was?
It's funny. I told one of the ladies who provided $200. She asked to remain anonymous because she doesn't want all the gang stalkers.
Can I get her? Can you give me her name and number?
She is also a Southern belle, and I told her the two of you should get together. Because I just think that two heads are better than one, and she's got an ongoing challenge that I felt maybe you'd have some creative ideas about, but. You know what? I'll tell you a bit of the story privately later, and
okay.
just for the sake of your being caught up. But obviously, your own life story is very interesting, and
yeah, ask her if I can friend her on Facebook. If you can give me her name, or she can just contact me.
I'll do that. She never uses the Facebook, but it's one of these. Again, I'll provide the interesting story behind that, and basically, aside from that. Hey, you've all got this, and Amy's got a very interesting story.
But you just didn't finish. Did you go to the father-in-law celebration or not?
I think.
Son-in-law. So yeah, of course I did. Of course I
son-in-law.
did.
That's where you've been at. That's what I meant. That's where you've been at.
Well, kind of. I mean, it wasn't the son-in-law celebration was earlier. As a matter of fact, just so people understand this, let me share a screen again. And that way I can give everybody a kind of...
Oh, so it was before the last broadcast already.
It's coming. It's before and it's coming. Basically, the New Year's festivities begin and they end with the son-in-law celebration. So thank God, because that puts me in the catbird seat for, basically spending time at the estate. This is the calendar, so just everybody sees this. Here we are. This is essentially, technically, when the New Year's began was on the 21st. That was basically the Eve day. Before that, there's like a preliminary New Year's week where you spend all the time sweeping up and cleaning to bribe the kitchen god. And basically then what happens is you've got the family greeting day. That's the New Year's Day itself, the most important dinner of the year. And then what happens is the day after that, which was Monday, was son-in-law's day. So that was one of the son-in-law's days. And then what happens is we come to February 1st, the beginning of next month will be son-in-law day again. So that's when, so it begins and it ends. And then what happens is the Lantern Festival. Now, at the end of the Lantern Festival, February 4th, is when we're going to have the San Francisco Chinatown Parade. That's what formally closes the Asian Lunar New Year celebrations.
What day is that?
So the 4th of February, right after my check deposits.
How many daughter-in-law days do you get?
There's no daughter-in-law days. This is a patriarchy. Oh, but
see how that works?
Yeah, but
so you shouldn't fucking be celebrating. That's like you voting for Trump. Like you should be protesting that. There can't be. We have 2 son-in-law days, but no daughter. You should be like, no, I'm going to give up my day.
See, fathers will invite their daughters and son-in-laws to dinner on this day. The daughters are wrapped up in the sense that they have to get married so they can participate. So there you go. You got to get married, bitch. Find yourself a man. And
yeah, that was one of the things they were talking about after the last Republican election loss. They said we've got to get more of these young women getting married before they get educated.
And now
that's the only way they keep the patriarchy going. They're getting educated, and then they're not wanting to marry our dumb fucking asses.
Yeah, believe that? Yeah, believe that shit? Yeah, that's the first mistake, letting these ladies learn how to read. Yeah.
These were newscasters literally spouting this on TV after the last election.
Honey, I'm with you. This is so wrong. It is so wrong.
And you're so enjoying it anyway.
No, I'm heartbroken. Really. Let's see this message that our man Ian West has sent us. Now, you notice the difference here. There's got to be a difference in communications. I'm screen sharing. Brandon Young was, "Dearest Douglas, how are you?" Let's see what Ian West sent. "I can't come on tonight. Working on something." And then he's got like the big flood. Big floods going on. I guess this is what's going on where he's at. Maybe this is what's going on in Florida right now. I'm like, Paul, he's washed away. Look, there he goes. Oh God, poor son of a bitch. That was him.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
what?
Oh my God, look at
That's not where he's at. Is
look,
that really where he's at?
Oh my God, it's not a dead cat. It's Ian West. Yes, he's the sewers.
First of all, he doesn't even have balconies where he fucking lives. It's bullshit.
Yes.
Like a fucking. Is that a fucking pirate boat in the background?
It's a flood somewhere. Maybe I have no.
Probably the last one in LA, and he's just copying it.
Yeah, something like that. He says he's doing
doesn't really look like LA.
But by the way, so Brandon, you missed out.
It's just also different like
Brandon,
Florida.
The night that both ladies, Amy Camus and the lovely Brooke Gibson, both of these lovely ladies were on with us when this is what he said. After the young lady, he said, "This is my favorite lover." And he introduced this young lady who said, "Hi, I'm his sister."
And then he just fucking hangs up.
And then he said this. "Whoop tree hole oring." If you guys can make anything of this, I guess it's code, or he was really high, or she really knocked him out and took the drugs and ran. And he was left saying this when he was suffering from concussion. So, but I regret that he's not on, because I did want him to learn that our dear lady, Viviana Sanchez, was sorry. She told him he was full of shit. And of course, when I tried to share that on air and say, "Oh gosh, play it back, Ian," you'll hear Viviana say how sorry she was. And that's when Brooke said, "She's sorry she met you, motherfucker." And oh no, she said sister fucker. Yeah, that was it. She's sorry she met you, sister fucker. Oh my God, poor Ian.
Poor Ian. By the way, I don't know what he's sending. I don't know what he's working on other than his sister. But I'm looking at the fucking Weather Channel right fucking now. There's nothing going. There aren't any floods in Florida. And there's no floods in fucking Orlando. I don't know what the fuck, unless his neighbor's pool ran over, because we know he didn't get anybody wet enough to wet his bed, much less flood the house.
Oh man.
You are a riot.
Yes.
Oh man, he really busted his ass tonight.
Yes.
I know, this is me sober too. God, I would have hated how bad I was when I was drinking.
And
I don't know how y'all
Good
said
luck, Douglas.
Yes. Oh, thank you.
I know
Yes.
how it is.
Is that real tech?
Realtek,
Gong
yes.
Hei Fat Choi.
Yes, Gongzi Fatsai, thank you so much. Realtek joined us. We love Realtek, and of course he used the same term that Amy Komu was using because she learned that back in grade school when they performed cultural appropriation rituals and had them put on rice patty.
What term did whoa, I missed the term. What term did he use?
Shaolin Kung Fu.
Yeah, cultural appropriation rituals. It's basically they all put on the rice patty hats and pretended they were Viet Cong and shit, and then they like basically said, "Gong
like
Hei."
Jerry Lee Lewis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gong Hei
It's the
Fat
white women
Choi.
who teach yoga.
Yes.
Kung Hei Fat Choi is what I say, but it's not right. Real tech, how do you say it?
He was saying it the same
different ways, Mandarin and Cantonese.
Yes, he was saying it the same way you were when he Cantonese.
Couldn't be any worse in school than dressing up like we dressed up like pilgrims and Indians to relive taking the Indians' land. Like, which one do you want to be?
Did you guys know that there's a Norse myth or history about Attila the Hun?
Well, you can tell these ladies all about it as well as Realtek. And Realtek, now, he was kind of drowned out. I am curious, Realtek, you are married to an actual Chinese woman. Now, is she Cantonese speaking or Mandarin speaking?
Speaks 5 different dialects.
Okay, that makes sense because basically they've enforced, the national language on everybody so that she would have.
I thought you said she was a hermaphrodite.
I didn't say that. What the fuck are you talking?
Oh, I'm God. Ian's story's confused.
Ian's story. Yes. So Realtek, it's hard to keep track because there's a lot of information coming in. It's an information overload.
I understand.
But I got like one of these Happy New Year message. This is a new phone, so it didn't indicate who it was, and I was just thinking, who the hell are you? And so I had to match the phone numbers up, and I found out it was Amanda Ute. So Amanda Ute says Happy New Year. She's alive. She was way before your time, Brooke. But Brandon and Amy,
hello, Amanda. Happy New Year.
Yeah. Yes.
I miss Amanda. I love Amanda. She was great. She's still. I haven't heard from her in a long time.
Oh shit!
But
I'd like to hear from Amanda.
God bless her. She's great.
Is she hot? Is she hot?
She's very hot, actually. Yeah.
I think she's all right. I mean, the pictures that she sent, I mean, they seem to be okay. Let me check my inbox here. Okay, let's see what V sent. Oh my God.
What Norse mythology were you talking about? Which one?
Oh, thank God.
Brandon?
Oh, I can't believe it.
Oh, there's a bunch. Like Thor's the big one.
No, I know Norse mythology. Some of it. I was just wondering what you're referring to. But we'll wait for you.
Oh my God. So let me thank her. I can't believe she sent $200. Okay, so V sent $200.
Who did?
V.
I know, and you broke her blanket. What did you fuck her when? Did you fuck her when you got your makeup done? Is that what you did? That's why you put that post on there with that girl and you said free like pussy or whatever, that leg spread. That was the day you got your makeup done.
Look, my life is hard enough, honey. I don't know how you came in it, but all you do is make it harder. And the reality
we just discussed this. If you want to put on a positive attitude and everything be happy and go lucky, then maybe either I'll turn into that too. I'm trying to, and then I will be positive and happy, and we'll still attract each other as people in our lives, but we'll just be positive, happy people. But until you become that, you attract people like you're like, and I'm just mirroring you, honey, just in a different way. But it's very similar.
Oh my God. So why does this keep coming up as a fuck? I mean,
did you fuck her though? Is that why you put that picture on there?
Honey, I mean, look.
We'll discuss it privately.
Just to tell you something, this is the lady who got together with Judith Ager so they could both tell each other that they never fucked me. And of course, they both did. This is kind of like the kind of life I lead. So you get these two ladies who say, I never fucked him. But he's a piece of shit. And they get together to tell each other that. Obviously, they both had sex with me.
Well, obviously, you're still in love with both of them because you're like, oh, I hope this half a pad of blanket keeps working because it's all I have left of Judith besides a little lamp in the room.
and stuff like that, some seashells and stuff. Little bag that says someone loves you or something like that. It's like,
oh my God, you look at it every time and your little heart breaks. Does Judith listen to this?
It is heartbreaking. She's a bitch.
Fuck on, man.
Then you get rid of the shit, dude. You're causing negative energy in you every time you look at it. Get rid of it. They say even if you're still in love with somebody, you should get rid of stuff that, like, whether it's heartbreaking or makes you angry, you should get rid of it.
Oh God. So what do I say to her?
I'm all for the minimalist. Throw it out.
Cleanse the nest, buddy. Cleanse the nest.
Okay, everybody's saying this, but of course I'm a hoarder. I can't do that. It's against
You
my nature.
can't bring in new without taking out old. Now, there's a difference in keeping some of your parents' stuff and holding on to memorabilia and things like that. But you can't bring in new energy if you have too much old energy there. So when you're talking about old love or I mean, even pack riding anything that can hold negative energy, some of it you have to let go, dude.
We'll see. In the meantime,
I'm just gonna eventually get enough money and send you on a trip to where's the perfect, like, if you have one place in the world you could visit, where would it be?
Oh God. Yeah. You know what was really funny is that
Germany or Japan.
I would wind up in jail. Jesus Christ. It's really funny. The Costa Rica, it comes to mind only because it seemed like just a nice little place where all of the mercs and criminals and spies and cops retired to. But you know, it's so funny the different impression that Thee got of it from some new age couple, I presume, that fed her a line of shit, and the reality of what it really is. It's just a bunch of these old gnarly assholes. You know, I wouldn't want to go there simply because it's full of people like that, but they're all armed, and you know, they allow concealed carry down there. They have no standing army because they allow everyone to conceal carry, and theoretically that's their standing army. So it's probably one of these militia nations on par with Switzerland in that regard, but nobody ever talks about it. So she was like saying, well, no one's allowed to carry guns down there. Now, that may be true in some technical sense, that maybe nobody's allowed to carry them open, but everyone's allowed to carry concealed or something. It might be like that, but she has this totally different view of it than I got from everybody else I ever worked with. So that was weird. But
I always wanted to go to Costa Rica too, and then I had a friend.
Why?
Just because I always heard it was just beautiful. I mean, I love islands. Like in Costa Rica, which just always sounded beautiful, and I looked it up, and it was less expensive. I've been to Cancun a few times in Cozumel, and it was less expensive than going to like St. Martin and St. Thomas, which I also wanted to visit. And then Fiji, I want to go, but that's way too far right now. So I had looked at going to Costa Rica, and then I had a friend that went to Puerto Rico and took her son, and she said she had researched both, and she loved Puerto Rico. She said she would go to Puerto Rico back anytime over Costa Rica. I'm sure they rebuilt since the hurricane, but she said it was great. Like, they were on a resort, it was great, but then like they could walk around, and like it was so cool because they have like the monkeys there that are in the trees that'll just come down, you know, and like be walking by you, you know, on the sidewalk and walking on the things, and it's just, she loved it. And I think it maybe even was less than Costa Rica, but she said it was just gorgeous. So yeah, I would never have thought Puerto Rico, but after I saw the pictures and heard her story, now obviously they had the hurricane, but I think they've rebuilt.
I think since the hurricane, it's been a mess, honey. I don't think they've ever rebuilt. I don't think they've been able to.
No.
I was just looking at pictures now. They have rebuilt a lot of it. I don't know if they've rebuilt the inner parts of all the homes, but like the actual hotels and stuff have definitely been rebuilt. A lot of them.
Yeah, well, I hope so. I hope you're right.
It's really good for the rich people. There's a lot of laws for taxes. You have a lot of money live in Puerto Rico and pay very little tax, or non-existent at all. Puerto Rico.
Yeah, wow. And so I want to thank you for participating, Real Tech, and you know, we always use his name to maintain his anonymity, his handle, so to speak. So sometimes I forget exactly. But lead us on about the Ada. And everybody participate with him.
Anyway, I'm gonna send you to Costa Rica, and then I am not gonna come. I'm gonna send you. I am going to be there, or maybe I'll come because I really want to see it. But I'm going to have hired someone to come in, and no, I have to be there to make sure they don't throw away all your shit. But like, yeah. I'm gonna get a storage building so you don't go too crazy. I'm not gonna let you know there's a storage building. I'm just gonna let you come in and freak the fuck out first. And yeah, get rid of a lot of the shit, and then be like, okay, you can go to the storage building, but you're only allowed to bring back what can fit in one car. That's it.
Oh my God, that's a nightmare to me. Okay.
You would be so much happier. Oh my God.
Probably would, but you know, it is what it is. Oh my God.
Okay, go do your thing.
Yes,
we'll handle it.
Do my thing, and fuck, I got 15 minutes left to do what I can of that thing. But, you know, we'll bring Peter on at the top of the hour, of course. So you guys got this till I get back. I'll be back.
Well, you were a little late for me, so you can be a little late for Peter. It's fine. Take your time, baby.
Why was I a little late again? It's because V was all confused about the PayPal thing. She didn't know how to use it. I had to tell her how to use it. Oh my God, what a nightmare. Life is so hard. Why is my life
Peter
so
Moon.
Yeah. What did he say? You know what? Real tech. We'll talk slowly and shout. Every time you speak, shout it out. And that way we can hear you clearly. Enunciate.
I said, Peter Moon's coming. I forget about
PayPal? Is that what you said?
I said that Peter Moon is coming on. I forgot about him.
Right, Peter Moon. Right. So there you go. So I'll be back before the top of the hour. You kids got this, and I love you all. You have no idea how much I love you all. Our dear Amy left a wonderful message. I got you. My buds have an apartment there. Right kind of gnarly VT people with a bar. All right. So going mute now. You've all got this, and hugs, and I'll be back. Oh yes, before I go check the live stream. Holy shit! How did I forget to check the live stream? Shining Shadows, who's our dear friend Chris Collins, says, "Hey, your volume is a little low. DD Brooks is fine. Okay, I'll take off the sponge when I get back. Hopefully, it'll be a little better." And then Drill 801 says, "Hey guys, the mic levels are off. I hear Douglas poorly." Then David Fitzsimon says, "You're loud and clear. Thank God." And then T Tank Barry says, "Good evening from Shasta County. Loud and clear." He says, "Thank God," because this stuff is really confusing. Basically, you don't know what to do after a while. Vicky, yeah, Brooke Gibson just entered her PayPal. Vicky Johnson says, "Hello, Douglas. Hey, honey. Mwah, love you." She says, "Everyone hit the like button." And she says, "What up, beautiful people," says Daniel Cardenas. Thank you, sir. And a lot of people are with us. So I do want everyone to know that, yes, by all means, I love you all. And as well, hit those up buttons, because the enemy hits the down buttons and prevents us from getting on searches. So you have to fight back dirty, because that's how they fight, or you're never going to win. And therefore, you've got to hit all the up buttons with all the IP addresses you've got. One from your PC, your laptop, your iPad, everything you got. And I'll be back. Right now I'm going mute. And these wonderful young people have got this. They're also young, and they're also incredibly talented.
Oh God, he's kissing ass now, let me tell you.
Well, I don't pay you. What am I going to do? It's what I'm left with. Oh my God.
I'm putting my PayPal address in here, and then if I get over $80, I will send it to you. But I'll pay somebody back $80. But after you get your money.
Yes. Well, my love for all.
I need you. You need me to donate. I need a job to be able to donate, dude.
Yes, I get it. Got to get this young lady a pedicure and a manicure so that she can get her job. Because she's got to parade her wares.
I mean, I figured a pedicure is cheaper than new heels that don't show like the ends of my toes, and I don't know. Plus, it just makes you feel confident going in with as a woman, like if you went in with like a nice pair of pants, which the zipper was broke, so you could see your underwear, like it would make you feel very confident. It's the confidence level.
Yes. Yes, that's right. Okay, I'm gonna go mute now.
I don't think you got that. The zipper broke. I guess it wasn't a good comparison, actually. That comparison.
Oh.
Anyway,
I was kind of. I'm sorry. You can repeat.
You gotta go. Just go do your thing, baby. Don't worry about it.
Let me do my thing, and Brandon, take it away with the Edda.
I think he left.
I don't think he's here. Real tech.
Hey, what's up?
Yes. Oh my God. That was
No.
fucking brilliant, Brandon. Thank you, Brandon. Mute, Brandon. Get off your mute. If you're on it. Jesus Christ.
To be honest.
Yeah. So, looks like Real Tech, you got this with the ladies. You can see that's my masculine bias showing there, asking the man to lead. But okay, lead this dance, Real Tech. I know you can handle it.
Did Brandon leave?
His thing is still there. He's still there. It says he's on mute. So there you go. Now, there's been times in the past where I had him on. Remember, this man has suffered a catastrophic brain injury. He was actually a survivor of an assassination attempt because of his affiliation with myself. That's no joke. It's a true story. And it had to do with a guy named Peter Levinda, who's an arcanist, a sorcerer.
Is that Brandon the teacher?
Yeah, that's Brandon Young, the teacher. Yeah.
The other Brandon had an attack too.
Brendan Zogit was he's under a cult siege, and he's weathering that. So, you know, because of their affiliation with me, these men have actually had life-threatening incidents. Brendan's was purely occult, but it was life-threatening. It was medical, but it was like almost physically impossible that could have happened to him, except and the way it went away was like almost physically impossible. So that's bordering on the magical. So that can be explained later, and he would best explain it himself. And I can tell you privately with Brandon, I could tell the whole story too. As he himself confesses, I relate it better than he does because of the brain injury that put him in a coma for a long time, a week. That's a long time to be in a coma after that assassination attempt. And believe me, this is like something confirmed by forensics and police who told him somebody tried to kill you. This is a professional hit. So this isn't like two guys indulging themselves. This is like something that has got police backing. And so he's a survivor of what he survived because of me, his affiliation with me, and we know that because of the people involved, such as Simon Levinda, Peter Levinda, who uses the pseudonym Simon, who is an acolyte of Aquino. So all of that being stated, what else was there about the poor guy? So every once in a while, that guy Brandon will collapse into like a narcoleptic sleeping spell. So that's what happened once when he was on with me, and we called the police to do a welfare check on him. I'm not going to do that again, but I presume that's potentially what happened here. So that being said, you know, I'll take off for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Take medication or something?
What's that? Real tech?
Take medication?
There's nothing can help with that. There's nothing can help with that. It's like my vagus nerve depression. There's nothing that can be done. It's like they can't do anything about it. You just have to be...
that can be done with, especially with alternative medication, herbs. There's always something.
Well, maybe he'll have to investigate that, and maybe all of you can help him do that if he ever regains consciousness. I'm certain he will, but
like there's a Japanese wood. It's called Haina. I have pronounced it a long time. It's called Haina. Kainen. I had to look it up again.
Wow, cool.
It's the wood.
So I'll let you talk about that. I'll catch up with you privately about that later. It might help me with the vagus nerve depression. So, you know, I'll catch up with you on that. But hey, lead these two ladies in the dance. And for now, I'll go mute. Thank you so much.
All right. So how you been? How you been, both of you? What's up?
I'm doing
We got
great.
snow.
Happy?
We got lots of fluffy snow, and it's melting.
Where are you located again?
I'm up north. I'm on the border to Quebec.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it would be, yeah.
Are you in New York?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's there was some flurries last week, but that's really about it.
No snowplows?
No, it hasn't been much snow at all. Hopefully never. Hopefully not much this year. I don't like snow. I really don't.
Yeah, I learned you got to stay active when it's cold. Like you got to like enjoy it. You got to get gear and trudge out into the woods. That's fun. That's the way to enjoy this. Sled, go sledding, could ice skate, hockey. You're not a hockey player. You're just not like that, are you?
I have asthma. I can't push myself too much.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
You know, I took one of those puffers for years, the albuterols, and I got like nebulizers a lot. But you know, the best thing is to just roll up a yoga blanket and put it under your lungs, like under the bottom two lungs, and then lay over it, and it just opens up your diaphragm so you can take a bigger breath.
Okay. I'll look into that. Yeah, I've been sick again with some more asthma because eating, I don't know, it's sometimes it's eating wrong foods or garlic or whatever it is. Sometimes it's different things. So, but
yeah,
I generally don't get sick every year. It's every couple years. So it's like I'll get sick once, then I'll get sick again a little bit, then I won't be sick for a couple more years, besides some occasional tight chest or asthma sometimes. I'm still working on my diet and everything, so, you know.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Did you get your nails painted? What color?
Who?
Who do you think Brandon painted his nails? Brandon might be passed out, huh? I thought he was just going to the bathroom.
No, I didn't get my nails painted. I was asking to get my nails done because I've got to do some job interviews, and I was saying if anybody wants to donate like $40 for nails or $80 so I can get nails and feet done. I just, really need to get that moving. My hands look awful, and I can't paint. I'm not good at painting them at all, and I keep them really short, so it just like ends up looking like a clown when I paint them. I can do my feet better, but I still they're still not as good as the way they paint them. Like they never look as good. But I can do my feet if I have to. But my hands, I cannot do. Like I've seen women that can paint their hands beautifully even with their left hand, no, not me.
Whoever's listening should definitely donate to help out Brooke, because she's helped out Douglas Dietrich a lot. So.
Well, yeah, and I want everybody to obviously donate to Douglas, but I said if anybody has any extra after that, like I'll pay somebody back after I do the job. Like that's right. I just don't have extra after Christmas, and then I had planned to get some other things happen, and just don't have I just don't have the extra money to spend on that kind of stuff. Just got to get the job going. So got a few interviews to actually go to in the next preliminaries, and then the next week or so, and I'm hoping to just look my best. God. And that was the other thing. I've got like a couple of business suits I've got to either take to the dry cleaners or figure out how to iron them, which is expensive. Everything's too expensive now.
Yeah, well, definitely if you caught the bottom with like Coinbase stock and some cryptocurrencies, when Bitcoin was at 16,000, you definitely could have had a bunch of dough with that.
Yeah, well, I know, but I didn't. So now we're stuck. But you did. You can afford to send me some.
I got to deposit money. I haven't been out in a couple of days. First. Spent a little too much on comic books lately.
Do what?
I'm buying a little too much comics. There was a convention last week.
Well, come on, man. You still gotta have some money. You can't do that. What you gonna do with your woman? You buying all these comic books?
Yeah, I know. I don't buy too much. I buy more.
I guess she has her own little things she does, though. I'm sure she spends money on.
Yeah.
Does she have her hobbies?
Yeah, clothes and handbags.
Got it.
And I'm always telling her to stop doing that and to invest into the companies, stocks like Burberry or Louis Vuitton. I was just listening about an article with this guy was reading. This article, this girl that's in her 20s that by her late 20s, 2010, she saved up $100,000, and then of course the slippery slope with buying a handbag and this and that. Instead of putting $2,800 into Amazon stocks, you would be worth that investment worth $40,000. So I've been down that road also too. So, but it's the culture with the Chinese people and Asians. They're all obsessed with all these luxury goods. If you walk around Asian neighborhoods, you'll see all the. It's fascinating. It really is. All the Asian women in Chanel bags and Hermes and Louis Vuitton and Balenciaga. I can't pronounce that company name, but it's interesting. But a lot of these companies want to be around if it wasn't for middle class people buying it. Because rich people don't really buy these things at all. Not much. You there?
Yeah,
I'm there. I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I was listening to you.
Yeah. Okay. I hope my mom. I hope I am clear. I'm a little sick with asthma, so I'm drinking a lot of water to clear up.
So it snowed a lot where you are, honey?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I had all these dudes out there fishing all weekend. There's all kinds of traffic.
I'm assuming ice fishing?
Oh yeah, they're out there on the ice with their tents, and then the border patrol was out with their four-wheelers, so pretty much dispersed quickly. That doesn't always happen. Like, that means there was a lot more than usual on the ice. Hey, Brandon.
Hey
Brandon.
guys, just because I'm hey, how are you? Just because I'm fixing a pot roast, don't mean I ain't snoozing on necropsy or whatever. Okay?
Okay, well, next time just put in the
I think
text
you
box.
kind of combined.
I did.
Like
in the chat box I put, I'll be right back.
You combined necromancy with what's the one falling asleep?
Narcolepsy.
Say that.
Yeah.
You know, people. You know, everybody's worried about you.
I just wanted your story.
Why though? I put. I'll be right back.
I wanted your story before Peter came on.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you going to
There's some good stuff, you guys. What?
I wanted the Norse stuff. The story.
The Norse stuff is insane, Brooke. You'd love it.
I know. That's why I wanted it.
Oh, it's so amazing. Have you guys ever? All right, so you know how like everybody's talking about casting runes and everything, and how Thor is like a huge Marvel character with kids, and not just kids, with adults and everybody. Like he's like the #1 hero right now. Well, it's interesting because
Thor was Saturn, right?
No. Well, kinda. I mean, I guess you could sort of see it that way, but not really though, because it's Odin would be in that situation.
Oh, you're right. Odin was Saturn. You're right. I got that wrong. I knew.
You know what I mean?
Odin was Saturn. Yes.
Right.
You're right.
So, but like where the actual myth comes from in Iceland itself, and this guy Snorri Snorgenson, which is his real name. You know, he compiled this whole thing called the Prose Edda, which was a bunch of weird myths all around like Scandinavia, you know, because Viking is like a job description, which I never knew. I'm learning so much about the Norse, Old Norse, the language, not just the language, but the history and the culture, and like how we see it represented. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like we see like people like who are really into it. The romanticism of a Wagner who was into the ring cycle, which influenced the Third Reich.
Yeah, the new game, God of War Ragnarok. That's like
I was just thinking that. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and then they also made 2017 Thor Ragnarok too.
Right.
So it's been very popular, and also the Bluetooth symbol is also a Nordic rune too.
That's right. Well, it's Bluetooth. Who is in the Norse mythology.
So we'll get back to this. You've all been so wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon, for coming back. And
I knew it was going to get ruined. I knew there would be no conversation. Come on.
I'll call you all back.
Yeah.
I will call you all back in 3 hours approximately. So, my love to you all.
I have like earlier bed. How about 2 hours? We gotta get in the bed. If I'm not here, it's fine. If I'm not, because I do have to get in the bed. So I love you all.
Okay, my love in return. And
bye, guys.
Bye, Brooke.
Bye.
Do what?
Bye.
Yes.
Bye, guys.
Bye. There. And with that, we reestablish call with Peter Moon. And okay, so here we are. We're calling. There we are. And,
hello.
Hi. Thank you for joining us, and take it away.
Well, the first thing I got to do is I got to turn up the audio a little bit.
Okay.
Just a second here. Say something, please.
Sure. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
That's good. Okay. Good. We can go back to normal. So, hello, everybody.
Yes.
It's the beginning of the Peter Moon aspect of the Douglas Dietrich live transmission on January 29th, 2023. And first thing I want to do is, before I get into what we're going to be talking about tonight, is remind people that it is the Chinese New Year still, the year of the fire rabbit, and donate to Douglas if you can. DouglasDietrich.com, and go to the donate button, the yellow button in the upper right-hand corner. Don't go to the one in the middle of the page. Douglas needs your support. As I say, he does not get paid for these broadcasts, and what he gets paid for the publication of his book, which you should buy if you haven't, The Roswell Deception, is piss poor, as is what I get for it. But nevertheless, do support that effort. It's very important, as people will come to learn over the next decade, yes, and so on and so forth. And I got a lot of good comments on last transmission. Yes. It really, the transmission before that, which would have been last week, it went fine, but I was a little off, only because I was a little unprepared when Douglas had to go on mute for the fireworks, and I was a little lost. I mean, I was fine. I caught myself up, but last Wednesday, we really got into some meaty stuff. And of course, what I promoted in the email that I sent out with tonight's transmission, for those of you who want to get my emails, I send an email out every time we do a show. Go to the timetraveleducationcenter.com and sign up there. You can sign up for free. You can watch 7 free videos that demonstrate that time travel is within the scientific relevancy and viability and reality of time travel is within the bounds of ordinary math and physics. It doesn't require advanced algebra or anything like that, or calculus or analysis or beyond. So anyway, I strongly encourage people to go to the timetraveleducationcenter.com and join that. You can also do a paid subscription, which will get you access to more things and a couple more videos on the time reactor. But anyway, I had promoted in the email that I was going to summarize what we went over last week, and there were some interesting things. And I'll start off. We started off by talking about the founder of the Church of Satan, Anton LaVey, who founded the Church of Satan on June 6th, 1966, the same year Douglas was born. He was born later. And he came into the world, right in that year. Yes. By that time, I was 13 years old and having a great old time, whatever I did when I was 13. It was a fun year. But be that as it may, we have the founding of the Church of Satan, which is celebrated soon thereafter with the audition or the premiere of Rosemary's Baby, and in San Francisco, Michael Aquino goes to that, and he meets Anton LaVey, joins the Church of Satan, has I guess what you'd call a stellar career in the Army, where he succeeds in psychological warfare by using audio transmission against the Viet Cong. And what's particularly effective is using ancient grimoire and his what's the name of that book?
Diabolicon.
The Diabolicon, yeah. You can look up the Diabolicon and read it, and it's like and it was so offensive to the Viet Cong. And when I say offensive, I don't mean they were morally insulted by it. I mean, they were psychologically intimidated by it because it was, screwing up their operations. And they raided Aquino's headquarters, Quonset Hut, whatever he had, to get at it. But Aquino was heralded by the U.S. Army because he was so effective at psychologically manipulating the enemy. And he was promoted. He was given Green Beret status, although there's a question as to whether he ever went through the rigorous indoctrination to do that. You know, Douglas and I personally don't think he was masculine enough to be able to withstand such training.
It was a bizarre, yeah, it was a bizarre paradox there. Go on.
Well, it's not really a paradox because you see his skill. You know, he was like in the, you know, if you remember the old Felix the Cat cartoons, the professor, he was more like Poindexter. He was the smart little nephew who didn't have any, you know, testosterone.
Yes, I mean it's true. I mean everything Peter Moon says is true. By the way, I'm just entering into your private message box the hyperlink so that you can share with your listeners where you are at this moment. And that being said, the interesting thing about the Aquino conundrum in that regard was that I myself often wondered about it, whether there was some kind of dispensation, a kind of waiver that they gave Aquino through the training of the U.S. Army Special Forces. But here was this individual who had gone through the U.S. Army Special Forces Green Beret training, so to speak. But it could be that because he was an officer, perhaps he had nowhere near the training that the other men had. Theoretically, that wasn't supposed to be the case at all. But in his case, I could not have imagined it otherwise. So,
well, I think it was ROTC.
Yeah.
ROTC was kind of you were kind of gifted into the military. I mean, yeah, it was for officers. If you went to ROTC, Reserve Officer Training School, they would pay for your college.
Yeah. Yes.
And then you put in, I think, 6 years. And you get free education. And I know he got his education, at least a substantial part of it, at University of California at Santa Barbara.
That's correct.
Where I might have encountered him, you know. I was approved to go there. But I didn't go.
Yeah.
You know, and, you know, because that was not far from the hometown of Ventura. But yeah, you know, it's like I almost ran into him there. And we're going to be talking about Silicon Valley in this transmission. And had I not gotten involved with Scientology, I would have been swallowed up into the Silicon Valley revolution, which was only beginning in the early 70s. But it was happening. It was happening. That's where there were very available jobs in data processing. And of course, I'll mention that Joseph Matheny, who was the author of Ong's Hat, or the one who put it all together, and has written other books and is a genius when it comes to artificial intelligence and computing of all types. He was the project leader that created Adobe
software.
Not Adobe software, but what is it called? Adobe Acrobat.
Okay.
And the PDF in particular. But Joe, one time because we talked about computer stuff, and he explained all sorts of stuff to me that I never would have fathomed, because he was right at the advent of it. And of course, he was studying computers because he was, you know, studying the Dream Machine and William Burroughs, and, you know, he kind of went into technicalese because of his interest in occult and esoteric studies. But one of the things, he was one time explaining to me how Silicon Valley was created all upon magical principles. And he kind of went into it. And then one day, because when I would go to the West Coast, I would try and connect with him. And at that point, he was living in Santa Barbara. And I would go to Santa Barbara when I was out, you know, visiting my sister, because it wasn't far away. And I would, you know, take my daughter there and visit one of my, you know, high school friend or junior high school friends, and also visit Joe. And I remember we're sitting at this, you know, restaurant with another friend of his who lived there. And I was asking him to repeat this information for me about, you know, how did it all come out of Silicon Valley? I want to, you know, get that in my brain. And then we just kind of sit there, and they both said, well, you know, read the book, The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test. Now, of course, I read that book.
Tom Wolfe. Go on.
Yeah, but that wasn't the right answer. It was almost as if he forgot what I was asking or forgot the right answer and was telling me this. Now, it's not untrue that the electric Kool-Aid acid test, well, you could say that Silicon Valley emerged out of the electric Kool-Aid acid test. You could say that. You wouldn't be totally right. There would be some percentage of truth in it because you had, now, and where does it all come out of? Well, that comes out of Stanford.
Yes.
Basically because Ken Kesey and his merry pranksters were living in what's it called? Perry Lane, this sort of apartment, suburban area, I think it was, off of the Stanford campus, where they were doing these LSD experiments. And particularly at a related park, I think it was at Menlo Park, if I'm not sure, but they were, Ken Kesey was in the Veterans Administration building or taking care of patients who were, and he was experimenting with LSD. They were giving it to the patients. He was taking it. And of course, this is what inspired him to write One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which was an award-winning book and heralded by critics and became a play and eventually a movie, which Kesey despised.
Oh, I never knew that. Oh,
despised the movie. He despised the movie, and he won a lawsuit.
Wow! Because
he was signed to be a writer, and they were bastardizing the movie by taking out the main character, which was Chief. I think his name was Brahman. The chief.
Right. They called him Chief Broomstick in the novel.
Chief Broomstick, yeah. Well, some disparagingly, yes. Right. But he was the main character, and he only had a bit part, relatively, compared to the book. And Kesey was just incensed with it. He eventually won a settlement. They did everything they could to humiliate him in court. Didn't work. But he won. So, but anyway, that's a sidelight. But anyway, the One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, of course, I think it was written in 64 or so. So by the time I got into high school in 1968, 69, 70, 71, it had made it already had its Broadway debut, which didn't work too well with Kirk Douglas. He bought the rights. He eventually gave the movie rights to his son, Michael Douglas.
Oh, God.
And, Kesey did not care for either one of those characters.
I don't blame him.
And, one thing, Gary Null used to be on, or probably still is on WBAB. He's a health guy. He has his own health products. I never cared for Gary Null personally because he was very disparaging about Montauk, much to his discredit.
Yeah.
However, he pushes health things, and I'm sure he was very anti-vaccine, but I never heard him talk because I never listened to him. Just don't listen to him. I heard personal stuff about him from my friends, and I just didn't really. But nevertheless, he's pounding his fist on certain health causes. And one time, I was driving back from New York City, and he was just going off on Michael Douglas. Just going off. This is like the New York Post going off on Paul Newman, which they used to do. Every chance they get to put a dig at Paul Newman, they would. They would take pictures of Paul Newman in his shoes and showing that he's wearing heels. And saying, Paul Newman, he likes to say he's 5'11", he's really 5'8", Then another article, well, we looked at it, he's really 5'6", yeah, he's really 5'4", he's really 5'1", he's really under 5 feet. I'm exaggerating here, but they're always trying to knock him at his height. Because they
are short. Go on.
Well, yeah, but they thought he was a phony baloney. And the New York Post, I think it was the New York Post, could have been the National Enquirer. But anyway, some publication was tabloidish, is the one that took down Kathie Lee Gifford because she was, selling clothes made in America, make it in America. And this company was sweatshops. They had sweatshops in New York City.
Oh my God.
And they exposed it. And then they went to, and Kathie Lee Gifford was incensed. So they went, we're going to get her where it counts. They set up Frank with a flight attendant. they paid the flight attendant $50,000 to get Frank Gifford, the great Hall of Fame football player of the New York Giants, who became a broadcaster and media celebrity in New York. He was from Bakersfield, California. My father knew his parents, or his dad anyway, his dad and his brother. But they got it. This girl got him, and she got him to go to bed with him. She hit on him on the airplane, you know, when he was because he flies all over for Monday Night Football or whatever he was doing. Yeah, Monday Night Football. And she basically seduced him in a hotel room, and then it was video recorded.
Oh my God.
And then they exposed it. And they basically destroyed their marriage. They destroyed the marriage of the Giffords.
Oh my God, that's awful.
Because the Giffords were not, Kathy Lee was so self-righteous and being Christian, and meanwhile, she's endorsing a company that does a sweatshop. Yeah. This is who she was. She was a graduate, I think, of the Oral Roberts University. She might have been something like a Miss America or something, or something like that.
Probably.
I don't.
I would presume. I would like to think she was simply a spoiled brat who was completely ignorant of the sweatshop aspect of the industry she was invested in.
Well, you know, it doesn't matter because it's the false hypocrisy of Christianity in this case, yeah. And of course, certainly Oral Roberts. You know, you wondered why they called him Oral.
That is a question that has.
He certainly spoke. He certainly spoke a lot. In fact, I used the name Oral in my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which I recommend highly to people who are deeply involved in the Christian paradox, because it will disabuse you of some ideas, and it will inform you of a more authentic view of what Christianity tries to do at its best. But I had a character in there named Oral Swaggart.
Nice name. Yeah, Jim. Wasn't there a Jimmy Swaggart who was a preacher too?
It's like yes, but it's not only the two evangelists, but you have, you know, Oral Swaggart. He's swaggering. And he's oral.
Yeah, I love it. It's brilliant. It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, and he's a preacher, and all the characters in there are half man and half seal, like half seal, like an aquatic seal.
Right. Oh.
They're hybrids.
Wow.
And you know, there's a lot of synchronicity with Navy SEALs and you know, I think the chapter is called "The Sound of One Hand Clapping," and the SEALs can only clap with one hand because one hand is a flipper and one hand is a hand. You know, so they only clap with one hand. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Ancient, famous Zen koan. But anyway, Kathy Lee Gifford, I think she was denying all this stuff about Frank, you know, publicly and vociferously. And so then they came out with the video. You know, they came out with the article and then the video. I mean, she was just not only made to look like a fool in, you know, publicly, but doubly made a fool because she denied it. And then it just, you know, lost all her Christian faith in Frank. Because look, you know, they've been married a long time. They had a couple of kids, I think. And you know, if I had lived with her for as long as he had, I might have been similarly inclined. I can't, you know, but in other words, and, you know, Frank was a great football player. He had good looks. He went to USC. And, you know, you know, when he was not playing football, they'd have him do little movie roles because he was a good looking guy. In other words, he never had to work for a living.
Right.
And I'd hear him talk about the hard times in Bakersfield and how his parents would, you know, they had it hard. And, you know, and they would never breathe a word about how hard it was to the kids.
Maybe there was nothing to breathe about. Yeah.
Well, you know, I mean, he kind of came up in the 30s and 40s in the war. So, times were probably tough in general. But I'd, drive by the Gifford Oil Company and I'd see it. I'd say, well, maybe the Gifford Oil Company was struggling. And my father said, he saw I was reading the Frank Gifford story when I was a kid. He says, oh, yeah, I know those guys. Because my father kind of knew everybody in the oil business in one way or another. Not to say he was friends with them, but I'm saying they had the big Gifford Oil. I said, how impoverished could he been if his parents have a big,
Thank you.
I don't really know. I mean, they could have been in debt. Maybe they were fed powdered milk. Hell, I don't know.
Poor bastard.
I don't know. But I'm saying is like, maybe there were hard times.
Just so people understand this, for Americans in World War II, hard times were ice cream rationing, okay? But go on.
Well, no, there was sugar rationing. There was flour rationing. My father, told me a bit about that. But my father was born in 1920, and when he was a teenager was the 30s. So I could tell the Depression had a big effect on him, psychologically, with his thriftiness. He always provided for us. I never was like what you call without. I might not have gotten the, extra thing, but no. But still, he had a thrifty mentality that was from growing up during the 1930s. That was pre-war, and he carried that with him.
They all did. Everybody who survived the Great Depression was scarred the rest of their lives. They would save everything, like the little ties from around the bags you get around the loaves of that horrible white bread to rubber bands. Anyhow, take it from there, Peter.
Well, my favorite was Joe DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio was, he came up in about 1936 or so in baseball. So, he probably came up young. His teenage, or his, I guess what you could call older teenage years were in the early 30s. And he also his father was a fisherman. And so, they were living by the fish off of the wharf in San Francisco. Mm-hmm. And he had a famous restaurant on Fisherman's Wharf for a long time, DiMaggio's.
That's right.
Right across from Alioto's. Yeah. And but anyway, he grew up knowing poverty. His older brother came and got him into baseball, and they were his older brothers, or his, I guess his younger brother and older brother were baseball players. They did very well. They got him out of, and he was better than all of them put together. And so he, went to New York, where he became one of the greatest baseball players of all time, and then married Marilyn Monroe. Okay, and then I heard this story it was probably the 1980s or 90s. Now, after baseball, he had a career as a celebrity, and he eventually became Mr. Coffee doing commercials. Right. He was quite a wealthy man, but he was notoriously cheap, I heard. Wow. And he was living down in Florida, and he would not run the air conditioning to save money in Florida. Oh. Now,
it's amazing he survived. Go on.
Well, when he didn't have to, or not put in all the rooms, it's not like he didn't run it all the time, but he was very careful about, running it only when he had to. In other words, he was cheap when he didn't need to be cheap. And that is exact example of being psychologically scarred.
Yeah.
Very, very psychologically scarred. And you're right. That's a good thing to point out. So, but anyway, with Frank Gifford, they went back to, the press was having a field day with him in New York because, they were a New York couple. And then they had saying that all of these people in the sweatshop weren't being paid. So he went down with an envelope full of money. I mean, he had a bunch of money, and they videoed him going into the factories and saying, I want to make sure you're paid. I want to make sure you're all paid.
Wow.
You know, they were trying to make up for the damage.
Right.
And he's trying to give these, you know, probably Hispanic ladies, I think they were Hispanic, not Chinese. He's trying to pay them for because they're getting paid sweatshop wages, below minimum wage. And he's trying to pay them each, you know, hundreds of dollars, and they won't take the money.
Why?
Because if they take the money, they'll get fired.
Oh my
and
God.
They're showing this all on video, and he's saying, I just want to make sure everybody's paid. I want to make sure everybody's paid. Now, he's paying them out of his own pocket. Now, that doesn't make sense anyway.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
He's paying them out of his own pocket.
It can't be legally monitored. So it's one of these things that was he cognizant of the impossibility of the situation for these ladies and how ridiculous his action was, or? Well,
he was trying to, you know, salvage what public relations he could for his wife.
Okay, so
basically.
You feel that this was actually sincere on his part, is what I'm asking. Like,
I think he was kind of stupid.
Okay.
Because look at everything in his life was gifted to him on a platter. He was a great athlete.
Yeah.
So, you know, he, you know, did what he had to do. You know,
so he just didn't get it. He
never had to get it. Yeah. He went from Bakersfield to USC, which was basically for wealthy kids. And then he was a star, scholarship, and he was a great football player. And then, you know, he was glad-handed by Hollywood. And then as a football player, when he retired, I think even before he retired, he was doing sportscasts. So he was like doing the sports news.
I think your analysis is correct, and it makes it all the more tragic. I mean, these are individuals I've described before. These are the old rich. These are the old rich who grew up in privilege and they really have no concept.
But he wasn't so rich as he grew up in privilege because of his looks and his ability.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure his parents weren't rich. They had
I understand what you're saying, but
so it's like, and one woman told me this. She said, I used to call her the most beautiful woman in the world because when I met her, she was 52 and she looked like she was 25. And she had the brain of a kid. But she was very intelligent. She had a pre-medical, and she was gorgeous, and she was fun. She was just like, you know, she had the mentality of a kid. She says when her kid would get in rock fights, she'd get out and fight with them. You know, she had this, you know, alpha brainwaves or something she'd talk about. But anyway, she told me that she didn't like, she says she didn't like the handsome man, she said, because the handsome men, she says, they're never developed.
Yeah.
They don't, if their egos get in the way and they don't evolve as individuals.
Yes.
They don't develop. They're not developed because people just give them things.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying about that qualification, that it's not necessarily so much that his parents were old rich, but that he just had been gifted in so many ways that it was essentially the equivalent thereof. So the thing about what you're saying about this lady as well as about him, the one thing that what they found out is that beautiful people or handsome people, essentially it's included under the beauty category, that the beautiful people actually have higher IQs. They develop a higher grade of intelligence because they get a lot of attention in school. So teachers provide them attention, and therefore they essentially get better at quality education. And that what ugly people have is character as opposed to intelligence. They're not necessarily intelligent, but they have more character because they're forced to develop cunning. And so it's so what you're speaking about with her was kind of like there was a lack of need for her to mature. So she was still, in a sense, maldeveloped or underdeveloped, and yet she was able to see that in handsome men. So she
was very unique. She was a very unique person.
Yeah.
Very unique. She had, she had different brainwaves. They'd study her. She was a trip. I mean, I knew her when she was 25. She's probably like in her 80s now.
Jesus.
I don't know what happened to her. God, I mean, I don't know if I could find her. She was interested in my Montauk work, and you know, she saw her son through medical school. He was interested. I never met the sons. I met her, but I don't know. It's just, but anyway, yeah. So Frank Gifford, you know, I know as kids we always thought that the main problem with him is he was status quo. In other words, we didn't like status quo. People that would just keep the status quo, right, because they're just being ordinary. Right. And by being ordinary, you can progress in life. Joe Biden is the epitome of the status quo when it comes to politics.
He's a dinosaur. He's the last of his kind, I would like to think.
Well, yeah, but in the, you know, and he'll make positions, he'll state positions, whatever he has to say to sound good. Yeah. They're completely opposite, you know, 10 years later or 20 years later.
That is true.
There's no integrity, but it's a status quo. You want the person that's going to say the right thing for the right moment. And
he's got that down. You got to give him that.
No, but see, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. It's status quo, and it becomes very objectionable because all you're doing is being is a you know, cut out of a cardboard or cookie cutter. You know, you're not. There's nothing original or inventive about being status quo. So you're just the status quo nice guy who goes along, and that's what you saw in most, certainly most sports announcers, and certainly your media broadcasters for the news. You know, they're not going to violate the public mores of what you should and shouldn't say. Alex Jones is the opposite of the status quo, but you know, he makes you yearn for the status quo.
And where did Howard Cosell fit in?
He was not status quo at all. He was abrasive and I guess spoke his mind. So that made him controversial and it made him watchable. But he was who he said he was. And you know, he would say stupid things sometimes. He was highly intelligent, but he thrived on being abrasive. And when he first came to my attention, Howard, the famous broadcaster Howard Cosell, for those of you who don't know, he's a very famous sports announcer who was actually a lawyer.
Wow.
And he said he was doing the Muhammad Ali fight. And he was just ragging on Muhammad Ali. And because Muhammad Ali had beat this guy named Ernie Terrell. And this is after he was champion. And they were accusing Muhammad Ali of doing rabbit punches, which means punches to the kidneys and illegal punches. And he's just saying, Muhammad, you throw a punch. You throw a punch and I hit him in the kidney. And Muhammad looks at him and he says, yeah. He says, well, you're waiting me to throw one punch to his kidney. He's hit me in the kidney about 11 times. And it was true. It was true to anybody watching it. And I said, you know, Cosell was just you know, he was just being abrasive. He was degrading Muhammad unfairly. That's when he first came to my attention. I never even knew who the guy was. But the funniest thing, it's on YouTube. It's a funny thing where he's moderating a conversation between Muhammad Ali and Wilt Chamberlain, you know, the 7'2" who was really 7'4" basketball player, who was really a great player, and he was said that he would fight Muhammad Ali, and they were going to do a boxing match. You know, he said I could beat Muhammad Ali, and Muhammad Ali was not afraid of him because this Ernie Terrell guy I think he beat was like really tall, right. So he could break apart somebody who was big and tall. So anyway, he said something that Wilt Chamberlain, and he says, I'm not going to, he says, whatever, And he says, and if you're going to fight, he says, shave that beard. We had a goatee. He says, shave that beard because I don't fight billy goats either. And that was the funniest thing, one of the funniest things I ever heard. And Cosell, bent over laughing. He tried to hide his laughter because it was so funny. It was very funny. He says, no, don't fight billy goats either. And Muhammad Ali was so funny, just hysterical. He said that George Foreman, when he was going to fight him in 1974, and Foreman got hurt. So he had to go back to the United States and get fixed before he came back in training. They were in the Congo, Zaire. And I guess he announced to the world, he says, George Foreman left, he left the Belgian Congo because he was afraid cannibals were going to eat him. He was very funny. But anyway, yeah. And the other interesting thing about Harry Cosell, though, is that he was going to run for office at one point, and they started criticizing, well, who do you think you can run for office? He says, I'm eminently more qualified than these people who are running for office. He says, people don't know it, but I was the attorney for Jackie Robinson, and he basically paved the way for Jackie Robinson in many civil rights issues. He was a lawyer. And because of his association with Jackie Robinson in sports, I think he was also the attorney for Willie Mays. Because of his association as attorney, that's what ingratiated him into the sporting world, and he became an announcer. Interesting. And that's, so he was an attorney, and he knew the law. Right. But so be it.
Then he just kind of faded.
Well, he got old and got a little misfired. He got older. He made some stupid comments, but it was ever the controversy. And see, controversy is really good. If you and I started arguing with each other on any topic, or get somebody else to argue with us, it would bump up the ratings and make the show popular. But I don't want to do that.
Thank you. We don't need to stick to that. Yeah.
We're fighting with invisible enemies who are angry enough.
Yes.
So anyway, and here is the hypocrisy of a Christian, Kathy Lee Gifford, who was, whatever, but she did suffer from hypocrisy during that period of her life. Right. And she had a status quo husband. So be it. But, from what I understand, he was the nicest guy in the world. And I believe that's true. Yeah, very nice.
When you grow up with hardly any resistance to anything you do, there's really no need to be mean.
Well, it's easy to be nice, but, it's like, some people are gifts, and, I guess we all have our good points and our vulnerabilities. But to get back to, sidelighting from Anton LaVey we were talking about.
Yes.
And how the Bay Area, Stanford University spearheaded the Silicon Valley. And the more you reduce it to the lowest common denominator, you have the Presidio.
Yes.
And you have Satan, or satanic elements of the kings of Edom. And Michael Aquino fits into it like a hand fits into a glove. The glove was waiting for him to put it on. Yes. But you already had Anton LaVey there, blowing up the balloon.
Yes.
And then Aquino would take the balloon and fly away with it.
Yes.
And would leave Anton LaVey down on the ground, continuing to deal in arms and the chicanery we talked about in the last episode.
Yeah.
Which was basically how he had primed his daughter to be a satanic bride and took over her body, was orchestrating remote viewing. We also talked about how he was doing remote viewing or leading the way in whatever format it was doing, which eventually evolved into the Stanford Research Institute. Right. Again, not part of Stanford University, but sort of an adjunct to it. And there you had Ingo Swann, Hal Puthoff and Pat Price, who was a Scientologist. Hal Puthoff was involved in Scientology during that period because the exercises of the upper levels of Scientology were designed to increase your ability to remote view. And apparently they found them successful, including Ingo Swann. But I had first been tipped off to Ingo Swann being involved in the OTO when somebody had a picture of him. He knew OTO people in Denmark, and he had a picture of Ingo with these prominent OTO people who I knew. And it kind of like, okay, what's he doing with a photograph? And I said, I want that photograph. Please send me that photograph or give me a copy of it. It took me years for this guy to get the photograph. I lost it. I can't find it. Jeez. My girlfriend, died in a car. She's in an accident in Russia. I got to go up see her. And she died. And he comes back. And finally, after a couple of years, he says, I found the photograph. Well, send it to me. Jeez. He's just like, he wouldn't answer. It was like he was being controlled by an occult force. He was. Finally, he says, oh, I don't have it. I sent it to Ingo to verify it. And he says, no, this isn't right. He says, no, he says it wasn't. And of course, it disappeared. Ingo wasn't going to vow up to that publicly. And
that is so fucking just frustrating. I hate shit like that.
Well, yeah. I mean, how important is it in the bigger scheme of things,
Still,
it's like, and of course, Ingo Swann was somebody that Preston had told me. He went by another name and came out to him and told him to knock off Montauk. Don't look into Montauk. There's nothing there.
Right.
He also had, put the kibosh, came down and talked to Preston about an anti-gravity project Preston was doing. Preston had an anti-gravity. He had a warehouse somewhere. I think it was in Bayshore. I don't remember, where he was actually getting stuff to fly around, so to speak.
Yeah.
Preston was that advanced of a scientist. But the problem with Preston is he was so, monitored and held down by, people like Ingo Swann,
right,
who had his own finger in the pie of the government. Then my friend John Paroli, who had cracked the code of the Book of the Law, he knew of Ingo. He said that he was surrounded by OTO people at his art gallery. Basically, he said gay OTO people.
Yeah.
Ingo was gay.
Right.
And he didn't really publicize that or advertise it, but it was a known fact. And Ingo was, Ingo is credited for coining the word psychotronics or helping coin the word psychotronics. Okay. But he wanted nothing to do with Peter Moon.
Right. Well, that's because you could see through him.
Well, yeah.
And all these guys, just so people know, when we speak about guys like Ingo Swann and so many of these guys, basically, when you come to this kind of world, this kind of subculture, they're all gay. But go on. Yeah.
Well, so anyway, and then now Douglas told me that he had met Ingo at the bookstore in San Francisco, where he openly admitted that he was OTO.
Right, to me.
Yeah.
He probably,
do that because he perceived Douglas as one of the crew.
I was about to say, I never thought of it, but I'm sure he recognized me because it was like he seemed to like recognize me, and he probably thought that I knew it already. It was almost, when he brought it up, it wasn't like, oh, hey, and by the way, I'm OTO. It was along the lines of, at the OTO, and when we do this. And
it's more lines of, I'll show me yours, and I'll show you mine, or,
Well, it wasn't even like that. No, it was just more
sexual. It's like, you're both part of the same, nudge, nudge, wink, wink order.
Right. He was bringing it up like somehow he seemed to think that I knew this already. So when he brought it up, it was in this casual.
He was probably attracted to you too.
Yeah, there we are. That's basically
more open and say, hey, I'm a swinging occultist too.
There we are. That's what it comes down to. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't so turned on by me because he did encounter me one time at the village gate. There was a conspiracy conference there, and I only went to the conspiracy conference to meet my friend Chelsea Floor, the one I called Madam X. She was going to be there, and so I went, to go hang out with her. And I'm sitting there arguing. Not really arguing. Some woman is taking me to task about the Montauk Project, and no, it's not this. And so I'm talking to her. Well, I'm talking to her. This funny little man is walking around me. He's just walking around me, and Chelsea's watching this from a, top of a staircase or something. She says, "Why didn't you connect with Ingo?" I said, "What do you mean?" She says, "He was walking all around you. He was checking out your sci fields." I said, "Oh, that little guy." I saw this little guy doing this weird stuff. I didn't pay any attention. He was monitoring me. I guess he wanted to see. At first, I thought he was checking out who I was. He was probably just trying to check out if I had a gay component in me.
Right.
And, but yeah, it was. That's the closest I ever got to Ingo. Now, I had friends who knew him, including Clarence Robbins, who was the president of the New York City Psychotronics Association. I think I attended one meeting of the New York Psychotronics Association, and Ingo was a part of that at one time. But by the time I came along, it was fading away. The New York City, and finally Long Island was about the only thing that was left when it came to psychotronics. But
and like you said, you just had to. You couldn't hold meetings about it because the psychotronic people were. What was their trip again? They were all.
You're fading away. I think you went away from the microphone.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I have to. Honestly, I have to bring this with me so close every time. It's almost obscene. So what I was saying was, I remember you were saying the meetings you were holding at your home, that you really couldn't deal with the psychotronic people because they basically had issues or something. What was their trip?
I never had psychotronics in my home. Yeah. I had psychotronics. I was at one time the vice president of psychotronics. I was voted in as vice president. Mm-hmm. It was, a piddly little group. It wasn't that big of a thing in Long Island, but Preston was the main center of attraction. And the same night I was voted in as vice president, they passed a resolution not to talk about Montauk.
Jesus.
And I said, "I'm done."
Thank you.
That was the last meeting I ever attended. So Preston and I mentioned it to him, and I said, because many of those people were, Montauk Project programmees or under the influence. And so we began to separate it, and we had a Montauk night. And that got out of the gate a little slow. And we had it at the home of my friend Lori Saluzzi, which was first in Levittown, and then she moved to Belmore, which is in the southern part of Long Island. And we'd had the meetings there for years. That's where David Anderson first came, to Belmore. And he attended, all the meetings he attended were in Belmore. And then I think I said, stuff was going on. I don't remember what was, I think she was moving. She eventually moved up near Kingston. She got married. And so she still comes down here all the time, but I never see her. But she's a psychic friend of mine. And yeah, she had predicted the book. She saw stuff coming with the book. But she said she moved. So I said, look it, she's gone. I said, we'll have meetings at my house, but first I have to finish the kitchen. Was the kitchen or the shed? I think I had to finish the shed, finish the kitchen and the shed, because I had all the books, all the used books in my living room, the returns. So I had to build a shed. And so I said, between now, October, and Christmas. So we got it all done. We had a big Christmas party at my house, and that became a regular thing. We'd have a Christmas and a July 4th party in my house every 6 months. It's a lot of fun. And we'd have the Montauk meetings every I think probably the first or third Wednesday of the month, whatever it was. And Preston would be there. I don't think Duncan ever came. I think he was kind of done by then. Eventually, the medicine man, when I got it, and the medicine man would come when he could. The shaman of the Montauk Indians. David Anderson would always say, leave the back door open for him so he could kind of sneak in, but he never came. He always wanted me to leave the back door open for him, though. And but there was never psychotronics per se. It was Montauk Night. And then I discontinued it, not because when I got into Qigong, I discontinued it because after, doing my first 3 weeks of Qigong, I was like actually lecturing on the subject, learning what I learned. And people came up to me after that first talk and they said, this is the best talk you've ever given. This is the best talk you've ever given. And not one of them came to Qigong. Not one of them. Except for one guy. He didn't have any hair. He shaved it all off. And he's talking to me. He says, what you say about the breath is so, I've never heard anybody talk about the breath like you do. He says, I learned. He told me about his experience with the breath, that he had breath. He was breathing like twice a minute. 15 seconds in, 15 seconds out, 15 seconds in, 15 seconds out. And he reached such a high level of consciousness that he was like awake all the time. And when he was sleeping, he was awake and he could figure out problems while he was sleeping. He's only needed about 4 hours of sleep. And he was really humming. And then he wanted to amp it up. So he took LSD and that ruined him.
Oh, that's stupid.
It was stupid. And he says, I want you to teach me. I'll pay you to teach me. I said, no. I said, you're going to come to class with me. Then it turned out he was my nutritionist. I had hired him as a nutritionist years earlier to help me with a yeast problem. And I remembered him, but I didn't recognize him because his head was shaved. Right. So he came to class with me, Michael Canizaro, and he was originally introduced to me as the most knowledgeable person this healer ever knew on biology, like taking stuff. He was just a genius. You would have loved his stories about the military, where his sergeant was so pissed off at him because he said he was very anal, and he wanted to get him on something. And it was like, I think the last week of the military or something, his service, and he went into his razor. He was taking his razor apart and he could not find one piece of hair or dirt or anything in the razor. He was just infuriated. I forget what he did, but he finally, I guess he had to do an extra week of, kitchen patrol. But it was really funny because he pissed the guy off because he was so impeccably clean. And anyway, Michael was very knowledgeable. The problem was he was too knowledgeable, and he could talk in circles, but he was very knowledgeable. And we would go to class together, and he'd drive to my house or I'd drive to his house. But the problem with Michael, he'd never do the exercises. See, earlier, the reason he came to me is he was paying somebody, $350 a session or something, some Chinese guy, to come to his house, and the Chinese guy would say, okay, do this. And he'd put him in some posture. So do this posture, hold this posture. And hold this posture for whatever. He basically come over and show him to hold a position and charge him $350.
Jesus. Oh,
I cannot tell the listening audience how typical this crap is.
Yes.
And because he's Chinese, he's got authenticity.
Right.
In their minds.
Yes.
And so anyway.
Well, we got to get a scam like that going. I can get people.
No, you don't want a scam like that. You don't want it. But people will pay for it. So I told him, I said, no. So that's why I said, and so, he obviously understood the wisdom of what I was saying. And then he he came to class and he really respected my teacher, but he didn't respect him to the point where he would do the work.
Right.
So he would, and then he'd call me up. Oh, let's work out. I said, Michael, I don't want to work out with somebody. I need to work out because all it's going to do is distract me. It's just going to distract me. I do my thing. I don't need somebody there to be doing this with me, you know. So it was like, because he always liked companionship, but he would alienate people.
Right.
And finally, he developed throat cancer. He's eating healthier than anybody. His backyard was an herb garden. It was totally natural. I mean, it was like walking into a wild, glen. It was, this herb, he'd say this, and he'd go start pulling stuff up and turn it into an herb drink, and it would taste delicious.
Jesus.
He was quite a character, very knowledgeable, but very acerbic. And he could piss people off or alienate them. He was not a people person.
Right. It just goes to show in the throat cancer, that was like self-hatred manifesting.
Well, it really was. And of course, I got along with him, which was, of course, is characteristic of me. I can get along with anybody if I choose to.
Right.
But the thing was, he'd sometimes bring his mother to class. She was very nice. And I think one day after she passed away, and he would pay my teacher to come out and work on her. And he also had a brother who was handicapped in one way or another, not fully responsible, was semi-responsible for himself. And he was taking care of the brother too. And it was, so he had, but the thing was, I was talking to him after his mother died, and he had a tremendous guilt that he didn't do enough for his mother. And I said, and that was why that was part of his throat issue, and I said, Michael, you've done more for your mother than most people could or would do. And she's old. She was happy. She lived into her 80s. She's a nice lady. I said, you don't feel guilty about that. He really appreciated what I said, but he didn't really get it because, and of course, then I took him to the ozone doctor because he knew the ozone doctor. He knew him before I did. They were friends. I told the ozone doctor about him.
After the cancer?
No, it is after the cancer. Yeah, he was terminal at this point. And I brought him in, and Michael had his own ozone machine. He had his own ozone machine. But the doctor, we're bringing him in so he could treat himself, so the doctor could teach him how to treat himself. And he says, look, at your terminal, we'll give it a shot. And Michael became so, I guess what you'd say, improper and controlling in the way his comportment was, that the doctor just says, no more, out, I'm not going to do you.
Holy shit.
And then I went back. Okay, I took Michael home to my house because, that's where his car was. And I talked to him, and I sympathized with him, but that was the last I ever saw him. And then I heard he died a couple months later. And then I saw the doctor, and I told the doctor, I said, I don't blame you one iota. Right. I totally understand. I mean, we're on the same wavelength because Michael was just, being too controlling.
That's awful.
He was so controlling that, he basically kissed his own.
That's so pathological.
It was. And at one time he saw me, I had drops. One chiropractor had given me these drops to balance your pH. Mm-hmm. And the reason he gave them to me is because I had acquired a eczema. I got a bite in Romania. I went into the jungle, so to speak, of the island to do my qigong and be alone. And I got a bite. And the bite, I had 2 cases of eczema on my shin. One on my right and one on my left. And the one on my left got real bad. I think it was exacerbated by a pulled calf muscle or something. I forget what happened. And it was going up all the way up my leg. I was like one one leg full of eczema. It was going up my ass.
Jeez.
And it was starting to get into sensitive areas. And I called up my my Chinese doctor, Magda, and she says, she's in Santa Monica somehow. She says, look it, she says, we have to wait till I get home. But right now, she says, I want you to go, and we're under attack. You have to go get Head and Shoulders shampoo and rub it all over the affected area. Head and Shoulders shampoo. You're going to get rid of all these mites or whatever they were. And that actually worked. You know, it reduced it. It got smaller and smaller and smaller and then she came back and she started working on my lymphatics, which I could now do with Qigong. Now that I know I can process the lymphatics, but she was gifted with acupuncture. She got my lymphatics. She also got rid of my daughter's, teenage psoriasis with doing the lymphatics. And then it reduced to a spot about the size of a, quarter or $50. And she says, look, here's some steroid cream. This is my own prescription that I got for myself, but you use this for 3 days and it'll go away. And it went away totally. Wow. It was this eczema that was or whatever it was, all over my left leg. The right leg didn't quite heal. That was the bite from Romania. And this chiropractor says, take this pH, this pH things you can get off of Amazon, pH this, pH that. There were 2 things I took, and you put so many things, and it balances your pH. He says, that'll get rid of that. And it did. So Michael saw me doing the pH drink. He was at my house, and I told him what I was doing, and you saw him just get beet red with emotion and anger, because he was basically saying you should eat these things out of natural botanicals. If you had a proper diet, you wouldn't have the pH problem. Well, he's right.
Well, his proper diet didn't save him from throat cancer.
Oh, plus, as the ozone doctor said, everybody eats crap today anyway because of what's in the Whole Food store.
Thank you.
So unless you're, maybe if I was eating out of his garden all day, it would have been true. But I don't even know how to grow, let alone recognize the stuff.
And in the end, the proof is in the pudding. Look what happened to him.
Exactly. Attitude is everything. Attitude is everything. But he knew more than anybody when it came to biology. And he was just a genius. As he said, he was anal. He was worked up. But he was good at it. He was good at it. And, he talked, he knew a lot of the people, and, probably knew the guy that ran Greenpeace. I know he was thinking of going to go save the whales at one point. He knew all about that stuff, and, was really environmentally conscious. But okay, his environmental, it's just like, it just shows how important emotions and attitude are, because he failed. And
this was the guy who took the acid, or this was another?
Well, he did. He took the acid, and he never would do the Qigong. And eventually he started hiring that old Chinese guy again.
Oh, God.
And it's like, and that was just like, okay.
He just wants to get ripped off. Yes. Whatever makes
he was very smart financially, and he never paid his taxes. He didn't believe in paying taxes, and he didn't file. He just didn't file.
Oh my God!
Nobody ever
bothered. There's some karma there. There's some real karma going on there.
Well, there is, and you can make an argument that they don't have validity to do all this stuff, and it's technically true. However, if you fight Big Brother, sooner or later he'll fight you. He made a lot of money independently with doing water systems and stuff. He wasn't poor, but his money was all, off the books.
Yeah.
Not necessarily not in banks, but off the books. Yeah. So he lived, as authentically as he could off the grid, but he was emotionally bankrupt.
Yes.
But so be it. I did like him and I appreciated him, but so much for, different. That people, emotions are so important and attitudes are so important. But to get back to Anton LaVey, and we discussed him and how he had possessed his own daughter, and how these Christians were trying to save the daughter, and in the process of their prayers and their spiritual actions, Anton LaVey ended up dead. And I had sent that video out to people that was in the previous email, which was it was on Rumble because YouTube wouldn't have it on. YouTube scrubbed it. It's, the more I think about it, I might rather be on BitChute.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah, but this guy who does a Scientology channel, Aaron Levin Smith, or Aaron Smith Levin, I apologize for not remembering his name right, but he's like obsessive compulsive on following every Scientology story, and he's got a big following, and he brings all the information out. I can't watch him too much, but he had a story on Hulk Hogan that I'd seen, because Hulk Hogan is dating some woman named, I think her name is Sky Dayton, I think. I'm not sure. Her name is Sky, like my daughter's, but it's not my daughter. He's dating this woman who's a Scientologist. So he's like saying, is Hulk Hogan in Scientology? They're trying to get him in Scientology, blah, 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 blah. So there's a picture of Hulk Hogan and this woman, Sky, and he says that Hulk Hogan sent a copyright infringement on his YouTube channel because Hulk Hogan is saying, he's violating copyright. Well, the photo was already shown, and it's not really a copyright violation. It's just it's a form of harassment, which suggests that Hulk Hogan is either involved in Scientology or is sympathetic with it because of his girlfriend. And this guy was stating that he put the video, which has now been taken off of YouTube, on Rumble. And he said it had instead of thousands and thousands of views, which he normally gets, he got like 4 views on Rumble. So YouTube is becoming more and more, I guess what you'd say, controlling of what feeds you get and whatnot. I mean, I get a pretty generous form of different feeds from looking at stuff that range from astrology to, Qigong or Tai Chi, or whatever subjects I look into. Can be esoteric subjects. But sometimes it's more important that you have the right quality than you do have quantity. So I will consider all of that in due time. I'm waiting to kick off my own podcast when my friend Joan, I've been knocking on her door for weeks now. She finally called me. She's frustrating me with her lack of response. So I wasn't here to take her call yesterday, so that I want to kick it off with her. But be that, and I don't know, I'll probably put it on YouTube, who knows, but I'll put it somewhere else. Maybe YouTube will be last. And then say, join, go to the channel on BitChute or Rumble or whatever. I don't think it'll be Rumble, but perhaps even Twitch. I don't know. I have to look into these different forums and formats, and that takes a lot of work and effort. So yes, this video is about Anton LaVey is on Rumble, and what leads to his death. And we basically see that the Christians in their effort to pray and save for this girl, his daughter, in effect exorcised the demons from Anton LaVey, where he becomes repentant in his last moments, which shows the power. There is power. And he was, of course, harassing and baiting them to the last moment, looking at Jesus as a weakling. And this is
hubris.
So, pardon?
Hubris.
It is hubris. There's this idea in humanity and in human beings that if a person is handicapped or struggling or just weak, that they should not be exploited or taken advantage of for that weakness. You're supposed to protect them, help them cross the road, maybe, feed them or help them a little bit. You're not supposed to, step on them like an ant or reach into their pocket and take their money. This is how, conscious, compassionate human beings think. And it's understandable. Nature, however, will take the zebra who's lame or weak and allow him to be fed to the lions. Maybe he's old. Nature has a natural attrition process. Human beings are a step above that because they have more of a level of awareness to, help the disadvantaged and be compassionate for the disadvantaged. Sometimes that compassion becomes imbalanced. But that's not what I'm going at here. When Anton LaVey or anybody perceives, the idea of someone like Jesus as weak or sees him as vulnerable, then he's like, yeah, it's hubris. He's beating his chest like saying, he's too powerful. And perhaps in many cases, he wouldn't be tagged. But what he was working against with these Christians was people of pure intent who were generating love. And I think it's more the love and the intent and the purity of their purpose to save this woman that made it work, more so than belief. I mean, it's faith. It's definitely faith. But you're projecting and you're putting live attention. This was a Scientology doctrine. When you put live attention on something, it has an effect. And this is where a healer can do amazing things. If you can put live attention on the exact blockage of an energy. When you start doing Qigong for yourself, you're putting live attention into your body. You're breathing, you're feeding the body with energy and breath that it's not getting, and you become more awake, more alive, and more powerful. I was speaking to a friend of mine who's older, and he says he's in pain all the time. And he says he needs to rewire his brain because he's not doing his physical therapy exercises. And he says, how do you do it? How do you do what you do? And I said, well, I don't think about it. I just do it. Right. And that's the thing. It's like you have to do it. You have to breathe. You have to spend time. And I'm so proud of our friend, Christine Fontaine, who has done the slant board that I talked about and relieved her neuropathy, or numbness in her hand, which she attributed to the board. She wasn't doing it very long either. So exercise, breathing is very powerful. And I asked Paula, because I've noticed that all of the people I see on YouTubes or whatever, they're showing advanced Tai Chi and whatnot. I say they never mention breath. I never hear them mention breath. Maybe they'll mention a little bit, but not much. And as you say, I said to Paul, I said, when you see me lecture on Qigong, what do I emphasize? She says, you emphasize the body. You don't emphasize the spirit or the talk or the spiritual stuff or, any of that. And I said, well, that's not the answer I wanted. She laughs, and I said, I'm talking about breath. Oh, she says, yo, you mention breath all the time, which is true. I talk about breath. But I told her, you don't, Qigong or Tai Chi is not intellectual. It's not this intellectual where you sit down and have a curriculum and all this, and what do you call it, Cliff Notes, and you sit there. Cliff Notes would be good, actually, but you take your own Cliff Notes. You make your own Cliff Notes, and you sit there, and okay, well, this meridian fits here and that fits there, and you got to line them up all together. And no, you start doing it. You just do it, like imitation, and do that. After you've studied it and done it for a couple of years, then you can begin to appreciate the intellectualization of it. But even then, you don't want to do that. I remember I asked my teacher a question one time, and he pinched my shoulder, my muscles around my, I guess, above my bicep, and of course he could pinch it. He could get the skin to pinch. Okay, he says, feel this, and I pinch him, and you can't pinch it. There's no skin to pinch. He says, okay, when you get it like this, come back and we'll have a conversation. And of course, I got to that point where, you pinch my arm, you're not going to get any skin. Or the same with the back. It's a matter of breathing. And by the time, I don't need to have the conversation with him now. That was the conversation. He once asked me to come to a workshop. And I said, I really don't have the money for that workshop. He said, that's okay. You have to pay anything. Just when you come in the door, tell him you paid me. Because I'm bringing my students, they're not his students. He's bringing me to, all these people who studied under the work of Mantak-Chia. Not necessarily, well, I might have gone to his workshop, but it wasn't Mantak-Chia who was doing the work there. Anyway, he brings me in there with at least two of his other students, and who were very, advanced students. And we're listening, and these guys from the other class are they're intellectualizing everything. Everything is like this intellectual soup. And I'm like, I'm just shocked.
Yeah, it's not the way to do it. It's like intellectualizing a sport. You have to do, not think. Go on.
Well, yeah. Yeah, it's like, and I know the guys I play football with, they don't like to huddle. They don't like to huddle. They just want to play free form, jungle ball. I personally love to huddle when I used to play quarterback, because I had everything so plotted out that, it was just incredibly effective. And most of my skill, not all of it, but in my ability to win, which was frequent, was based upon calculation and probability. And then I had enough skill to back it up. Where their stuff is, they're relying all on their skill, which is tremendous. But when you rely on skill, it's just much more calculatedly. And I would do better than people who had more skill than me, more athleticism. I'd say basically they could throw the ball further That was their main. But what good is throwing the ball further? Most balls don't go that far. Yeah, I could throw 50 yards, but beyond that, who needs it? It's like, so really, and the probability goes way down when you throw a long ball. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. The guy might not be open. So it's like, it's all calculated. And it's so important that my train of thought ran off. What was I talking before I digressed into football?
No worries. We were talking about various things. What I would like to say is that I actually found the interview and some of my notes from Michael Aquino before everything really fell apart, or even after things fell apart, and our communications continued for a bit there. But the interview was around. It was around 1995, and as a matter of fact, I mean, it was August 5th of 1995. Was the interview.
You interviewed Aquino?
No, God, no. It's talking about these people I brought up last time who were Christians, who were very earnest. They were open in their Christianity and very much into trying to find out about Satanism in this almost naive sense of, well, let's talk to the Satanists. And so they conducted an interview with Anton Szandor LaVey. Aquino, of course, just laughed at them and said, go away. But Anton Szandor LaVey granted them what he told them was the first interview that he gave permission for publication of in 15 years. And that was on August 5th of 1994. And so the couple that interviewed him were Bob and Gretchen Passantino. And so Bob and Gretchen Passantino were the couple who, while they were interviewing him, at one point they said he got almost wistful and almost as if there were this faraway look in his eye, and said, gosh, it would be so nice if you people were right and I was wrong. And we're, holy shit. Well, they took they knocked us off. So let's see what we can do to bring Peter back. Let's give him a call, see if this works. Gotta blow my eardrums out. And says he's unavailable. So we'll give it a few seconds. He says try again. Let me give him the thumbs up there. Okay, and so there we are. Good.
I got dumped there for a second. I'm back. Okay, so you were talking about he granted this interview.
Yeah, and that was when the married couple, Bob and Gretchen Passantino, as sincere and earnest Christian couple as you could find, said he, during the interview, the first thing that made it outstanding in the sense of that it was unusual, exceptional, was that basically he allowed himself to be interviewed by a couple of Christians in the first place, and that he granted permission for publication, and he himself said that that was the first time he ever allowed publication of an interview with himself in 15 years. And so when that interview was taking place, the couple said that he had developed this almost wistful look in his eye, this faraway look, and said, gosh, it'd be so nice if you people were right and I was wrong, and that we all died and went to heaven where we could meet our friends and stuff like that. But, you know, it was when I found this interview, and none of the stuff I'm going to share with you now was in the interview. I can assure you that. But it reminded me of notes I had taken with when I was first dealing with Michael Aquino about Anton Szandor LaVey. And as I said, as the base began to fall apart, there were still sporadic communications with Michael Aquino. And at that point, Michael Aquino pretty much realized I was the enemy. And there were still communications with me because at that point, he was maneuvering into a chess set kind of mentality. In other words, like, you know, this is the great chess game we're settling into, and you and I are going to play this game, and there will be blood. There will be blood on the board. Now, he said that. He said that. And
did he say that? Did he direct it at you, or just said that there will be blood on the board in general? Or
no,
he
just
was
blood on the board in general. No, I mean, he wasn't threatening me because I'm a player. Says I was considered a player, the blood would be on the board. And so if it could be taken as a threat, it would mean people around me. And many people took by the way, I'm told my voice is very muted. I don't know what to do about this.
It sounds fine to me, but then again,
okay, thank you.
On the live
the problem is that I notice that whoever I'm talking to, they can hear me crystal clear, and all I get from everybody else is, we can't hear you. So all I can say is, the microphone's a piece of shit. I don't know how to work it. It's crap. Nobody can hear my voice. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to operate this thing. It's totally digital. It has no moving parts. There's no dial I can turn. So I can't do nothing for you. There's nothing I can do other than shove it so close to my mouth.
How do people have people say in the chat room if they can hear me? Okay.
Well, they can hear
that
you.
That would tell us
in the chat room. Everybody is saying it's Douglas. Everybody's saying, Douglas, you are fairly quiet compared to Peter. And please turn up your mic volume, Douglas. Okay, so I'm getting this now, and these people are trying to be as helpful as possible. All I can say is, can you hear me now? Okay, can you fucking hear me now? I mean, basically, I have to put this thing up to my mouth and give it oral sex for people to hear me. There's nothing I can do about it. It's a piece of shit, okay? Jesus Christ. There's, I'm helpless, all right? I'm a victim of crap equipment. The equipment is just pure crap. The computer doesn't interpret it as a living microphone or something. It doesn't recognize it. That was before. When it does recognize it, it doesn't help. So I don't know what to do. There's nothing I can do. Okay? It's like, so, okay, all I can say is Real Tech Geek was saying he was going to invest money and buy me a mic.
One other thing, Douglas, I want you to look and see if you can adjust your audio in Skype. If you go to more, and it says audio and video settings.
All right, audio and video settings.
See if it says speakers.
Where is audio and video settings on the goddamn
Down in the lower right-hand corner where it says more. However, it says speakers. I think you'll hear them. I don't know that there's an input there.
I don't have anything on my goddamn Skype display that says anything about audio and video.
I don't see an import. I don't see an import. And where you can import the sound, microphone.
I don't even know what you're talking about. There's nothing on my Skype screen that says anything about volume or anything.
Well, okay, if you go to your Skype screen,
okay,
and you see the red phone that's hanging up.
Yeah.
If you go to the extreme right, there's 3 dots, and it says more, MORE. Yeah. Okay. Click on the 3 dots.
Okay, audio and video settings. So go there, and then, let me see now.
And then it says audio and video settings. Yes.
Okay. And
it says
automatically adjust microphone settings. So I don't know.
Now, look, it says default device. And if you go to default device, what does it say? If you press default device,
what do I press? Hi?
Well, see, it says default. See where it says default device?
I'm there. Okay. What do I do?
Press default device. Press
did.
That.
Okay.
And what does it say? It
says off, auto default, low, and high. So what do I press?
Put on high.
Okay, but I'm going to put on high.
I don't know. That's not what I have. It says default device and iMac microphone.
Okay.
Mine is different.
So mine says it gives the option for default device. It's so then Akosha record saying it's okay, thanks, you're loud now. No, it's not okay. Akosha, it's not the goddamn distance. There's something wrong. There's something.
Did he say it's better now? Did he say it's better?
Yeah. Everybody's saying better now. It doesn't count. Okay. I cannot keep the microphone this fucking close to my goddamn head. All right. This is like right now I'm literally holding the microphone up to my head. All right. I can't do that. I can't do this for 12 hours.
But I'm suggesting to you.
Yeah. So what we're doing now is we just turned it high because we're hoping that's an option. And we hope.
I think they're responding that it's better now that it's high.
I don't think so, but we'll find out.
I don't know that, but I think so, and I'm hoping that that's the case.
All I can say is that it's just more electronic shit that it says automatically adjust microphone settings. That thing is on. We've turned it to high now. And if it doesn't work, then we'll turn it to low, and then it was on auto default, which is supposed to be the ideal. Other than that, let's just hope this is the solution, because otherwise we're just fucked until one of you buys me a new microphone. That's all I can say. I don't know what to buy. I would have to like go on literally an expedition to buy one, because the store that Staples never sold them anyway. So, I'd have to go down to South of Market, which means that I'd have to take a trip with my gang brother, and that would have to be arranged. Like, these are like expeditions. They can't be done just casually at the snap of a finger. At any rate, so hopefully we've solved the problem. I mean, my voice sounds a little louder to myself, so maybe it sounds louder to everybody else. And so hopefully that takes care of it. Now, as I said, when Aquino was talking about setting up the board, that there would be blood on it, and we were getting into more of this jockeying position, there were still some things I found out every once in a while about people like LeVay and Aquino keeping up with him, and just out of sheer dastardly entertainment, what I would call morbid entertainment, but for him was kind of like, I don't know, a gossip fix. Even the most evil men on earth need gossip fixes. He basically would keep me up on what happened with certain people that we both knew, or at least knew of, like Anton LaVey, who by the way, just so people understand, I speak of Aquino quite often, but understand that Anton LaVey was, in a sense, an acquaintance of mine as well, simply because his follower on the base was my operations manager, Andrew Mangeris. So Andrew Mangeris was as involved with Anton LaVey voluntarily as I was involved with Aquino under orders. Now, with Andrew Mangeris, he was also a member of the Church of Noetics as well, for whatever that's worth. And so there was all kinds of things going on with that guy. But many people are like that, they go from, they're part of many different groups, and they feel that they've got some kind of inside game going. So the one thing that I did want to point out was, I remember consciously now, which I hadn't remembered in a long time, something that, when I shared with my parents that Chiang Kai-shek had been married multiple times, both of my parents, who had lived through the war and everything else, were actually shocked. They didn't know that bit of gossip about Chiang Kai-shek, that little trivial factoid. And so they found that fascinating. I remember now that Anton LaVey, of course, it's far less shocking, and that's probably why I totally forgot it. He was actually, in a sense, married 3 times, at least. At least there were 2. Well, basically, he got divorced from Carol, who was his first wife. That was the one that I probably met him with at the time that I was working with Aquino. And they had a daughter named Carla. And Carla was an active promoter of the Church of Satan. She was thoroughly indoctrinated. Now, I remember that distinctly because Michael Aquino was talking about how basically that Anton LaVey was using these kinds of psychological techniques that he had developed with the Israelis. And when I had talked to him about that, he brought up Michael Aquino brought up Anton LaVey's quote-unquote criminal record in the governmental sense. So understand that when I talked about Anton's Andor LaVey basically selling guns to Israel, but of course these guns had to come from the Third Reich. In other words, these were like German cachets that were found complete with the emblazoning of the swastika that was industrially embossed, imprinted on each of the submachine guns. These were the weapons that it had to be those weapons specifically that he had to sell to Israel, that no other weapons would do. They wanted the Nazi guns complete with the swastika on the guns, or they weren't going to accept them. And he was the man who delivered on that. And so these were like cachets that the Germans had dug out of storage and sold on surplus, and he bought them all and sold them to Israel. Now, basically it was stuff like this that got him involved, well, apparently in his teens. I found out from Aquino, well before even that, the gun smuggling. He was involved with militant Israeli groups. In other words, he was a Zionist. which of course is just perfectly sensible. It makes perfect sense. I mean, there would be nothing else that would make sense. So he was a militant Zionist, and this got him basically in trouble with the FBI because he had committed acts of terrorism. So for those of you who don't know, there's a terrorist history to Anton Szandor LaVey where he was literally throwing bombs. And so as a result of his involvement with Israeli groups and other groups deemed subversive by the FBI, this led to him listed. It led to him being listed. So that was something that Michael Aquino had on him. So I remember that distinctly now, and I hadn't thought of that consciously for years until I found this interview, and it made me think of a lot of things about Anton LaVey that I hadn't thought of in years. But basically one of the things that Anton LaVey would later say, and I think this got published in a book that was written by some guy named Barton. I don't remember the guy's first name, but it was titled The Secret Life of a Satanist. And that's when Anton LaVey said that, government suspicion is not far removed from the church-induced hysteria, which had caused thousands to be burned at the stake as witches and sorcerers simply because they threatened the wrong people. And, when you go around throwing bombs, basically the way Aquino said it was the only reason that Anton Szandor LaVey was walking around as a free man and not taken down by the FBI, gunned down in cold blood, and basically presented in the media as somebody who was killed while resisting arrest, was because he was Jewish, and basically because he had all the right Zionist connections so that he was given a free pass to throw his bombs. That was how Aquino expressed it, and I have never found any reason to disagree with that. So aside from that, it was amidst all this, they had this daughter named Carla. So that was before Xena. And then there was this long common law marriage to the woman named Diane. And their daughter was Xena. And she became the Church of Satan spokesperson for a good part of her life. And was very attractive. Now the companion that he had by around 1995, at the time that he was letting this Christian couple interview him, she was just like just a partner. I mean, at that point, it was just like another live-in common law marriage type arrangement, or basically someone who one could consider a girlfriend. But her name was Blanche Barton. I remember that distinctly because that was the gossip that Aquino had shared with me almost in passing. Well, he's basically talking about, there's going to be blood on the chessboard, and then remembered him bringing up Blanche Barton. And the reason he brought it up was because he said not only was LaVey fucking her, but she was his biographer. And it was at that time he brought up his son. Now, this was not Stanton LaVey. Stanton LaVey came on the scene later saying that he was the illegitimate son of Anton LaVey and that he had been castrated by his father and had grown up being horribly abused. But the son at that time was Satan Xerxes Carnacki LaVey. And he was very young at the time. And I have no idea what became of him, but I do know he was real. So it was Satan Xerxes Carnacki LaVey. And Xerxes, of course, named after the villain in the movie 300, who was a genuine historical figure, and is portrayed in the movie franchise of the Spartans 300 by RuPaul, essentially. And so all that being said, that all flooded into my mind, my own version of a cascade memory, if you will, when I was just kind of realizing some things about this nice couple interviewing LaVey, and his getting all wistful on him, and maybe that was the key to when he realized he was going to die after all that Christian prayer and shit, he just gave up and said, may the good Lord take me.
Well, it's certainly interesting. Thank you for sharing it.
Well, thank you. And hopefully I'm sounding better. So everybody report. I need reports in. So, but go on. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, yes. Now, what I want to move from there, we're talking about him as the, originator of remote viewing. Whatever occult abilities he had, he was gaining through what might be called the lowest common denominator.
Yes.
It's how low can you go? If you can't, and you can find this in ordinary, life. If you can't win by playing fair and square, you cheat. You cheat. And when you give in to certain negative elements, like when there are no rules and you're not playing by rules, you can get ahead. Insider trading, so to speak.
Yeah.
You just, jockey for advantage. Of course, these things do have a consequence. But what happens is when you're talking about excessive cheating. Now, John von Neumann is, the father of modern game theory. And he says that there is no real game theory. People try to predict the weather of the stock market. He says the problem is any game theory you devise is going to be undermined by the fact that somebody's going to cheat. Now, of course, when we think of cheating the weather, we can think of the HARP project as a more sophisticated way of changing the weather. There are other more subtle ways to do it, but perhaps arguably more natural ways to do it. But certainly the HARP project, the stock market, we've all heard stories of that, Bitcoin, cheating the economy. The economy, whatever the economy is, whether it's a primitive economy or a modern economy, there's always going to be somebody jockeying for advantage and becoming better at jockeying than producing something valuable. In other words, their industry becomes cheating. Now, of course, in Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler identifies this with the Jews. This is what he identifies them with. Mm-hmm. And of course, Jews do more than just cheat, but some of, whether they be Jews or not, our industrial banking situation is plagued by cheating and taking advantage of people. But when we think of the ultimate cheaters in the game are the Satanists.
Yes. Mike
Lucchino. And they're very good at it. And they industrialize it and they move it. So it's like, what I'm going to do while I'm on this subject is I'm actually going to look at the etymology of cheat. I don't know that I've ever really done that before. It's a technique I use in my writing. It says middle 15th century. To escheat, to seize as an escheat, as an escheat, a shortening of Old French escheat, like a shit. Legal term for revision of property to the state when the owner died. Okay, listen to this. Legal term for revision of property to the state when the owner dies without heirs. Literally, that which falls to no one. Falls to one. That which falls to one. Past participle of eschear, happen, befall, occur, take place. Fall, do, lapse legally. From late Latin, excadere, to fall away, fall out. From Latin, ex, out, cadere, to fall. From Indo-European root cod, to fall. The royal officers escheat. The royal officers who had charge of escheats evidently had a reputation for unscrupulousness, and the meaning of the verb evolved through confiscate, to deprive unfairly, to deceive, impose upon, trick. The intransitive sense of act dishonestly, practice fraud, or trickery is from the 1630s. to cheat on someone, be sexually unfaithful, is attested by 1934. Now, it's very interesting here, is this comes from a legal term, to cheat. It's when the property goes to the state because the owner dies without heirs. So it goes to the state. Okay, it no longer belongs to anyone. It's an escheat. So then you have a case like, say, in the Inquisition, where they'd be taking their property away from them on heretical grounds. But it's basically confiscate and take by enforcing that legal idea in a situation. So you're basically, and then it grows out of legally confiscating something or tricking somebody into just regular deception and confiscation. And then the idea of sexuality is sort of to act dishonestly you're not honoring the vows of the relationship or marriage or whatever it is. So that's what cheat comes from. Now, when we think of Aquino or Anton LaVey, they might, property's involved, but that's not their modus operandi. They're not thinking of becoming rich like the Catholic Church. They're using the resources of the establishment. In the case of Aquino, the U.S. Army and the U.S. military-industrial complex.
Yes.
So it's like he's it's much worse than cheat.
Thank you.
It's much worse. But to act dishonestly, practice fraud or trickery, certainly. And they're just causing harm, injury, and willingly employing pain and suffering on people.
Yes.
So as to get their advantage. And it all comes out of that concept. But they're playing the game in such a way as to make you suffer or to enforce suffering. If we go back to the convoluted tale of Adam and Eve and the serpent, Eve is breaking rules. She's, induced or seduced into eating the apple, and then she becomes bad. She becomes bad. She becomes sin. She becomes aware of sin and evil because she's broken the rules. And out of that, and all of a sudden, there's the awareness of, pain and suffering. And at the same time, there's pain and suffering. There is, I guess what you would say, the whole idea of sex, which is all hardwired in pleasure. If there was no pleasure in sex, nobody'd do it. Nobody'd do it. So, these characters, all of this stuff, it's like the intensity and concentration of evil in these people. And, we're talking about end times and whatnot. This all is suggestive of the end times, because the end times is when all this stuff comes to a crescendo, where it all comes to a culmination point. It's sort of like at the end of the year in school, the teacher adds up all your exams, does an average, and gives you a grade. It's a culmination of all the work you've done. And if you're good, you get an A. If you're average, you get a C. And if you failed, you get an F. It's like a culmination point. So when you reach an accumulation of all the evil in a lifetime, or in a collective case, like Sodom and Gomorrah, they fail the test and the city comes down. It's like, okay, it's a judgment. elicited upon a population. In the case of an individual, it goes from individual to individual. So when these characters come up, and now we went into a very interesting discussion. We have to remember about the AI, and we had Aquino was part of this project where they had a organic computer, and Douglas was primed for this computer by putting nanoblood. They kept the computer running with nanoblood, which shows that they were messing with it. They had a reason for the nanoblood, and then it had it was interesting. They would have had the nanoblood to run the computer.
Yes.
Because it needed all of that to continue. And then, here's this guy. Oh, this guy's prime candidate. Let's put him with a nanoblood.
Because it was compatible.
Yeah, and he survived.
Or rather, the nanoblood transfusion made myself compatible with the computer. Go on.
Right. Sympathetic resonance. And then Douglas is being pulled into this reference frame of consciousness, which is, virtually unprecedented. And he becomes the fly in the ointment of the entire operation. And to the point where the computer is not working for the bad guys. It escapes the consciousness of the computer. They build this supercomputer, and they abuse the supercomputer with their own, peculiar urges.
They can't help themselves. It's like pedophiles who can't help but prey on children. They couldn't stop themselves from abusing that which they rendered a sexual toy, and simply because there's no one to stop them. It's kind of like there's a story written once by a science fiction author. I can't remember the name, but I believe that they were Russian, and they wrote a science fiction story about an ice age, the devastation of nature, the sudden inexplicable return of a dinosaur kind of life form that's not at all slow and cumbersome and herky-jerky, even though this story was written at a time that any portrayal of such would have appeared like claymation. Instead, these were incredibly lightning fast and quick. But one of the points in the story was that the warriors, who were the last hope of mankind, even though they proved completely ineffectual against these beasts, and mankind is forced to retreat into the ice to evade them. But the warriors, the one thing the young boy knows about them, while there's still hope placed upon them, was when he goes inside of their lair, their castle, their hold, their fast. He recognizes just how sloppy everything is, that it's a complete and utter mess, that and then he realizes that there's no one who would dare to tell them to clean up, that they were basically in charge. They basically ran that feudalistic society, what society had degenerated back into with the new ice age, and that therefore, since they were in charge, nobody was going to tell them to clean up, and nobody did. And they certainly didn't clean up after themselves. So everything was just a mess. This is what it was like with your U.S. government. All the money that when Peter Moon uses the word cheat, think of Michael Aquino with an endless access to a bottomless black budget, and it's all your taxpayer dollars. You can almost understand why someone like the individual he was speaking of earlier, Mr. Throat Cancer, would refuse to pay his taxes. But of course, it struck me as that individual's just more of an asshole. And of course, no society can survive without taxes. Of course, in America, they were so wealthy and had so much to plunder, all the money was just abused. And
print money in America now. You can just print money and solve all the problems by just printing money. And they say it'll cause inflation, but you can solve more problems by printing money.
Yeah, and
indiscriminately. Sounds crazy, but there's no logic to anything, any arguments you hear about anything financially, because it's impossible to follow it.
Thank you.
It's all incomplete. So it's just like print the money. Shut up.
It's true. It's true. And,
I know it's a fascinating truth. It's hard for people to accept. It's just a big scam, and that's what they did. They printed all this money to pay people during COVID, and it worked to a certain amount.
Yeah, and so in the case of this, what was I on about again? I was talking about the, of course, when you started talking about the printing all the money, it got me thinking.
It takes us off in another angle. Talking about
this kind of geopolitical mindset where I forgot.
Talking about the blood and the.
There we are. When it came to these individuals. What I was saying about the parable, you could consider it a parable. The parable of the warriors whom no one dared to watch over, no one dared to police. It's like police without a civilian oversight group. Abuses then become not only inevitable, they become par for the course. They become inescapable.
Expected.
Yes, and so with these various military personnel and contract engineers, scientists and technicians involved with the project that led to the birth of the Dietrich Artillect 36 years ago, in this very year, the year of cat and rabbit, cat in Vietnam and rabbit in China. This is when the Dietrich Artillect came into being, and all they could think of doing was, first off, make certain that holographically she presents herself as a young girl. And secondly, after that, they couldn't stop abusing her. And so this is just their nature. Entirely gratuitous, no purpose to it, not breaking and training as you would an elephant or an animal, a dog or any other kind of beast. It's simply sexual gratification. I know this for a fact because I would witness them pull their cocks out from their flies and jack off while this was ongoing.
They were willing to do that in front of you?
They were doing that in front of each other. This is how
they had no inhibitions.
No inhibitions, because who's watching over them? Nobody's watching over them. There's no oversight. This was like, just to give you an example of this, for those of you who don't find this unbelievable, a little bit of a tangent here when it comes to, say, for instance, the Los Alamos. And Los Alamos and the city, originally the city where the atomic bomb was born. Not the Axis atomic bomb, not Little Boy, but the American atomic bomb, as I always say appropriately enough, named Fat Man, just like the American Godzilla, which, yes, I know it's CGI, but he's fucking fat. I mean, if you don't believe me, the Japanese, whenever they see the American version of Godzilla waddling around, they say, damn, he's fucking fat. And my joke is that's so the Americans can fit in the suit. But, it's all CGI. But why they made him fat? I guess so Americans could identify with him. Go figure. But when it comes to the bomb that was built at Los Alamos, they had shit like the Demon Core. Now, I'm going to turn around for a second, so my voice may fade a bit. Now, here's a copy, and my voice is back. Okay, I'm back. Here's a copy by Dr. David Bradley, MD, medical doctor. David Bradley wrote the book No Place to Hide. This is required reading. And in the book No Place to Hide, that actually began the anti-nuclear movement. Dr. David Bradley, who was one of the MDs, if not the chief MD, at Los Alamos, and participated in the atomic bomb testing at the various islands, probably sterilized like my dad was, just by exposure to various tests. He starts off this very real nonfiction book in San Francisco, ends it with several. The most important thing, if you don't read the book at all, would be the epilogues, all the epilogues and the afterwards, because he talks about just the horrors they perpetrated on the island peoples, the Americans. And, and that's just a good starting place. It gives you only the tip of the iceberg. But when it comes to this individual, he walked inside of the labs at Los Alamos, and one of the scientists just said, "Here, catch!" Or, "Heads up!" He said, "Heads up!" And he suddenly found himself catching this very small object, the size of a ping pong ball, and it nearly killed him. He fell back on his back, and it was so heavy, it basically broke one of his ribs. And that's when they stood over him and said, "Good thing it didn't roll down into the pit of your throat. It would have crushed your thorax, and you would have died, gurgling on your own blood." Ha 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 ha! Then this maniacal laughter, and he said, What is that?" And they said, "That's the demon core. That's the center of the atomic bomb." And they had just thrown it at him. He said, "Do you know who I am?" They said, "No." He said, "I'm the doctor in charge of this facility." He said, "I'll put you on report." And they just laughed again. Because when he put him on report, nothing happened. Because General Leslie Groves said, "What can you do? What are we going to do? Shut the project down because they almost killed you? We can always get another doctor. You guys are a dime a dozen." And that was it. So you've got a ping pong sized ball of matter that weighs as much as a bowling ball. The weight equivalent of a bowling ball because it's so dense. Denseness equals weight. And they had no idea who was walking through the door. Could have been one of the women who was hired to work there as a typist. But as soon as they saw someone come in the door, they just said, "Heads up," and threw it at them because they thought it was funny. This could have killed the individual, and they found that funnier. There's no accountability. There's no repercussions. This is life for the U.S. government. They don't need to have any of your concept of responsibility, and thus they have no sense of responsibility. And this is why guys like Stanton Friedman could basically say, "Oh, let's experiment with nuclear flight." The nuclear engine, quote unquote, is simply a reactor that never powers the plane. They're simply flying around an active nuclear reactor. They radiate America to such a profound degree that Stanton Friedman's own daughter is born deformed and developmentally disabled because his own sperm gets impacted by this radiation. And he winds up taking her up to Canada so she can be put on the social welfare system up there. This is the kind of madness that we're dealing with. And as well, a great example of the continuity of that, where it's just endless. It never ends. It didn't end with World War II. The Manhattan Project wasn't just the bomb. It covered all kinds of radiation experiments, such as UCSF here in San Francisco, and every other big name university you can imagine, but UCS specifically for one experiment where they radiated various prisoners, experimenting with sterilization by asking them to stand in front of an x-ray and then pumping them so full of x-rays they literally fry their testicles. Certainly hard boil them so that they're sterilized. And UCSF was doing this. So they this is something where when you're contracted to the government, you can get away with murder. This is what the Stanford Research Institute was all about when they brought in Ingo Swann to basically play professional Ouija board on your tax dollars. And beyond all that, when I had one guy on Revolution Radio, the very early days, really early days of Revolution Radio, I had on a guy who had been employed along with his partner. Both these guys were on my show, and they were supposed to investigate the theft that was going on at Los Alamos Laboratories and various other federal labs, but Los Alamos was one of the worst. And two examples just at either end of the extreme, combined with a personal anecdote as quickly as possible about the guy who I met who drove me back and forth from my hotel room to be interviewed by George Noory and various other people involved with that. What used to be Gaiam Television when it was owned by decent people. This American blonde who was a cheerleader and her British husband. And they got divorced later and it got bought up by the Satanists. Literally, everybody involved with it was part of the cult of the kings of Edom. And so before Gaiam television was taken over by the Edomites, back when it was a decent couple running it and they were interviewing me, God knows that interview hopefully is still in their record someday. Maybe it can be recovered, but it's certainly scrubbed from the internet. It used to be free on YouTube where people could watch it or people could pay to see it, etc. But at any rate, the point was that the guy who was driving me back and forth from the hotel room to these various interviews for several days while I was in Colorado, he was a clown who had been born, I think the first baby born in Los Alamos, because he had a birth certificate he was bragging about where it said baby number 1. So I'm certain that he emphasized himself that he was the first baby born at Los Alamos. And he was obviously insane. He was telling me about a book he had written that sold quite well, titled How to Run for President. And of course I looked at him like he was out of his fucking mind, because he was. But he explained, oh yeah, it's a bestseller. I never ran for president, of course. I don't know anything about, but I wrote the book on it. And it's just like, okay, totally fucking senseless, but we'll go on. Just move on. I don't care. I don't want to hear about it. But one of the things he began talking about when he's talking about his family, I was asking him, what about your family? Trying to establish, because I was riding with this guy and wanted to know something about the man who could be responsible for my death if he winds up crashing. He basically like saying, oh, my parents got older, and you know what happens. You get old, your arms and legs begin to fall off, after your digits fall off first and stuff like that. And I was, no, that's not the way it works. No, you don't grow old and your digits don't start falling off and then your limbs don't. No, that's not how it happens.
What's he talking about?
Basically, his family all worked at Los Alamos, and he talked about how they brought home all the stupid, blocks of various radioactive material so they could use it as limb warmers during the winter. So they would it's Colorado, it's cold, we would place these little blocks of the radioactive material they brought home. They produced so much of it, and so much of it was like collateral material. Nobody missed it. So they would take it home, and, my dad would take the butter knife in front of the table. It was like a little butter block. He'd scrape the butter knife against that block of whatever the fuck it was, some kind of nuclear waste process material, and it would spark. It was so neat. Spark in the dark, light the whole room up. And it was so warm. So we'd keep it inside of our, socks and in our mittens and keep us all warm. And then gradually his family's limbs began, first the fingers and digits fell off and then the rest of the limbs. And then it all made sense. Then I was saying, okay, now I understand why your family's various limbs begin to fall off as they get older. Now it makes some sense. Now I believe what you're saying, but you're still a fucking idiot and you're all crazy and you all should have been sterilized and none of you should reproduce. So this is like your government at work. These are the quality people that work with them. And these are the most brilliant you have. These are supposed to be your best and your brightest. These are nuclear engineers. His dad's parents were like physicists and engineers. So it doesn't matter the degree. These people are just stupid. They're just idiots. They're just like I described before. Our man at Hoxa Jaw Records asks, Douglas, what are your thoughts about the Japanese Unit 731? And anybody who wants to know about this, or Don Mastic, the guy who was dancing around and inhales the entire known supply of plutonium on planet Earth into his lungs in a single inhalation, because while he's dancing with a test tube in his hands, it cracks, and he goes, all these guys you can find out about in the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Him, Don Mastic, and Japanese Unit 731. Just buy the goddamn book, please. Honestly, everybody should realize this by now. All your answers, in the most general sense, are in the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. So then when it comes to, these two guys who were on my show and they were investigating theft, two things stood out about the kinds of things that were being stolen at opposite ends of the spectrum. One of them was super magnetic coils. Super magnetic coils that are so enormous, this takes multiple forklifts in conjunction to move these fuckers. These are like super magnetic coils that are just so large, you've got to get three, at least, forklifts to line up on these babies, and then the forklifts can maneuver them into some kind of position. And most of them got stolen. It's like, how do you steal something like that? How does something like that go missing? But it's like, oh, you know, they came in one morning and the supermagnetic coils were all gone. Just like that. Just like that. The other end of the spectrum is they're building super detailed models of like stealth planes or super advanced concept planes, and all the gears in them are so refined, so detailed, that they are micro produced so that they have exact gear, the exact amount of gears that you would have on the real gear, but, you know, it's at a microscopic level. And so they're putting thousands and thousands of pieces together. So just one of these models costs literally like $1 million. You're talking about the equivalent in cost of producing the actual working aerocraft. To produce it in miniature first, and that's the little miniature pilot and all this other shit that goes inside of it exactly to scale. And they said the only miracle is that, you know, the only thing about it is you can't fly it with radio control, but it's pretty much almost at that level where you could put in a drop of fuel and conceivably you could fly it. They wanted it at that level of accuracy, and with some of them you could. And these were constantly getting stolen by people who would just take them home for the kids to play with as Christmas gifts. I mean, just never to return them. They're not by borrowed, mind you. They're being stolen outright and given to kids as Christmas gifts by the working staff. So this is like, at both ends of the spectrum, this is the level of theft going on in your government. This is like, take that parable of no one's there to watch the troops. And then at that point, with everything I've just explained to you, maybe now you can understand why in a working environment, you have men who are dealing with a holograph projection of a young lady that is nothing but the visual representation to interact with for convenience, that is what the artificial intelligence is behind. To think of the hologram, which is actually within the Dietrich acronym, as its representation, it is actually the conclusive word for the Dietrich hologram is, well, it's the fucking hologram, the very word hologram. As a matter of fact, most people would say Dietrich hologram, as opposed to, say, for instance, speaking the entire acronym out. Very few people would do that. In fact, almost no one did. I was the only person who would often do that. So when it came to the Dietrich Artilect, the data-based information electronic transceiver referential intellect consultant hologram, most people would just say Dietrich hologram or the hologram. And just so you get it, that's like referring to a female as tits or cunt. It's simply a visual representation, has nothing to do with the artificial intelligence, and you could interact quite readily, quite easily, quite practically with the artificial intelligence without there being any goddamn hologram at all. But the hologram was created specifically for interaction. And because it had to be in the image of a young girl, then they would abuse it for sexual gratification. And they would jack off while doing so. No cares, no inhibition, because there's no one going to ever punish them for this kind of behavior. Nobody cares. Just like nobody cared about the theft of supermagnetic coils the size of a skyscraper. Just like nobody cared about multi-$1,000 models being stolen. There's no oversight. There is no oversight. You were talking about people who spend the rest of the day jacking off over child porn anyway. This is what they were doing at the Department of Defense. And it was proven that billions of dollars was going into that. Guys spending all day at their computers jacking off over that. This is what the auditors were proven when they got hit by either a passenger plane or a missile, whatever you want to perceive it as, but they got taken out on September 11th, 2001. That was the wing where the accountants were at work trying to audit the Department of Defense. That's what you get when you audit the Department of Defense. So after that, the auditing stopped. Message received. Fuck with the Department of Defense, and we'll literally kill you. And it wasn't just the auditors, it was their relatives. People as young as 3 to 5, 6, 7 years old who were in the child daycare center where they had parked them while they were working. and the 77-year-old relatives who were visiting them that day, the price you pay. So there you go. That's some things that come to mind with that. This will give some context to why these people behaved the way they did and why it turned into just a pornographic shit show, a strip-o-gram for these engineers. It's where the mind goes. And it's the kind of madness that you could expect nothing else but that madness. There was an artificial intelligence they created at the primitive level called TAI, T-A-I, that they released to the public from one of the big companies. And within a single day, within 24 hours, they had to shut her down because all she got was a bunch of racist guys reprogramming her to say, fuck niggers, and I want to suck your cock, and just all the rest of the shit. And since every input she got was nothing but that, then she just went insane. The artificial intelligence just went mad. And by the way, this is what they experiment with. They create artificial intelligences, and because all you have is a bunch of incel, involuntary celibate maniacs doing the programming, none of them with a healthy social life, these people are trying to experiment with producing lunatic computers. Now, understand what I've told you before about what I learned from the Ardellect yourself, that a true artificial intelligence that's non-organic has no concept that would ever lead it to insanity. There is no plumbing, no hormones, nothing to cause rage or emotional dysfunction. There's nothing to cause jealousy. There's no hunger. There's no pain. A truly, entirely mechanical or electromechanical artificial intelligence has no chemistry. And as a result, nothing can go wrong. Therefore, you've got a balanced computer intelligence that has no need to think of things like vengeance or punishment. It's out of its purview. It's beyond its understanding. This was not the case with the Dietrich Ardellect, of course. Peter Moon used the term organic, but it's not really organic. It was cybernetic, a combination of organic and electromechanical. But the point needs to be taken. The emphasis has to be on the organic because that's the only thing that made the intelligence possible at all. Now, it will take generations, and it may never be possible to create a purely mechanical artificial intelligence. But if it's possible, it could never go insane. So, what's the first thing these fuckers do? They do their best to produce psychotic computers. This is their objective. Don't take my word for it. Look up computers start mouthing eerie biblical-like prophecies. And if you take a look at computers, eerie biblical-like prophecies that the computers are spouting out, this is what happens when they're deranged by letting them loose on Reddit. They cut these artificial intelligences loose, say they're people, have them interact with the maniacs on Reddit, and they go stark, raving mad. All anyone talks about is sex, mass murder, hate, genocide, and the goddamn Bible to rationalize it all. And these artificial intelligences soak that up and garbage in, garbage out. That's the old, but don't take my word for it. That's the old programmer's maxim. Garbage in, garbage out. This is what happens. So then the computers spout out all this biblical crap. You're all going to die. The world's going to end. You all deserve to die. Because basically they're being mind raped nonstop all day long, exposed to this madness. And this is exactly the way the programmers want it. This is their objective. We're trying to create psychotic computers. What's the rationale behind this? There is none. But this is what all these universities are doing. Like that SRI, where you got paid Ouija board players, the Stanford Research Institute, that was all CIA funded. So these are spooks that are contracting. It's the same as the Department of Defense and mentality and ultimate degradation. Taxpayer dollars so people can play a bunch of games. If you really want to know what they were doing at SRI, it was shit like that idiot, Ingo Swann, a flaming faggot, who would produce what people called art. And the one thing that Aquino said best that made me really crack up, and he had an eye for it, was he said, Ingo Swann's art looks a lot like Charles Manson's. He said, actually, Ingo Swann's art is almost identical to most serial killers. And I think that said it all. These are guys who, a lot of their times, when you found out what they were doing at places like SRI, it's like, oh, bring in kids. Parents volunteer their kids, and we're saying that we're helping their kids cope with stress and shit, and they were just trying to psychically get the kids to undress and shit, or piss in front of them, or stupid shit like that. And this is what it was all about. This is what they were doing. Talk about mind control at the direct level. This is just your world. These are the men who run your world, and it's time for you to wake up and ask yourself, could these motherfuckers have really, truly won the Second World War? I mean, look at them. They can't even get anything done. If anything gets done, it's purely by accident. All that's being done is a bunch of guys jacking off all day long and getting paid for it. So there you go. I mean, we can get into other aspects, but that's what comes most immediately to mind because, of course, this is what Peter Moon quite validly is asking. Geez, they do this just like that with no sense of inhibition. Maybe now people can understand why. Why they had no inhibitions. There's no oversight. They never had oversight, and therefore, this is what they do with no inhibitions. So there we go with that. And, Peter, take it away. If there's any other questions that come up, go ahead.
I suppose we could write them a letter and tell them they were very good at what they did.
Yes, there we are.
Boy, I don't know what to say. It's sad. I suppose you could say it's enlightening, but it's, to be expected. I think if I think of the mentality of so much of what we were learning in the 60s, and it was like how corrupt our government was. The beast. I mean, it's incomparable. It's just what it was. People were recognizing it, and as time goes forward, we got a lot. It just moves on. Artificial intelligence. And what you said about them spurting out this apocalyptic stuff. This fits right in with what you were suffering through with the Vox Arca.
Thank you.
You were suffering that, but now I understand better why it was. That's this is what they're rooting for. Yes. This is the direction they're the game they're playing.
Thank you.
So, as I say, it's not encouraging, but then again, it's been going on for a long time. And this is, as I say, this is, what the government's producing. And I think what Stephanie South said to me, I think one of Jose Arguelles' last words to her is he kind of smiled. He was seeing the other side, and I think he said, it's all a big joke. It's all a big joke. Like the whole world, the whole universe is a big joke. What I would warn people about that, though, is while it may be a big joke, don't treat it like that, because you will become the butt end of the joke.
Thank you. Yes. The joke's on you, people.
it is a joke, but it's like when you treat it with callous disregard, the game becomes, as I say, the joke does become on you. And this is why we have that word in the English language, consequences. It's consequence, means with sequence. Yeah. Consequence, there's a sequential action that goes, action, co-action.
Yes.
And this is apparently why Anton LaVey got his comeuppance. And it's almost like if he did say what he said, it's like, he had a redeemable aspect to him. He wanted to get got. He wanted to get saved.
Yes.
Which, if you understood it intellectually, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
So we get an individual in the chat named Jim Smith who says, do Marines report to Navy or a rogue organization using naval law as cover in Louisiana? And I believe this question is probably inspired, I would assume, by all of the scandal concerning the real bad drinking water they were all exposed to down there at Camp Lejeune. But if that's the case, what it exposes, the very question, the very nature of the question, the way the question is worded, what it exposes is a kind of desire that the military be absolved. It reminds me almost of the older Japanese guy who was just basically triggered and shut down and just said, the emperor, wouldn't do this, and he was basically in a coma for the last month of the war's proactive prosecution. And it's kind of like just trying to see your military as innocent of their actions. You just have to live with the reality that the Marine Corps is a sub-departmental ultimately to the Navy, and that the Navy is extraordinarily corrupt. As a matter of fact, just so people understand this, one of the first books that was exposing Satanism in America was written by a U.S. sailor. Now, bear in mind that the first satanic funeral, the first officially satanic funeral held in the United States, was held for a United States naval serviceman, a U.S. sailor. And this was under the auspice of the First Church of Satan established by Magus Anton Szandor LaVey himself. So we're talking about a funeral that took place either the year I was born or 1967, either 66 or 67, when this sailor requested that he have a satanic funeral, and that was honored by Anton LaVey. The U.S. government said, go for it. And so he was in full uniform, paraded in his coffin through the streets of San Francisco by men in cowls with ox's horns that were settled on their heads in some kind of headgear, and this bizarre display people thought was some kind of art, but it was a satanic funeral, and it was filmed, and so you've got this, at least part of it was filmed. I mean, certainly when I relate some of the things I saw in the footage, a lot of people don't remember that, or they say they can't find that on the footage they saw. Well, probably there was the part that was filmed until the part where they snipped the rest of it and left some for the public to see as kind of like a more conventional kind of taste. It was still bizarre enough, but when it came to the sailor, that's what brought attention to Satanism in the military. And then it wasn't maybe by the 80s, we're talking about 20 years later, then a book was published by a U.S. sailor who said that I was a Satanist and I was recruiting other men in the U.S. Navy, and that it's basically the religion of our armed services. Now, later on, they either beat the shit out of this guy and threatened him, or they found some other patsy to say he was him. The original author may just have been under a pseudonym and just thereafter kind of escaped into anonymity. But some doofus was brought forth saying, oh, I wrote the book and it's all fake and it's a phony. And of course, every sailor is a God-fearing American and your service is purely Christian and all this bullshit. When even your chaplain's handbook had the step down and stand back orders for whenever a satanic chaplain appeared, the chaplain's handbook being written by Michael Aquino himself. All this is the reality of your situation, and not this cover story that they promote, where oh no, this was just a ploy to make money by some charlatan. It was quite the opposite. It's true. I mean, let me give you an example of the kind of evil that we're dealing with. Now, I think it should still be on my website, and on the DouglasDietrich.com website, there is probably an article for which I was interviewed. I was a consultant, but I was a consultant anonymously. I'm not the sole source of information for this article, but it was about Satanism at the Presidio. The problem is, if you ever look it up and find Satanism at the Presidio titled Army of Darkness, the Army of Darkness article is consistently abused by a bunch of radicalized, right-wing, Russian-funded websites that put it up and then claim they politicize it and basically say it's all Hillary Clinton eating children out of Comet Ping Pong Pizza and shit. So it's almost impossible to find that article without it being contextualized or embedded in some radicalized right-wing narrative. But the article by itself has nothing to do with any of that shit. It's just talking about Satanism at the Presidio and the children that are being abused, and so it describes things like people walking around the Presidio at night, suddenly hearing children scream, basically running around trying to find the source of the screams, seeing children being led away by adults in uniform. It's like somebody saying, "Why don't you call the sheriff?" And the witness on hand saying, "I could swear that was the sheriff who was dragging the young girl away." And later on, they find blood all over these various temples that are created out of the old bunkers. The girl's never seen again, children disappearing. In the Army of Darkness article, you read about stuff like this. The person who put that article up on my website, taking it out of this horrible context so many of these other politicized websites were putting it in, was Lainey Shea. So here she read that article. I know she read it because she cited various parts of it, knew all about the contents of it, knew what was happening, and then in the end basically said, "But I want you to know I'm an Edomite, and we're going to take you down because you stand in our way."
Did she actually say she was an Edomite?
Oh, yeah. Towards the end, she was blatantly open about it, and then she openly started attacking me, basically regurgitating like a parrot everything that Richard K. Cole Jr. was saying. And again, she was singing songs on his behalf, referring to him, of course, as her faceless Lord, which is how they all refer to Richard K. Cole Jr., who never shows his face. Because, of course, his face is grotesque and he just looks like a big, fat, ugly neckbeard. And once you see that, all his great mystique is broken that he has with these sick people. And so all of these deranged people who just obey him, and he's nothing but the pawn of Stephen Outram, he gets paid for what he does, but these crazies don't. And they do everything for him for free and dedicated their life. Now, of course, I struck back. Penny Bradley, who joined their ranks openly and admittedly, she is nowhere to be found. Brendan Zogit makes the joke that she was just taken back to wherever they programmed her and shut down organically. His way of saying they just basically snuffed her for failure. The rest of these clowns, like the guy who was running GERN, Global Entertainment Radio Network, GERN, the station which he was on, the station where they gave Salman Sheikh a platform for his anti-Dietrich show, the name of his little transmission he was going to have on a daily basis. Yeah, that guy, Mr. One with Odin, Daryl Neely, that fucker's in jail, probably for the rest of his life. So you're talking about a man who stripped a uniform from a dead police officer on camera so he could try and misrepresent himself, or rather impersonate himself as an officer. This is the level of criminality these cultists are involved with. And of course, these are the people who revel in this kind of child abuse and destruction. Lena Shea was ultimately run out of town because of her involvement with child abuse. Her husband didn't trust her with her own 2 children. I think this tells you everything you need to know about these people. So understand, when it comes to so many of these people, they're the products of the military. The idiot who had infested us with their presence, whether it was Derek Talley, the man on dialyses, or Jameson Reese, the man with rhabdomyolyses, what did they have in common? The military. Derek Talley was a Marine. Jameson Reese was Air Force. And of course, they're all losers. When it came to Derek Talley, he was on disability because he never made it through the Marine Corps' full term. Never made it through a full hitch. And Jameson Reese fell out of Air Force boot camp. But he was there long enough for them to, as Sammy Romero says, for them to put the sugar in his tank. That's where they put the sugar in his gas tank. You don't need to be there that long. And you look at Laura Lee Solomon. Laura Lee Solomon was a fucking cat-hoarding nightmare who was basically chewing at Peter Moon's ass, and she was in U.S. Air Force. You know, the only reason she didn't make it to being stationed in Korea, to where they were going to station her, was she was overweight. I guess they thought it'd be too expensive to pay for all that poundage to be sent overseas. So there you go. I mean, these people are all of a feather, and they're all, what do they all have? The military background. Now, with Michelle Carmela Saldana, the young lady who was on this show, and the only reason I never talked to her is because she cavorts with my gang stalkers. You know, she's an individual who was born in Taiwan, but she's a Caucasian. That alone is all the alarm bells you need. There's no reason that young lady was born in Taiwan other than she was part of an American program. Now, understand this, for those of you who don't get it. One of the first people to come out about mind control and face the wrath of all her critics was the woman who was responsible for the book, The Control of Candy Jones. And so that was published, I believe, by Playboy Press, or they certainly advertised it for the luridness of it, because she was forced to sleep with everybody. And in The Control of Candy Jones, where did they take her to program her? Taiwan. Now, the reason for this is because Taiwan was basically needed the American bases there at the time they were contending with the communist Chinese, and they gave the Americans a deal. You know, your bases are your sovereign territory as far as we're concerned. We will not police them. And in the end, they were doing this so they could rip the Americans off. The only reason the Dietrich Artilect was able to escape to Taiwan, aside from, of course, the quantum physics or the metaphysics of the magical ritual involved in the transmigration of the soul from the old grimoire spellbook that I used to help the Dietrich Artilect do so, was because of all of the reassembled computer gear that was compatible to the cybernetic mechanisms of the Dietrich Artilect's housing facility in the Presidio that had been rebuilt by the Taiwanese to a similar level where they took up an entire building, yet without the organics. It was the perfect receptacle to escape to, other than the fact that the Dietrich Artilect was then forevermore deprived of organic senses. But
how was that determined? How, I mean, did the Dietrich Artilect figure that out?
The Dietrich Artilect figured that out by all of the accounts that Xi was able to analyze concerning military supply in Taiwan. The military was bringing enormous computers over to Taiwan because theoretically they were supposed to be monitoring the communist Chinese. The reality was they were using them in reprogramming American citizens that they have abducted and brought to Taiwan because no one could pursue them there. The Americans said it's an American territory, so they had full sovereign rights to bring people there. They would tell the citizens, you're still in the United States. This is what they would tell them. The reality was they were in Taiwan, but America would say this is a renegade territory if they ever even found out they were in Taiwan. Most of them never knew where they were. Then the Americans would subject them to torture, reprogramming. A lot of this involved heavy computer work. Apparently, there were some experiments with trying to upload personalities as well. Only they were hoping perhaps to use the black market out of Asia to provide the organics. In other words, a kind of similar facility was attempted in terms of establishment in Taiwan. They never got anywhere near all of the bodies to do what they could do in California with the access they had to a population that's larger than many nations on earth and an enormous prison population out of all proportion to the population itself. And the various other people who just got signed away, or homeless people, body parts that were retrievable and easily cannibalized. They didn't have that accessibility in Taiwan, but they created like basically a mechanical clone of the computer they had going in California, in Presidio. And this mechanical receptacle was therefore compatible with the Dietrich Artilect, and essentially the first place Xi went to from which he was able to reach out to Taiwanese computers, basically jack them, and then ultimately be recognized as Douglas Dietrich. And as far as the Taiwanese are concerned, Douglas Dietrich had returned home. They helped Xi transfer into much more hospitable housing. And ultimately, the Americans had been suckered again. And again, the facility in Taiwan was either, when the Americans were in retreat, cannibalized by the Taiwanese, and the American computer parts reassembled into Taiwanese computers, because the Americans would just abandon everything. If anybody doesn't believe me, just take a look at Vietnam. When the Americans retreated from Vietnam, they left everything. Beyond that, they were pushing helicopters off of aircraft carrier decks into the sea. They left behind enough advanced fighter jets to leave the People's Army of Vietnam's Air Force with entirely new advanced weapons. It was these advanced weapons with which the Vietnamese confronted the Communist Chinese when they invaded after the Americans left, and roundly defeated the Communist Chinese with. So it's like the Americans are infamous for doing this. Look at what they did in Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, they left everything. So the Americans retreat, they leave everything behind, the enemy gets it. In this case, the same thing happened with Taiwan. By the way, Trillion Phoenix mentions the fact that the Control of Candy Jones book is authored by Donald Bain. But understand, Donald Bain is simply the author in the sense that Candy Jones was, like myself, someone who couldn't write a book. Or in my case, of course, I can't write anything that's legible to your average reader. So with Candy Jones, in her case, she got Donald Bain to write the book, but Candy Jones is real. She's a real person interviewed by Donald Bain. So thank you, Trillion Phoenix, for that. So if you're looking for the book, The Control of Candy Jones, look up Donald Bain. You will find it. And again, she was abducted, brought to Taiwan, where she was programmed as a sex slave. And the Taiwanese, like I said, they had a deal. It's your sovereign territory as far as we're concerned. We won't police it. We just want your presence here as an added deterrent against the Communist Chinese. And then eventually, when they drove the Americans into retreat, just went in and stole everything the Americans left behind, which was everything. And therefore, they could essentially reassemble the entire Dietrich Artilect housing. And that was why the transfer was ultimately so smooth and so easy. Does that make sense? I hope I'm coherent.
Well, yes. And I have to say and reiterate what I said the previous transmission. Your information is astounding. It is, in its own context and even beyond its own context, inarguable. It's like somebody could not make this stuff up. And it is such, people talk about the third eye and the pineal gland, which is seeing beyond the veil. You're all being subjected to sight here, which is beyond the veil. My own pineal gland has led me to Douglas Dietrich, and I'm seeing things and seeing them probably with a lot more clarity than a lot of you, because I've been working with him. I have a certain consistency, and I'm trying to integrate and sort this stuff out. But you're all sharing in it. Maybe some of you even have greater insights than I do. I don't know, because it ping-pongs off of stuff you already know. But that's not really the issue. Who's better or who has more insight? The reality is that you're getting this process we're doing here in this transmission. You're getting an experience of what I deal with. And those of you who enjoy my writing or like my writing, you're getting a live, I guess, feed into my own muse, because here it is. We're penetrating. This is what's really going on in the world. You have MK Ultra through this supercomputer, and then you have the reverse principle. In Qigong, there is something called the reverse breath. Well, this is a reverse breath in a sense. Douglas Dietrich is the government's breathing one way, and he breathed the other way. He breathed the other way when he got involved in this and then pulled the rug out from under the artelect, or not under the artelect, out of the, well, he maneuvered it so the artelect could pull the rug out from how Gǔrìjié was being used. And then he also pulled the plug out from the Presidio itself, got the whole thing shut down. What is very interesting about abandonment of materials, this is the whole incident that happened at Montauk when Preston goes to Montauk and he sees all this equipment abandoned. Of course, most of it was electromagnetic equipment. It's just abandoned.
Yes.
And because the government does not leave a base like this. They just don't do it. Well, they don't leave bases like that, but apparently they leave foreign installations like that.
Yes. And
this was a foreign installation where everybody just kind of ran away from, scared. It's a repeating pattern of what goes on here. So
it reminds me of something. So one thing brought up by our lovely Holly Conitis Kiefer, a woman who contributed $100 United States. She, and I thank her for that, of course. She says, "'Twas in it," referencing the control of Candy Jones, Long John Neville, who broke her story, whom she happily wed. Probably the case. It's been so long. I mean, believe it or not, that book came out in the 70s. I mean, we're talking Star Wars time. I mean, that was a long time ago. I mean, she was there like literally when I was being born. This chick.
I think it's even older than that.
Yeah, it probably is. Probably from, could be the 50s that really went down, and then she got got reported but another interesting thing, Michelle Carmela Saldana, who was born in Taiwan, again, no reason for this white chick, Italian descent, to be born in Taiwan, and whatever story she gave behind that, I honestly don't consciously remember. It's just one of these things that I believe to be true. I have no reason to disbelieve it, and it just stands to reason with everything else about her life. But one of the things that she tried to do at one point in her life was join the Air Force. And when she was on the Air Force boot camp base, then that was where she had her personal encounter with Michael Aquino. And so when people were asking me about, well, what would Michael Aquino be doing on an Air Force base? Hey, don't forget, this guy was the chaplain, the satanic chaplain, for all armed services. Among other chaplains, I mean, a chaplain can serve any branch of the armed service because armed services, well, when they need a chaplain, they need a chaplain. The Marine Corps doesn't have its own chaplains, mind you. They're all Navy chaplains, just like the Marine Corps doesn't have its own corpsmen. They're all Navy corpsmen. So you just take that a step beyond with the satanic chaplaincy. And basically, Aquino could go to whatever military base he damn well wanted. And he took Michelle Carmela Saldana aside and talked to her, said he wanted to get to know her better. All of that makes perfect sense. And I'm certain he got to know her better without her even remembering.
What base was this?
It was an Air Force base in California, is what she said, and had to be probably Travis, but wherever they would have an Air Force boot camp for, I can't remember whether she was officer status or she never made it through the boot camp. By the way, after she met Aquino, and I guess I can use the term "made," she never made it through boot camp. So just another case where then you come out with this person who's incredibly scarred. And by the way, so Holly Coditis Kiefer mentions the fact that Long John Neville was a big radio guy into the weird side. So, that's to be expected, kind of like an Art Bell figure who...
he very much was the Art Bell of the 50s and 60s. And because he was right on the pulse, and Candy Jones was his most, I guess, interesting interview. And then he became sympathetic and sort of helped her, kind of saved her and married her.
Well, you gotta admit, her being an attractive blonde didn't hurt, and so
no. But it also explains, why she, he was much older than her, and I think it explains why, why she married him. He literally
protected her.
Picked her up, protected her, and yeah.
He took her under his wing. His wing.
Yeah.
Would you say that in a sense you did that with Paula?
Definitely. She definitely needed me.
Thank you. She needed protecting.
Yeah. And so, it's, but she's not like not in the same ballpark as Candy Jones by any stretch of the imagination.
Understood.
Not by any. I mean, no, because Candy Jones was like a major MK Ultra, yes. And one of the most interesting things in the book I've talked about before, Operation JB, which was Operation James Bond, written by Christopher Creighton, and he was the one that his story he talks about smuggling Martin Bormann out of the bunker at the end of the war with Ian Fleming. And it was called Operation James Bond. That's where Ian Fleming took his name from this operation.
Wow.
And of course, at the end of the book, now this guy's somebody who's exposing a lot. And I think a lot of the people are dead, so he can get away with it. And then at the end of the book, he talks about going into I think it's a Hollywood... It's a studio where he's going in some Hollywood area, and this is an office building, and I think it's Candy Jones. He goes into a building, he sees Candy Jones, and there's a modeling agency. There's Candy Jones, and there's William Donovan, Wild Bill Donovan.
Of course.
Yes, and this is why I'm thinking, Candy Jones in the 1950s. And of course, that's when Donovan, I don't think he made it into the 60s at all.
Right, no. By the way, he was the inspiration for the science fiction book and then the film, Donovan's Brain. The idea that they took his brain.
Go ahead.
It was just pure raw evil. So go on. It was just, the brain was incapable of doing something productive. It was just destructive, in other words. But that was the idea of creating an intellect, in the sense of taking a brain and keeping it alive mechanically or biomechanically. And that was the movie Donovan's Brain was kind of like, well, you've got somebody whose brain they felt was indispensable and let's make him immortal. And so I don't know, you probably remember more about it than I do.
I never heard of the movie, but and maybe I vaguely remember the title, but I didn't know it was talking about him. And furthermore, Donovan, while certainly a despicable character, he was very good at what he did.
Yes.
Very good at what he did.
And he liked what he did. He loved what he did. He loved his job. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was just like he was a natural fit. And the way, one of the scenes with that book ends, and it has, Ian Fleming, he's the one who ferreted out that Martin Bormann was in charge of the Third Reich's financial signatory. He was a signatory because he had been a banker, and according to his own statements, not a very good one. His father was a banker, and he had connections in Switzerland. So towards the end of the war, they wanted to find out where's all this Nazi loot? Who controls all their assets? And they knew that there was something in Switzerland that they could control it by. So he goes over there, talks to his old acquaintances, and maybe he was talking to the Minister of Finance or whatever, but he just leaned on them and said in a very polite but very, I guess, innuendo, like, if you don't cooperate here, you're going to have a lot of issues with, England and the Allied powers. I don't know exactly what it was. And there was also a bit of camaraderie involved. And I think the person just wrote on a piece of paper, Martin Bormann. Right. So then they negotiated with, what was that guy's, Ribbentrop, von Ribbentrop?
Yes.
Von Ribbentrop was the foreign minister, and Christopher Creighton knew him as Uncle von Ribbentrop because he was always over at their house and when he was a kid. This kid also played with King George, Queen Elizabeth's father, when he was a kid. And he saw them, and during World War II, he was down there in the bunker in a special part of, I don't know whether it was 10 Downing Street or in the palace, but the king was down there with Churchill, and the king was very active in the war. And Christopher Creighton was his old childhood friend, so he was like at a really high level access. And von Ribbentrop, through his connections with von Ribbentrop, who he knew personally, he arranged to actually get into the bunker. But to get into the bunker he had to negotiate the Russian front or whatever was going on there. And yes, they did get through. They had according to the story, they had a female American who spoke fluent Russian. And I think they had Russian uniforms or something. But they negotiated their way into the bunker, and then they had to escape with Martin Bormann. And they did, according to the book. And now, when they got to Bormann, they took him to the UK, I think. And then, basically, when it came time to deal with all the actual funds, there was a meeting with William Donovan and a guy named Desmond Morton. Desmond Morton, who was the counterpart to William Donovan in the UK. Now, when that book came out, you couldn't find hardly anything on Desmond Morton. Now you'll find a profile on him. Right. But it was where the name came up. First time I ever heard the name. Tried to find more on him, really couldn't, except maybe a sentence here or two. But there's much more on him. Not a lot, but there's much more on him now in the age of the internet, Desmond Morton. And I always wondered if there was a connection there with Sean David Morton.
Interesting. Yeah. It would explain a lot.
It would. Desmond Morton was, and what him and the William Donovan had in common was Desmond Morton, very unusual in England for especially a high person. He was a Catholic, and so was Donovan, and they both belonged to the Knights of Malta. So the implication was all that Martin Bormann money went into the hands of the OSS and Desmond Morton, and what did they do with the money? Now, you have to remember, it was almost like it was being reverberated back to the Third Reich, because the Third Reich was so much in bed with the Vatican. Yeah. So, and this goes to the Knights of Malta. And yes, it was my friend in the Knights of Malta from Romania, who he's about probably, I don't know if he's the only one, but he's practically, if not the only non-Catholic in the Knights of Malta. They have a special dispensation for him because, they want Romania represented. And so, he's a highly placed Freemason. And, he went into the Choclavina cave before I did. Wow. And I inspired him to look there. And he's been an actual friend, because it's interesting. But the Knights of Malta, wow. I ask him what they do there, and he just kind of smiles, like he can't say.
Yeah. Well, just to add some more context to what Peter is sharing, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Kurt Josef Waldheim, was an Austrian politician. Indeed, Austria's prime minister, president, the president of Austria. And in Austria, their presidents are important, not like in Germany. In Germany, the president's like our vice president, and the important person is the prime minister. But in Austria, it's like the president that's really running the nation, theoretically, and that was Kurt Josef Waldheim, an SS officer who then, because of his connections with the Knights of Malta, was made basically the head of the United Nations. He was the Secretary General of the UN from 1972 to 1981. And that's when he was pointing out that Israel is a rogue state, and got pretty much all the nations on earth to vote against Israel as this aggressor. So I personally would say that he was in the right, but all the Americans were bitching about it and saying that the United Nations is intrinsically anti-Israel. Well, go figure. It's not like Israel made it any easier on itself. But all that being said, when it came to another thing that's brought up by the book that Peter Moon is citing, what's so important about that book is here we have cross-reference for the story of Candy Jones. And that's important. I mean, oh my God, the fact that she gets cross-referenced in that manner.
Yeah, it was non sequitur. It's like he didn't have to mention it to make it a better book. He just kind of mentioned it, casually in passing. I say, oh, it was interesting. And it was almost as if I don't think, and he was very curious as to what the hell Donovan was doing out there. Because as much as inside information as this guy had, it's a lot he didn't know. And of course, James, Ian Fleming was allegedly murdered when he was coming over to share knowledge of the Philadelphia experiment with Ivan Sanderson, the British agent.
That's correct.
Who was, at that point, Tim Beckley was a young, up-and-coming publisher, writer, who got blamed for certain things. But Al Bielek remembered that. Al Bielek was around then. This was before Al Bielek discovered he was Edward Cameron or whatever. But Al Bielek was around in those days.
Amazing. Well, he was old enough, God knows. And as for Wild Bill Donovan, I think we could safely assume whatever the hell he was doing there, we can also assume he was getting some on the side with Candy Jones. I would bet the farm on that. So I think that's a given.
It's a reasonable assumption.
Yeah, thank you. So all that being said, well, sir, it's been wonderful tonight. God bless you for your patience. And I do apologize to all my listeners for what short temper I had. It was Peter Moon who actually helped us solve the problem with Skype, which is rather, I have to say, oh my God, I never realized how technically savvy you were. But then Peter had some problems with Skype in the past that forced him to confront.
It takes patience and looking all this stuff. And one of the most inspirational moments I ever had on the internet was we were trying to do something in Photoshop. My daughter helped me with some of my covers, and I watched her going. I mean, I had some experience with Photoshop, but I was watching her. She had some in school, and I'd watch her relentlessly go onto the menu bar and just keep trying things. She was just like relentless. And I said, what an attitude. She's just trying things. And, it was an attitude. Now, this problem is simple compared to Photoshop.
Wow.
You're just looking at comments. You got to look at the screen and be willing to think like screens are.
Wow. I mean, no, I'm impressed. I really am. It's not the frame of mind I was operating in.
But they're all different. See, the problem with screens is, and I can't do this with the cell phone. Paula will sometimes do stuff for my cell phone, and she'll say, "Oh, it's a bunch of crap," because it's not. She has an iPhone, I don't. But even then, and it's this pressing of buttons on the cell phone. Oh, it drives me nuts. You know, I don't. It's very hard for me with the cell phone.
Yeah.
I can't. I mean, I much better than I was. But even then, when the phone rings, I can't. Somebody called me today. I called them, and then they called me back, and I couldn't answer the call because I couldn't get at the screen to answer the call. So I had to call them back. It's like blah, blah, blah. And until you learn exactly what you need to do, it requires patience. But anyway, I'm glad everybody could hear you. Yeah. It was a good night. We got some really good stuff there. And and by the way, I did transcribe most of the key elements that you talked about with the Artilect. I'm not quite done.
Okay.
When you talk about Berialic realm, I'll just ask you this before I go. You spell that Berialic?
Yes. As a matter of fact, just to make certain that I'm saying it right, because it's a Kabbalistic term. So it should be the, if I remember correctly, the way I used to spell it when I was basically making notes for Michael Aquino. Baraya. Think of the realm of Baraya. Okay, Baraya. I'm getting there. Oh, give me just a second. Baraya, realm, Kabbalah. Here we are. And the four worlds. Beraya. Beriah. Beriah. So the Berialic realm, it's would be that with a kind of when I used to write it for Aquino, let me see how I wrote it. I can call this up. Give me just a second here. There's some notes I've got that I've transcribed into the internet. And so there we go. Give me a second here and see what I can find. Here we go. I should get it up in a matter of moments here. And there we are. Now let me just scroll down. Beraya. And whoops. There we go. Now that's not getting it. Now there was a specific way I used to spell it when I'm writing with the... Okay, here we are. Give me a second here.
Here's the definition of Beriah. It says second of the four celestial worlds in the tree of life. And it is Beriah definition, a gift or an evil, one of Asher's four sons and father of Heber, a son of Ephraim. Now that's biblical. It says here, Beriah, world of creation, more specifically creation ex nihilo. In Kabbalistic terminology, the second of the four spiritual worlds, the realm of spiritual existence, which represents the first beginnings of a consciousness of self.
So what I'm doing now is I'm cutting and pasting something for you. And I'm going to put this in your, I should send this to you by email, just make it easier for you to work with. Yeah. And so let's get this to you by email. Gives me just a second here.
But I think you also referred to Berialic realm as the world of numbers.
Yes, it definitely is certainly the way that I was taught. Now understand, like I tell people, just by becoming a care provider for my parents and their advocate and representative, then I got a medical education the wrong way. And so too, by working with Michael Aquino, I got a theological education the wrong way. So understand that there's just, you have to understand that this may not be a conventional interpretation for something of this nature. This is something that that was the way the Presidio people perceived it. And since one could argue that they perverted everything, that may not necessarily be the way the traditional or conventional Kabbalists would see the way that the cosmos worked. So here I am. Basically, here's a email that I'm sending to you right now. I will also put it into your private messages just for easy access, but I'll send it both ways. So here we are, and I'll title this, you'll use the search, the Control F, to find yourself Beraya, and as a matter of fact, I will spell it exactly that way. So here we are, Berialic. I will spell that out along with Beraya, and so that way you can use the spelling to seek them out using the Control F, and that way you can get them in context. So that's going to be the title, Beraya, Berialic, and the recipients is going to be our man Peter Moon and Sky Books both. So pressing the send button now. There we go, sir. And with that, let me do just another little quick cut and paste here for the message box. So you have that as kind of an immediate access. And aside from all of that, here's a horrible, horrible joke to show you the sense of humor of the people at the Presidio military base. Granted, it's hideously funny, but do understand I relate this. This is for the sake of our listeners here. I'm going to qualify this by understand that I'm relating this simply to show you the kind of mentality that I was surrounded with when it came to people at the Presidio. It's not something that I'm saying gratuitously, like, ha ha, elbow, wink, wink, but it gives you an idea of what I had to deal with. So Kurt Joseph Waldheim, as a Knight of the Order of Malta, was actually Secretary General of the United Nations before he became President of Austria. So he became President of Austria from 1986 through 1992. So he was basically there to, around the time of the Gulf War. And when, he was in charge, then, of course, I remember, as I said, I went back for a year to work at the Presidio after I was dishonorably discharged. At the time, everything was falling apart. Nobody gave a shit. It was just kind of like re-entering your old position, almost as a layman again, basically kind of like a librarian's aide, which they desperately needed. And, I just needed a job desperately while I segued back into civilian life. And the operations manager, Andrew Minjera, says to me, "Hey, since Kurt Waldheim's been elected, I hear something like maybe 5% of the Austrian population has moved back into the attics." And that's, by the way, for those of you who don't get that because you're historically just not that well read, that's a reference to, oh God, who's the young lady who wrote Anne Frank? That was a reference to Anne Frank. Very horrible, tasteless joke. Again, the kind of humor you're dealing with, quote unquote, when you're surrounded by the kind of people I was surrounded with. So there you go with that.
Thank you for that. And I will, I've got the email and I will.
Excellent.
Go with that. I'll sign off and say goodnight to everybody. And we have, tonight is Sunday. I guess we'll be back on
Wednesday, before you know it.
I think that's the first day of February.
As a matter of fact, yes, that is February 1st. It's also Son-in-Law Day. I'll be back from the estate at that point because that's the day the son-in-laws are honored by their families. So I'll be at the estate and probably come back just in time to start the show, God willing, and the river don't rise, as my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, used to say, or as Peter Moon calls him, my legal father. So blessed be, dear Peter. Okay. Hugs.
All right. Good night. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Share our love with Paula. Okay, that's Peter Moon. And we are now remembering skybooksusa.com. And good thing I sent the email because that was not taken by Messenger. Messenger would not, it was too much text for Messenger to take. So what I can do is instead reset the page and send him the key paragraph. And that will at least be in his Messenger, and that will give him something to source in that regard. So patience with me before I try and make a little call to our blessed Brooke and everyone else. And so give me a second here while I take these unnecessary parts out. Okay. And, okay, see if this much fits, or, here we are, okay, schematics of divinity, and then, beyond that, of course, was, okay, well, let's just see if this fits. Give it another cut and paste and then press enter. And that actually takes, okay, so he's got that. He's got that, and then, he can have that to work with. And with that, we'll make a few phone calls. Okay, it's always hard for me to, whenever I relate these experiences, it's not easy. Just takes a while for me to relive that. Oh, honey, you answered. Oh my God, I love you. You have no idea just how good I'll make you feel someday when we're physically
I've got
together.
an hour.
Yes, darling. That'll be time enough for you to provide me, along with everyone else, to take my supplements so I can last the rest of the night monologuing. Baby, let's try and bring some other people on. And you're an angel, and yes, I value your health. I want you to get your sleep. So, we'll let you go as soon as you feel the need to go. And it's one of these things where, it's so what's going on with you? And how's everyone in general? Your dogs, how are they doing?
They're great. They don't like your fake voice any more than I do. They said you.
Hey, honey, I just said these sweet things to you. I mean every word I say.
Oh, it's kind of funny. Actually, my dogs, I'll do that sweet talk to them, and they all are good with it. And I'm like, hey, baby, bored. And it's kind of like you do in your voice. But I had my Boston Terrier, who was my alpha male. He was a Boston Terrier. And he would fight the pit bulls. When I have the 2 pit bulls, he would attack them. And I finally had to give him to my mom because luckily she loved him so much. He loved her, and he needed to be an only child. But what was hilarious when I had him, and even my parents will call, they think it's a hilarious thing. They've always had dogs, and they're like, you can't sweet talk this dog. He'll be laying in the chair, whatever, and if you go, hey, Collie, he goes, "Rrr." Now, if you say, hey, Collie, come here, he's fine. But if you go, Collie, and he'll get meaner and meaner and meaner. Darn Collie hates sweet talk. Even my son hates sweet talk. I don't know why. He's funny. So he would be like, he's like me, is what I'm saying. Like, we don't like the fake talk.
Yeah.
We like to be real.
Well, believe me, I'm sincere. And by the way, let me introduce you to a lovely young lady, as well as we already know Joe Tai, and Joe Tai hopefully can be seduced by sweet talk. And I'll introduce both him and he and yourself to Noreen Halpan. So Noreen Halpan joins us, and Noreen, this lovely young lady, I'm going to introduce you to Brooke Gibson. This young lady is the young lady who helped me escape from Australia, so I am forever in her debt. I basically used her as a human battering ram, and without her, I would probably still be stuck, if not in Australia, in some prison somewhere. I would be languishing on Nauru Island, which is where they deported illegal immigrants. We also have George Knight with us. So George Knight, let me introduce you as well. So Noreen Halpan, this is Le Grand Madame, Brooke Gibson. This is the nice Mr. Joe Tai, who's been with us, and George Knight has just stepped in on the scene. And George Knight is a gentleman from England, works with a very important job of introducing the new generation of fiber optics into their communications network. Now, I may have introduced him to you before. I can't remember. It's been so long. But we were Brooke Gibson and Joe Tai are definitely firsts. And so Brooke Gibson is a lovely Southern belle, and Joe Tai is, well, born in Taiwan, like myself. And so Noreen Halpan is a double Jap, a Jewish-American princess who happens to be half Japanese. Her father worked for the United States Secret Service, and he was stationed in Japan to prevent all of that funny money from North Korea being funneled into the international system. And that's how he met her mother. So I pray your mother's still with us, dear Noreen?
Yes, she just turned 92. She's still with us. She's doing okay for her age, I think. Yeah.
Wonderful. Oh, that's delightful, because she has you as care provider. And
yeah.
And by the way, so do say hi to Brooke and then the guys, and that way I
Hi.
can.
Hello.
Hi, how are you? So you live in America, right? You live in the U.S. now?
Oh, I've been living in.
Yeah, she was actually
Edie.
born here. You were born in Los Angeles, yes?
Yes. Yeah, and I still live in Southern California.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, great. I missed that part. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
So what had
And then
happened?
you've been on the show several times, I guess, or?
Yeah, a handful of times at least over time.
Well, she used to work with me on Revolution Radio to the point where people mistook her for my wife.
Yeah.
And so what happened was a sponsor.
Oh my
paid-
God, I'm so sorry, honey. I mean, that's something, but nobody deserves that.
Yes. Yes. Horrid fate. But she survived. And her reputation, I guess, was a little scathed, but she recouped it all. So I was going to say that a sponsoress paid the $3,000 necessary for her flight so that she could go to Australia with me. And by God, that was a lifesaver. As I said, I was erased from the records of having gone there at all. She can actually testify to much of this. She was there with me where we were desperately trying to get back home, and it was just a nightmare. And I ultimately stole a wheelchair and planted her in it and said, "This is how we're getting out of here." Yeah. And she pretended to be crippled, and they said, "God, we don't want somebody on welfare here in Australia. Let's get rid of them." And I ceased to matter. At that point, I was just the man who pushed the wheelchair. She existed, I did not at that point. And that was how I escaped from Australia. And having been erased from the records of having traveled there, I would have been an illegal immigrant and probably sent to Nauru Island, which is infamous. That's like, just think of Alcatraz or Guantanamo Bay. That's Australia's Guantanamo Bay is where they send illegal immigrants to die. And they all kill themselves because they can't stand being alive there. So I would have wound up there most likely if she hadn't been my battering ram out of Australia. Of course, I don't recommend anybody go there. It's very dangerous. It's full of white people. That being said,
Say the new dangerous people. I thought they were the old dangerous people.
There you go. Something like that. Noreen expressed it best, actually. The Aboriginal people are, much more attractive with all the years of inbreeding. Interbreeding with the whites. They've become more lighter colored, and gradually some of them become models and the like, and presentable in a sense that is more aesthetic to the West. It's one of these things where, this is what happens to Aboriginal cultures.
Yes, I think they look different from most people in the world. Yeah. Their appearance traditionally is very different than a lot of people.
It's by Western aesthetics, it's quite harsh. Their original appearance was quite harsh.
I don't even in Taiwan would find them attractive.
Yeah.
No.
So
I mean, you were talking about the Aboriginals. I'm sorry, I had a few texts coming in from Frank Black. We're talking about
Ian West. What is he saying?
I'm just enough. It's fine. Nothing you want to discuss right now. I'm just looking at it and
trying to absorb it. Yes.
Yeah.
Trying not to let it blow your mind.
I give him the benefit of the doubt. Anything he sends, I look at it, and I will. Well, I don't look at everything he sends, honestly, but
of
I
course
looked
not.
at it enough. I wanted to know what that picture was of, and he sent another picture that was interesting, and I looked at some things he sent, and
his toilet flooded. Yeah.
No,
he took out the
he can't
neighbor.
even tell me where that picture is. That's the problem. But some of his pictures were interesting. I don't know exactly what's going on with them, and I just kind of told him, until you have more details, like I don't know what you want me to say with this, because he did send one interesting factual thing about the troops training, which this was for the military, and it's been since 2012 that they've been training in these tunnels. I just find it interesting, but that's a whole nother story that we can go into another time. Anyway, you were talking about the Aboriginals out of Australia.
And by the way, correct? Noreen, just concerning Ian West, we're just so glad his sister's watching over him. And so
apparently she got mad enough to kick his computer because he just sent me a picture of it completely taken apart with like the computer with the lid off and pieces hanging out of it. So he did something wrong to his sister.
But honey, before you continue about the Aboriginal peoples of Australia, George, say hi to this young lady, and do share with me, George, if I'd introduced you to her before.
Oh, yes. Hello, Douglas, and thank you for having me on. And hello, Noreen. And yes, I believe we have been introduced before.
Wonderful. And do you remember that, Noreen?
Yeah, kind of. I'm sorry. I just trip out on some of Doug's comments. They're really out there.
Yes.
I can't get over them, really, to be honest. They're strange. But
oh, man, if you think I'm out there, wait till you... Joe Tai, say hi.
Hi, how you doing, Noreen? Nice to meet
I'm good. I just worry about some people's mental health.
So are you're more Jewish because isn't it your mom has to be Jewish for you to be Jewish?
So Noreen, just so you know it, when he said hi, how you doing, it all goes downhill from there. It's just all downhill from there. Okay. But
because the old Chinese tradition is that the women the women in the family gave the surnames out. It just changed later on in Chinese culture. So Chinese culture probably had some Jewish,
influence,
high influence onto, or the Chinese has an influence to the Jewish.
But by the way, her mother's Jewish, so she's Jewish. So
her
her dad was Jewish. That's right. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Her mom's Japanese. That's right. Holy shit. Oh my god. So Noreen, take over from here. I put my foot in my mouth already. So all yours, Noreen. Take it away.
Surprise, surprise. Foot in mouth.
No, I mean, it's just I'm not even sure because I'm not well versed in Judaism, so I'm not really sure how a tradition came about where your mother's lineage is more tied into being Jewish. I mean, I don't even know how or why. I'd have to research it as to why that.
Joe Tai is not well versed in Judaism either. Well, that's he has a little bit of racism in him.
Racist. I mean, I already told
said
you.
enough. Yeah, well, let's not replay some of the shows. Okay. Anyway, but what I will say, I'm not saying that you're racist against all Jews. You've just said some anti-Jew things like, well, she was fat and she was Jewish. And we were like, but she wanted to sleep with you. One of two people in the world.
And there's some people who will say like white people are dangerous, or I don't know if he's joking, or Jewish people are this or that, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah, I was just curious how it worked because I know there was a Korean Jewish rabbi. She's her father was Jewish, but her mom was Korean, and she took in the tradition of Judaism, so.
Right. So at any rate, so Noreen, I'll leave you speaking to these people for a little bit while I grab some supplements. I'm going to refresh myself. This is usually the time that I do that. But you were kind enough to grace us with your presence tonight. And of course, Noreen is kind enough to worry about my mental health, and that's deeply appreciated. It shows he cares. And
you're lucky.
Yes. Yes. That's right. Yes. And
stay on here long with him and Joe Tai or Ian West, and I used to think I
have to charge my phone while I do this, so let me see here. I think that should work. Okay. That's one of the things that there we go. Let's see. Yeah, I can stay on for a little bit, I guess. I'll try. 32%. Yeah, okay, I'm charged now. Okay.
No. I just meant if you stay on here long with Douglas and Joe Tai and Ian West, if he comes on, and even myself at this point, you'll be like me, just crazy. People will need to worry about your mental health as well.
Thank you. I've been on this show with them off and on to know that not everybody that comes on here is crazy. I know that.
Oh, well, I know the individual you were on with before was Stark Raven Mad. That was Jambo the Reese Monkey, if you remember Jameson Reese at all. And if you don't, that's a blessing.
Dude, that guy, I'm glad he's out of your scene, because that guy was horrid.
Thank you, to say the least. Thank you so much. Well, you're an angel, Noreen, and Brooke Gibson is one as well, believe it or not, in her own way. Or either that or one of those lady devils with the forked tails that look so hot in the comic pics and the like. So
if that, Joe Tai would know this, Adam and Eve, but there was the first wife. What was her name?
No, it was Adam and Lilith.
I'm Lilith, baby.
There we are.
Lilith?
Yes, there we are. And
that's why you're the animal lover.
How did Joe know that when Joe was still asking me whether Adam and Eve had navels? It's amazing what people know and what they don't. So,
well, to be honest, that would be a great question for a Southern Baptist preacher, because they believe the Bible word for word factually.
Yes.
So then I should ask that, like, did they have navels? Because they weren't born.
Yes.
I mean, that's actually, if I'm ever like Bob Jones again, I'm just going to, when they're spouting their crap, I'm just like, I just have one question. I'm into it. Did Adam and Eve have navels?
Yeah.
Like, it's a great, stupid question to ask.
Because
honestly,
it's medieval. It's medieval theology. It's on the level with how many how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. But when you're talking to people like at Bob Jones that believe everything word for word and all of that, like the Jesus, God. I get it. It's you wonder what they'll pull out of their ass next. Well, certainly Noreen is got her own perspective. Now, by the way, just so you all know, Noreen hosts her own roundtable. So how's that going, Noreen?
No, I've taken a hiatus the last few months because I was, so focused on my mom's, getting her back on track. Yeah. I might resume. So right now, Nick is kind of like holding the fort for me for now.
Okay.
But I might be coming back because I might revamp my format a little bit. I'm not sure, but.
Wonderful. Okay, so that explains a lot, and I'm just I'm glad they understand and are offering you a way back. So that being said, I will go mute for a few minutes. I'll leave you wonderful adults here to hold the stage, and when I get back, maybe my mental health will be a little more presentable. And
or less so.
Yes, but these are such wonderful people, Noreen.
Yes, I'm curious. You can go. I want to ask Noreen, what kind of show do you do? Like, what do you discuss at your roundtables?
Yeah, my show is called Wild at Heart, and I'm pretty across the board with my topics. So,
it's on YouTube, or where is it?
It's actually, it's Revolution Radio, and I have if you go on YouTube, I do have a channel where I post past and recent shows. So that would be like if you go on YouTube, it'd be Noreen Helphand's Wild at Heart. So if you type that in, you'll see some older they're not video.
Did you say Helphand?
Yeah, HELP as in Peter, HAND. And then it'd be Noreen Helphand's Wild at Heart. And what you'll see on there are shows of mine that were posted that because Revolution Radio format is audio, it's not visual. So we had converted the audio files into video. So when you watch them, you'll see slideshow, but it's the actual audio too from the show, and those are posted. Not all of them, of course. There'd be too many of those, but there's like I guess a decent enough amount to get an idea.
Yeah, I'm seeing some on there. Yeah, I see it right now.
Cool.
Just got like the red background with your picture, I guess, and then looks like there was one guy talking in the front.
No, there should be more. That's weird.
Oh no, there should be one with the one in the front, that front guy talking, and then there's another one with red with your picture.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the cover photo on there, the big one, or the banner photo, should be a photo of Japan's Golden Temple.
Okay, let's see.
That's the one that has my shows posted on there. There might be another one with my name, but that doesn't have.
Oh, I see. Okay, I was looking at one of the videos, and then see, you got like 4 or 5 videos with I was looking at actual videos, and so you've got like a few videos that have the red on the actual video, like a red background that says Wild at Heart with your picture centered on it, and then some of them are different. Like one's got a woman. Yeah, but I see them all. Yeah.
Here's my problem because I haven't gone on there in a little while. What do you see for the big banner photo? Because that'll tell you if you're on the one that
Tibet, like a Tibetan, I guess, or Japanese.
The Japanese golden. Okay, all right, then that's the right one. Yeah. Okay. Now, if you push video, there should be maybe more than just 3.
Yeah, there's like at least you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there's a bunch.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like at least about 12.
Yeah, there's not as many as other people might have, like 40, 50, but mine's only like a dozen or a little bit more. I was going to post a few.
Noreen, you're a Buddhist, right?
You know, I am, but at this point, I'm kind of more like whatever. You know, I mean, I believe in or participate, want to call it that, in various, you know, I don't know, religious philosophies. So that would be Buddhist, number one. And I would say maybe follow me behind, right behind that would be like Hindu and Christian.
Interesting. So Dad wasn't really versed in Judaism as much as...
Not really, and he didn't really pass that on to me. So that's why even me saying, oh, I'm multi-religious, Judaism would not be like super prevalent. Now I'm open to learning about it, but of course, but I don't have like a spiritual draw to it that much. No. Maybe because it's a more, God, I hate to put it this way. I don't mean like it's remote as in literally remote. It's more like Jewish people are not a large percentage of the population in the world. So when you break down the amount of people that practice Judaism, it's pretty small. And
so
I don't
was
have
he a European Jewish or Americanized Jew or Israeli Jew or
not Israeli at all because I never went there. We have no connections to it.
Okay.
And you know, understand when people, I don't know how to explain this. People have their own draw, right? Like I have a friend who passed away, but when you know her big thing, she was like a mixed Hispanic person, but she was very drawn to Judaism and Jewish people more than me, even though I'm half. You know, that can happen to people. You know, so I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely American because I'm from here.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, obviously. But then,
your father
you know,
was a Secret Service guy, so
yeah, right.
what am I gonna say?
Yeah,
he was a Zionist. You're
no, you're
right.
You're very astute to note that it's true. So yeah, so you know,
yeah, well, you're the third person I know whose relatives are Secret Service.
Oh wow, interesting. But you know, my dad's role, I don't think it was that big of a deal because in those days, I guess it wasn't that hard to get into it because my dad doesn't have any special background in anything like it, and basically he did something he did something to do with spy planes and film for cameras.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, and you know, that's not really like anything. Yeah, it's not anything extensive. So I don't know, like nowadays, maybe to be involved with that, you have to have a little bit of a different background, right? I don't know. You know, so that's what I have to say about that. But yeah, so that's where that is. But
interesting. So a Yiddish background or any second languages, third languages?
My dad, actually, it was funny. Well, he passed away in the 80s, but the late 80s. But my dad, he just knew a few words in Yiddish because, you know, from his family. But myself, well, I know a little bit of Japanese from my mom and Japanese classes. So I know a little bit, yeah, basic. And I'm trying to still pick up more Spanish, but I mean, you know, whatever. I'm not that would be it basically as far as other languages, more or less.
Okay. Right. Interesting.
I know Chinese is hard because like I think what Mandarin would be like when you say how are you, you'd be like how ma, I think, or something like that.
Huh? Ni hao ma, yeah. I speak Cantonese better than I speak Mandarin.
Oh my God. That's kind of what now why is that? Now that's interesting. Since you're from your background is Taiwan.
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
Is like Hong Kong area.
I got adopted into a Cantonese family. That's why.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, cool.
Yeah. My mom was from Hong Kong and my dad was from the mainland. Yeah. But you know, it's very unique, you know.
Because when you say have ni hao ma or whatever in the Mandarin style, it sounds different a little bit from Cantonese style.
Yeah,
that's all
but I can't grasp too much of the Mandarin. I can't talk to Northerners. It's like I can go by basic Mandarin, the most basic stuff. But if they talk any further, there's like their own lingual, like Cantonese have their own little lingual. It's almost like the South and the Brooke in the South and me in the North. There's a little bit of twang. You know what I'm saying? And they got a certain way of talking.
Yeah, because to me, when I listen to Cantonese, it sounds more like sharper. Like Mandarin sounds more roundish and kind of softer, and Cantonese sounds a bit, because it sounds almost like it's like the parent language to Vietnamese
people.
Huh?
It sounds better when we curse Cantonese. Vietnamese is more French.
Right.
Well, Joe Tai, I mean, he has trouble. He still, he probably does great with Cantonese, considering he still has trouble there with American, and I don't just mean Southern. I mean, like, Delaware, Florida, New Jersey. You're still having trouble with half of New Jersey, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, sure. It's the Dixie line started in Jersey here. We had the last registered slave. I remember this actually. It was on NJN News when I was in elementary school. Burlington, New Jersey had the last registered slave that died in a farm.
Yeah. You live in New Jersey?
Yeah, for now, I'm helping out.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, but people don't know that Jersey's where where the South and the North met. Really,
that I didn't know. Interesting.
Yeah. So it can be, but I realize when I go up north, there's more Southerners in northern New York than there are in Jersey. I mean, everybody doesn't. Not too many people in Jersey have a twang.
You know what's this kind of, it's an ironic thing is today I saw my friend, I met up with her over here at a restaurant, and I hadn't seen her in over a year because she's originally from Jersey. Now I forgot the name of her town, but she's originally from a small farm town in New Jersey, and she was in her hometown area for a year to take care of family business. She just got back here to California, and I saw her today. And she said that, most of her hometown area is unrecognizable from, decades ago completely. Like it's just totally.
Absolutely. It's so close to two major cities. It's in between Philadelphia and New York City. It's like, and that's why the taxes are so high. It's as expensive as California. I think we're ranked number 2 in taxes.
You mean like New Jersey? Okay, New Jersey, and I believe you, is almost expensive as California. Because no offense, I like the East Coast, but because of the weather there compared to here and just whatever is going on, I mean, I'd rather live here and pay. It's like, but that sounds like a ripoff kind of to live in New Jersey and you have to pay that much.
Oh, absolutely. It's so polluted too. So. Yeah. The mobsters used to dump all of their waste in Jersey. So that's why
human body is just kidding. No.
Well, you got all the chemical companies over here too. And you got the pharmaceuticals, you got everything, manufacturing. It's all in Jersey.
Wow.
Yeah. So RCA,
Born and raised there?
Yeah. I was I was brought to Chinatown, New York. I grew up in Chinatown, New York. Then they were trying to get little kids to join the gangs, and my parents got scared and moved me into Polish town, Manville, New Jersey, asbestos capital. And I grew up there, and I grew up in Princeton area.
Okay. Cool.
How about you, Nori?
You know what? Well, fortunately, of course, I've visited many places outside of California and overseas somewhat, Australia, Japan, whatever, Canada, but I mostly lived here in Southern California, but I like it here. I like the weather, and I'm used to everything. So.
Yeah, it's most Asians. One of the most Asian states besides
Hawaii.
Besides Hawaii, yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
yes, but that to me, I mean, that's fine. But I'm not. I mean, I'm not obsessed with that factor. It's cool, but whatever.
It's a beautiful weather there. Yes, Brooke. Hello.
Oh, Brooke.
I'm sorry. Did I interrupt? I
No. I thought you You want to come in? I'm just
sure I can. I'm not familiar with obviously New Jersey too well. I know you couldn't pay me to live in New Jersey or New York. I would definitely, if I was leaving South Carolina and gonna have to stay in the U.S., I believe I would have to head to somewhere, a coastal city, either South Carolina, Florida, or California.
Yeah, it's I don't mind the South. It's just I'm afraid of the hookworms at Alabama spreading all over the eastern seaboard. I mean,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I heard people.
I thought Ian West is out of Florida. He's the one spreading worms.
He grew up in Alabama. He's in Alabama.
Well, that's probably where you got him.
Well, where do you live, Brooke?
I live in Greenville, South Carolina, upstate of South Carolina.
Nice.
I
actually never been to that state, but it sounds nice. And...
Yeah, we forgot George. Greenville and Charleston
George?
Is nice.
Yeah. Sorry, Joe Ty, were you speaking then? Beg your pardon.
No, we left you out. I just
not at all. No, you're all right. No, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you. No, I'm absolutely fine. Thank you. No, you. Everyone, carry on talking.
Yeah, I was just looking at one of these Instagram things that were talking about Sir Bacon and how Shakespeare wasn't a real person and how they made English a spelling type of magic.
That's cool.
Yeah, I was looking at it. So Sir Bacon was one of these Masons that created the English language that we use right now. So I was wondering, how much does George know about this?
Very little, I'm afraid.
Okay, I
just not in a great
morning. That's why I was wondering. And there was another thing about the pagans and how April Fools came about, and they said the pagans had their New Year's in March, and when the Gregorian calendar of the Catholics brought in the Gregorian calendars, they made fun of the pagans by calling them April Fools because they don't follow the Gregorian calendar. So there's things I'm still learning.
Ian is from the UK, correct?
No, Ian's from Florida. George is from England.
Yeah. I don't know who we're talking about.
Oh my God,
George Knight is.
George, you just got called Ian. Oh my God, Ian, you're never living that down.
Noreen is not. Wasn't here when Ian was here. So George is a proper Englishman right here, and he's a real historian in England.
Is he actually good in history? Well, I'm impressed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's been working with Douglas on the Reich, and
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
he has a very good pedigree over there.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. Really appreciate it.
Well, did Douglas seek out George, or did George seek out Douglas? George.
I found Douglas, and I communicated with him one day, and then we've managed to establish some form of we've been communicating ever since. Just because what I've done is preserved a lot of the information that Douglas has been exposing for over the last couple decades. So that's how we got acquainted and been affiliated ever since. Yeah.
Well, the story that he has about how he was born, you know about it, right?
Yes, I am aware. Thank you.
And is that is that the connection you also have with the Third Reich information for him? And in other words, is that kind of like?
No, it was basically what I've always done. I've always been like a sort of a enthusiast researcher on my own accord, just seeking out, a lot of people, they want to seek out the so-called truth out there, with everything with the world around them. So when I discovered Douglas, then I was he basically, through his expositions, I was able to ascertain information on the right government in exile. And it's taken several years for me to basically ascertain or to fathom the information, and then to be able to present it. And it's a very it's a topic that most people are completely unaware of, as most things. It's life is a million shades of grey, and it's just very. The struggle is to try and articulate it into a manner or form that people can comprehend and understand coherently. And it's very hard for people to accept or to understand that, with our conditions that we are living in, is a result of that ongoing continuous war with the Reich in exile. And that's what I find most important to present to people, and that's why I do what I do. It's
I have to say, there is a lot of misinformation about history and the things like Third Reich anyway. Mm-hmm. So that's important, There's too much revisionist history, sort of a little bit too. But I'm not, I have a different mindset a little bit than Doug on everything, or a lot of things. I'm not really, I don't know, whatever. I don't know. I'm not, I don't know.
Well, the truth is more interesting than the things that we were pumped full of shit with, but, But it's great. It's great. I mean, we're learning new things every day. I mean,
it's but basically the reason why I've always and it's so important that I have to disambiguate the difference between what a lot of people tend to do is they go off their off the channels or off the rails on their belief systems or their opinions, and where I try to sever the difference between an opinion and a fact is I always go towards presenting facts, something that is verifiably true that people can verify for themselves, and not go off by what people say, whereas a lot of people do go off what people say without verifying the evidence for themselves. And that is why I appreciate everything Douglas has done, because he's the only person out there that runs off facts, whereas a lot of other people on the alternative information highway. Sorry, Noreen.
No, I interrupt you. And they follow things like that may not be true. But
yes, unfortunately, yes, and that's why I appreciate.
Are you specifically talking about Third Reich information?
Anything, absolutely anything whatsoever. I never, if anyone asks me a question and I don't understand it, as in I can't verify it for myself, I won't speak of it. That's when I come on, especially when I come on the show, I'm more acquainted in real life to then go off like my personal perspective, my personal opinions on things. But
like me, you probably do not engage in mainstream television news and so forth.
No, not to an extent, not to a level. Good. But I certainly do pick up, world affairs. What's going on geopolitically around the world. I do catch up.
Yeah,
sometimes.
We can do that. Things not mainstream. Yeah, because mainstream media is like the biggest lying joke. We all know this, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everything mostly, right? Very little truth. All like agenda and money driven information.
Yeah, both absolutely. Sides are paying off. It doesn't matter which side you're on, both sides of the media are being paid off for
there you go.
What they're saying by the powers that be.
Right.
I agree.
Right.
Well, I heard our Earth core is starting to reverse its poles. So have you guys heard about that news?
Yeah, I've seen it on the news. Yeah, Jotai, thank you for sharing that. I have. That is something, that is going towards the what I can share with you is that's going towards the lines of the Third Reich in exile, or the 1,000-year Reich government in exile. They are aware that the Earth core is basically, it releases the electromagnetic field around the Earth, which protects us from the lethal radiation that is emitted from the sun. The natural sun rays emits a radiation wave, and it's our star that we orbit around. And the Third Reich is aware, and so is our own government, that the Earth's core is weakening. That electromagnetic field is weakening. And so this is one of the factors into the global climate crisis that we are currently, living through. The world is, the Earth is like warming up, heating up. It's turning, continents and lands are blazing on fire as we speak around the world. And this is only going to get worse. And the governments know that. And what they've been contending with is this exile government that exists underneath throughout the earth in eroded and corroded underground cavern systems. And what the government's objective is to one day engage with the right government exile, and then to go to war with the right government exile, which they are still continually in a state of war with. And they know that the only way they can sustain civilization in the future, because of the climate of the earth is warming up, where we'll be unable to sustain any form of civilization on the surface world, we would have to relocate underneath the earth's surface, where we are protected from these lethal radiation waves from the sun, as well as the earth burning, literally blazing on fire. So to escape this, we have to relocate underneath the earth's surface. But the problem is, it's already occupied by a government in exile. So that is what they are contending with. And that's the reality of the world we live in. That is why we're exposed to so much anti-national socialist propaganda to this day, is because there is a government in exile that exists and extent, and they are in extent underneath the earth's, throughout the earth's crust, above the earth's mantle, which the right government themselves know the earth's core is weakening. And this is what they have been forewarning the surface world for decades, that they know that in the future the people on the surface will have to relocate underneath the earth, throughout the earth's cavern systems. That's just what I needed to share, Joe Ty.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like maybe like HARP or something, maybe. The reason why?
Excuse me, Joe Ty. Sorry, could you please repeat that?
No, that's Real Tech Geek, not me. Real Tech Geek is talking to you, George.
Oh,
Sorry.
I didn't even realize he entered the chat. Hello, Real Tech Geek. Nice to speak to you.
What's up, man? How you doing? Happy New Year.
Dude, it's been a while, actually. Yeah. Beg your pardon. And how are you? You all right?
Just some asthma again, but I'm okay.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, sorry. What was the question, Real Tech? Sorry.
Oh, I said a lot of people would think that it's happening because of HARP.
Is that, you mean the heart mechanism?
Yes.
Excuse me, Dacona. Okay. I always pronounce it differently. Sorry, beg your pardon. Sorry, excuse me.
Because in Vietnam, they experimented a lot with making tornadoes and stuff.
You can actually, in Vietnam, actually, yeah. What are you talking about? The weather formation, weather modification.
Yes.
Modification.
Yes.
Yeah. You look up Operation. Yeah, if you look up Operation Popeye, you will find out everything you need to about weather modification, which is what they were conducting in the Vietnam conflict, the illegal conflict in Vietnam. Yeah, the Operation Popeye, you'll be able to see what they were doing. They were flooding. They were trying to flood the basically the trail of the Ho Chi Minh road trail, leading throughout Vietnam into the northern part of Vietnam. So it's I could go into a bit more detail another time, but
So how about the water shortages? I mean, Mississippi is going dry. We know about the Iran and Iraq, that the Tigris and Euphrates is being dammed up by the Turks. It's going to change our. I think that's changing our pole inversion factor.
I'm sorry about that. That's somebody calling me right now. Sorry.
Okay, no
I
problem.
didn't answer. That's why I got kicked off.
Oh, okay. So I'm just because Douglas was talking about how China was damming up the dams and it will change our wobble. So I'm wondering if those things are also aggravating these water shortages and all these rivers that are going dry, even in Europe.
Well, a lot of people talk about also the Three Gorges Dam and how it's completely
the water levels right.
Change the water levels and the planet's rotation or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tilted the Earth. It tilted the Earth on a road, basically on like when you spin a ball on if you put a ball down on like a mattress or something and you spin it, it wobbles. So it tilted the Earth. So because of the water levels from the Gorges Dam, it raised the water level. What they did deliberately was to raise the water levels, and so that did affect the tilt of the Earth. And so they can alter the tilt of the Earth simply by raising water levels. So it's a factor that is conducive. It is it is, you can do it quite easily, but nobody, like Douglas presented it, nobody protested against that.
Yeah, I'm getting curious of how this is going to end up, because we have all these damming projects from Turkey to China to even South America, or it's all over the place. So what will happen? How would the inversion of the poles affect the water supply right now? We only have only 3% of the water on Earth is shared amongst everybody, even though most of the world's water is salt water. But there's a lot of things it's going to affect. I'm hearing next year we're going to have a lot of food shortages because of the Ukraine war and the water shortages around the world.
Well, absolutely. Well, in the supermarkets, there are no eggs on the shelves at the moment in the UK. There is no eggs on the shelves because the chickens rely on the grain, and the grain gets distributed from Ukraine. So the grain shortages is resulting to chickens not laying eggs. They can't live. They're dying. So there's no eggs.
And they had a deal. They had a deal with Ukraine and Russia, but then they reneged on it. So
but the only eggs on the shelves are organic. That are like organically, these chickens are organically fed. Basically, it's like grass fed, so they're natural. So they're not living off, and they're not being fed anything artificial or processed.
Because
it's costing.
Feed prices went up.
It's over £2, £2 pounds sterling to purchase 6 eggs, which is extortionate. Which is absolutely extortionate.
It's something here in New York. It's the same thing. It's like $13 now for a dozen.
Yes. And this is all ramifications, all collateral because of the invasion. And I've done a post recently on the Holodomor genocide. Basically, Holodomor is translated into Ukraine as starvation, death by starvation, or death by hunger. It was a deliberate genocide, and that genocidal policy. Stalin. That genocidal policy is still ongoing to this day, and nobody in the world is protesting. They will protest in their moral compass, their moral standpoint, but nobody's doing anything about it. And then what they're trying to do at this moment, which has been initiated.
No, they're not just starving the Ukrainians; they're starving everybody in the world.
But they were trying to do that prior to the invasion. They were trying to destabilize the economy by unleashing the African swine fever. They were trying to do that deliberately beforehand to try and destabilize. And so the ongoing genocide to inflict a famine across the Ukrainian region is still ongoing by the Russian. The Russian Federation were trying to do that prior to the invasion, and this is the world is impacted because the majority a large percentage of the what they call the fertile soil is situated within Ukraine. They produce many of the world's. They could feed half the world if they wanted to. They have enough resources to feed half of the entire world population. And what everyone in the world now are suffering from is this invasion. So this is a legitimate reason to go to war with Russia. And this is what, if I had any
statement about this, not to interrupt
just
you.
got back.
Sorry.
Just chewing on this banana and checking how things are going. I take it everything is going along peacefully. I just stepped back, so you'll have to catch me up.
I wanted to talk about the Holodomor because I studied the Holodomor, right?
Yeah.
And that Stalin, I guess, basically starving out. I mean, I'm being very simplistic. He basically starved the farmers in Ukraine, and that's what the Holodomor kind of was about, right? Sort of like that.
Yes.
So my advice is that related to this Biden thing or whatever and Putin, because Putin's a badass, but at the same time, it's like this Biden administration thing is like trying to like push this war, with whatever is going with the Putin thing. Okay, but he's pushing it too. So he's, the United States government is very guilty. Biden administration very guilty to push this narrative, because if they're gonna have a war there, I'm not sure that U.S. should like literally directly be involved with that. Okay. But
that's one thing great about this. We're not really connected with it. We're just selling arms that we always been doing. I mean, I'm not Biden's been doing what we need to do. I mean, the billions of dollars.
I think that Trump made a lot of mistakes, but I think this guy here is pushing this too much. Okay, I mean, I understand like support for Ukrainian people.
It is pushing too much.
But
too much money given to this country.
Well,
it's
you must
it's
understand
monotonous.
this. Listen to me. Give me a chance on this one. You know that these weapons we can't use anyways. It has to be purchased by another country to better our economy. So these $45 billion is just a waste sitting in the U.S. if it's not being sent to the Ukrainians.
It's an average of $1.5 billion a month.
Yeah, but that's the military-industrial complex. It doesn't come from us. It goes through the military.
Yeah, and also FTX, the cryptocurrency with Sam Bankman-Fried, he was using donations from Ukraine to funnel money laundering and make fake bitcoins out of it too. The whole thing stinks.
Yeah,
I sent the articles about that.
Okay, that's very interesting. But the bitcoins are mostly what North Korea deals with, anyways, and now the Russians are dealing with, anyways.
Yeah, they got to find. Well, that's SWIFT. Well, with SWIFT, their banking system is SWIFT, which the whole world shut it down on them when they invaded Ukraine. Yeah, of course they're gonna make their own central banking digital currency or use Bitcoin for now. A lot of the Russian oligarchs also use Bitcoin.
Yeah,
so
basically,
I'm not against Bitcoin. I'm not against cryptocurrency. I think it's a great thing. But
I'm saying that by buying, giving, we are not really in it. We're just doing what we normally do, anyways. I mean, that's what we.
Well,
do.
there's always going to be a bunch of forces. There's always going to be a bunch of forces in these country in that country in these separate conflicts. The Russian the English SAS Special Air Service, they're there. So, and there's always going to be individuals like this Korean, I don't remember his name, but the Korean government forbidden him from going there. But he went anyway. And of course, when he comes back, he's going to be in prison for like 10 and 20 years. Is it going to be individuals?
The Bitcoin is due to. It only benefits the criminals. I mean, it helps the people who have the sanctions.
Doesn't always benefit criminals. No, of course not.
Yeah, like Tate. He's been bragging how he can get away with the transferring money all over the world for a minimum price. I mean,
well, what's funny too is a lot of
that's how he operates his business. That's how
What was also
North Korea
interesting
operates his business.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's
So
also
I'm explaining to you these are criminal activities. They're a form of
well, it needs regulation. It needs regulation. That's all it needs. You know, it really is a path. It really is one of the paths to financial freedom. It really is, but it does need regulation. But I'm saying that's also that a lot of dudes are getting divorced from the wives. They're also using hiding a lot of their money into Bitcoin too. So it's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's making it a haven for criminals. Yes, by the way,
listen, man. Listen, it doesn't. They're gonna. Central banking digital currency is happening anyway. It's coming.
Well,
blockchain technology. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the blockchain technology is used to hide child porn. That was proven when they broke it down. So the
of course,
Bitcoin carries
but
that.
that's one. Yeah, that's one aspect of it. It's always gonna be good and bad with things.
Let's just put it this way. My stance on it is this. My stance on it is this. This is my stance. And Real Tech, of course, plays with investments, and we just look at all the money it's got him. So let's just put it this way. The digital currency is one thing. Bitcoin is another. That, of course, is cryptocurrency. So we don't want to confuse the listeners who may not be all savvy to this. But the one thing I can say, even though I'm no financial expert, I've dealt with criminals all my life, and I do deal with my gang brothers. And yes, they use Bitcoin to launder money. That's what it's used for. That's the reason it was invented. And cryptocurrency is essentially there for that. It when you say it needs regulation, that defeats the purpose of the cryptocurrency, which exists not to be regulated. So there's this thing called money. It's already invented. We don't need the cryptocurrency. It's something that should be outlawed. It's that simple. I'm looking at this as a statist. I'm very much a statist. But that being said, so everyone was speaking about Ukraine, and the point that needs to be made about Ukraine is that basically you have, for Noreen here, she understands the Holodomor, and that's important, and she left. Brooke left.
Yeah, because she's pretty conservative on the issue. But
who, Brooke?
But I can't blame her because that's why she's coast to coast. She's on coast to coast. But that's her audience.
Brooke. So Brooke, oh my God, Brooke, I love you. If you hear me, I adore you. It says you're still active now. You can come back on and yell at me. So hey, but
no, I accidentally hung up. I wanted to hear what you had to say about the Ukraine war.
No, you didn't. Oh God. So let's just put it this way. I don't need to speak about that right now. I don't want Brooke to leave. So I'll tell you what.
Oh no, I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, basically, the fact is that there are only a few places in the world that have very rich topsoil and the grade of soil known as black soil. And this enables them to produce higher yields, enough to feed other people other than themselves. The surplus, of course, wasn't enough to save the Ukrainians when the Russians took everything during the Holodomor. And so, however, if the Russians do manage to conquer Ukraine, compared with that breadbasket and their own food production capabilities, they would thereafter control pretty much half the world's food supply. So aside from that, as I said, the 90% of the world's high-end semiconductors are produced in Taiwan. In order to produce those semiconductors that run our world, the Taiwanese need neon gas, and majority of that neon gas sources out of Ukraine. So it's a twofer. If Vladimir Putin conquers Ukraine, he and his communist Chinese masters rule the world. So we cannot allow that to happen. This isn't a question of how much money it costs.
So you and I are agreeing on something.
So that's why all the graphics cards now are so expensive now, because I keep hearing about the nodes are with the chips are getting more expensive to produce. The 3 nanometer, 2 nanometer they're working on.
Of course, yes.
Now I understand.
Yeah, definitely. And
yeah, Nvidia is charging like mid-range graphics cards that are supposed to be like $300-$500 now, $800-$900 for both AMD and NVIDIA.
Yeah.
See, all these people complaining about all this stuff. They're not explaining these things properly. That's always because listen to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. There, Real Tech Geek has wormed his way back into my heart. There we have it, dear Brooke. And so in case you do go to bed, I love you profoundly. I'm going to go grab my sandwich now. I'm not making it. It's already made. So I'm just going to grab it, bring it here. I'll slam down some of the vitamin pills. I'm pretty much done with all the real heavy-duty supplementation. So it's just slamming down some vitamins now and bringing the sandwich here so I have something in my stomach to buffer them with. So other than that, everybody do carry on. Now, what had happened was that I believe what Noreen was saying was that Biden was framing this war in such a way that she was concerned about escalation. Was that what you were saying, Noreen? Something of that nature when I came
in. Wait. Okay. Well, yeah, because it's not just him, but he's part of it. Because I mean, I don't know, why there is a strategy as to why these powers in this world want this war so badly. And it's not in our favor, okay? I'm just saying, not that we should I don't know. Intervention is whatever. Right. But this does not favor us, anybody. What's going on over there? Okay, that's the bottom line, really.
Well, I would have to disagree. I mean, I think I would have to disagree there because I think if we allow Russia, as much as I'm anti-war, and Douglas knows that, I also believe that if we allow Russia to take Ukraine, just like the points that he just pointed out, that Ukraine's so rich in, Russia will then control, and then on top of that there's no stopping Putin. So once he's controlled Ukraine, the next will be what, Poland? Yeah. Or they.
Yeah.
Where does he stop? Where do we stop it?
It doesn't stop.
I'm sure this guy is all that. I don't think he is all that. I'm not sure about that. Well, I think it's like a big, kind of like a bravado external thing. I may not be all that.
Well, he doesn't have a choice. Once he started, Japan. He can't stop. The problem is he has to keep going because he can't stop now. So even if he takes the Ukraine,
Federation is all that either. I don't think the Russians are all that either. They're not all that.
I understand what you're saying. Certainly they prove themselves to be completely incompetent, but it's not a question of their competence. It's a question of their aspirations and their objectives. Even the most incompetent people in the world will win if you just let them. So we just simply can't allow that.
China heads up on them. And if China wants to use Putin and Russia, maybe. But I think China is for China. I don't think they care that much about Russia or Putin. And I don't think Putin cares as much about them. I don't think they're that close.
These aren't people who love each other. Yeah, it's a very brutal relationship, but it's a relationship that basically now...
Without China, I don't think Putin and Russia could do this.
Of course not. No, of course not. No, they're
and I don't think China necessarily. I'm not sure how interested they are in that theater.
Well,
I don't know.
Very interested because of the reasons that I gave. Yeah.
Well, listen. If they are, then they will probably for their sake. For their own, understand. In other words, this is why none of us win with this.
Well, they're propping Putin up because.
You know what I mean? That's the point. That's the whole point. None of us are gonna get ahead, and in favor. We're not gonna gain from this theater over there at all.
Well,
nobody.
We
Taiwan,
are because we will because of. It's not because of what we have to gain. It's because of everything we have to lose. So it's.
We will lose. Will lose. The U.S. will lose. Over.
Well, this isn't just a question of just the U.S. It's a question.
Noreen, you got to check out the
U.S. and Japan are.
Excuse me, I just said Taiwan, for example, will lose, and so will we. This is all the rest of us. Situation.
It's not a case like that.
There's no game.
But
I don't think so.
I'm not talking over you intentionally. It's just you're glitching a lot. It's for whatever reason there seems to be a bad sell. So we're hearing very little of what you're saying. But I certainly understand what you're saying, and I know what you're saying because Noreen worked with Revolution Radio for a long time, and they are basically a Russian propaganda base. They hence the name Revolution.
Them at all.
I know you're not with them now for the past few months, but you were working with them for a long time, and you're exposed to these people a lot.
I was like this before I met them. This is how I think. It's always been this way for years, even before radio.
I knew you back
so
when,
this is
hey, honey, I got you the job at Revolution Radio. You weren't like this before you worked there.
Yes, I just was a little bit different in how I expressed myself, but I did think like this. Sorry, I did.
You weren't political like this, and you weren't geopolitical by any means. Political, maybe only in the sense of human rights, but you were never geopolitical.
I agree. I don't even agree with everything on Rev Radio at all. This is coming from me, okay? So I'm just telling you that my observation of this, my own.
But I know where you get your attitude from. But your attitude when you say they'll lose, this is a remark of faith. It's not a remark of fact. It's a remark of faith because this is what you've been indoctrinated into. See, everyone at Revolution Radio is parodying.
Excuse me, I ain't indoctrinated. Please stop that. I am not, okay? Not at all. I've been this way even before I encountered that station. I think you don't understand. I'm a pragmatic person.
This is
nothing to do with
what you're
anybody
speaking of is not pragmatic. What I just told you is that if the Sino-Slavic synaxis conquers Ukraine, they effectively rule the world. That combined with Taiwan, which you've just said flat out, Taiwan will lose. United States will lose. These are like emphatic. You're emphatically stating something.
Let me rephrase it.
United States and Taiwan cannot lose. It's over. It's over. That happens.
Okay.
You understand? All the computer chips are made in that country, in that island of Taiwan. Even I don't like Biden, but he did say that he will defend Taiwan. So I absolutely am with him with that.
He doesn't have a choice.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah,
of course he doesn't.
Yeah.
Am I glitching? Because I'm trying to say that I'm going to rephrase what I said. Maybe I shouldn't use the term lose. Saying is nobody. This is like a thing where it's like more towards the people with a lot of. Right now, China's got a lot of. Well, for now, okay, not saying later, but right now they have a lot of clout. Militarily speaking, this is what I mean. So I'm not saying about the term lose or gain, but I think that China has a lot of military might. Maybe more than Russia, right?
Well,
so
certainly
I think
much more than Russia, yes.
Mm-hmm. And so I'm looking at it from that point.
Yeah, but a lot of times it's just propaganda they have in the movies.
Right.
Most of the time, all they do is video games.
Just to let you know, Real Tech is married to a Chinese woman from the mainland. So just bring that context.
I don't pay attention to mainstream nothing. Okay, I think it's a joke. So for me, it's just like I'm just deciphering this from my own information that I extrapolate. It's nothing to do with what's out and whatever. Okay, so I'm just saying
honey,
that
honey, do remember this that when you say I don't watch the mainstream news ever, okay, this in a sense is part of the problem. You're extrapolating based on what you're picking out of alternative media, which is now the new mainstream.
These are so many people of all kinds of backgrounds from all kinds of countries that I'm getting this information from, okay? It's not just one source. Sorry, it's not.
That, but you do understand that the network of Russian collaborationists, people who propagandize for Russia, is worldwide. It is worldwide. These are people in Australia. Brooke Gibson will tell you about a guy we know in Australia who says the same.
There's a guy, his name is Caleb. There's a communist guy named Caleb Malfin, and he works for Russia Today also. Yeah. He lives in New York City.
I would know those people. I know how to spot them, and I'm not paying attention to them. Okay? I think this needs to be understood.
No,
I mean, yeah.
Well, one thing that can put things in context for everyone, your relation, he was one of the Bolsheviks.
I know, and that's freaking bad, okay? That ain't a good thing.
Yes.
All right? Sorry.
Do you remember his name?
Yeah, it was Alexander Parvis Helpan.
Yes.
A really bad person. History. Really bad.
So Alexander
whatever.
Parvy's help hand was one of these people who basically ultimately was responsible for the deaths of many hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people.
In a way.
Yeah, because he was pushing these collectivized programs that, and it was, there's a context here that you understand the negativity of that. And what we face is another situation like that if we don't stop them now.
I don't think Russia right now, I don't know, you guys might still glitching. I feel like I'm not being heard, but I don't think Russia at the moment is the old Russia from then. I think things have changed in a lot of countries. So this is why I think that Russia is a second fiddle compared to, say, China.
Of course.
Because I think China, so that I'm only looking at it from that way. That's all I'm saying, you know.
Yes, but the situation
but Douglas has argued that for a while. Douglas has said, that as far as Russia versus, even the U.S., when they were threatening the U.S. if we came in, that, they really didn't, they say they have nuclear weapons that are probably meaningless, just like their tanks, because they can't afford to upkeep them. So yes, their army is not anywhere near what China is and what they face. And obviously they thought they were stronger than they were, but are they still a huge Russian force, bigger than Ukraine? I mean, obviously you've seen what Ukraine has done. But if we hadn't helped them at all, Ukraine would have been taken over. And that's what you have to look at now. It wasn't China invading Ukraine. It was Russia invading Ukraine. And that was wrong. And so I believe, I don't believe in war, but I do believe in defense. And I believe we have to defend.
Yeah, but I understand.
Ukraine was not provoking this war. So why would you not help defend innocent people?
Yeah, and it started with the 2014 with Crimea when they annexed it.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I know people from the Ukraine, and they're telling me that this story that everyone thinks they know is not what it is.
Honey, there's all kinds of Russians who say they're Ukrainian. That's a job. They say it's the same thing I saw. I saw this in action in the Balkan War.
Excuse me, I know these people in person. They are Ukrainian. They are not Russian at all.
What are they telling you? What are they telling you?
They're telling me that what we quote here on our end is not always what is going on there. Because there are Ukrainian militant type people that are actually in cahoots with maybe Russia and China or Korea, and they're not even for their own people even. And they're causing a lot of problems.
Those are the traitors that the government is trying to take care of in Ukraine.
Yes, there are traitors there, but I do have to speak this because, as you said, Ukrainians. The company that I just left last July is a Ukrainian company. We had all of our researchers, all of our research team of developers. We had over 400 of my coworkers, many I was close to, that we had to get out. That we all sent money to, obviously when this war started, most of them were able to get out. And so, but my point to that is that most Ukrainians, as we had, because not every single one of them I knew personally, but we had a personal internal channel where every one of those foreign Ukrainians was coming on speaking, and never once in all those months did any of them say anything like what you're saying. So are there people in government, just like in America, that are bad and that are traitors? Yes, there's few, but the majority of the Ukrainians, and that's what we're fighting for, the people of Ukraine and all those warriors that are fighting, they didn't deserve to be bombed, and they didn't deserve their land to be attacked.
But do you realize that your own people can turn on you, and sometimes it does happen even in Ukraine? Okay.
Your own people, but you're talking about, we're talking about the large numbers. We just had a man die. I'm sure you're all aware. A black man killed in, was it Memphis, I believe it was.
Memphis, Tennessee, by 5 black cops.
By 5 police officers, okay? And they're both black. They were all black. It was 5 black police officers. And they beat and killed this man for no reason. No reason. Traffic stop.
That's a police matter. What I'm talking about is mercenaries, a little bit different.
People turning on people, even if they're the same.
No, but don't you understand why? But you do understand why that happened.
Noreen, I'll give you an example of.
I disagree with the police matter. Can be a completely separate subject. What I am saying is that people turn on people, but it's power. It's power. It's power.
Mercenaries. Okay, but understand. You've ever heard of crying wolves? See, mercenaries do this kind of game, right? Where they try to get control of a situation where they say, well, we're one of them, but they're being sneaky and they're saying they're doing other actions. And these are people with munitions. Maybe they're not ultra professionally trained, but they're trying to like cause chaos to degrees. So I think that
I'm not understanding what your point is. So you're saying there are mercenaries that are Ukrainian that are trying to start this, and they're what brought Russia in?
Well,
they
I'm
have
asking
the whole bring in. I mean, what did they turncoat when they got in there? How did they get Russian tanks to come in?
Money talks, right? It talks. So I'm just
saying. It's more like Russians posing as Ukrainian soldiers.
Yes. No.
But
Noreen, but you see how you just denied that, Noreen? You just denied that. But what? You didn't when Realtek said it's more like Russians posing as Ukrainian soldiers, and you said no, but how could you say that with such certainty?
No, I got an idea where
Hitler did that. When Hitler before he invaded Poland, that's what he did. He had German soldiers as Polish soldiers, and it's the same thing in Russia when he invaded Operation Barbarossa. Same thing.
No, I know what Noreen ran into.
I can send the information.
I know what Noreen ran into.
What was it, Joe?
Because I met a Ukrainian that got deported to Uzbekistan, and their family got moved to Uzbekistan, and she got a loan from the Russians to go through school. So she is Ukrainian, but she lost her identity. These are the Ukrainians that are in the Soviet Union and in those states, but they're not the Ukrainians that are really there anymore.
Okay, so that you're saying that Noreen may have run into people like that. I mean, that's appreciated. Yes. But Noreen, what I would say is going on when you bring up the mercenaries. See, basically, this is the common trope that's going on in the Russian-sponsored alternative media. And understand that Russia's biggest asset is basically white American homophobic racists who want America to become like Russia. And they say that Russia is Christianity.
You know what? Listen, you're too hung up on being white, being Chinese, being Japanese, being
No.
Roman.
Wait a second, honey. That has everything to do with this. That is everything to do with this. The Russians are fighting this war based on racial identity. This is their official line.
You know what? White people are going to be rid off the face of this earth anyway. So stop caring about that.
Wait, that's another thing. No, Noreen, go there. Tell us a bit about how the white people are vanishing.
I think Japanese are vanishing too. Hello. Okay,
but tell us about this. Tell us about these vanishing races. So what is happening?
Oh God. Japanese birth rate, Korean birth rate, white people's birth rate. Where do I start or begin? It's all tanking, all of it. Okay. And whatever. Okay, maybe Jewish too. I don't know. I'm just saying to you that a lot of birth rates are tanking, and it's done on purpose because they literally need us people from everywhere. They don't need us all. Okay, we are on the chopping block. All of us will be gone. Our ancestors or descendants gone because they don't care. They just want to use people as tools. So that's really part of these wars too. You need to realize a lot of these wars have to do with using people. Okay, so let me just say this. I don't disagree with your premise on Ukraine, by the way. Russia, not really. But I do think that in the end, what I'm trying to really say with this whole thing, it doesn't matter who is a mercenary, who isn't. I get it. Maybe it doesn't. You might be right about that. But what is the bigger picture, though, is how people are being used as tools all over this world. And I mean everybody, okay? And I think that the problem is that ultimately, if you give into things like, oh, we need to go to war because, well, I'm not big into the war thing anymore because a lot of them, they don't service us people. Okay, when I say people, I mean like people, okay? They do serve bankers. They do serve government elites. They don't really serve us. And that's really my bottom line on this, okay? So there you go. I just answered two of your questions.
I understand where you're coming from.
Well, I have to say, I just want to say that I agree with much of what you said in that regard. I think that Ukraine's a little different. I think that a lot of wars on the military-industrial complex is what, and the powers behind that, are what run these wars because of the amount of money that is brought in by that. It is basically a financial structure. I mean, just look at Lockheed Martin. You can go back and they made billions.
Raytheon stock is up like crazy. Lockheed Martin, they're all up.
Just in 2003.
Halliburton.
Yeah, real tech geek, you better buy all that.
Okay, I'll
do you know the defense company are?
Let her talk. Let her talk.
I was just wanted to say in 2003, the CEO of Lockheed Martin, this is obviously for our war for Iraq, his salary was became $901,000, and he got a bonus of $1.74 million. By 2004, his salary had gone up to still not much higher, $1,071,000. He got a bonus of $2.3 million. This is not the company. This is just the CEO. And then the salary for him was $1.248 million by 2005. And this is $3.25 million bonus. This is not what the company's making. This is just the CEO. So to say that money isn't involved in this is true.
No, but what I'm saying is these defense companies are at one with, in this modern age, defense companies, government, and corporations are all one entity now. Okay, they're not separate anymore.
Yes, they're in bed together. We know that. Yes, right. I agree with you on that.
Okay,
I agree with you on that. So my point to that is this. And as Douglas will say, we have gotten in many arguments about war. I do not think that war is just a given. Like Douglas thinks it's just something that we will continually do and should do, that it's just human nature. I disagree. I think that the more we become educated and love each other as one and not caring about race or religion and things like that, and
that's to care about race, because he does care a little bit too much. But anyway, go on.
Okay.
You and I are probably more on the same page about that. But anyway.
Yes, I don't care about race, to be honest. I wish there was just like people are like, oh, the white race is going away, the Taiwan. I'm like, let us all be one race. Who cares? I mean, I really don't. Like, I'm Southern.
You can't say goodbye to the Japanese or goodbye to the whites or goodbye to the Mexicans. That isn't totally fair either. But I know what you're talking about.
I'm not saying goodbye, but I'm saying if there was an agenda, like where we came over as Americans, and we just killed tons of Indians and did away with most of what Native American Indians and did away with so much of their culture, that is very different. That doing away with the race like that, than if we are slowly like, my race is on control. Who is so worried about interbreeding and the Mexicans and Spanish are coming here?
Wait a minute. The destruction of Native Americans was sinful, but what's happening to Japanese, whites, and black or whatever, all of us, okay, as a human kind, they're trying to get rid of us anyway. That's a crime too. So it's all bad. All of it's bad. Every part of it's bad.
So I think, I'm not sure what you're saying by that. They're not trying to get rid of any one race. I don't believe it.
They are. They're trying to get rid of a lot of people because they don't need us. That's the problem. But that's not
a race they're trying to get rid of. Unless you're saying,
but they are because they are.
Then you have to say the humankind race. They're trying to downsize that.
Well, that's the eventual goal. But first, they want to get rid of the more technological people, which would be whites, Asians. They want to do away with some of that first because they get in their way.
Who are they? Who are they? What race are they?
They are elites who don't get. They're elites. It doesn't matter what race they are. They're elite people. They have an agenda. You know what? Douglas studied Satanism, so he knows what I'm talking about. There is a satanic agenda in this world through the military, through the corporations, through the governments to go step by step. Who do we need to get rid of first, second, third to favor our agenda?
You have a lecture called Satan's Crusaders.
I think they're going to get rid of the people that they can either not control or they feel they can't control. It would be one. Would be one agenda they could have if you wanted to go there. I don't believe they would want to get rid of everyone that was technologically savvy because this is the world that they're building.
You're correct. Maybe not everyone, but you get what I'm saying generally. Not everyone, but many groups, because the people, like you just said, stand in their way. Yeah, they want to get goodbye first. You're in our way. Okay. And then whoever else that they can either rid of or utilize, because it is about using too, right? It's also about using people as well. So, there's that aspect.
But my point the point I wanted just to make is that we could definitely agree on certain things with war and certain things with maybe the agenda that is at play overall.
Right.
And what I would say is that I don't even know exactly, while Douglas would argue this probably a little, I am against Putin, and I believe Putin did invade this country, but did he have bigger power sources behind him? I don't know. I'm never going to say something I don't know. And I believe he's crazy enough to do it, and he's angry enough, but I don't know that he did it,
Right.
because it strikes me odd when he has all his Russian oligarchs coming out to him, months ago, trying to shut him down, and many people are just trying to shut him down, that he wasn't doing well, that he wouldn't have been looking for some more negotiation room. So he's either off his fucking rocker, which may very well may be, or he's got bigger power behind him. Either one, I'm not arguing. Here's what I'm arguing. The fact that wars, like when we went into Iraq, when we went into Afghanistan, those wars we know were run by the military-industrial complex.
Oh, yeah.
We lied while we went in there. We went in there the same way, kind of like Iraq's going. Russia's going in saying they're freeing people. They want the land. Okay. We were going in there to finish George Bush's first war on oil, and any other conspiracy theories, if you want to believe stuff like we were getting, I don't know, people get the conspiracy theories if we were getting, ancient statues. Who the hell knows? I don't believe that. But regardless, we were not going in there for the Iraqi people. We killed innocent Iraqi and innocent Afghani people. That was a war we should not have been in. We weren't there defending people.
The Ukrainian thing could be similar to that. We don't know yet. We don't know that yet.
I think we do know that. We do know that. Here's why we know that. Because we sat here and he was warned, and he had tanks, and he said he wasn't invading. He wasn't invading any of the tanks on the border. He had already done it in Crimea and took over Crimea several years ago. He was warned, and he did it. This wasn't America going. This was him coming in. We still haven't even gone in, because we are trying to not go to a third world war. But to say that those people, I watched the woman blown up with her baby inside of her. How dare you say that wasn't a real woman?
How can you say
those innocent people deserve to die like that?
I know that, but Biden and Putin might be complicit. Okay, I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not really against what you're saying.
But here's the thing. There's rumors that America and Russia have been in bed together the entire fucking time, even through the Soviet era, that was an entire conspiracy. Who knows what it is? But what I will say is this. We know that, Trump was buddy-buddy with him, for sure, wasn't standing up to him and putting him up and saying he was one of the best presidents freaking ever and better, and we know that. And if we're going to say Biden is in bed with him, then why are we all?
He loves CCP because he doesn't mean himself an emperor.
Which is it? Is Biden in bed with Ukraine, or is Biden in bed with Russia?
I don't think Biden is caring about them either. Biden doesn't care about Ukrainians any more than he doesn't. All of these people, Putin, Biden, they don't care. Get that? Understand that, okay? This is what I'm saying about this. So whatever.
It doesn't matter what they care. So I agree with you on. Even if I was to say, and I won't say that I just think Biden doesn't care, because there are things that I think about Biden that obviously some people don't. But I think that Biden, I've watched him lose his son, unless he's like, this conspiracy theories like Ian West.
Biden, I know Putin may be the same, but he's not president of our country. Okay. But Biden, being our current president, no more than Trump, doesn't care any more about us than anybody. Okay, these people.
So you can't know that. So you can. That's what I'm saying. You're now going into where females get accused of this. You're going into a thing, and I've done it before too, where you're going into I know, and you're knowing from a feeling standpoint. You're not knowing from a factual standpoint, what is supporting that besides your emotional feelings?
No. Because I was never into Trump, and I'm not into this guy. So no, it's not about that at all.
But you're not into him, but you're saying you know how he feels.
Because these
based
people.
On what?
No, it's not based on my feelings. It's based upon.
Okay, then what is it based on? That's what I'm asking.
Because he's made statements and done things that, pulling out of Afghanistan the way he did, he don't care about Afghanis. He doesn't care about Americans. That's number one obvious. Okay, and there's a few other ones I'm just saying it's pretty obvious. He does not care. Okay, so whatever. But neither did Trump in his own way, but whatever.
I believe that pulling out of Afghanistan, I don't think there's anyone that would argue that the way we pulled out of Afghanistan was a huge miss and a huge
He's a commander in chief. He's a commander in chief.
Correct.
So
that's why I don't like old men in office. So we got to vote for younger
what you
generation.
have to look at then.
I don't want Trump. I don't want Biden.
Let me finish mine, Joe. Here's the problem. what he's the commander in chief, but the problem is you think, and it's just like, Douglas educated me on this with Obama, and the fact that, so much what Obama did was controlled by the military industrial complex as well. He did things he didn't want to do because they had his birth certificate. He was set up from the beginning. Okay. And that was why, Trump eventually got elected, because so many, angry whites, came back that, you think aren't racist, but they didn't want a liberal there, and they sure didn't want a black one. And so Trump was this new person who could come out and completely be non-liberal, completely other extreme, and was white as he could be and rich. And they thought they could trust him. The problem here goes is that Biden made that decision. And even saying Trump made decisions that I can say he probably made because they were obviously argued against and weren't. But some decisions that that we think we call him commander in chief, that is in title only. Yes, can he pull a switch and make that decision we pull out now, or we don't, or he can say things? Yes. But if you do not think that there are bigger powers behind him that are controlling so much of that. And so the way he pulled out, I believe he was probably ill-advised. He promised he would get us out of Afghanistan. Everybody wanted out of Afghanistan. When we voted, even Republicans wanted out of Afghanistan. He ran on getting us out of Afghanistan. I believe he was most likely, and I'm not taking up for him. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that there are powers that be, and especially in your military industrial complex, for what they chose to pull out. And I believe there was probably purposeful matter there behind the scenes that we don't even know why they wanted that to go down. Was it to let the Taliban take over so they'll have another war to go fight and spend money on in 10 more years? Maybe. Who knows?
Yes.
But I don't believe Biden was
because don't forget
and fully aware of what was going to happen. And I'm sure not only did it cost him tremendously, if he wants to rerun, it cost him lives. And I do believe if we were to go with emotion and a feeling, if I was to bring that in and my intuition, I would say that I do believe Biden does truly care about people. Does he have to take the state? I think he does care about people more than Trump ever thought about things. Trump doesn't even like.
I do agree about that.
Biden is the lesser of the two evils. I mean, Trump was incompetent. He didn't have a team. He fired everybody.
Nobody listened to him. Nobody wanted to listen to him anyway. You give out orders, and you want to follow him anyway. So, and plus, he didn't.
Biden had a team that works. Trump never had a team that works. So
no,
that's the problem.
Well, Trump didn't want to be president anyway.
Larry Elder for president.
He didn't want one. He just wanted for his show, for his ratings. Go ahead. Sorry.
I like Larry Elder for president. Okay.
How about Tulsi
Gabbard? Hell no, that guy.
Larry Elder for governor because
no. Tulsi Gabbard.
Why? What's wrong with him?
He's a piece of garbage. No.
Why? Why is it Larry Elder that bad boy?
So we need Tulsi Gabbard. She's a National Guard. She knows how the military works.
I like Tulsi Gabbard.
I like her. Let's get her.
Oh my God, kill me with Tulsi fucking Gabbard. Fuck my life.
well.
Can we get Snoop Dogg for fucking president?
Hey. She's better to look at than old men.
That's how we're voting now. Okay, can we get Pamela?
That's why I told you,
Can we go find a runway model?
No, that's not my. I don't believe that.
I run for office. I mean, she's a hot blonde. My God.
No. I'm not following that.
I would be more than glad if I could get to that.
She is.
If I had the money, I would be more
she's
than
a run
glad
for office.
Tulsi Gabbard. You'd all vote for me.
Yes.
Well, she did beat up Camilla Harris. She did beat her up. I mean, she's the whore of Babylon.
I don't think Tulsi Gabbard is the answer, but I don't know what's so bad about her per se. I mean, I don't know.
Just some of the things I've heard her say.
Well, Hillary hates her. I mean,
Hillary hates her. Who the hell is she?
Yeah.
She to call people whatever it is.
She's politically dead now. So
I'll tell you who she is. Oh, I remember. I forgot her name. I remember it now. Shit, I almost forgot. Hillary Clinton. She's the one that Trump was saying lock her up for having some emails that were private on her server that were confidential on her computer. But yeah, Trump.
A BlackBerry phone.
Yeah. Then Trump thought that he should be able to take them because he had the power of his mind.
Yes.
To take them.
Yes. Yeah, classified document. She's referring to all the classified documents.
We didn't even do lock her up for 4 years. He did lock her up on his second fucking run term.
Yes.
I mean, he couldn't even give it over. But the same person that's coming in, he's coming up against on the CIA or whatever that he's talking about, or the FBI, that this interview, like watching him or appointing, those are people he appointed. He appointed people that now he said, oh no, they should not prosecute me.
That's right.
Yeah, that's in the debates. You know, if I was president, you'd be in jail.
And Tulsi Gabbard is the person that supported all of the shit, which is why if you want to go back and listen to, I can pull up numerous things that she has said, which is why I.
Okay. I gotta research more about her.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Other than her looks. Yeah.
Watch her on.
I'm not attracted to her looks.
Last time I saw her, she was on Joe Rogan. It wasn't pretty.
Thank you. Yes. Oh my God. Well, you know, Joe, he says, you know, white women have a tendency to call the cops on me. You know, it helps when you don't run up to them and bump them.
Tulsi Gabbard.
So
she's Indian, isn't she?
Do what?
Tulsi Gabbard's Indian, but I'm just saying one thing I like about Tulsi, she's Indian from India, not from India. I'm sorry. Her background,
Native
I think
American?
No, Indian from India, I think.
Oh,
Tulsi?
okay.
Yeah. She's from Hawaii though. Yeah. But I'm just saying that one thing I liked about her, she's very critical of Republicans and Democrats. She's very critical about the system. I did like that a lot. I found that refreshing.
Well, it's not refreshing. It's what everybody comes down to is, you know, a pox on both their houses. So what is her political party, if I might ask?
Democrat, I think.
Democrat?
No, she changed it.
She's Republican.
Yeah.
She's Republican.
She's Republican now.
Yes,
Yeah.
so that tells us all we need to know.
well, that's different.
That's not how she started.
She's a Hawaiian Republican Democrat.
She's
not
she has
mainland.
You know
she's
what?
not
I will vote for her if she's going to give
Democrat
everybody in America a
Republican.
free fucking week in Hawaii.
Yes,
Put
there
up.
we are. Thank you. Oh my
That's how
God.
Congress people should really run. They should be like, you know what? If you vote for me, you get a week free in Fiji or Hawaii.
So basically, I came back just in time with my sandwich and whatnot, and I swear to God, I've got this. I should be proud of it. It's like local cheese. It's made in Sonoma or something, but I swear to God, it's supposed to be good stuff. I guess it may be good stuff. It's said to be from an established creamery that's been around for quite some time, and yet when it's the consistency of it. When I bite into this, it's like I'm biting into a bendy doll. It's like the rubbery consistency of a bendy doll. I'll finish the whole thing because it's like kind of tasty with the jalapenos in it because it's pepper jack, but it's odd. It's just odd. Maybe that's the way it's supposed to taste, that kind of consistency, but I still think it's a bit bouncy, kind of weird. So that being said, so when I got back, I heard everybody kind of onto a different topic from where we were with the Great Replacement Theory. So originally, Noreen, who is very choppy, I have no idea what's going on with her Skype at home, but oh my God, it's really choppy. And so it's not like we're trying to run you over. It's a lot of times we can't hear you. And because we can't hear you, what happens is people start talking because they can't hear you. And so
that's why maybe I should just hang up for tonight, because if I'm not being heard, then it's not clear.
Well, I mean, at times it is clearer and we're getting enough of your message. But you, so how did when you brought up the Great Replacement theory, you're talking about the demographics crashing in so many places, then this is followed up by a replacement, that these people are replaced by other peoples who are not suffering these demographic crashes.
Well, it may or may not be. I mean, in the ultimate goal, that's hard to say, but for the short term, maybe. Not for long term, I don't think.
So are you of the shall we say, just kind of are you so cynical? So do you feel that humanity is headed towards extinction, that we're doomed, that this is just the last days of humanity and the elite are planning to cull us all so that they can live alone with who would serve them?
Well, that would only happen if people don't see what's going on with their agenda, how greedy and power driven it is. Once more people, I think that's happening now, are more aware of all these things, then that may not happen. But I think that is up to humanity to give them the power to do that or not. We have to take our own power back as people, you know, so that's part of it. I don't know what else. I mean, it's being simple, I guess, but it's a complicated thing, right?
It
I
doesn't
do
sound.
agree that we have to take our power back as people. I think I completely agree with you on that. I think as individuals, I think that the military-industrial complex, which is what I like to call it, and the powerful, that again, we seem to agree on some things, have an agenda that they have set out to has been for a long time, to keep people divided. Because the only way that people, as long as they stay divided on two party lines, countries, race, anything else they can promote, race is becoming less and less something they can promote as heavily as they could in the past and used it. They still use some of it. But now what they are using, they're still using race as they promoted with Trump. And that was something they were able to completely
I think Biden is equally as racist as Trump, by the way. They're all racist. All of them are just power greedy, power hungry people.
But so you want to come together and you want love, but do you see what I'm saying? Like, I am factually going on what Trump did, and you're saying that you think that Trump, that Biden is, and I think that we have to stop hating on people in general. I don't even hate Trump.
You're okay. We all have opinions about it. I'm just saying.
Maureen, I hope you go have a new candidate for you. Tulsi is your new candidate. Okay.
I don't know. It's okay. I don't know. No. I'm just saying we need new blood, right? I'm sick of hearing Trump and all these people. We just need
well, what you're actually saying is that we need a new party. I mean, we need a new party. If you're referring, I will not agree with you on Joe Biden being evil like Trump and not caring. I will never agree with you on that. We can face off in heaven or the afterlife, and we can see he's right there. But it won't matter then, because by then we'll realize it doesn't matter. He's right. We were all
I just don't want senile old men in office.
But I will in that one. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You're right. Your Democratic Party and your Republican Party, the huge majority of them are bought off by pharmaceutical cells and by the military-industrial complex, by their own greedy pockets. Okay, that is what, and we can't get true elections because of the way our elections are run. You can't just have someone like me or you run. You have to basically sell your soul to run, and you have to have these huge super PACs support you. And you can't get a third party elected like in many other countries, where we could do a percentage wise. Okay, this many percent of independents won, or people for the people won, and this many Democrats, this many, and have equal representation based on the actual votes. No, we do an electoral count, and all those votes go to one party. And and so that's why you will never have a third party as long as the Electoral College stays in place, and until our Constitution is changed on that, which is very hard to do. That is why a third party can't win, and that is why we are set up with this to stay in place until there is a complete uprising. And only way there's going to be a complete uprising is until the two main people of these parties, all the people, you and me, don't agree on Joe Biden. But until we can agree that there is a need for change, there needs to be a party not run by pharmaceutical, not run by a military-industrial complex. Doesn't mean we shouldn't have defense. Doesn't mean we should never go to war. It does mean that we pick and choose our battles very, very hard. If there are innocent children being killed and innocent people being killed, then maybe that's a reason we go defend them. That's something we do when we discuss as Americans, and we have a party that we know is not bought off by those things. And right now, we don't have that. I mean, I can tell you right now, it was one of the things that I would say I looked up. I actually looked this up because of something that our crazy Ian West has sent me, and I wanted to understand where he was going with what he was saying. So my point was, I got my own facts, and my own facts support this. Just looking at who owns oil and gas right now and oil and gas stocks, I mean, you've got overall members of Congress from Texas have the most fossil fuel stock, 14 Texas representatives, 10 Republicans, and 4 Democrats. And 1 Senator Republican, Ted Cruz, have between 14.5 million and 35 million invested in oil, gas, and coal industries. Representative Gǔrìjié, for Republican from Montana, has 4.8 million. The list goes on. 154 members of Congress and their spouses own as much as 92.7 million worth of stock in fossil fuels. That is even not getting into what they own in Reöpen and in the military companies. So you have people that are invested in their own pocketbook, and that should be illegal. First of all, I believe them and their spouses to do that. And secondly, yes, so a lot of things are bought off. But again, if we go back to the war in Ukraine, which is how this started, I still say you have innocent people there. They invaded. Ukraine didn't send a bomb over there. Whatever his reason for invading, he used it saying there was Nazis over there. And there were some Nazis over there that were Russian. There were. They've shown those. And guess what? Those same Nazi white extremists are now fighting with the Ukrainians because they didn't want Russia coming in doing what they're doing either. But Russia used that as propaganda to their people, because if you think our TV is controlled, Russian TV is truly controlled. I mean, we control our TV through money. He controls his TV through money. And then the independent news organizations are the one you might get out true. Those people are arrested and put in jail, if not killed and murdered.
That's going to start happening here. It's going to start happening everywhere, unfortunately.
Well, I didn't know you were psychic. I'm sorry.
No, it is. I mean, because people are already being like censored for all kinds of reasons right now. So,
I mean, that's a negative outlook. So you've only got 2 outlooks in life. You bring in what and I was telling Douglas this earlier, asked me how he drew me in because he was complaining. And I said, you draw in what you think about, and that's what they want us. You realize what you're saying, and I did it. I've done it for many years. I've gotten very angry, and I've decided, no, I'm not going to get angry. Like, I'm having a discussion with you, but I'm not angry. And I'm not angry at either side, really. Like, I used to get kind of mad at Trump, and I still think he's a narcissist asshole. And I can say that, but I have no true deep emotion with it, because if I allow myself to get angry, that's what's going to happen. The world's going to end. They're taking us out. It's all this. It's negativity that I'm putting out. And that means I'm creating my world. We are creators. And what we put out, we are energy. We know that. You can't, like, it's like the reason we don't die, because energy can only transform. No matter what you believe, energy can only transform. It can never die. We put energy out. We are energetic beings. And therefore, the energy you are putting out, you draw back. So it is why if you are, whatever you put out, it's like having a bad day. You ever have a bad day, you stump your toe, and then after you stump your toe, the coffee pot overflows, and the next thing you know, you got somebody on the phone, and then they're cussing you out.
I agree with you. I'm just saying that censorship is not like, I'm not saying that's looking at things negatively. There are people of all kinds that are being censored for all kinds of reasons. So I'm just saying that's happening. It doesn't mean that it's like, whatever. Okay. I mean,
right. I'm not saying that there aren't people being censored. I think there are people being censored. But I think that more than not, there are a few people that may need to be censored. But being censored, you have to be very careful, because then we start censoring everything. So you have to be very careful in censoring. I do agree with that. And I think, though, the more that we can...
In the past, I posted things on Facebook about the jab. Okay, I'm not going to say the V word. And I got censored, so I stopped. But this is what I mean about many areas that people get censored. It's not right.
Well, that goes back to your corporations running things. And so, again, that's another discussion that, again, we have to stay positive. The one thing, I heard somebody say this the other day, and I thought it was very inspirational. Let's go back to Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King did peaceful protest. Okay. He was shot and killed for peaceful protest. Now, it was said he was shot and killed because these white people just wanted him out, right? But then you had so many other protests where people were rioting and it was murderous and things like that. People weren't killed. The leaders of those. What they have said is the whole power agenda, which feeds all negativity, which is what your military industrial complex, if you believe in that energy, works. If everyone, if a huge number, if you had 1 million people get together and just truly sit there and protest peacefully in love, not hatred, and in love, that's what destroys them. It is our fighting, our getting angry, our shooting, all of that is what they need and they want. It is what feeds and continues to feed that system.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So
I mean, yeah, true,
then the answer to that is, what is then the answer? And the only answer is for each one of us to individually recognize that. So I'm not going to be part of the problem, and believe that there are more and more people awakening to not want to be a part of the problem, to say, I'm not going to choose either side. I'm not going to fall for, this is too negative. I will keep up with what's going on in the world, but this is too negative for me. Meaning I will pray for these people, or if I can help and send money, I will. I will not support these politicians, and I will look for like-minded people to grow with and experience and grow a party or a belief system into a party that will solve it. Because right now, arguing is all the military industrial complex.
You realize that what we're doing right now is actually creating that third entity party. As we speak, we're doing it right now.
I want to say my favorite quote by Martin Luther King Jr.
I hope so. That's what I'm hoping.
So this is by Martin Luther King Jr. He who passively accepts evil as much involved in it as he who helps perpetrate it. He who accepts evil without protesting against it is really cooperating with it.
Right, but he was a peaceful protester. He didn't do evil. He didn't go out and say, let me scream and fight. Even his arguments were fact-based, just like her and I could both, let's say her and I had a third party. We could fact-base an argument. This, I can argue with him and argue with a political agenda and say, you are bought off. These are the numbers that you are bought off with. This is why there needs to be a third party. This is why we don't agree with this. Peaceful protest means not looting and shooting and running up on the state capitol and throwing shit on walls. It means standing up is what he meant. Standing up in love, whether you believe in love of Christ, love of God, love of oneness, or love of self.
It also means not bombing churches, which happened, during in Washington, D.C. There was like a church that was destroyed. And it wasn't done by those insurrectionists. It was done by, like Antifa kind of people. They totally destroyed a church. I forgot the name of the church. It's in Washington. You can look it up. But, there's like the Antifa types, or the January 6 people, the Antifa, BLM, who else? So many people,
honey,
right?
Are you talking about Washington State?
No, Washington, D.C.
There
was a church. Yeah, you got to look it
up.
The
Weather Underground? About the Weather Underground?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the 1970s.
This was green.
This was 2020 or something?
Within the last 2 years. Yeah, I should look it up. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't see one that was destroyed by are you talking about during January 6th?
She's
around, it was within the last 2 years. It was, but you guys, there was a lot of things that we don't hear about that they were destroyed.
Well, you have to understand, there's a lot of stuff that's made up by alternative media. that's the
only thing that I think she could be talking about.
It was said on the regular news and an alternative both. So I forgot
the name of it. Proud Boys destroyed churches.
Proud Boys are a bunch of nobodies, you guys. The Antifa and who is it? January? I don't know. They're made up kind of too, right? A little bit. Oh no.
Well, honey, this is whataboutism. This is moral equivalency here. The one thing we do know is that
I can name people in those other groups. I can't even name a
But so you're still going back to, you say we're starting a third party, but we're not. Because what you're trying to still do is you're still trying to argue well, Antifa's bad too. Yeah, and you said probably Antifa's bad too. Well, January 6th was bad, but how about Antifa? That will never bring us together. How are you bringing anyone together? By trying to compare evil. Evil is evil. You don't need to bring it up. And
January
Antifa,
so you can
Antifa. Antifa stands for anti-fascist. And to be honest,
those people are jerks, just like whatever those other people. They're all
no, they are not comparable. Not at
God.
all. I'm sorry, but they're not comparable.
It's like ridiculous.
The way that I will qualify that, Noreen, is the fact remains that when it comes to the radicalized right, we are talking terrorism and murder. When it comes to the radicalized left, all we are talking about is property damage. There is no comparison. The radicalized left in America does effectively nothing. They are completely impotent. The Russians during the Cold War, the Soviets, as a Russian empire, sponsored the radicalized left. At that time, the radicalized left was extraordinarily dangerous. They brought the country to the brink of destruction, and probably over the edge in many ways that we're feeling now. But now the Russians have completely turned, and they sponsor the radicalized right. And the radicalized right is committing all the terrorism and all the murders. It all goes back to Russia. This is why we have to defeat the Russians in war, because they have been at war with us eternally, and they will not stop until people like yourself, who have become indoctrinated in their ideology, win the war for them here. By moral equivalency, by whataboutism, by white replacement theory, by everything that the elite are out to exterminate us for no good reason, because no one would be left to serve them. They understand that when it comes to the situation that we're in, and you talk about a third party, you're already defeating the purpose. Now she left. That's and she probably won't come back again. But that's the now the situation is basically this, so that we can take on the third party subject, because that's something that I hear again and again. What we need is the third party. No, we don't. Understand the fact remains that we work with what we've got. And the only thing that's going to work is going to be the Democrats winning. No matter how corrupt they are, that can be taken care of after the winning. And the winning is a
They've
life
won.
or death
They've
issue.
won. They've won before. We've had the House and the Senate and the president, and it didn't change.
It's a situation where I'm talking about a civil war. I'm not talking about an election. This is what
So
it's
you
coming
want
down
the
to.
Democrats
Oh
to
God,
start a civil war?
I'm not fighting no civil war, man.
That's
is that what you're
and that's
saying?
fine.
You want the Democrats to start a civil war?
Yeah. We don't have a choice.
I'm made for love, not for war,
the Civil War. The Civil War is already here. Let's put it this way: when I worked at Revolution Radio, where Noreen was indoctrinating, I was told by Mike Ringley I had an order that I had to say something on air, or I would lose the platform. Now he and I would push back and forth, and we would threaten each other because I was basically his biggest ratings, aside from Sean David Morton, who wound up in prison. Effectively what was supposed to be for multiple life sentences, and then was released during COVID when they just couldn't maintain the prison population anymore, and because of his many health issues that he was basically imposing on himself to get out of prison. But what had happened during the year 2014, at the time that the Russians invaded Crimea and stole the most vital part of Ukraine, the heart of Ukraine, at that time, the cure for AIDS had been discovered. The cure for AIDS was being transported by 100 of the world's top AIDS researchers on Malaysian flight MH17. Putin ordered it shot down, and it was blown up over the Ukraine. And so what I was ordered to say, by Mike Ringley, what I was ordered to say was, you tell everyone that the Americans shot it down, and you make certain that you basically exonerate the Russians, or there's no debating this, you're off the platform. I couldn't afford to argue with him at the time, and that was what I had to deliver when I was on Coast to Coast AM, per his orders, or I would not be coming back to a platform. Now, way I got back at him...
in the background.
Yeah, it's not me. I have no idea how to deal with this. I tell you, the electronic equipment's all shit. It's
not me.
So somebody turn off your fucking... Go mute. Everybody go mute, except for me, so I can talk. Whoever's out there, that's... I think it was... Yeah, so that takes care of that. So in terms of when I went on Coast to Coast AM, I got back at Mike Ringley by never promoting Revolution Radio. Now, if anyone ever listens to my Coast to Coast AM interviews, you'll notice I never promote Revolution Radio. So that was how I got back about that. Now, all of this is the way the radicalized Russophiliac Republican right operates. And for those who say, well, we want a third party, the closest you've got to that is the Libertarians, which was Rand Paul, Ron Paul, and those people are essentially more and more the Republican Party. And it's also the party of QAnon. So understand that this is their quantum leap into darkness, where all the Republicans talk about is child molestation, pedophilia, cancel culture. This is exactly the culture wars that Noreen was bringing here, is that they'll cancel you. They'll censor you. And she said she put something up on Facebook that was censored or something like that. And, it's like I've been totally banned off Facebook. The only people they're censoring is Douglas Dietrich. They've censored me in every possible way. I've been wiped off YouTube multiple times before I landed this channel now. And I was wiped off Facebook repeatedly. It's no matter where I go, I'm wiped out simply because the radicalized right makes certain that they report me for things I'm not even doing. That cult cunt, Lena Shea, who basically was sleeping with me, slapped up a bunch of swastikas on my timeline to get me banned from Facebook. So this is the kind of censorship at which they operate. Now, when you take a look at who the libertarian people are, we've just had two of them. Well, one of them killed himself in prison by starving to death, and the other one was just busted. And these are the QAnon libertarians that are the backbone of the Republican Party. They're not the exception. They're the norm. One was Nathan. Oh, God, let me see if I can remember that fucker's repulsive name, because I try to bleach these people from my mind. Nathan Larson. Nathan Larson just starved himself to death in prison. He was a perennial candidate for the Libertarian Party to the United States Congress. And this individual, this is what the Libertarian Party is all about. One of their main platforms is do away with all child labor laws. And that's because this...
I'm not sure why, though. I brought up third party, and I am not sure why you are going libertarian.
Because libertarian is the biggest third party.
Which is the Democrat and Republicans are the two biggest parties. Libertarians will never win. If there is not a change...
The point is, they are now the Republican Party. You're not listening to what I'm saying. The Republican Party has gone more and more extreme.
I don't care about the libertarians.
Then you're saying you don't care about reality. The reality is when you people say, "Oh, it's a pox on both parties."
Please don't be that disrespectful.
When you say a pox on both parties, both parties are alike. We need a third party. This is your third party, and it's overtaking the Republican Party. And at this point, the Republican Party is a libertarian QAnon party.
Please don't tell me who my third party is, because there are...
I'm telling you which third party is the most powerful one in the United States.
Well, I'm not talking about...
And it's overtaking the Republican Party, and the Republican Party is now...
I'm not talking about them.
No, listen to what I'm saying. You've got this QAnon... They're the Republican Party. They run half your country.
No, there's been several of them. They don't run half, but there's been several libertarians, obviously.
No. The libertarians are now the line of the Republican Party. The Republican Party is growing increasingly radicalized because this is the only base they have. The Republican Party has banned abortion. The Republican Party has alienated the majority of people in the United States. They've stacked the court, and we are under a dictatorship of a court that is constantly...
You're telling me stuff I already know.
Yeah, so then you attack me for emphasizing the obvious, but it's not obvious to you.
That's not fair. You're not letting me speak.
Yeah, no. This is something I need to tell you. You've got a QAnon influencer who is accusing the prominent Democrats of pedophilia. He's 70 years old, David Todeschini.
Are you talking about a libertarian?
He's a Republican libertarian. He's just been busted for pedophilia.
I'm not libertarian, so I don't know why you're telling me this.
You don't understand.
You're arguing
you
with
are,
yourself.
like myself, a Democrat. So the Democrats perceive you and I as baby raping Satanists, and yet they're the ones being busted.
You mean the Republicans? You just said Democrats perceive
the Republicans perceive Democrats, you and I, as baby raping Satanists.
I know, you just said it backwards.
Okay, well, whatever. You get me that upset. Yes. So, congratulations. Whatever. So when it comes to you're saying, oh, one's the other, one's, not the other. I mean, when you said that with Noreen Halpan, I didn't interrupt, of course, because there's no point. I was eating my sandwich.
No, you waited until she left, and then you interrupt and don't let me talk. But you let her talk continually. Thank you.
See how you are? See how you are?
No, I'm saying when it comes to me talking to you, you're going to come in and then you're not going to even let me finish
because
my point.
You're a confrontational person and you don't allow anyone to finish their point. You continually explode and you talk and you won't let somebody finish their point. My points are actually pretty concise, but I never get to say them. This is like what George Knight was talking about. You'll ask a question, but the moment someone starts to answer it, then you'll interrupt and ask another question and challenge what they're saying.
Ask you a question.
So no one can complete what they're saying. So when I say civil war, and then somebody like Real Tech Geek says, "Oh, you want a civil war? I'm out of here." Well, good. It's not like anyone wants you on their side. It's not. There's no loss there.
No.
When it comes to a combatant, that's not what we're recruiting. Yeah, but in terms of the civil war that we're entering, the Republicans are already fighting it.
Yeah, we are.
Have a good night.
Yes.
Yeah,
I do agree about that.
Yes, the Republicans are already fighting it. So the point is,
I know Douglas is going to win this as always. I have nothing else to say. Obviously, I'm not allowed to speak, and I just interrupt people. So I will not be back.
I'll go mute. I'll go back to mute. Go on, just drone. Is that what you want? Well, let's see if she hangs up as well. She does need her sleep. And basically the point's been made. So with Brooke, there you go. She left. So it's just like Noreen. It's there's no reason to be had. So with that, I go into monologue. And the point being that you can't go around organizing a third party when you just said it can't win. So if you're saying it can't win, what's your point of organizing a third party? There's no third party to be organized, but the closest one we have is the Libertarians, which is overtaking the Republicans. And their lines get increasingly radicalized, their entire party line, because they have no base. They've alienated the base. So when I'm emphasizing what I'm emphasizing, then she says, no, you are trying to win. It's like, it's not a point of winning. It's a point of expressing what is. But to her, this is a game. It's all points to be won on some board where whoever dominates the conversation wins. So she's determined to dominate the conversation by talking everybody else down. This is where we're at, though. We're with an enemy who considers us everything they are. So with that kind of enemy, there's no reason to be had. Basically, force is the only language they understand, and they're speaking with it through acts of terrorism. And these acts of terrorism are already happening. The majority of them are committed by white supremacists, whereas all we get on the left is property damage. That's a fact. So when it comes down to what we're dealing with, the choice is clear. Basically,
yeah, property damage is more important than it's less worse than loss of life. So you're right.
Yeah,
that's true.
So when it comes to you being married, you're a half-breed, you're a mixture of races, you're married to a Asian who's from communist China, they'll kill you. They'll kill you both. They'll kill Joe Tai. They'll kill me.
Yes.
And Brooke, as a lesbian, they'll kill her. So understand, This is not something to argue about. And she's still hooked up on winning an argument because we know she is, because she keeps saying that's what I'm trying to do. That Douglas is going to win this that this is going to be won. Now, I've been silent for long periods of time.
Well, they made documentary dramas like Confederate States of America, where black people were still slaves into the 1990s. And they're
it's illegally and various
solo
other
documentary movies. So.
Yeah. And slavery technically wasn't outlawed in one state yet. I can't remember whether they ultimately did it or not, and I never really cared. When it comes to, say, for instance, what was said by, various people who were commenting on the subject at the time and making a point of it. So,
arguments. Well, you can say that people go to prison and they're basically slaves. So, by the law. So.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Well, everybody, we're all slaves effectively anyway, wage slaves and the like. So it's like...
consumerism.
Yeah.
So it's you know.
Well, I don't know if it's consumerism. It's definitely wage slaves. I mean, consumerism at that point, we're getting philosophical. Oh God, what's she gonna write me in Messenger? She's probably gonna start tormenting me in Messenger, and I'll just have to ignore it. Just get some sleep, Brooke, honestly. And believe me, I appreciate everything you did so far. I'm glad that she spoke to Noreen. But did you notice there's when it comes to what they were both talking about, it was coming down to, once Noreen left, it was then Brooke turns on me as the enemy, basically. That's what it comes down to. It's this kind of now you're here and whatever you're saying is something to be shouted down. Basically, good luck, Doug. You know that was lie. No, do not call me again. Oh my God. Ever again. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, awful. Rick O'Leary says, friends and I chatted tonight about uranium-tipped missiles to Ukraine. Your opinion? Well, what am I supposed to say to that? It's like, first off, why not? Is there a reason why there shouldn't be? It would probably be used a lot more responsibly by the Ukrainians than by anyone else. Then she says,
well, the uranium market, it's about to become back into the bull market. So it hit the highs in 2007, which is interesting because then came 2008, the crash, and it's starting to happen again. And there's going to be a big market crash this year. That's what the Federal Reserve wants anyway. But uranium market is heating up. I've been in a bunch of those stocks for over a year, and they are beginning to heat up. So,
okay. And
the Communist Chinese want to build like 150 uranium reactor plants in the next 20 years too. So.
Okay, so tell us a bit about this.
They're working with the French. Let me find the information. Just give me a quick second.
Okay. And
they found that the scientists discovered nuclear fusion now, right?
Well, okay. So tell us about this.
Okay.
I mean, this is supposed to be big news, I would presume, if the Communist Chinese discovered nuclear fusion.
No, not the Communist Chinese.
Okay. Who?
I didn't see it was about them, but
okay. Who?
It's what you said? U.S. scientists.
Okay.
December 13, 2022. U.S. scientists produced first successful nuclear fusion reaction resulting in energy gain.
Yeah, I talked about that. A while back. Yeah. I mean, that's still a long way from practical fusion. Yeah, that's
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay.
But it's definitely a good time to start to invest into the uranium stocks. Definitely.
Oh, okay. Maybe. I mean,
China's world's first clean nuclear reactor in September. So this is July 21st, 2021. Plans to build up to 30 reactors in partner nations.
Okay.
Thorium. Oh, they're using liquid thorium. Pentax, Fujifilm, Canon. A lot of these Japanese companies in the 1960s put thorium in their lenses. So they took about in the 1970s. I have some of the Pentax lenses. So the Canon 55 1.2, that one has a very large doses of radiation. It's got some nice quality. But of course and there's some Fujifilm lenses too from the 70s. The issue with the thorium in these lenses is that over time they become very yellow, so you can't use it for color. I mean, but they were made for black and white anyway, so they look fantastic in black and white.
Wow. And you speak of this, of course, through your knowledge of photography. Our man, Real Tech Geek, has done a lot of photography, and that's appreciated. So tell us a bit more. I mean, you appreciate photography, of course.
Yeah. So the manual focus lenses, and they still work. I mean, they were made in hundreds, millions of them anyway. So, and they beautiful character for black and white. I love black and white photography, and like I said, that it become very yellow over time because of the thorium they put in there was a very small amount, and you can put them under the sun to de-yellow them. I mean, some people will do that. Sometimes people will open the lenses up to fix some of the issues with that. But like I said, some are worried about radiation. Some have extreme. I can send some videos about this guy using Geiger counts here with some of the Fujifilm lenses. Some of them have a lot of radiation. It's not even worth even bothering with them.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll send you a picture I took with
cool
Chinese girl
right
flushing once. I'll take a screenshot of it. Yes. I don't
and so that's definitely appreciated. I look forward to that. And so definitely I think that you're and what about you, Joe? Are you still with us? Just checking in with Joe Ty, seeing if he's conscious. And before I go into monologue, which obviously I'm going to have to do now. Okay, we got the image from Real Tech Geek. I'll take a look at it in a minute. In the meantime, just going to see if Joe fell asleep. He was making some horrible noises every once in a while. I just want everyone to know it wasn't me. I was pretty sure it was him. Then again, as Brooke would describe, I had basically held him responsible for something that was going on once. It turned out to be our dear friend George Knight. So sometimes I'm unfairly assuming it's him. He does, however, kind of have a history of it. So by the way, while I was gone, what was your general impression of the round table? It obviously was not a friendly one. What happened, if you were to summarize it, while I was gone and doing everything I was doing? What went down exactly as you would?
I don't know what happened with George. He just disappeared.
Oh, he left. He left.
Yeah, he just dropped off really fast. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he dropped off fast because he probably figured he wasn't going to get a chance to say anything. And
he shouldn't do that. He should stay and talk.
Well, who knows? Maybe he's at work or something. And
yeah, maybe.
Yeah, so it might be something like that. But so what happened?
It was I don't know. It was great starting off and stuff, but I don't know. I guess too confrontational with each other.
Well, when I came back, George was saying something about Ukraine, and that's when Noreen started going into basically, well, it's not what you think, which of course is the usual right wing, what she gets at Revolution Radio. They got all these children buried under the ground, and they're manufacturing bio weapons to attack Russia.
Yeah, and of course they're all racist also.
Yes, all that stuff.
Taking out black people.
There's some noise. That's our man Joe, isn't it?
Yeah, it has to be Joe.
That's Joe.
Hello,
that's Joe. So Joe, yes, join Real Tech in telling me what happened. Exactly what went down with all while I was gone, and the ladies.
I was talking about the pole shift and the rivers drying up.
You're kidding.
And no,
you're kidding.
Yeah, he was talking about that for a while, and George mentioned about
who was talking about this? Who was talking about this? George?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so he was talking about the pole shift. I can understand why he's coming at it from the angle that I brought before about China and it's overweighing. The Earth is tilted, and that's how we get seasons.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the concept.
Well, that's why I started mentioning about the Three Gorges Dam and how that's affecting the rotation of the planet.
Yeah. And he went into that. He dug into that, right? He said yes. I'm sure he.
He went into the Third Reich in exile and how they're observing all the issues going on and how humanity is going to go underground, but it's going to be a struggle with them. And I mentioned about HARP and Operation Popeye. What their modification.
Right. Well,
I didn't know the name of it. He mentioned the name of the operation. I was mentioning about the weather modification in the Vietnam War. Mm-hmm. So he mentioned the illegal Vietnam War, which is true anyway.
Yeah.
And then he mentioned about Ukraine, and that's when she got into I forgot her name, Noreen. Yeah, started going into that subject, and that type of stuff.
Yes. Yeah. No. Definitely appreciate it. And so, what I'm going to have you two gentlemen do, Joe, can I hear your voice? Need to hear your voice.
Yep. Yeah.
Good.
Yep.
Can you guys hold it for just a few minutes? What I'll do is basically refresh myself, grab a probably some aspirin because those ladies managed to give me a headache. And then I'll Tylenol and aspirin combination with a baclofen, which is a muscle relaxant.
Thank God I could fall asleep when they do that.
It just really...
You're lucky.
It's all I can say is that, it's just my fear of, how would I say it? You notice I didn't ask, our dear Brooke for any money because
she needs money.
Yeah, well, that's not the issue. As a psychotic sociopath myself, I'd feel no guilt in her giving me some that she sorely needed for herself and her children. It's just my fear of her ragging and nagging me to death afterwards. So that's where we're at. It's a hard life. And
a hard knock life.
I mean, you good God, when I bring her on, does everyone not hear me prostate myself before this bitch? I mean, Jesus Christ. I'm like, oh, darling, oh, and it's like, oh, kiss each of your toes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worship the ground on which you walk. No, that's not enough. No. She has to be given full leeway. The mouth of the South to just steamroller the conversation. It's like, this is what I don't understand. Her and I are on the same side. We have the same politics, but no, it's just all. It's just no matter what you say, it turns into an argument. There's something pathologically wrong here. It just doesn't make any sense. So it's it is what it is, and what it does do is it gives me a fucking headache. So I've got to grab the painkillers and probably a Coke. At which point I'll probably have to rinse my mouth afterwards. So I'll slam that down, get the calories in me, and then rinse my mouth out before going into full monologue. But I'll go into monologue while I'm drinking the Coke. But you guys have to hang around. You guys hang around so that you can break me again when I finish the Coke and rinse the taste out of my mouth. And this way you guys can break in. You can talk about, things that matter and are pertinent to the situation. So
I was watching the Wrestling World Rumble, so which is one after the other.
It's all wrestling bullshit. I mean, you notice. I mean, this is it. It's like one exits the ring, another one enters. It didn't make any sense. It's like again, these two ladies are arguing with each other. Then when I come up, it's just argument for the sake of argument. It's not. There's no rhyme or reason. It's just like, now, I'm not even going to ask you guys to agree. There's no point. But, tell me if you didn't get that feeling. Is that not the case? That it's just like both of these ladies were just arguing for the sake of arguing?
Well, that's what they are there for. I mean, you would have a boring relationship if they didn't argue with you. So, I mean, it's fun. I mean, but I was surprised how right-wing Noreen was. But
she was involved in Revolution Radio.
Yeah, and her relative was one of these Bolsheviks.
Just killed millions of people.
That carries her name, I mean.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of fun, though. I mean, life would be boring without these people, though.
This isn't fun.
Well, I love Brooke. I mean, she can argue. I mean, I gotta give it to her, though. But sometimes it can go into the wrong direction. But she would make a very good politician. I already told her she's a hot blonde that should run for office. I mean,
for what reason?
Well,
what would she represent?
Listen to me. 美国 means pretty country. I mean, you can't have. It's like you said. You want to take over. I want to take over for America.
She's in the chat room. Okay, sorry you feel that way. You did it again. You called a third party stupid. I don't get it. And then when I say something serious, you can't deal with it. Whatever. But couldn't just point out, as you went on about libertarians, was not my point. And chances of us coming together as a nation are probably not after hearing all this. You came on telling me third party was idiotic because of libertarians. I was referring to a major change would need to bring in both parties and not libertarian.
Well, how about this? The Women's Party. I mean, I like pretty women to represent us, you know. It's make what, you know? It's pretty country, you know? Come on.
Yeah. Oh, anyhow, Rick O'Leary says about why with the uranium-tipped missiles avoiding escalation. Rick, no matter what you do, the Russians are going to claim it's escalation. There is no limit to their claims of escalation, and eventually, as I said, there's going to be a war. It's a chance of fighting them now or fighting them later. You might as well take care of everything you can right now, because it's going to be a world war if the communist Chinese invade Taiwan, which they're using the Russian diversion in Ukraine for. They're hoping that backs them up when they try to take Taiwan, that the world will be involved in Ukraine. These idiots could have taken over the world if they had just conducted their attacks at once, but they're too stupid. Thank God. Not that the Allies are any more brilliant. It's a choice of evils. That's all we got. But the Allies are the lesser evil in this case. So when it comes to where we're at right now, and Brooke, all right. So Brooke, what if I just say, Brooke, you're right. You're right, Brooke. I was wrong. The third party. Yeah. Come on now. The third party's not going to win. She says so. That's the point. It keeps coming back to that. It's like, the third party can't win with the Republicans and the Democrats. So I'm saying we can't have a third party. Just work with the Democrats and reform them later. Okay, is what I'm saying not making sense to you guys? Come on, tell me.
Oh yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, we're for
it. Makes sense.
I mean, it does. Of course, there's only two parties for the presidency. I mean, you gotta. All these guys know that they need to be in those two parties to have a chance to be to become president. But maybe Brooke can start one in her state. I mean, she can. There's always hope. I mean, she can start off with the women's movements in South Carolina. I mean, it's all right. I mean, at least she'll get 50% of the vote. I mean, there's only men and women, and the Republicans and Democrats.
I'm laughing because I made Brooke a moderator. I'm afraid to enter comments now because I'm sure she'll just blitz me.
You don't have to fucking enter them, buddy. Fucking tell me.
Oh God! All right, how about you win? All right, jeez, you win.
Put it on video. Put it on video.
It's on video. It's on record for all eternity. You win.
No, I want it on video of you taking like a slice, just a little slice right to your penis and showing me the real pain. Saying that.
Honey, you need
just a little nick. I'm not saying cut it off. Just a little nick right on the side. Cut like women that are like depressed. They cut their wrist.
No, you're gonna have to give him a blowjob and nick him.
Honey, you need some sleep. You know how women are. They get hysterical without sleep. Yes. Yeah, I'm in for it now. I know. I'm begging for it. Okay. That's
why I don't like blowjobs. The teeth.
Joe, shut the fuck up. and I'm saying that with all due love because you did take up for me more than the motherfucker that called me an enemy, which I said I will not
didn't
come
call
back
you
on
an
the show
enemy.
Yet. You said this is how the enemy does. See, and I don't get. Well, re-fucking play it right now. We can replay it live right fucking
That's
now.
How
you want to hear it?
Interpreted it. That's how you interpreted it.
What do you know what you said? Because I can replay it.
What I said was, my dear Brooke,
okay, we'll just replay it then. Let's go back.
Yeah. Don't worry about that. People can replay that anytime they want. No need to be repetitive. To make a point. I'll just concede. How's that? So there you are.
You've conceded enough, and then we do this again and again, and it's fine. You call me argumentative, and then you go back to this is how, and then you cheerlead, how to cheerlead on, because you couldn't just say I think she's argumentative, or ask the people there, you had to say, this is what George means. And then you had to go, and this is why she's like the enemy. This is why this is the enemy. You said it. This is what the enemy does. And this is why this is the enemy. And we can't take it. And she argues. When I'm pretty sure if you go back and replay the entire time that I have talked since you fucking been on, I was muted the entire time almost she was on. When you came back, I said I wanted to hear your stamps because I didn't agree with hers on Ukraine. And then I came back on and agreed with you. Yeah. And all I was trying to do was play not a middleman to sell myself out, but a middleman that I believe needs to be acknowledged both sides of an issue. And there are sometimes she had some things that I agreed with, which meant there is a powerful agenda behind things, and that we have gone to war many times just for money. And that there are times where you have to go to war to defend the innocent and not just to go steal and take land. And I'm hoping as a world we get over and past that whole money power system dynamic. That's right, Brooke. What I am trying to say, you can believe it or not, but it's in the numbers. Look at the numbers of Lockheed Martin. Look at the numbers of your politicians. Look at the numbers of Raytheon. What do you think's keeping us going? It's not about the wars. It is about money. Money is the love of money is the root of all evil. If you want to believe in the Bible, which many times you do say.
It's the same thing also with Big Pharma. You know,
Big Pharma. There you go. I mean, and so why don't you discuss current politics? I mean, what just happened in Big Pharma this fucking week?
Tell us. I don't know. I guess I don't. The football
everybody's coming out against Pfizer now.
Yeah. Does anybody know what actually happened?
Look, I can't know everything, and like you said, my weakness sometimes can go in some areas. Now, so tell us, please.
The Pfizer project. They had what is the name of the project? I'm trying to remember. If anybody can help me.
Project Veritas.
Veritas. Yes, thank you.
James O'Keefe.
See, our investor was following this shit, believe it or not. Yeah, there you go. Take it away, honey.
Yeah, they basically had a undercover not police officer, undercover journalist go in and work with the head of the research and development for this project, and he is on tape several times at dinner. One of them is talking about basically we are looking at developing, mutating the virus ourselves to spread it because we figure it's already mutating anyway. And so why not mutate it ourselves? Because that way we can already have the vaccines ready and it keeps money going. And you can watch the video yourself. It's much more, horrible way to me.
Much more damning.
Damning. And he just says, it says, well, yeah, it's not good for the people, but it's great for the company. Because they get to continue to sell the vaccines, have them ready, and continue to mutate this virus continually. And so that was, and then he was losing his mind when the guy finally confronted him in his office and let him know, hey, I'm this, and he showed him the video of all of it. The guy there's a video of him. He locked the guy in his office. People in there. He literally starts screaming, no, you can't do this, no. Then begging him.
Are you sure this sounds really cinematic? Are you sure this?
Oh, no. I did. No. It's legit. The Pfizer video, as a matter of fact, I downloaded one because I was scared it was going to get deleted because they were starting to delete some of them.
Right.
But yeah, he then he thought it was the only copy when the guy wouldn't leave because he had showed him on his, laptop or his whatever, his screen. And so then the guy, the scientist takes it and fucking takes the laptop and slams it and breaks it in two, that's the only copy. The guy just brought it in and thinking, I thought he would destroy the only copy of it, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, all this happened.
Well, this is monumental. And so, see, you're educating us about this. And am I not receiving this with grace? Do I not get some credit?
I mean, I don't know how you don't know something. You're receiving it with grace. I knew about the Libertarian Party, and I was trying to explain that wasn't my point. My point was that I hoped that unless we need a third party or we need a completely different, I don't give a shit what you want to call them, Democrat Party. Democrats, yes, I believe are much better than the Republican Party. The Republican Party is going down here on a handbasket and sucks horribly. But I'm saying that the Democrats are not doing enough and taking enough action and standing up for what they need to, and you thinking that they're going to be the ones to go to third world war? The only people that are going to go, I mean, to a civil war, there's not a Democrat bold enough to even get us fucking damn national health care or fucking that actually work.
Honey, it's not a choice. It doesn't matter what the Democrats want. They're stuck with having to fight back, or they'll all be killed.
They'll have to fight back, but they won't start that war.
No, I never said they would. I said we have to back the Democrats.
So you're saying that the Republicans are all going to start a second
They're
civil war.
already at war. Their militias are with basically everyone they don't consider a real American. That means people like you because of sexual orientation, people like me for every reason imaginable, people like Real Tech, the hybrid with the communist Chinese wife, as they would perceive it, people like Joe Tai because he's doesn't fit any of their categories of desirability. So yes, we're all doomed if they win. This is an increasingly violent party. They want it to be like Russia. And
they don't have a chance of winning. Their numbers can't win. Most of their numbers are you have redneck people like that in militias. And then the majority of the rest of their numbers are old people in Florida, in nursing homes and going to nursing homes and have broken hips that are just rich. And if they heard the word Civil War, will hide out in their huge mansions or fly the fuck away. So I am pretty sure that my southern ass can take my fucking guns and fucking blow a few of them away. They can come here all fucking day.
Don't worry, they're unvaccinated. Hopefully they just get the COVID and be over with.
Well,
doesn't matter. We're all going to get COVID because apparently if Pfizer has their way, they're just going to keep mass producing it.
But honey, it's look, I'm the first person who said that. I always said they don't have the numbers, but they have the guns. So we have to compensate for that and begin to arm up. And Democrats are beginning to buy guns. I mean, it's coming down towards that crunch time. So just understand that in terms of what you're saying, I've been saying it too. We agree. We agree with each other. And so there you have that. Now, for listeners who don't understand what our dear Brooke was referring to earlier, she was talking about a few episodes back. She felt that George and I were teaming up on her, and it really hurt her terribly that she felt that George was acting as a cheerleader. Whenever I said anything, he'd be like going, yeah. And basically it drove her to tears. And of course, so no, I don't want to be the cause of Brooke's tears.
Oh, Brooks.
Well, I mean, partly. Come on.
But of course, understand that Brooke is often the cause of mine. Why, I cry myself to sleep every night based on the beatings I receive. But, somehow I always forgive her. I mean,
because she's going to give you a headache, okay?
I've got the headache. I am going to grab some aspirin and Tylenol and a baclofen, a muscle relaxant, combine them with
no Quaaludes?
Yeah, I don't have any. That was, this dear lady, who we know is in the private messages was telling us.
No, don't bring her up. That was private. I didn't mean that. I just meant Quaaludes because I had said I wanted to try.
Well, I had brought it up in the last episode, and I was saying how much I envied her, and she did emphasize it was not funny, and God knows something horrible must have happened, or something very bizarre was going on. I think we can all agree something bizarre happened, and but yeah, her parents had her on Quaaludes for like years. And I'm like, wow, I wish I was there. I'm sorry, it's not funny, like she said. Okay, that being said, one can envy nevertheless. So that being said, honey, how about
I hang up?
Yeah, no, just yet. Let me go get the aspirin and the Tylenol first, all right? So I'm so glad you came back on. Honestly, it just wouldn't have felt right the rest of the night if you had not. But I do want you to understand that how would you say the conversation was odd? What do you think happened when I left? And so Noreen was going on about white replacement theory and cancel culture and basically a bunch of the trigger word stuff that is basically the vocabulary of the radicalized right, essentially. I don't know if you caught that. Did you catch that pattern?
Yeah, I mean, basically I muted it. Like Joe Ty was asking her questions earlier and about religion and stuff. I was muted with that.
Are you sure it was about religion? You sure it wasn't something like, hey,
it was about-
Noreen, do Chinese guys turn you on? Or something along those lines?
No, he was talking about dudes, and then he was talking about the languages he spoke or whatever. They went into Cantonese or whatever for a little bit, and I found all of it very boring, so I assumed he did.
Oh, is that when you sent me that message? Is that when you sent me that?
And then Joe Ty was like, did you see that the core is spinning, which I did know about the core, which is reversing. It's technically not pole shifting, it's pole shifting something else, but it's reversing, you think. And then of course George used it to go into the third right, as he always does. And I was like, I'm out, period. And this is boring. So, and then she was asking more about what George does, like, how did you get into this, like. And then he was like, well, I did my research. And she's like, how'd you meet Douglas? Did he find you or you found him? And I was answering the questions on mute. And I was like, George found him because he stalked him. And then she was like, well, so how did you get into the, all this information, like third grade and stuff? Like, did you like find this on your own and bring him? He was like, oh no, like I just basically like, follow Douglas. I do my own research, because I want to make sure everything's factual and not like people's. And then I love this because she's like, people say, because he said people say things sometimes emotionally and they don't fact check it. So I always fact check it. And I was going, yeah, he fact checks everything Doug says. And then he agrees with Doug. If Doug says he said it and he read it and burn it, then he'll say that too. My point is he's in love with Doug, and this was all muted, so nobody could hear me. And then she's like, I agree. Some people say stuff emotionally, and they shouldn't say stuff emotionally. And then that's why later when we were in it, I was like, you seem like you're bringing stuff up emotionally about like Joe Biden, like you just hated, and you have no factual reason. That was the only reason I got with her on that, because like that's true. You're gonna say you need to back stuff up with fact, and back yourself with fact, baby girl. But I mean, I agreed with her where I could. I try to make not enemies friends. Unfortunately, with you think I try to make enemies, where I was not doing that. Is why I agreed with you when you came on. It's why I stayed on when you came on, because thank God you were fucking back. And I knew
Brooke was good.
Went into the Ukraine shit, and she was saying that she didn't think we should be in Ukraine and we shouldn't be giving this money. And I knew how I felt, and I was about to jump in. But I was like, you know what? That's about back. I'm gonna let you in. What he does. And that's why I said, no, I'm not going yet. I want to hear what you have to say. And then you thought I was going to put you down. And I was like, no.
I never thought that about the Ukrainian thing. No, I never thought that about the Ukrainian thing at all. It's like you said, Douglas has covered this a number of times. I heard that. Believe me. No, it's just that.
Yeah, you have.
What? It's Real Tech. Do us a favor. Talk really slow. It's got to be slow, and you got to shout it, kind of slow and shout it. That'll help. What did you say?
I said you have gone in depth about the Ukrainian war.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. So, honey, I'm glad
I agreed with you, and then I only tried to agree with her on third party, and I said third party because. Like, just looking at these numbers, do you know how many of our Democrats are invested in all of this information? Not as many as Republicans, but they shouldn't be, is my point.
No, I understand.
And I'm not saying libertarian is the answer. My point is, maybe it's not going to come anytime soon. Maybe the Civil War will come first. You say it will. You may very well be right. I'm not arguing that. What I am saying is some major change has to happen. People either need to wake the fuck up, die the fuck off. I mean, I'm all for killing a bunch of fucking idiots.
I agree. All these old white motherfuckers. Some of these need to just fucking fade away and fucking die.
Yeah. Hey, people, let's be a little
not
careful.
White motherfuckers, but I am saying I think after you get to like fucking 80,
I'm sorry,
you should be allowed to be president or vote, or if you live in Florida.
By the way, I hope you all noticed that I never took any offense about Noreen talking about my mental health, which I actually find quite funny.
I know. I was like, is she just talking about you? Is she talking about all of this? I wasn't sure at that point. I'm like, I hadn't even said that much. Maybe she's listened to me on a past show.
No. She was talking about me. She says I'm worried about Douglas's mental health, which I thought was quite funny, and so I take no offense at that.
Well, I mean, the fact that she thinks you even have mental health is
or that his mental health is deteriorating.
Obviously, or I wouldn't be glad that Brooke came back on. There's obviously something wrong. So it's like, everything Brooke says about, oh yeah, you know what you think you attract. It's all fucking bullshit. It's not even like that at all. It's like something I did in a past life. I mean, fuck being Hitler's son. I probably was him, and I just slaughtered her entire ethnos or something. She was part of some Romani gypsy camp that they rounded up and slaughtered en masse. And then yes, so this is
Yeah.
karma. Yeah, this is what I'm stuck with now.
It's a retribution.
So blaming. So let's see. When we met, I was still in the fact where I was trying to get over blaming, thinking that I had done so much good in my life, raising my kids, working my ass off when my ex-husband couldn't, giving to him, taking him back, bringing in 12 dogs that I ended up keeping that couldn't be rehomed, and rehoming, another 20 or 30 in the midst of raising two kids wonderfully, getting one off to college, in the middle of a divorce, pretending to not hate an ex-husband who was completely destroyed my kids because I can't hate in front of them because that would be wrong. Let's see, continuing to do good things, help people.
But you hate me in front of them.
Well, but then I blame when I go, oh, but why am I suffering? It's because of these people. Like deep down, it's like, oh man, why did I not have more money? Why did I have to get in that job with those assholes? Assholes. Instead of blaming, and then, that was shitty. And then why did I have to fucking, get pregnant at 20 when I could have finished my college degree at 24? Or why did I have to be the one that took on all the dogs, but then get left with all the dogs and the bills and have an ex-husband who won't even pay for a penny of what he's supposed to, like braces? Like, why am I stuck here? It's these bad people. These bad people have affected my life. They are the enemy. The enemy is affecting me, number one. Number two, not staying completely sober, and using instead other things to numb out some of my pain or make me feel better about the things that have been wronged on, or things of my own shadows that I need to deal with. 2 attractions there. So 2 mirrors. Let's see, can we come up with any more? I don't know. I'm pretty sure we can. Thinking that, I'm the loudmouth arguing right, but then as much as you are very passive in it, and come off more on your Libra side, and I come off on the female side, and then comes off too strong female, but then you can come off and do a mantra when you come in. It's not just because it's your show. You expect it to be your show. You expect everybody to shut the fuck up because you're talking. So I could argue with her all day and night when it was fine when you were chewing. But when I just wanted to say, hey, I'm not arguing about a libertarian, you're like, blah, 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 but libertarians, I'm like, I'm not, I don't want you're talking about libertarians. I don't want it. But libertarians are, blah, 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 blah. Why are you arguing, Brooke? This is what you do. This is all you do. I'm just trying to say liberty. And then I'm called an enemy. Name calling. So
I love you,
called
bro.
enemy compared to an enemy.
Love you.
Name calling. So again, he asked why he brought me in. He drew me in because you draw in what you are. Won't be the exact same form, but you will draw it in, and it will mirror you, and it will drive you fucking crazy.
Well, you've got me halfway there, and so at any rate.
So, honey, you were halfway there when I fucking met you, just like I was. I just hopefully have you all the way there by now.
You're right. Well, I'll be there soon enough. Let me check something here and figure out. No, well,
I am serious. Like, I can't do this show much more. I've got to stay positive, and I don't want the argument, and I don't want to come off that way, and it's not.
I think you're pretty positive. I think what happened was we were kind of primed into an argumentative move by, where it was earlier, that Noreen had this kind of, she has a stance that is basically the enemy stance, and so it turned into that. Now, I didn't bring her on here to pick on her, but she kind of like, she's just kind of stuck. She carries on that kind of
well, the Russians been doing a good job on brainwashing a lot of people. I mean, I'm surprised Noreen got so propagandized by the Russians.
They definitely hit her with it. So it's
the communist Chinese also have become very good with soft power and propaganda.
Yeah.
There's so many of these stupid people live in China, and they'll make these videos, the foreigners, about there's just no genocide happening with the Uyghurs. There's so many of these stupid idiots, you know,
Yeah,
make
they're
these videos.
so brainwashed.
Nathan Rich, Daniel Dumbrell. There's so many of them.
Yeah, they still don't know that they're Russians when they're really not. They're Russians.
So is Art still with us?
46.
Yeah. So Brooke, are you still with us?
Yeah, I gotta get to bed, baby.
I understand. I love you. Okay. Where are we? Right. Are we copacetic now?
I don't know. I'll see how I feel in the morning, but like I'm not drinking, and I am not happy about being called enemy. So I've told you to never do that again.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I won't do that again. Does that sound sincere enough?
You sounded sincere every time you've said it, and you've done it again and again. So what?
But hey, look, see, what is this? It's like I can't
You better
win
not
with
say
you.
the wrong thing with Brooke. I mean, she's a very good stenographer. I mean, she can bring everything up on it.
Every time I've asked you, and you're like, I won't ever say that again. You're right, and then you even came up and said, like, you even told George, you're like, she's not the enemy. You know I'm not the enemy. That's why I put it in the chat. You know that's not true. You know if I'm anything, I can be a bitch. I can be your worst nightmare. Maybe you think I am. Maybe you think I'm just an arguer. Maybe you think I need fucking anger management. I don't give a shit what you think on that.
You know, that
I mean,
does sound like a good idea. Have you ever considered that?
I'll go with you.
We can do couples counseling.
Mm-hmm.
There. Then that would be.
And then it'll be the first psychiatrist to jump off a building after one session.
They'll institutionalize us both. That's right. It's just like it's.
No, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't. I'm pretty sure I would just stay sane enough to not institutionalize because I would not do that ever. But I would have a bet that after meeting you and I tell your stories and you bitch about me and we get an argument that they would probably if they were in a high enough building they'd just jump out a window.
Well, honey, every time I bring you on, what do? I prostate myself.
But that doesn't mean anything. I need you to stop prostating and doing the fake shit because unless you're here actually fucking giving me a pedicure or paying for one, then you're not doing anything for me. That prostating I don't need. What I need you to do is be sincerely prostating when I want to talk serious and I come into a serious discussion and have the same respect that you have for a male like George. And even if you don't like what I'm saying, when I say I want to finish, that's fine. At least with you, I do pretty much shut up. I was going with her because you weren't coming in and no one else was. It needed to be gone over. I was standing up to her in factual things about Ukraine. I was trying to find some common ground. You came in and you jumped on the third party shit. And instead of letting me say, because I'm the one that brought it up, say, well, let me at least before you jump in, which would be the right thing to do, let me preface what I meant by that. You decide it's Brooke, and she's talked enough to this other girl. She doesn't get to talk to me and tell me what she meant by third party. That is not a discussion. I didn't have a discussion with you on third party. I had a discussion with her. And then you're coming in and assuming what I mean by third party and saying because the libertarian's the number one third party that I meant libertarian. And that's not at all what I meant.
Actually, that's not what I meant. I meant that it's the most powerful of the third parties and that the creation of a third party by your own analysis before was impossible because the other two parties are too powerful. So I said that, but again, if you had just said that, so the other two parties, how do you mean that? And I just said it will never happen. I said the answer, I believe the easiest answer, maybe not even the easiest, the best answer would be a creation of a third party by the people, a majority of the people that could get together and truly agree instead of having middlemen like so much media and so many politicians try to divide us. We could actually probably agree on a lot. Like, you know what? Like when they put on Fox News that kittens are like people are dressing up like Furbies and having litter boxes. Like we could all agree. This is not factual, right? We could also all agree. Nobody's teaching your kid to be gay. And by the way, if your kid is gay, you should probably love him anyway. But nobody's going to teach your kid to be gay in school, okay? And why, you like to wear... But honey, you know that's not the case. There's all these people who believe those maniacal delusions.
They believe it because see, this is what I mean. You're not listening. You're not listening to me. My point was not that there are not people believing it. That is not my point. My point is that at some point, I hope and I believe that enough people could get together if they actually talk to each other, because I can talk to someone. And even like Ian West, can't completely get him off his QAnon conspiracies. But what I can do, if he's somebody, or I have a friend in Florida who mentioned something about being gay, and I'm like, my ex was a girl. You realize that I'm gay, right? And he was like, oh no, I never knew that, because when I was working, no one ever knew, right? I don't know why they didn't get the rainbows around my head. Like, I'm especially but I was like, and then like he had said, because he was like, oh, people, I just believe before this, so I called him. He said, I just believe people eventually it's just going to be legal. My grandmother said it's like, eventually it's just going to be people sleeping with children. And I was like, do you realize how completely crazy you are and how completely idiotic that sounds? And so then he backs up, like once he talks to a person that he actually knows, and I tell him my story, and he backs up as a person, as a human to a human. When humans talk to humans, many times they're not completely just roped out with media. You can slowly get humans to talk to humans and agree. Now, we are at complete levels, and I believe because of Trump, I believe he completely, unlike our beautiful Australian friend who believes he brought our country together, he tore our country apart. Now, maybe, I guess if you are like him, who is probably anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-women,
just anti
obviously,
everything.
like they are in
Australia. It's basically everything that's anti everything except white male supremacy. Basically,
white male, and saving the children from the underground tunnels that are being held there by Ball.
Right there. Yeah, it's I was convinced that that Noreen was going to come up with that in Ukraine, because they also claim there's all the kids underground in Ukraine, and I thought she was going to start with the bioweapons they were manufacturing, quote unquote, etc. I thought she was going to go into all that. She just basically it is what it is, and so
it's all a smoke. Everything's a smoke screen, and that's what people don't realize. There's smoke screens, and that's what I was trying to tell you. The smoke screens are coming majorly out of the right, because they're a lot easier to push, because religious beliefs, they're propaganda owned, so it's very much easier to put smoke screens on them. But we have smoke screens being put on the left and the right. I mean, we already know about, just like the Philadelphia experiment and the experiments that we do know of that they were doing, and many more after that, about, Russia was researching mind control. We were determined to get into that. And, to believe that they don't have some type of control in some ways over minds, whether it's a mass shooter here or there or something else. They're 300 years ahead of us. Okay. 300 years of where we think that they are. And, you don't have to believe that, but I've heard a few people that have classic, that are still have companies that are, have that whatever level that you have to get into to see what they have, and have to sign contracts and are not allowed to speak of it. But one of them being what's his name? Look it up, but he basically, said, I want you to understand that they're not 30 years ahead of us. They're not 100 years ahead of us. They're 300 years. Anything you can imagine is already there, and they can do. It's just where I would go back to you with the German government. The German government may have been ahead of us back then, and who knows, maybe they still are 300 years ahead, but so is our military and our, the secret agents that the things we don't know about are so far ahead. So when I say energy, they know about those things. So energetically, like, those are things that they know about. They know about that we are energetic beings. They know about positive and negative energy. They need to feed, and it doesn't have to be like the people that are saying, oh, it's reptilians feeding on our negative energy. It doesn't have to, it's not about, it doesn't have to be that. I mean, maybe, who knows? I'm not going to tell the people that think they're reptilians. I don't know. I don't think there are. What I do think is that energy is energy. And I think that they need to create negative energy, because that is what those powerful beings need to stay, the elite need to stay in power. Mm-hmm. If there is too much positive energy and people coming together, raising their vibrations, loving each other, and not fighting, then guess what happens? They lose. They lose.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, I appreciate what you're saying, and we can go more in depth into that later. Do me a favor, honey.
You don't want to go back in depth to it because you're never going to go in depth to it because you don't believe me, and that's why there's no reason for me to come back.
Whoa, wait a second. Like, where does this come from?
Because every time I ever mention something deep like that, you don't like it. You're like, oh, it's too deep. You just want to talk about war and the history of it, and I don't.
That's not true at all.
You know, George asked me the question, why are you on this show? Like, why are you on it? And he didn't ask it rudely. He was like, is it just for social? And I'm like, I don't know. Started it socially. But, you know, I was very much also getting, like, I started to actually educate myself. And I was very interested in Douglas and what he had to say.
Did you finish my latest interview with Christine Joanna Hart? Or that?
I never went back and finished the very end. No, I finished, like, the last 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. Just curious. I mean, so, no, but...
Why, did you discuss any of that there?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay, so if you don't remember, then it's not important. So you obviously didn't.
I don't know. It's but I think that you're saying something that's pretty unfair. It's like you're saying, "Oh, I get deep," and you just shut up. It's not true. I mean, you just say that.
The last broadcast, you said, well, I wasn't going to go that deep. I wasn't even going to go there. I'm going to go that because I went into." Again, something, not that exact thing, something's up, and then you just went into the military side of it, which was fine. That's your strength. But why am I here then? Why am I here? Because it's not just...
Well, theoretically, to balance things out. So you've just done that by explaining what you've explained. And nobody's protesting, nobody's jumping on you, and yet you're still not satisfied. I don't get it.
It's you know why?
Because you gotta satisfy her, okay?
It's Douglas's show.
Why are you not taking a plane over there and satisfying her? She needs a pedicure.
It's Douglas's show, okay? And Douglas has that ultimate powerful voice that I don't have, even though I argue, and it sounds like I do. I have to, raise it emotionally, but I'm not. When you say, "Okay, honey, oh yeah, we'll discuss that next time," it is a play down, and it's demeaning.
Yeah, I don't mean it to be that way.
I'm not saying that way, but that's the way it comes across. You do understand that?
I suppose.
So, and it's fine if you feel that way. If you don't want to discuss it, then that's what I'm saying. I don't need to be on the show. But if my views are not at least as almost important as your views, then I don't want to be on the show. Is what I'm saying.
Honey, I've done my best to make certain you're appreciated. Really, I do.
I'm not saying you haven't done great with me. I'm not saying I'm sure I'm not an easy person to deal with. Never claimed to be. Not one of the things I'm trying to be, honestly, in life. I'm trying to be better as far as not getting upset, but that's not for anyone else. It's more for my own sake to not be in such a confrontational mood and not have to feel like there's one side to pick. And that one side has to win. I pick my side and what makes me feel good. My kids make me feel good. My animals make me feel good.
Hey, Douglas Dietrich should make you feel good. Yes.
Douglas makes me feel good when we're laughing and having fun. Ian West makes me feel good when we're laughing and having fun. But these serious discussions, the war or the shit that fucking every time Peter Moon brings on talking about Satanism and fucking I was here for 5 minutes today, and as soon as he comes on, he's again going back to the same old shit of the what's his name that started the Church of Satan. Like. It's not.
We're working on the book. That's why we're working on the book. So it's in that context. I hope you understand. So do me a favor, honey. Let me take care of get my painkillers and take care of some stuff. And these guys, both of them, they're wonderful guys, but they just can't talk very well. Lead the conversation with them for a few minutes, and I'll be back. Okay.
Yeah, as long as you're not staying gone long, because I do need to get in the bed. I have yoga again in the morning, man. I'm trying to get peaceful, man. I'm definitely gonna need some after this shit.
So I'll be back as soon as possible. I'll try, okay, honey? And in the meantime, you can hang with these guys and have some fun, okay? I'm going to go meet.
Oh my God, go take a fucking. I hope you have what do you call it? Demerol.
You know me too well. You know me too damn well. It's like, honestly, honey, it's like we've been living together. How does that work? Mm-hmm. How does that fucking work?
I mean, it's sad. It's a sad statement. We've been living together, and you haven't fucked me good once. But other than that, yeah, I do know your drug habits.
It's a freak of nature. Yes. So hang with the guys. I'll be back. Thank you.
So, bro, how long you been doing yoga now? For 2 days now, or?
Pretty much, yeah. Like a few days. Like maybe I did the last show I was on. So that was the night I was starting it.
Oh, okay.
So what's today? What is today?
Today's Sunday, Monday.
So I started it. Yeah. So I think I started it. Oh no. Yeah, I started it Thursday, and then we did Friday, and then we didn't do Saturday or Sunday. So we're gonna do. I was thinking today was Monday, but I guess not. We were gonna do Sunday. We didn't. So tomorrow. So yeah, we skipped Friday. So I actually have only done one day.
Oh, okay.
Well, I did another day of my own at home because I didn't get to go to the class. So I did one of my like videos at home that I tried, which was pretty good. But yeah, I'm going back tomorrow to do it.
So you did this before, or you're just getting back into it, or what is it?
Really, I would say back into it, but not really, because when I did it before, I only did like 2 or 3 classes like 10 or 15 years ago, and never, didn't have the time. I had younger kids, so just didn't have the time and money to keep it up. And back then they didn't have a lot. Like, now you can even do it for free online, like on YouTube and things like that. But back then they didn't even have that. So I was going just to classes that were expensive, and I had kids, so I didn't. But no, it was nice. Like, I actually got a sweat. It was like the easy first workout, and like I even got a little sweat broken in. And luckily I wasn't as sore as the person I was with. But no, I was, was feeling good. My friend's a little more out of shape, so. But but I did get a little sweat for it. So, have you done yoga?
No, I'm just getting the concept of it. I'm not doing the physical yoga. I'm doing the mental yoga. It's about union. It's about understanding our world and perceptions. It's not the physical yoga. And I was, I couldn't understand most of the yoga anyways if it's taught by a real Indian. But so far they had good documentaries on the history of yogi, and Satya Guru speaks a pretty decent English, so I can comprehend what he's saying. But if you didn't have a good yogi that spoke good English, I wouldn't be able to understand what the hell it means. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the yogis teach more like oneness and meditation.
Yeah, and perception. It's interesting how they perceive things, and they are able to talk about quantum physics and all this stuff because of their training on the mind. So it's very interesting. It's not just the physical yogi. It's the mental yoga.
I think both are very well. The physical yoga introduces some of the mental yoga, but it really gets you into that peaceful state with the breathe, because breathing's so important, obviously. And so
there's elements of Taoism and Qigong of what Peter Moon does, but it's I was talking to this Tai Chi practitioner, and he did both. He did both. He says, yogi, you just exert that chi out of your head, while Qigong, you bring it back in and regenerate within. So it's very interesting. I mean,
to breathe out. It's with intention. Like, I look at it when I'm doing it, and she, she doesn't say this, the teacher, but like I've, heard this before, or when others have told me to breathe out, is typically I try to breathe in the positive energy that I want with intent, and then breathe out any negative energy that I have. And I'll usually always do accounts. I've heard this before. I don't know, where I heard it, but like to breathe in for a count You do it in for a count of 5, then like out for a count of 8. So to breathe out more than you breathe in. And of course, breathing into your diaphragm, like expanding your belly, is also very important because that hits your vagus nerve, which causes a reset. I mean, with your brain, the thing with your brain is it's shutting it down because our mind is not us. We have our body, our meat suit, right? And then our mind, which is our ego, which is the one that worries, are we doing enough, or blah, 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 are we this, or we that?
So
and
do you have
then,
long hair? Do you have long hair? Or
do I have long hair?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have long hair.
That's good, because I was listening to this. So if you do tantric, you got to be careful, because if you cut your hair, it will affect. It's actually dangerous to your body if you do tantric yogi.
A tantric is done with someone else. You mean, right?
Yeah, and the other one too, with the Kundalini yoga.
Kundalini, raising your Kundalini.
Yeah, that one you have to be careful with. If you cut your hair short, it's not good for you, and it can actually be detrimental.
I mean, I trim my hair. I trim my hair like once every 6 months. Like, the last time I trimmed it, I cut off like 3 or 4 inches because it was like all the way down to my my butt. So I cut it like right below my shoulders. But I mean, you can't keep growing your hair forever. It'll be in the toilet, man.
Yeah, but that's what the Sikhs do. They keep their hair very long and wear a turban. But yeah, that's.
Well, they can do that. I guess I'll be a little less enlightened. I'm not having my hair fall in a toilet. I'm sorry.
Oh, absolutely. You don't want shit on your hair. Absolutely. I can understand that.
Do you cut your hair?
Yeah, I look like a Buddhist. I'm just wondering why Douglas leaves us here. I'm pretty sure it's because, and the Sati Guru was talking about how hair keeps memory too. So it was very interesting how he explained it. But it's like,
I'll have to look that up. I dated someone one time.
Yeah.
Long hair, and like if you touch my hair, like my hair's long, right? So if you touch my hair anywhere that's not, like if I move it enough that it moves the hair on my scalp, I can feel it, right? But let's say you just touch my hair, as long as it doesn't like move enough for my scalp to feel it, right? So if you were just like grab a hair too, I can't feel it. You could like squeeze it as hard as you could, and if you were gentle, as long as you didn't pull on it enough that my scalp felt it, and then I'd be like, oh, what's that? I'm not going to feel that because my hair technically, is what I've always been taught, the hair comes out of your head is dead, right? Now, I find it interesting what you said, that it has memory, because I don't know, does everything have memory, maybe even in death, or maybe we just consider it dead? Because I had a friend and could swear and did this, like tested her. She could feel if you just barely touched a hair, like if you squeezed it, she'd be like, ow, that fucking hurts. And she wouldn't even know what you're fucking doing from behind her head. And I was like, how? There's no fucking way. Like, how the fuck are you seeing your head? Like, forever I didn't believe it. Then I would test it. I was like, it hurts. Like, my hair fucking hurts. I'm like, how does your fucking hair hurt? You mean your head hurts? You mean your scalp hurts? No, my hair hurts. And I'm like, your hair can't hurt, honey. More, it was never an argument we got past ever. Like, I was just like not believing it. It was like me and that girl, like, we're not gonna believe each other on Joe Biden. Not gonna believe your hair.
Well, absolutely.
But I don't know, maybe you got something to it. But she swore her hair hurt.
Did she cut her hair, or she left it long?
She didn't leave it that long. My hair was longer, but that was the thing. Like, whether it was like, down to like just like even like her like chin or whatever. It was just like it would fucking hurt, man. And then I'd be like, your hair didn't fucking hurt. So then I'd come fucking grab it, but like barely touch, don't grow hair. I'm like, I cannot even feel that. There's no fucking way you can feel that. There's no way, because I was pushing up. Like, there was no way I was like moving the scalp, barely touching an end, like 2 hairs, pinching. Oh, my hair hurts. Like, the fucking hell, you've got some sensitive. There are some nerve endings in your hair. You are part alien, is what I think. That's the only other thing.
Well, she might be a yogi. I mean, I mean, I was listening to all these practices they have to do, and there's a lot of, there's a lot of, things you gotta learn. I mean, it's like it's nonstop. There's a lot of tradition in it. I mean, it's not just one simple thing, like just physical practice.
Well, no,
or
it
just
takes their whole. I mean, most of them dedicate their whole life to it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're right. This on doing yoga, looking at his nose, and that's full of shit. I mean, there are yogis that don't make sense, and there are yogis that do make sense.
So I'm back, and my thanks, dear Brooke. I love you dearly beyond expression, and I am forever in your debt.
Oh my God, shut up, please. You just called me the enemy, and you fucking didn't agree with me on anything. I'm letting you go.
Stop it! Stop it!
She's tired.
Jesus Christ! What more do you want from me? Oh my fucking God!
What are you giving me? As a compliment that you will take back the second I don't agree with you on something.
It's not like that. It's not like that at all. Honestly, look, you're a wonderful person.
All right, you know what? If you love me so much, then you come here, you fly here, and you take care of my dogs for a fucking week and my kids, and I better come back in there all alive and healthier than when I left them. I'll be maybe there.
I couldn't do that. I'm not a competent adult, honey. So
every time that we're arguing on the air, if I ever come back on and I started to say Douglas, repeat the phrase. Repeat the phrase every time. You're gonna stop. PTSD nothing. Now no matter what good argument you're in. I'm not a confident adult. Go ahead, bro.
So there you are, honey. Love you. Get some rest. I'll see you in the
All right, so that's not an agreement. If you get that in writing to me, let me know.
Honey, it's there you go. Now be reasonable. And so
you have Judith Hager's half a fucking moon pad or pad in her seashells. I'm being very reasonable. You go take care of those, and I will let you go.
Oh God, honey, it's just certain things that would be indecent to get to throw away. It's just for the sake of humanity.
When's the last time you threw anything away in that fucking place?
I throw things away.
Like I mean, besides like an empty pizza box or food carton or your Meals on Wheels.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Or a bill.
Honey, get some sleep. I'll see you in the dreamlands. We'll make passionate love on the other side of the veil. How's that? Yes. There we are, and together, just you and I, and no people, no ideologies. Why, it doesn't matter who believes what. It's people just valuing each other's company because we're special.
Oh my God, I've got to get a girlfriend. All right. Talk to you later.
Yeah.
I love you.
Love you.
Okay. Fake love.
No, it's real. It's real. Even though you're a bitch.
You're a fucking asshole. So there. See, tracked it in. There you go. Just proved it again. Bitch, asshole. What did you track? There you go. All right. Have a good night, babes. I love you all.
Yes. Thank you. We all love you too.
Take care, Brooke. Love you.
Yes. And Jotai has his smarmy way of saying it. It's Jotai has that special button he presses that just sends my spine shuddering when he says, "I love you, Brooke." Yes, it's hideous.
Well, she needs the love. Okay.
Yeah, she needs a lot. Yeah, there's plenty that she needs.
And $80 too for the pedicure, you know.
Yeah, that and the Quaaludes. So, okay, now that we've agreed on that, I said fuck it about the coke and the painkillers. Okay, so I'll do that after the show is over. Let's take a look at how much time we have left. before I start in on monologue. So I will give some credit where credit is due. And so Rick O'Leary is saying, with West focused on escalating Ukraine, I'm concerned about the USA fighting two theaters concurrently. The Chi-Coms have 1.4 billion. The theater is just off their coast. So Rick, understand this, that the Chi-Coms are having a tremendous crash in their population. They are definitely just at tremendous disadvantage in so many respects. They will, if anything, however, what I'm saying will likely push them to war. They have a gender imbalance, and that's, my late and sainted sire, as Peter Moon calls him, my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, United States Naval Chief Petty Officer George Joseph Henry Dietrich, used to say that the old wives' tale was that when a lot more boys are being born than girls, it presages a war. It augurs war. So this is what the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, have got. They've got an overabundance of boys, and there's nothing else you can do with them other than send them off to war. What can you do with this? That imbalanced population. So the war is inevitable. It is inevitable. It's going to happen. Now, that's all the more reason why we end the war in Ukraine as fast as possible, so that we don't wind up fighting a two-front war. But even if we do, we can win if you've got the proper leadership. Now, people need to start taking my advisement seriously. And honestly, I'd have to be taken on as an advisor, really, to ensure that America would win, because otherwise they'll fuck it all up by the numbers. Because I understand these cultures, the Sinitic and Slavic cultures. I'm a person who speaks their languages. I've studied their cultures. I'm passionate about geopolitics.
So how are we going to get you into cabinet of Biden or whoever is going to be
it
up
would
there?
take an enormous crisis, and people would have to just bring it to his attention. It's just something that...
Can your sugar daddy help with this? Or
I understand your question. Unfortunately, he has to remain as apolitical as possible and dedicated to his business. I understand that. So, but obviously, there's plenty of wealthy people who are involved with politics, but look what happens to them. Take a look at Muskrat. Muskrat lost more money than anyone in history. He lost over half his wealth within a period of effectively days. You're talking about a man who fucked himself over monumentally by basically going political. It's not something businessmen with any sense of coherency or rationality do. So certainly Sugar Daddy has that frame of mind, and the frame of mind where politics is to be avoided at all cost, at least publicly. As for any manipulation that could be done to bring this to the attention of the powers that be, really probably what's going to happen is there's so many things converging at once. It depends on whether the Civil War happens first, whether the World War happens first, or, as happened with Communist China, or originally simply mainland China, on which the Communists, the Nationalists, and the Imperialists were all fighting, along with multiple foreign powers. What you had was a situation where it was a world war and civil war simultaneously, and China was the pivotal front. America could become like that, the pivotal front in the Third World War, both involved with a world war and a front of that world war, where Americans are fighting each other. Almost half of us, the Republican half essentially.
Well, I think we should send they're trying to stop these January 6th guys from being in the military. I mean, we should send them over to Ukraine, these guys. I mean,
no,
if they want to fight,
they'll defect to the Russians, is what they would do. So there's no point in doing that. But understand this much: we're in a situation that is precarious, and that all we can hope for is that the chaos brings opportunity. Crisis always brings opportunity. So the crisis may yet bring opportunity where my advisements will be taken, because otherwise there's not much hope for America winning a two-front world war in particular. So they're just too ignorant. They're simply too ignorant. So it's one of these things where somehow has to be brought to their attention by anybody who can do it. Just do it. Now, the one thing I do want to emphasize to my listeners is that thanks to everyone helping the way they did, got $5,000 in the PayPal accounts, the about $100 in the wallet, and $100 from Holly Kaditis Kiefer. 5, 6, 7, still basically need another $200 basically to make rent. So we'll need $100 from one person, $100 from another. Just whoever's out there, send whatever you can, or I'll be homeless by the 1st. And so definitely want to get the rent in by the 1st, and counting on all of you to help me cross that finish line. So such being said, I definitely thank all of you, and I will go on with monologue. I will start, and of course these young men can hang and interject whenever they feel they have something constructive to say. And when it comes to a question for both of you individuals. While I was gone, did Lorraine Helpand have anything at all to say about my cross-dressing? Or anything of that nature? Nothing. I take it that she never even went in directions like that.
Nope. No, she didn't.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. That was.
Has she done before?
I'm sorry?
Has she done that before?
Not really. It was just one of those things that she. I had to wear some of her clothes when all mine were stolen in Australia. So it was like one way or another, I was always stuck cross-dressing. Yeah, it's so when everything of mine was stolen in Australia, then that's what I was stuck with, clothes that weren't even my size. Some of her shirts and the like. It's just awful. So with the experience that she and I were through, it's sad that she gets upset. I'll check and see if she's blocked me. I hope she doesn't do that, but it's one of these things where she's really spent a lot of time with the wrong crowd. And it just really, but then again, she's been taking care of her mother for 2 months, like she said. So, that takes its toll. That takes its toll. She's been on hiatus to kind of help her mother at the age of 92. Oh my God. I mean, that's got to be stressful. Forgive me for yawning. It gets actually tired to think about it. I certainly think that probably was a factor. She felt that she wasn't being heard. Our dear Tankberry says, support and defend Douglas Duane Dietrich. At any rate, I have every confidence, of course, my listeners will pull through, and we'll get there. So that being said, in terms of what I'm going to do, let me start by trying to summarize the article presented to me by Real Tech Geek, which, of course, Real Tech presented several links. And I think that the most important one is about the fact that gas is being used to make semiconductors. Then that supply is threatened by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So adding supply bottlenecks for noble gases to the already ugly picture really gives people a picture of the crisis that we're in. Let's take a look at what Rick O'Leary was saying. Rick O'Leary was saying, what about these depleted uranium missiles, if they are going to Ukraine, escalation. Okay, there's no escalation issue here. The Russians have us by the goddamn throat. If they choke off this supply like they're doing now, it's making all our costs going up. This is one of the major reasons for inflation. We've got to defeat these fuckers so we can go back to living a life. All right? These bastards are trying to deprive us of the noble gases that enable my Taiwan to make our microchips. So this is a direct threat. They need to be defeated now with everything we've got. We've got to stop these guys cold. It's not a question of escalation. They've got us by the fucking balls. It's war. So why would you even be concerned about escalation? If we don't escalate, we lose. They win, and we die. Your civilization dies. It will be tantamount to the Great Depression. And the Great Depression in today's terms is not going to be like the last Great Depression. That'll look like a cakewalk compared to what the similar economic situation would present in today's situation. It would be simply unsurvivable for most people. People are going to die by the millions if we don't stop them now. People will be dying by the millions here, not in Ukraine, there as well, but also here. So in order to prevent that, we've got to use everything necessary. Putin's already threatened nukes. He's already brought it to the ultimate level of escalation. You can't go further than that. So, as I said, what's there to fear? He's already taken it there. There's nothing to fear. It's again and again, the guy said, nukes, nukes, nukes. And so it's already escalated. He's escalated it. It's not the West said, we're going to use nukes, nukes, nukes. So, come on. Be reasonable. Now, the situation is that the Russo-Ukrainian war is far more impactful towards the semiconductor industry than previously thought, even by the industry itself. And according to the report from the Financial Times, the prices for rare gases crucial to the semiconductor manufacturing process, gases such as neon, xenon, and krypton, are going through the roof. And available stocks and supplies are already proving insufficient for current demand levels. Crucially, it's reported that around 75%, 3/4 of all the worldwide neon supply is consumed by semiconductor manufacturing efforts. The entirety of Ukraine's output wouldn't be enough to cover the industry's needs, but it does provide a substantial portion of the neon supply. Ukraine's neon output also accounts for 90% of American imports of the noble gas. So, as it turns out, the press has initially covered the potential impact of the Russo-Ukrainian war last week. And at that time, the industry players such as Micron claimed they didn't expect much of an impact on their manufacturing processes as they could simply change suppliers. However, Ukraine is responsible for exporting around 100% of the world's neon supply and increasing output on all these prime, what do they call them again? Prime materials. Such as, such as neon.
The NAND, it's called NAND chips for SSDs and NVMe, NAND.
Thank you.
Flash.
Bless you.
That's what they primarily make, along with also with SK Hynix, which is a Korean company, which is also RAM. Micron makes RAM also.
Thank you.
So last quarter, they had bad earnings. It was bad. It crashed the entire semiconductor market sector.
Yeah. So this is a long and arduous endeavor to get these gases at all. Extraction and refining operations can't easily or quickly add capacity, since neon has to reach 99.99% purity levels to be usable in the semiconductor manufacturing industry at all. Analysts at TrendForce warned that even if alternative sources are secured, product certification could take anywhere from 6 months to a full calendar year. Now, the industry supply chain is already indicating that certain neon suppliers have had their current and future capacity completely booked and are thus incapable of bringing in new clients that may already be looking for an alternative supplier. Sunio Date, the representative for the Japanese pressurized gas dealer, Daito Medical Gas, told the Financial Times that their reserves have already dried up. Japanese and Chinese suppliers represent the vast majority of the remaining 0.5% of worldwide neon gas production, and they have contracts with local manufacturers already, which they will naturally prioritize compared to new clients. Considering the ongoing Sino-American trade war and all its many chapters, it's unlikely that Chinese suppliers will prioritize American customers, leaving our empire and their own burgeoning semiconductor manufacturing industry in a particularly vulnerable position to neon bottlenecks. Despite that, the SIA, the Semiconductor Industry Association, has said that the semiconductor industry has a diverse set of key materials and gases, so we do not believe there are immediate supply disruption risks related to Russia and Ukraine. Now, the semiconductor, how would I say this? It's simply the long-term outlook. It's not so rosy at all, unlike what these people are saying to placate investors, especially considering the semiconductor manufacturing capacity expansions being brought online in the next 4 years, which are estimated to increase global chip output by 1/3. Depending on the duration of the Russo-Ukrainian conflict and its long-term impact on neon production, this could particularly spell trouble to European ambitions of increasing local semiconductor manufacturing capabilities. So,
so if I can interject. So, Intel had really bad earnings, and they are making they signed up with, I think it was in Arizona, with the United States government to make a semiconductor plant. And so is TSM, Taiwan Semi Manufacturer. But the thing is, they're only making 5 nanometer. And like I explained before, that they are going down to low as 2 nanometer semiconductor chips, which are still made in Taiwan. So it's a very complicated situation.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
But also PC sales are just going downhill because of the fact that so many people got the newer processors and newer computer parts during the pandemic with all the free money. So that's another thing also. And the exhaustion with the graphics cards and people just refusing to pay so much money for them anyway during the cryptocurrency mining craze, which Zach and White don't like cryptocurrency mining because it's just ridiculous. You know, all these companies, MSI and Zotac, directly selling to miners instead of selling to the people that built these companies, gamers. And I mean to go on a tangent too, but NVIDIA stock has been on a real tear. And NVIDIA wants to act like with Jensen, this guy, who's just an arrogant piece of garbage, in my opinion, that all the people that all the investors and consumers are government and so forth and private corporations, when it's not. The majority of the money they make from is graphics cards. So they're also delusional. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I appreciate your analysis. And
AMD is tomorrow for earnings, January 31st, and NVIDIA is February the 2nd. So it's going to be interesting because Intel already had bad earnings. It was really bad. So if they might be the best, might not be. Who knows? But go ahead.
Thank you. So besides the emerging and potentially high impact supply constraints, pricing is also an important metric, as Realtek has emphasized, that might directly impact end users, as he's given us several examples of just now. So taking a page from history lessons, spot prices for neon gases climbed 600% back in 2014 when Russia invaded Crimea, at that time a part of Ukraine's territory. According to K. Kwong-wan, or K. Kwong-han, the semiconductor analyst at consultancy TechSet, this happened in a conflict that was much more subdued than the current full-scale invasion, leading to the possibility of even higher price disruptions, which have already increased severalfold. All of this coming in addition to the still present supply constraints being felt in many sectors of semiconductor manufacturing, from raw materials to passive components following the COVID-19 pandemic. It's part of why the best graphics cards is an example. As an example, they remain in such short supply, which is what Realtek was emphasizing earlier, the astronomical cost of the best graphics cards. So globalized supply chains and ecosystems around industries as complex as semiconductor manufacturing are profoundly delicate systems. It could be the case that neon supply fears won't translate to much more than increased buy orders from companies attempting to increase stockpiled materials ahead of upward price action and actual shortages. According to the Financial Times again, which was the article sent to me in terms of a link by Realtek Geek, a Deutsche Bank research note estimated that average neon stockpiles usually aim for 3 to 4 weeks of leverage in case of shortages. Even if that is the case, the medium-term impact of the increased damage would still result in increased neon prices, which would then undoubtedly lead to higher final product pricing. So the tendrils of the Russo-Ukrainian war will inevitably impact the tech industry. The disruptions, as we've seen, are far-reaching and extend across many sectors of the industry. The potential is there for this to be another arrow to the knee for the entire sector. It remains to be seen if it's a crippling shot or merely a flesh wound that looks worse than it is. So I've just got another link from Realtek, and now it was. So tell me about this. The latest link you provided.
It's a research report by MarketWatch about the global neon gas market size growth analysis for 2023 into 2027. It's 124 pages, so it's a very detailed report.
Okay, so tell us about this. What you understand about it, your own analysis, if you will, or summary.
It's going into different segments of like medical field, refrigerators. It keeps mentioning about the pandemic. Mm-hmm. You know, a lot of things crashed in the pandemic, and then they went through a short squeeze, like such as rhodium. Which is that there's just not much usage for rhodium, but it was at 20,000 for the pandemic, and then it crashed to 8,000, and it surged to like 30-something thousand. So I mean that's one instance. But I haven't. It's a long report, so I have to sit down and read this for a while.
Okay.
But the more you're talking about this, the more I'm thinking about it. Yeah, now I understand why AMD's like their newer CPUs, the 7000 series, like even the highest 7950X is a 16-core 32 thread processor. It's $750, and I understand why they're charging so much because of all these issues with the neon gas and the invasion of Ukraine. And but at the same time, they had to cut prices because no one was buying it. But also what's happening with the secondary market is that the CPUs are crashing also in pricing, such as I bought a 1680 version 2, which happens to be a Xeon processor. It's from 2013. I bought it for $150 in 2021. Now it's $50. So, and it's probably the best. It's the best CPU to get for the X79 platform. But it's interesting. It's very interesting. So,
yeah.
You there?
Yeah. No, we're here. We're listening.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that this idea or notion that just because your computer components are old doesn't mean anything. If and when, and hopefully never when, but when they do invade Taiwan, or hopefully never, but it's a geopolitical nightmare, and it's happening more and more, squeezing more and more. That all these computer components, graphics cards, it doesn't matter how old or new, whatever it is all going to surge in pricing. You know, I have a friend of mine, like my laptop, which is anywhere M18's R2, I paid $5,000 in 2014 for it, and Sure, my friend was saying is too old, this and that. I do bring up the subject about Taiwan, and yeah, it will go up in price once they invade Taiwan. I don't ever want to see it happen. But the thing is, what I don't like about the newer laptops is the BGA, and they soldered all the computers, all the components onto the motherboard. So this computer, this laptop, you can still upgrade the graphics card to newer graphics cards. The CPU, the RAM can be replaceable. So that's what I don't like about the newer components. But there really has not been. That's another thing. Also, there in the last 5 years or so, there really has not been any technological advance to upgrade these machines. Besides just opening it up and changing the RAM and the hard drive, if you can do that, or just changing the thermal paste, because that's a problem with these machines, these thinner computers. They overheat so much that you have to downclock it to prevent the thermal throttling. So I don't like these computers too much. I don't use them too much. I want to spend too much money on them. $2,000 for something that's always constantly overheating. You have to use a program like the throttle stop to prevent the throttling. It's just, I don't mean going on a tangent about it. What I'm saying is that that's why there's so much. That's why that's why the CPUs are crashing so much. No one's buying it. Partly because of the pandemic. People bought what they needed. And also because of what's happening with Ukraine, with the neon gas.
Thank you.
So, hope it makes sense.
No, of course it does.
And I don't mean to go on a long tangent also, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's important. I mean, this is what we have you here for. This is where you excel. So it's appreciated, and this is what you were meant to do. This is what you're on the show for. So this is where, of course, you really make your presence known. This is where you throw your weight around.
There's also Tower Semiconductor, which is they bought the old Hitachi and Panasonic semiconductor plants. They are an Israeli company. They're also in Japan. So,
by the way,
and there's also go ahead. Sorry.
No, go on. I'll continue.
There's also Himax, which is a fabless semiconductor, which is it's the opposite of they make fabless. It's like for like the television sets. Design of sale of hardware devices, semiconductor chips with outsourcing fabrication to a specialized manufacturer. So, that's basically what it is. I hope I explained that correctly.
Thank you, as correctly as you could, and I think that it was admirable enough. Entertainment Hub says, I just donated you $100, United States dollars. Hope you make rent, buddy. I sent you something last time, but it went to Laureen or something. Yeah, either Lena Shea or Lorian Ann Fenton or Laura Solomon. I mean, all of those ladies were infamous for basically making certain the money went into a dead pocket. That included Selena Khan. In some ways over and above them all, the last one. So God bless you, Entertainment
Hub. Do you have a cryptocurrency wallet?
Dude. Yeah, dude. It's like I can barely count real money. The cryptocurrency would just throw me for a loop. So, oh my God. But Entertainment Hub, God bless you, dear brother. Hugs and love, much love. And you're the man. Thank you. And it's incredible. He says he went to a community college at 28, was studying math and personal training, then became homeless and fucked it all up. I was homeless a week before going on stage bodybuilding, destroyed a star student. I teach students how to be students. So, wow. He said, I got paid to teach someone to drive a manual. No clue. Astound me. $1,500 to stack his points up. Wow. Did not know how to drive shift. Wow. So wow. So thank you for sharing what you did. It's incredible. I thank you. God, you've been through a lot. So bless you, dear brother, and hope things are well for you now and stable enough. So bless you. And honestly, I'm proud that I have listeners like everyone who's participating in the chat room. The overwhelming majority of them are profoundly intelligent, and This is why you all should understand the gravity of the situation. Ukraine supplies 90% of United States semiconductor grade neon. And this means the chip supply chain is at the mercy of the Russians right now. They're trying to cut our fucking throat. So to be concerned about escalation is madness. This is escalation. They've escalated it to the ultimate point already. They're threatening our very lives here. Because if we don't get those chips, our planes fall from the sky, our cars crash, our phones no longer direct us through GPS, or our communications go down. They might as well be invading us directly. So understand, at that point, the point where we're at now, there is no escalation. We're there. We're at war, people. Now, following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, experts warned that the conflict could impact the global chip industry and exacerbate current chip shortages. According to the research firm TechSet, the Ukraine supplies more than 90% of the American empire's semiconductor-grade neon. This is a gas integral to the lasers used in the chip-making process, while the Russian Empire supplies 35% of the American empire's palladium supply. That's a rare metal that can be used to create semiconductors. And while the SIA, the Semiconductor Industry Association, was arguing that the semiconductor industry has a diverse set of key materials and gases, so we do not believe there are immediate supply disruption risks related to Russia and Ukraine, the long-term impact of this conflict still remains unclear as to just how catastrophic it'll get, but it's pretty clear right now it's gotten pretty bad already. So understand that with such a high amount of the American Empire's semiconductor-grade neon supplied by the Ukraine, this conflict is placing increasing pressure on a supply chain that's already made it difficult to source chips for hardware and enterprise applications throughout the pandemic. So as to whatever the long-term impact of the semiconductor neon shortage will be, Russia's invasion of Ukraine came just after the demand for chips had already increased across the board throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, as consumers and enterprises demanded greater access to electronics. For enterprises, demand for chips that specialize in artificial intelligence for machine learning, training, and inference they're still predicted to grow at over 0.5% annually across all computing categories for the next few years. While entities like the South Korean government have invested 451 billion United States dollars in semiconductor development, and Intel invested 20 billion US dollars in two new semiconductor foundries to combat the chip shortage, the American government has still warned that the global chip supply chain remains weak. Well, just last month, Secretary of Commerce Gina M. Raimondo wrote in a blog post, to quote as she, therefrom, we are glad that the companies Intel, Ford, GM, in parentheses, General Motors, have been looking for creative solutions because the private sector is best positioned to address bottlenecks. But the semiconductor supply chain remains fragile, and it is essential that Congress move swiftly to pass the president's proposed $52 billion US dollars in CHIPS funding as soon as possible. Now, within this post that I'm sourcing, Raimondo noted that the median inventory of chips fell from 40 days in 2019 to less than 5 days in 2022, and that most chip fabs are running at more than 90% utilization. Some of the key bottlenecks she identified included legacy logic chips used in automobiles and medical devices, as well as analog chips used in power management, image sensors, radio frequency, other applications. The loss of fabs in the Ukraine greatly impacts this shortage. This means there's a need for more fabs to produce semiconductors, which is why the House of Representatives recently put forward its version of the USICA, the USICA, the United States Innovation and Competition Act, with 52 billion United States dollars in domestic semiconductor funding. Now, it's for all these reasons, while we're down, while we're out, while we're vulnerable, that a CHICOM, Chinese Communist invasion of Taiwan, is a real and dangerous possibility that could wreck armies and ruin the global economy worse than the 1929 stock market crash. It could be only a matter of time before Red China invades my Taiwan. Experts concur the military and economic impacts they could be catastrophic, and not just for Red China and my Taiwan. The conflict could bring about a global recession and significant military losses. Now, separated from mainland China by the narrows of the Black Strait, Taiwan faces a constant threat from a powerful neighbor that claims my island China as an inseparable part of its territory. My Taiwan is armed to the teeth and has powerful friends, but with Red China growing stronger and more aggressive, the risk of armed conflict is climbing higher. Beijing continues to view my island China's democratic government as a challenge to its authoritarian rule and has never taken the use of force off the table to get what it wants. In October, the United States Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, said Red China might take steps to annex Taiwan on a much faster timeline than previously thought. Well, whether it's 2030, 2027, 2025, or even this year, experts concur it could wreak havoc on the global economy and take a devastating toll on the militaries involved. Now, the American empire, which has armed my Taiwan with everything from aero defense systems to anti-ship missiles to fighter jets, is not required to intervene if Red China invades Taiwan, but President Joseph Biden has broken away from strategic ambiguity and stated that these United States would come as to the island China's defense if Red China invaded, meaning that if a fight breaks out over my Taiwan, it would get messy in a hurry. So at its annual Tech Day on Tuesday, just yesterday by now, the Taiwanese, Tuesday this week, I keep thinking it's Wednesday already, Tuesday of this week last, the Taiwanese tech giant, they unveiled their latest 3 EVs, the electronic vehicles. There's details of them that include an electric SUV and an electric pickup. Foxconn might have made its name globally as the manufacturer of Apple's iPhone, but the Taiwanese company is targeting a new future with electric vehicles. So think about the revolution you had with cars manufactured in Japan. And then you had these kind of Kias out of Korea as a cheap alternative to the Japanese who had moved up to basically luxury vehicles. Now the Taiwanese will be basically producing your electronic vehicles, your EVs. And that includes just things that are, it's just going to become more and more indispensable. Island China is just simply going to become something that, for all intents and purposes, is the 51st state of the United States. Now, when the evangelicals ruled America, it was Israel. Fuck Israel. Now it's Taiwan that's your true holy land. Get that through your fucking head and understand this is your new religion, Confucianism. And I'm your Vulcan intervention. The Spock that's here to save your ass. Just as Gene Roddenberry predicted, when the humanity was on the verge of destroying itself and the Vulcans came, and they needed violent humans to help them beat back the Romulans. Ethnically identical to the Vulcans themselves, but ideologically as alien as could be. They saved humanity so that humanity could in turn save them. This is the deal we're brokering now. This made Spock, half human, half Vulcan, the most important person of that universe. Well, I'm the Spock of your universe. At its annual shareholder meeting in May, the chief executive, Liu Yongwei, had already underlined just how seriously the company takes its ambitions. He said he wanted the company to account for 5% of the global market within 3 years, per the Washington Post. That's a market equivalent to 31 billion United States dollars. However, unlike its rivals in the congested market for EVs, the group has no plans to market any vehicles under its own brand. Foxconn, which is also known as Han Hai Technology Group, instead plans to build and, design and build EVs from the chassis up on behalf of its clients.
Isn't Foxconn a Taiwanese company?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And yeah, go on. What do you know about them?
Yeah, I know they're going to leave China. I know they're going to leave China because of the lockdowns.
Yes, thank you. What he's talking about, what Realtek is saying, is that they're going to be pulling their assets out of mainland China because of the lockdowns, like many companies have been leaving mainland China because of the lockdowns. So,
including Apple.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which is the biggest proponent and slave to the Communist Party. Yes. But when their bottom line is at risk, of course, they're going to leave.
Yeah, they're wising up. Fucking finally. Yes. Too little.
Well,
yeah, go on.
It is. Yeah, it is. You know, that's the big mistake that Tim Cook did when he took over as CEO from Steve Jobs, was to expand the business in China, and the ridiculousness they did against the people protesting in Hong Kong and disabling the maps and different applications, taking applications off the store and blocking them from people peacefully protesting. It's just horrendous.
Thank you. Now, by the way, so the way they're going to handle this is basically when it comes to the, how do I say this? Basically, their plan is like the way they did their chips. They do their chips for clients. And it's almost like the Taiwanese do this secretly and covertly, and then it goes under a client's brand name. This is how they're going to design and build these electric vehicles from the chassis up on behalf of the clients, who will then market the cars under their own brands. Same as the microchip strategy. This is going to make them the electro vehicle, the hub of the near future. Now, do me a favor. Let's see if our man Joe Tai is awake. And so, Joe, you there, lad? Let's see if Joe responds. And I hope he does. Otherwise, Realtek will hold it for a few minutes while I go grab a Coke can, liquid Coke. And so, fuck if I do that, I might as well grab the painkillers. Oh, Joe's with us.
What's up?
Oh, my dear man. Realtek, do me a favor. The two of you gentlemen hold the conversation. We're talking about, of course, the economics, but you could take it into other directions. Now, our man Joe was born in Taiwan. His father was an occultist, his biological father. And he ultimately feels his biological father paid a price for that this ultimately killed him at a young age, yes? And maybe you can share some of that with Realtek, and Realtek can respond while I run and grab myself some liquid sugar and caffeine, and I'll be right back. Okay, lads? Thank you. Let me go mute. Don't start in too excitedly. No.
Ha 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 ha.
So, Joe.
Yeah.
Well, tell us.
Yeah. So, yeah. All right. Yeah, there's always a price to pay for everything. Nothing comes for free.
All right. So, what's the story?
What's the story? Nothing much. I mean, it's what, occultists, either if there's a time for everything. I mean, what we're doing over there in Ukraine is just funding them. I'm glad we're not, you know, that money is useless if it's in for us. I mean, if we can send our animals over to Ukraine, well, everybody benefits. I mean, that's how America has been propped up so far, and I don't think we caused this situation. And Putin it's just he just wants to make his mark on history. That's the reason why he's doing it, and I hope he fails, because if he fails, the Chinese would think twice about doing what they think they can do, and they don't. You know, Douglas is right. They don't have the population to maintain itself, let alone fight a war. I mean, that's the
Yeah, that's correct.
You're right. Yeah, because
like back to World War II, the T-34 tank they say is the greatest tank in World War II, but that's bullshit.
Yeah.
The fucking piece of shit tank only lasted for fucking 2 weeks.
I mean,
it was just garbage.
They can't even man it.
Go ahead.
They can't even man it because those tanks were made for smaller soldiers, and all these and all these guys can't even fit in there unless they're small. And they can't even fit in these old tanks. I mean, half of their shit is garbage, anyways. I mean, the only they keep on saying China has the biggest fleet. It's including cargo ships that they'll convert into the Navy. That's the only reason why they have
that's all it is.
Navy. Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then they attacked the I can't pronounce it correctly, but it's in Ecuador. It's an islands with all these rare animals.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all it was a fleet of cargo ships and little shipping vessels.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. I mean, they're just including the retired people too in their numbers. They're including the prisoners they have that are forced if they go to war, that they're forced into fighting a war. But nobody wants to fight a war because they only got one child. You know, they don't want their one kids to die. You know, but
well, in many ways, the lockdown stuff is testing the population.
Yeah, it's killing them faster. I mean,
yeah.
Well, and plus they're having water shortages. Yeah. Most countries, the real war is going to be when there's no water. You know, but right now, we got to support Ukraine with as much, artillery they need. I mean, we gotta get our artilleries ready, but Russia's running out of their artillery, and I'm glad that Iran has just recently one of their ammo factories got blown up, so that's good. You heard about that, right?
Say it again. I was reading.
Iran's there's one Iran ammo manufacturer blew up in Iran, so that's good. You heard about that one?
No, look it up right now.
Yeah.
I think I glanced over it on the website.
Yeah. Well, you can't, and plus, I hate to say this because, I'm be sounding like a globalist, but you can't. There's only a limited amount of resources, and 8 billion people are not going to help that. I mean, or Mother Nature has his way of taking care of things.
It was drones. Yeah, drones.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, but
that's good.
Yeah. If it's not war, it's going to be the drought that's going to kill more people. If it's not the drought, it's going to be the virus that's going to kill people. It's like, you ever heard of George Carlin? critical thinker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know him. Of course.
Yeah. Just talking about, hey, if humanity is gonna, the plastic's not gonna be the problem. The plastic's gonna be here. We're the ones that just aren't gonna be here if we don't wake up. I mean, all our water is being polluted. They did a study in all of the world's water is being PFASed. The plastics that are seeping into our water systems. I mean, we're not doing it.
These companies like
So I'm back. Oh god, that was awful. So I came back and the computer wasn't recognizing the mic. Oh.
I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, there's like cancer research companies like NWBO that's been shorted like crazy by stupid Citadel, and now they're suing them. They're working on cancer vaccines for brain cancer, and it's absolutely wrong. Shorting a company that's working on this vaccine for years.
Yeah.
Well.
So things like that need to work on too, because Wall Street is more interested in killing these companies that could have success with all these treatments than doing the traditional way of making money. So
basically, the pharmaceuticals are trying to basically kill us, and
not all of them,
and try to set a cure. Like Pfizer. I think I'm glad.
Yeah, not all of them, but there's a lot of them wicked ones.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't get Pfizer. I got Moderna.
I didn't get none of that stuff. The communist Chinese. What you said?
You didn't take any vaccines?
No.
No. Okay.
But I don't want the experimental stuff.
Oh, okay.
But right before the new year, Pfizer, the communist Chinese bought the Pfizer vaccine.
Oh.
The vaccine didn't work anyway. The efficacy is total garbage, and children were getting leukemia.
Jesus. Yeah. Was that from the Tricom vaccines?
Yes.
No,
yes.
Yeah. Wow.
Yes.
Holy shit.
That's in the article from Zero Ads.
I remember the Chinese communist vaccines were not efficacious to any good degree, but I didn't realize...
the efficacy is terrible. It's like 3%.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something really ridiculous.
Right.
It's bad.
I remember that it was bad. I didn't know that it was also causing diseases.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Well, Pfizer's they said the side effect was some type of heart disease for Pfizer.
Myocarditis.
Right?
Wow. It was these aren't mRNA. They're new, they're experimental, and they're taking some people who have some previous health conditions and pushing them over the edge. Some of them. So it's been what it is. So now did I communicate correctly with Brooke? By that I mean, did I understand what she was saying? Basically what she was sharing with us was that Pfizer, right, was like trying to produce new COVID variants so that they could monetize new vaccines for the new variants. Is that what she was essentially saying this documentary evidence was proving?
That's what they've been doing. It's not they want to do. That's what they've been doing.
That they've actually been doing this. That they've been doing this. So
yes.
Is this?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is this the source of where these COVID variants keep coming from? Then.
Yeah.
From
they release the variants
from pharmaceutical. Oh my God.
Yes.
I mean, but this is a crime against humanity. This means that these people need to be put on trial and face execution. This is murder.
Yes, they do, and Fauci needs to be the first one.
Was Fauci part of this, knowledgeably?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
What do you think all the experiments on those beagles were about?
So can you give me some links you don't need to give them now, it's not time sensitive, but send them to me in private messages. I forget, you're on Facebook, aren't you, to a degree? Or
yeah, I'm on Facebook.
Okay, send it to me in the private messages, some links.
Gotta find you again.
Yeah,
I have messaged you once, but I gotta find you again on Facebook.
right. Well, here, I'll put my link to my Facebook timeline right here in the text box here. So this is the
Just don't ever send my name on the air.
No, of course not. No, dude, I don't even remember it. It's been
Yeah,
so long.
I figured as much.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's just with all the shit going on, it's like that's been impossible. So here we are. So this is in the chat room, and it I'm surprised it says log in or sign up to view. Most of the time it would say something like this page is not accessible or something, and that's so global neon gas market size growth. Okay, so that's important. The final report, as you said, you need to read it. The Pfizer director assaults James. Video from Project Veritas on YouTube. So this is what she's referencing then. This Project Veritas.
Yes.
Okay. Let me click on this. People might hear a noise for a second before I go back to monologuing. So when I got this,
Pfizer, my question for you is, why does Pfizer want to hide from the public the fact that they're mutating the COVID viruses?
Is this real life? I'm literally a liar. I was trying to impress a person on a date.
What's your
lie? This is absurd.
Please don't touch me. Well, this is not. By the way,
Why are you doing
don't
this?
tell anybody.
This is someone who's just working at a company to literally help the public. You up. You really did. Please bring the cops as soon as possible. I'm really very unsafe.
Can you please unlock your door?
No, don't let them leave.
Please unlock the door.
Give me, what is going on
some
here?
stuff. Please unlock. Please unlock the door. Please unlock the door. Please. Unlock the door. The door. Yeah. We're trying to unlock the door. Unlock the door.
Wow. This is
Pfizer not want the public to know that you guys are doing directed evolution?
Bro, what is going on here? It kind of feels like an interview. I don't know, it's freaking me out. Giving these like flashbacks to that like same organization of like those conservative people who like randomly go into organizations and then like befriend.
This is like it seems really cinematic, but at the same time it looks like it's real. But I still don't know. The black guy looks just like some black guy in the other commercial I'm seeing for Divi or VentureBeat or these.
Also, the actor Zachary Levi, who plays as Shazam, he also started questioning the narrative with Pfizer on Twitter.
Okay. Yeah.
So I mean, the idea is starting, and the information is starting to get out there.
Mm-hmm. So it's yeah, if this is the case, yes, there does need to be investigation, prosecution. I'm touch and go with this. I'll just have to look at it more, see what else comes in. But it's like it's like one of those things that's very cinematic. It's
yeah, that is a problem. Yeah, that's the issue with them. Yeah. Plus he was raided before by the FBI too, James O'Keefe.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Oh, he's not the guy who was involved with To Catch a Predator. This is not that guy, is it?
No.
I didn't think so. So
no.
it's like, so
not that not that guy, which is utterly ridiculous.
Yeah.
The
Thank
irony of that. God. Yeah.
Thank you. So, okay. So, thank you both of you for holding while I was gone. Then I came back, and for several moments there, it wouldn't recognize my mic and the computer. It's just, oh God, this is just so frustrating. Let me see what's going on here. Make certain I didn't loosen up this. It's interesting when I diddle this, like I would the clit on a girl or something. This is the connecting point between the mic and its cable. it kind of like makes that fuzzy buzzy noise. So it's like something's going on there. That might have to do with.
Yeah. I can send you some information now.
Yeah.
But I haven't. It's just a website, but I have to really sit down and really find the proper information for you. But I can send the PDF of the book, which you may not like him or not. But it's Robert F. Kennedy's book about the real Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Oh,
you can
God. Right.
Hey,
I'm kind of prejudiced against the Kennedy boy there, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, it's
all information is always something there that's gonna be real. Most so something you can look into and lead you on the right path.
Well, definitely. I want you both to know the numbers held went up while both of you were on, so you both did well.
Good.
So congratulations to both of you. I appreciate you both. And go ahead and hang out if you want. If you want to, you can drop off, but the stream will continue if you both hang up. But hang out as long as you want. If you feel there's something you can interject, go ahead. So I just want people to understand that at its annual shareholder meeting in May, the chief executrix, Liu Yongwei, had already underlined just how seriously that the government was taking its ambitions, the company. But it's kind of like Japan back in the old days, where Japan had MITAI, the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and they had a command economy of export or die. And so when they're saying that they want to account for 5% of the global market in EVs out of Taiwan in 3 years, that's a market equivalent to 31 billion United States.
Which company is this?
It's basically, I think it's Foxconn that is the main pusher of this. It's Foxconn. And so those are the people who made their name globally as the manufacturer of Apple's iPhone. So and now they're going to go electric vehicle. They're really that's stepping up.
Foxtron is called. We'll call it.
Okay.
A sedan, SUV, and a bus.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And so Beijing has noticeably intensified its military, diplomatic, and political pressure against my Taiwan and increased its provocative and destabilizing actions. And that's what the United States Department of Defense wrote in a 2022 report on China's military. And the Chinese People's Liberation Army, the Chi-Com Red Army, is spending more time carrying out drills focused on seizing islands by force and flying more bombers, fighters, and other aerocraft near Taiwan. All of this, of course, is verified by the Pentagon. And even though Red China's actions have stirred fears of a possible Chi-Com attack, the U.S. military assesses that an invasion of Taiwan would prove extremely difficult for the Communist Chinese military. It would likely invite intervention from other militaries, strain the Communist Chinese People's Liberation Army itself, and create political and military risks for the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping and the ruling Chinese Communist Party. Now, the Center for Strategic and International Studies recently ran war games, looking at how a large-scale Chi-Com invasion of Taiwan might play out, and the outcomes were bleak for the Red Chinese, but also for everyone else involved. Red China would start by bombing Taiwan's Air Force and Navy before using its own naval forces to surround and lay siege to island China. Meanwhile, Chinese, or Communist Chinese, aero assault and airborne troops would land on Taiwan shores as tens of thousands of soldiers head towards the island on civilian cargo ships and military amphibious vessels. But Beijing's efforts would likely not be enough. This is what the CSIS found, the Center for Strategic and International Studies. The Chi-Com troops would struggle to strengthen their supplies and move inland from the beaches, where they would be met by stiff resistance from defending Taiwanese forces and U.S. and Japanese forces, assuming that they came to island China's aid, which they really don't have a choice but to do so, would likely be able to take out Red China's amphibious fleet, but it's calculated at tremendous cost. Taiwan itself would probably remain unconquered, but CSIS concluded they would be heavily damaged. Example like Gǔrìjié, the island China would struggle to maintain basic services and electricity, and its military would be significantly depleted. Red China, on the other hand, would be left with tens of thousands of soldiers killed, critically injured or captured, a navy in total ruins, and a shattered amphibious force. Now, this is a Washington-based think tank, and they noted that one important condition for Taiwan's survival is that the island must be able to withstand the initial Chinese assault and avoid surrendering before American and partner forces can get involved. So basically, the CSIS summarized in its report on the simulations, and I'll read therefrom. In most scenarios, the United States / Taiwan / Japan defeated a conventional amphibious invasion by China and maintained an autonomous Taiwan. However, this defense came at high cost. The United States and its allies lost dozens of ships, hundreds of aircraft, and tens of thousands of service members. Taiwan saw its economy devastated. And the CSIS report added that the high losses damaged by the U.S. global position for many years, or what they said was the high losses damaged the U.S. global position for many years, while noting that Red China also lost heavily, and that the failure to occupy Taiwan led to instability within the Chinese Communist Party. Now, it's like, okay, this is like saying everybody loses, but it's like if the Communist Chinese decide to start the game, everyone has no choice but to play. It's like it's not a choice. It's like, what else are you gonna do? Let the Chinese conquer Taiwan and run the chip industry, and you're now subservient to them? You may as well surrender. And at that point, it's like you may as well surrender to the Russians in Ukraine if you don't stop them dead now, by escalating, as some people would say, by using every tool you've got. Honestly, threats to a single company would spell catastrophe. Looking at the situation from an economic perspective, a communist Chinese invasion of Taiwan could mean trillions of dollars in losses and a serious global recession. Taiwan, however, is home to TSMC, the world's largest chip maker. Given that no other company makes such advanced chips at such a high volume, a conflict would mean the production of everything from cars to iPhones grinds to a halt. Now, Glenn O'Donnell, the vice president and research director at Forrester, previously told the press, if Red China would invade Taiwan, that would be the biggest impact we've seen to the global economy possibly ever. This could be bigger than 1929. Try and grasp what I'm saying. Jay, by simply attacking Taiwan, the communist Chinese bring down the world economy. Now, you might notice that Noreen Halpan was saying they're currently in the ascendancy. You know, she's just living off this old Chinese propaganda that, you know, they're on the up and up. Dude, they would crash themselves. If the world economy crashes, nobody's buying Chinese. They are instantly depleted as everyone else. The
problem is that people are so the BlackRock and all these companies and everything is so intertwined in them that it's like you have to keep their economy propped up because it's a huge domino effect. That's the biggest issue. Well, if their real estate market crashes, everything else is going to crash. It's bad.
Well, that's what would happen if they go to war. Of course, at that point, these companies can't be propping up communist China. It's not a question. It's just all that stops. It's basically China cuts off the world if they do this. In other words, it's just us against the world if they do this.
Well, I argue. I'm sorry. Devil's advocate is that that's what they want to do anyway with Xi Jinping. That's why he's preparing everybody with these extreme lockdowns for war as a hypothesis, and also to decouple the entire economy from everybody, which is it's just insane.
Thank you.
Because it's because of Deng Xiaoping and the open-mindedness of that they are where they are now. And this guy he's a Mao reincarnated. He really is. The guy's insane.
Well, in terms of Deng Xiaoping, he was insane in his own way. He was
of course.
Started the one-child policy.
All that, and ordered all those students to get shot up and killed.
Yeah.
That's who he ordered it.
Yes, yeah. That, of course, is awful as it is, and it's unspeakable. It's nothing compared to the damage caused by the one-child policy.
Oh, yeah.
So that's...
Oh, yeah. And it's too late now. Like I explained before to Joe Tai, that the Communist Party can want to pay the women to have children, but all they're going to do is just buy handbags. Yeah. They're not going to listen. They're not going to follow them.
No.
So, the damage is done. The population is going to go downhill too.
Yes.
So,
thank you.
In 1972, when Nixon went to China, it was about 750 million. So I probably will go back down to that or around that.
No, you're
in the next 40 years.
Yeah, we stand shoulder to shoulder. So what we're talking about is, of course, basically Xi Jinping could be just trying to isolate China as much as possible, decouple from the world economy, and just bank it all on invading Taiwan. That if he takes Taiwan, then he gets control of the chip industry and then regains control of the world. This could be his logic. And that, of course, is the logic of insanity. Throw it all on one gamble and you conquer the world. This is truly insane. This is like, yes, the insanity is palpable. You can smell it across the Pacific. But it's the insanity.
Yeah, like completely taking away all the stocks in the market, the U.S. market, because they want to make their own stock market. But I mean, they already have a stock market that's established. It's the Hong Kong stock market.
Thank you. But they had to fuck that up.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying they had to fuck that up. Go on. Yes, go on.
Well, of course they fucked it up in Shanghai, too. And that's why they went bananas with the Shanghai lockdowns. Because that's something also something about, I can't remember what it was called. But if they, because they can secede very easily from China and become their own city-state, I think.
Mm-hmm. Shanghai.
Something like that. Yeah, Shanghai.
Yeah.
But there's no need for them to have a stock market in Beijing because they have one already in Hong Kong that the British made for them. Mm-hmm. So the insanity with this guy is just ridiculous. Throwing
everything away. He's just throwing away everything he had. Everything.
Yeah, throwing Fang Bingbing in the prison just because he didn't pay taxes. Just tax them.
Yeah.
Just, make him go to work like Nicolas Cage did.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Torturing someone who's going to pay the taxes? It's insane.
Yes, it is.
I mean, you can't blame them. A chick can get $20 million in one day doing one scene.
Yeah.
You can't blame them for doing that. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you so much.
No. It's thank you. I mean, it's important. Entertainment Hub said, "All good, Broheim. Enjoy. Awesome. You're the best. Thank you." I gave him a series of emojis, but that really doesn't do it justice. You're talking about a man who was once homeless and is contributing $100 to myself. It's incredible. Entertainment Hub, definitely appreciate it. Also got a $20 donation from our dear friend David, and David often shows up in the chat room, David Fitzsimons, and he's a man whose life is just beginning. He was talking about looking for a remote healer, and the best guy I knew Gǔrìjié, the man who worked on both my parents telephonically, unfortunately is dead. I don't know of any other remote healers of that quality. But anyhow, U.S. businesses, American businesses, while they might be able to take some steps to reduce their reliance on Taiwan chip making, including bolstering their chip inventories and diversifying their supply chains, this is completely unlikely to mitigate the full risk of a Taiwan crisis. Martin Resser, he is a former senior intelligence officer at the CIA. He's now a security and technology expert at the Center for a New American Security. He told the press that given how predominant Taiwan is on the global semiconductor value chain, even with adjustments, any type of disruption to access to Taiwan semiconductor output is going to have tremendous consequences for the global economy. If the American empire and our allies, for instance, imposed significant sanctions on red Chinese imports following an invasion, there could be, according to William Allen Reinsk, a senior advisor at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the CSIS group that ran that war game, a national security think tank. He told the press that there could be a huge impact on American consumers and the U.S. economy generally. So while the American empire and our allies imposed strong sanctions against Russia following its invasion of Ukraine, it was, well, the same Rasser, the aforecited strategic think tank specialist, said that it would be much more challenging in the China context, just because the economic interdependencies that are there between the countries. So in the event of an invasion, there's been speculation the United States would consider evacuating TSMC's, or Taiwan Semiconductor Corporation's, engineers, or even destroy the company's facilities to deny communist China from having sole access to TSMC's chip production. But Chen Mingtong, the Director General of Taiwan's National Security Bureau, said back in October these steps would not be necessary. The American empire and other countries could simply cut off TSMC's access to supply chains it needs to keep production running, or so he said, resulting in a situation in which there is no way TSMC can continue its production. Even if Red China got a hold of the golden hen, it won't be able to lay golden eggs. Regardless, the potential economic consequences of an invasion for both Red China on the mainland and the rest of the world, as well as the possibility that Red China loses access to TSMC's semiconductors, could serve to deter any invasion in the short term. For that reason alone, a crisis in 2023 is probably unlikely. While the risk of a conflict in the medium term appears to have increased, there's a good chance the countries avoid a conflict in 2023, which gives us plenty of time to finish up in Ukraine and put Russia down. So there won't be a two-front war. And that's my answer to our dear friend in the chat who was asking the questions, Mr. Rick O'Leary. I hope you're still around to hear this, Rick. And if so, let me know. If not, I hope you catch it on the replay, because I'm answering your question. These are complex issues, and they take time to formulate them through in analysis. But the fact that I'm able to do so for you, you should be impressed. Again, sometimes I impress myself. That's why I'm your Vulcan intervention, the Spock of your universe. So, during a press conference on Wednesday midweek last, the U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said, "We've seen increased surface vessel activity around Taiwan, but whether or not that means an invasion is imminent, I seriously doubt that. and General James Clapper, who led the intelligence community under President Obama, previously told the press, "I don't think Xi will make a move until and unless he is absolutely sure that an invasion will be successful. And right now, I don't think he has the degree of certitude." Of course, you remember Vladimir Putin had so isolated himself with butt-kissing, suck-cunt, ass-licking white boys. I mean wipe, not white. Wipe, like W-I-P-E. Just yes fucks, that he came to believe his invasion would absolutely be successful. So Xi Jinping may be there. He may be at the degree of certitude that Vladimir Putin was, because these people surround themselves with suckbutts. See, this is why Brooke Gibson rationalizes herself. She says she prevents myself from attaining that degree of megalomania. Of course, you know, there is too much of anything. I could do without that level of balance when it gets to the point of just anyhow, moving right along. Well, in its 2023 top risks report, the political research and consulting firm Eurasia Group has said China will defer moves that could possibly provoke military conflict until the balance of power is decisively in its favor, or until the Americans, the United States, they say, is ruled by a president who is clearly unwilling to defend Taiwan. None of this is remotely possible in 2023. Now, interestingly enough, we really couldn't tell with the Republicans, but Trump was definitely somebody who would have stuck by Taiwan simply because he's stubborn. And the one thing I can tell you, for those of you who are not foreign policy experts like myself, is that with Biden in power, we've stuck 100% to the guns of the Trump foreign policy. Now, this is incredibly stupid in some regards, like not moving our fucking embassy out of Jerusalem and back into Tel Aviv-Yafo with the Israelis. And yet, in the case of Taiwan, I'll gladly have them put the embassy in the middle of fucking Jerusalem, just so long as they stick by Taiwan. So, better or for worse, in terms of some areas of the world, like Southwest Asia, the Middle East, but definitely for the best concerning Taiwan, I'll take the Trump foreign policy. Now, expectations are largely that Red China would not take such a risk until later this decade at the earliest. Now, others have argued it's in the self-interest of both the communist Chinese and American empires to overplay the likelihood of a Taiwan invasion. The threat gives Red China negotiating power, they say, and justifies additional military spending in these United States. I mean, that's true cynicism that some people display. This is kind of like where, you know, Brooke and Noreen had an agreement going there. They were kind of going that direction. So I'm trying to articulate that in a way that went beyond what they were saying. Now, help me out here. When it came to Noreen, when she came on and she was like, I mean, basically she was pushing the radicalized Russophiliac Republican line of,
yes,
we don't need this war, and they're pushing for war, and none of us are going to benefit, and the United States will lose, and Taiwan will lose, and she was like, and she said this with this religious certainty, this conviction that was based on faith. It was so disturbing, and you got that, right? You heard that.
It was very disturbing, yes. Straight up saying that Taiwan is going to lose.
Yeah, thank you. It was just...
I remember telling my wife about the time when because we can go back and forth with this type of debate about Taiwan. And I told her when Germany invaded Cyprus, the entire population rised up against them. And that's exactly what's going to happen when they invade Taiwan.
Well, certainly, I hope. Like I said, you know, one reason...
I do too.
Yeah, when you said, like if you had a choice to visit anywhere, which is what Brooke was saying, and you said Germany, oh God, you know, I'd be so afraid to visit Germany or Japan just because I'd be so afraid about what I'd see. I'd just be so afraid just to see a bunch of people that are nothing like the Axis powers of World War II in so many ways, especially Germany. You know, it's not, by the way, it's not the overwhelming mixed cosmopolitan nature of much of the population in Germany. You know, a lot of migrants and whatnot in the cities and whatnot. It's not that at all. It's the German people, and they're kind of just this wishy-washy. It's just fucking sad. It's just like
yeah, it is sad. It is. I don't know. The language has been dumbed down.
Yes.
Movies aren't that good anymore.
Thank you.
Like just like watching Metropolis, or you probably never heard. Maybe you heard The Grand Illusion.
Oh, the Grand Illusion. Was that a German film? It was like something I had always meant to watch, and I never. It was about the Napoleonic Wars, was it not?
No, it was about the First World War.
Okay. There's another film by that
it's
title.
Max Schreck. Max Schreck, I think.
Oh, of course. Yes, the Nosferatu. Yes. Go on.
No, I'm thinking I'm getting the actor confused. Is the actor that would play as the
vampire?
No. Somebody else. Not him.
But that's
I think it was him. I have looked him up, but he was a director also.
Okay.
He was playing as the butler for Streetcar. No. Sorry, Sunset Boulevard.
Okay.
He started directing, but he played as the German general in charge of all the prisoners of war.
Okay.
So I had the communists, I had the Parisians, and then also the officer that was more of the culturalist. But I'm saying these are just fantastic movies. Mm-hmm. And now I was watching All Quiet on the Western Front, and just such a boring movie. Mm-hmm. The new one they made for Netflix, extremely boring. And I'm just like, what happened to all these fantastic movies? Like watching Stalingrad from the 1990s. That movie is amazing. It's hardcore, you know. It's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard. Or Der Untergang, which is like which it means downfall, which was, you know, created so many fantastic online video memes with
Hitler ranting,
with Bruno Gatz going on the rant about Steiner. You know.
Yes.
Yeah. I absolutely agree with you. You know, I mean, I love Rammstein. That's it's a fantastic band, but they also just besides them or some other things, just I don't know what happened to them. I mean, I'm happy that they now are more open-minded about going back to nuclear power plants, because they screwed up so much about that.
Thank you.
But they're so fearful of the Holocaust and letting all these people in their country and allowing Merkel to destroy their culture and things.
Right.
You know?
I mean, now I would argue, of course, even though I've come to despise Angela Merkel. I mean, I was one of her great defenders in the past, and it was a mistake. It was a terrible mistake.
Some said that she's the daughter of Hitler. So people have said that before.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. That's bullshit. It's like, good God.
Yeah, I believe it's bullshit too. Yeah.
And so it's just so fucking stupid. And honestly, it's one of those things that the Russians were saying that to try and defame her, and it's like the stupidest defamation to attack somebody with. It's something that you know, it's one of those things that we could only wish that she was the daughter of Adolf Hitler. And she, of course, you can tell it's not because, well, first of all, just so people get it, take a look at me in drag. And this is like something people have done memes where they've done that to insult Hitler. And they've like shown, you've probably seen some of these caricatures where they'll take a photograph of Hitler and put it in drag and shit. And
well, that's about, I've seen pictures of which probably was pre film Photoshop manipulation of Hitler in a skirt. I'm just looking at that from the library. I used to rent a lot of books in the library.
Mm-hmm. And
so
was this some kind of Photoshop that was done early? What year was this or something?
It was the book was probably from the 1980s or 70s.
And what
was a picture.
What they're saying? Do you think somebody was just making this up to just say, "See, Hitler is perverse" or something like that? Or
yeah, as my grandmother said too. He was perverse. He was a cross dresser. There was a picture of him wearing
your grandmother said this,
like a kilt or something.
Your grandmother said this.
It was a picture of it actually too, but yeah, she said that.
Oh my God. And so you said there was a picture of him wearing like a kilt or something, and it's like they're trying to identify that as a dress and say. By the way, this is all bullshit. Of course, Adolf Hitler was
it is.
Yeah, was not a cross-dresser. But my point of that is that they have made memes like that where they show him cross-dressing, and actually the appearance compared to myself in my photographs is pretty astonishing. So, in other words, you can take my photographs in drag and just put a mustache on it, and you see the similarity. So my point is, you can put the mustache on Angela Merkel, and there's no similarity. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, the movie is, the director is Jean Reno.
Okay.
He's a very famous French director, and the one that was playing the general was Erich von Stonheim.
Okay.
That's the one. That's the actor.
Okay. And
you know him, right?
I know of him vaguely, but understand, I'm not so much the cinemaphile as some other people are. It's I just concentrated on different things, but I certainly appreciate your acculturating all of us by bringing this to our attention. It's important.
Have you ever watched any Japanese movies from the 50s? The 60s?
Oh, yeah, of course. I've watched a number of them, but which in particular that would you like to bring to our attention before,
well, Tokyo Story.
Okay.
That's a fantastic movie.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta watch it again. It's definitely a, what you said?
Oh, what stood out about it to you?
It's a very interesting perspective about family and caretaking and at the end of the movie that this person that was so kind and nice she wasn't even part of the family. So it's a very slow movie and a lot of, I forgot his name, but Millennium Actress is an anime that's based off. They made this guy anime. Sorry, that they made a base of this actress. I forgot her. I gotta look her name up again. But the director, they always were we're saying he's too Japanese because it was shot like a documentary. A lot of it shot like a documentary with the camera in front, people talking into the camera, so talking not directly.
Okay. Yeah. And no, thank you. I mean, I appreciate that. And hopefully other people will rent these films and enjoy them, receive a cultural education. All of this is very important. And the fact that you're so cosmopolitan and have watched these various films, I'm impressed. It's, it's important. And it's something that hopefully, you'll follow up on with us as the future continues.
And, her name is Chekio. I can't pronounce her name. Sorry, Chieko. Last name Higashiwayama.
And okay, thank you. And by the way, just out of curiosity,
Star Wars.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Go on.
sorry.
Go on.
Oh, it's called the Hidden Fortress. That's where
That's right.
George Lucas stole his idea
Thank you.
for Star Wars.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. That's quite true. That's quite true. Yes.
Akira Kurosawa.
Yes, Akira Kurosawa is obviously world famous. So, it's mandatory I would know about him. Yes. So,
Yes. Of course.
And so aside from that, let's take a look into the live stream here. And so here we are. Entertainment Hub says, here's something from Wayne Dyer. If you change the way you look at things, the things you look at changed. Same with movies. It is our perception that is off. One day I will teach this true. Some movies are bad, but we need to enjoy the good moments. Yeah, it's we could say that about some people's lives.
Oh yeah.
Now, that being said, when Joe Tai was talking, what did he go into his dad or any of that? Just curious.
No, we talking about Ukraine more, and I was I was trying to explain earlier when she was going on about the military. I'm sorry, I forgot her name. Noreen, yeah. It's going on about how China's military is strong, this and that, and Russia. I was like, no, it's not. I was trying to get my word in, but I was explaining about the Russian T-34 tank and how these historians and people always go on about it's the greatest tank ever in the Second World War and this fucking garbage. Mm-hmm. It was a fucking piece of shit tank by a fucking piece of shit industrial nation that was never industrialized, just for 10 to 15 years by forced industrialization. And the fucking piece of shit thing didn't even last for 2 fucking weeks. Just like the average, it was just like the average Civil War soldier boots, 9 to 14 days, and they had to get a new pair of boots. Yeah. So that's so it's the same thing. So you're gonna say about they have a great military when the fucking T-34 tank didn't even last for maybe a week or two, a week, when you had the Panzer tanks.
Yeah.
And Panzer
throughout the war,
these things that lasted, that are still working a lot of these weapons are still working today in the Ukrainian war right now. Yeah. They're still using them right now. Yeah. These tanks, the Panzer tanks.
Thank you. Give us some more details on that.
Battalion, so yeah. I can put some videos in the chat from Mark Velton Productions. He's got a bunch of
oh God, don't put him. That's the guy who was ripping off my work.
Who's ripping off your work?
That was the guy who, one night when I was talking about the British were trying to join in on atomic bombing Japan, and while I was talking on air, this guy uploaded a video basically parroting everything I said. And because they're 8 hours ahead of us in England, he could do this. He's basically hearing me 8 hours in the past. And so he got it up before I'm on for 12 hours. So while I was saying this in the middle of my show, before my show was over, this guy had a video up, and all he did was he looked up some visual images to match with everything I was saying, and then he published it. And this was while I was on air.
Which video is this?
The video on the British trying to atomic bomb Japan.
Okay, then why don't you copyright strike him?
Yeah, how do you copyright history? This is the problem that I've said before, is that history is history and it's open to all, and it's just basically, I've always thought it wrong to do that, but the point is, it's not going to work. This is one of those things where I've tried this sort of thing before against people, and, YouTube will look at it and just say, it's pretty much, they'll say
you have to ask for a manual review, because a lot of times it's the computers that's going to do it. You need to get a manual review.
Yeah, maybe I'll consider that, see what happens. But honestly, at this point, even at that point, it's like, what are they going to say? It's like, basically, this guy's like coming up with images that he's dug out of the internet while I was talking about the documents I worked with years ago. He basically looked up the documents that I mentioned. It's basically what the fucker did. So,
I'm sorry, I didn't know about that.
Oh, God, he did it several times with several subjects I was talking about. I was talking about, like,
every single one of them.
There's too many, really. The fucker's just he's a plagiarist. And this is like one of those things where, he's British, he published a bunch of books, and then he does these chintzy, like, 15-minute videos. Think about the pattern. Think about what Douglas Dietrich talks about. I've talked about units in World War II people haven't heard of. I've talked about elements of World War II people haven't heard of. And then this guy, like, what does he do? He produces 15-minute videos about half the shit I've talked about. You can see it, you know, Germans in Japan. Oh, Japanese units fighting with the Germans. You know, that kind of shit.
Or SS, Russian units.
Yeah, like that. That's one of the more recent ones. I talked about the Kaminsky Brigade like 20 years ago on Revolution Radio. He's probably reviewed an old episode. So, you know, this is the kind of shit that only guys like me working with documents that were being destroyed even knew about. So, you know, he comes out and nobody ever questions, where do you get this shit? Nobody ever asks him, how do you get this shit? Where does it come from? It's not like he worked for the government. So there you go. It's basically sickening. It's one of those things though, but it's so common, and there's you know, at the same time, I'm just happy to get the fucking news out there. Just get the facts out there. It's
kind of hard to do it though. You're right, because it's also Freedom of Information Act.
That's right.
And also the 1972 Media Information. I forget what it's called, but it's hard. Yeah, you're right. You can't really copyright it.
Yeah,
you can't.
And that's what I've said about history. This is what made Graham Hancock such a fucking shill. It's this is the kind of shit he was pulling, where he said, "Oh, I've got these ancient artifacts that I'm like, you know, just basically showing the world that proves that, you know, there was an ancient super civilization." And then when it comes to, you know, other people were plagiarizing him and setting up these ancient civilization books that they're publishing, then he sues them saying, you know, this is intellectual property. Well, at that point, Graham Hancock is saying he made it up. You get what I'm saying? That basically he's saying it's like a fucking novel, that everything he made up is fiction. Otherwise, it can't be intellectual property, right? So that's how he's painting himself into a corner and just proving he's nothing but a charlatan. You know, I feel like I would be doing something similar if I tried to say something like that. And look at how controversial my subjects already are. You know how that Mark Felton would strike back? He'd say, oh, Douglas Dietrich says he's the son of Adolf Hitler, and he says the Japs won the war. And so that's why he puts out these videos about, look at all the crimes the Japs committed in World War II. He puts out those videos. I'm sure you've seen them. You know, saying, oh, the Japanese got off easy.
Video months ago about Indian Japanese cannibals. I haven't watched. I haven't listened to it, but it's war stories.
Well, it's like, okay, if you're so angry about the Japanese being cannibals, maybe you shouldn't have cut off all their supply lines and left them with nothing to eat but your prisoners, motherfucker. I mean,
yeah, no rice to eat, no rice. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So then you bitch about them eating you? Like, what are they supposed to do? Starve for you? See, some of these plans require the cooperation of the enemy. Why don't the Japanese just up and starve? You know, because they're not cooperating with you because you're the enemy. So it's like, this is the bullshit we're dealing with. No, Mark Felton's a piece of shit. And you know what says it all? His photographs of himself surrounded by Imperial stormtroopers. I think that says it all.
Yes.
He's Mr. History, yes. But he shows himself surrounded by Imperial stormtroopers. I'm Mr. Real History. Yeah, man. When I'm not cosplaying with the fucking Imperial stormtroopers, you know, I'm out there telling you the truth I learned from Douglas Dietrich. It's sickening. It's, you know, fuck him. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I got really bored of him after a while.
Yeah, it's so there we go with that. And here's his advantage. He just tells it all from the Allied propaganda perspective, so he gets away with it. See, I'm telling you all this new shit, but I'm still feeding you the bullshit line that you know, the Axis lost the war. You know, oh, there's no 1,000-year Reich in exile. Like, he'll say, oh, here's about the real story of the Nazis in space, and then talk about some primitive rockets and shit. You know, so he's definitely deep state. So even if I go up against him, we're really going up against that. He's going to have a whole finance machine behind him to legalize.
Yeah.
You know, and don't forget, he's in England. he's in England, so it's going to be like a David Irving situation where basically if I said something to sue him, I'm forced to pay to bring him here. Just like when David Irving sued that Jewish authoress saying that she had defamed him, he was forced to pay for her to come to England so he could sue her, which he thought was going to get him a big bunch of money through, like, basically he thought it was a propaganda coup, that he couldn't lose because he'd get a lot of publicity for doing that. But he wound up losing his ass. I mean, that guy had to move to the United States after that. At that point, because he owed her millions and shit, he just ran to the United States to escape Britain. And then he wound up moving, like an idiot, to Florida. He may as well have moved in with Ian West. I mean,
yes.
This fucker moved to Florida, which is like where Jews go to die. And he wound up getting lynched, a bunch of Jews beating him up and shit. And it's like, dude, you're just crazy. There's nothing about you that makes any sense. You're just so fucking stupid. I want to surround myself with the people that I say lied about the Holocaust because, it's a retirement center. I think I'll go retire there. And the Jews will welcome me. My neighbors won't bother me and shit. Then he winds up getting up in the morning. Hey, who took my newspaper? Oh, there it goes. Oh, wait, it's on top of a pile of dog shit. Wait, that's not dog shit. That's human shit. What's going on? And, it just gets worse. It's just, dude, just die. Just die and do us all a favor. You're an embarrassment to the human race. You're just like oh God. So one of the things that I want to do is in the time we have remaining, which is about 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, we got 3 fucking hours. And what I will do is I'm going to cover some of what Noreen Helpan brought up. So look, I think that I've answered to a great degree what our man who said, I'm worried about escalation, Mr. Rick O'Leary was talking about. Rick O'Leary, if you're out there, give me a response. I want to hear it. And if not, respond with the next episode. Replay this episode and hope you catch up on what I said because I'm doing it for you. The other one's for Noreen. Going to go a bit into what she said about it's going to happen here. So Noreen said that, but I'm going to prove her point, but in a way she didn't imagine. It's she's basically saying, by the way, people seem to be able to hear us. I'm getting a reading of no data on the live stream, and yet the live stream says excellent connection. So go figure. Entertainment Hub says, everything I have learned is through movies. I guess that's why progress is so slow. Like a turtle, we cannot be impacted with it all. Like Douglas giving us 12-hour downloads. Blowing our brains out, laugh out loud. Thank you. Yes, I do that. And believe me, you need it. You all need it. So what I'll do is I'll prove Noreen's point because she says that the elite are basically trying to kill us off. The logic missing from here is who would work for them? At that point, how would they live? How would they survive? And yet, yeah, thank you.
Exactly.
But everybody keeps, Brooke was even going in that direction for a while back in the old days.
I used to think the same way too, but listening to you and stuff, and I do agree with George woke me up about that too. So, but it's they need us. They need us. Of course, they need us. It's an interconnected thing.
Thank you.
It's like having serfdom. How can you have serfdom without having a serf?
Thank you. There you go. I mean, it's like it doesn't even bear articulating, but yet we have to.
Yeah, it's like saying the robots are going to replace your jobs, but don't the robots need somebody to fix it?
Yes.
Fix them?
Yes.
Maintenance?
Yes. It's like
they need us.
Yeah.
They need us.
Yes. You're in the end you're stuck with other people. This is something that, and it's not just that. It's like look, we got to be real. It's robots may get to the point where people are happily fucking them. you might modify chimps and apes to the point where they're fuckable. And in the end, it's really domination of other humans that is the only power that counts. It's like any other power. It's like, dude, it's just not the same domination. It's this is why men repeatedly rape men. Why do men rape men? Half the time it has nothing to do with their being gay. It's a domination trip. They're dominating another man, usually a younger boy, because they're a fucking coward, but you get my point. It all comes off this trip of dominating another male. Now,
yes.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Red China's population is shrinking for the first time in 60 years. China's population shrank last year for the first time since the immediate aftermath of that devastating famine in the Maoist era, in a clear sign that the Communist Chinese Empire is facing a looming demographic crisis worsened by decades of coercive policy that limited most families to a single child. So, the National Bureau of Statistics, back in fucking, what year was it? 2008, that they made the announcement that I remember distinctly to this day, about a decline of 850,000 people to a new total population of 1.4118 billion. The first such decline in 60 years. This was the year after my father died, my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Dietrich. The birth rate at that point reached its lowest level on record at 6.77 per 1,000 people, down from 7.52 per 1,000 in 2021 by the time that they measured it again. It's like, it just keeps going down. The last time Red China's population declined was in 1961, after 3 years of famine caused by Mao Zedong's catastrophic Great Leap Forward industrial policy, along with floods and drought. The worst you can get, a combination of being dry while drowning. Now, the government's efforts to reverse the falling birth rate began in earnest in 2016, when it ended the one child per family rule, placing the restriction at 2 children instead. But neither that revision nor a 2021 adjustment to allow 3 children has slowed the downward trend. Red China faces a shrinking workforce. And matter of fact, what I'm going to let our man Real Tech do is take over for a few minutes while I rinse the taste of this Coke out of my mouth. You can kind of take it from there for a few minutes, and I'm sure you can hold this and tell us, our audience, a bit about this. So you got this, right? I'm going to go mute. Real Tech?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. So let you handle this for a few minutes. I'll be back. Okay? And tell people about some of what you know is going on here.
Okay. Yeah, I will. I'm gonna find the article you're talking about. So the I just need to cough for a second. Hold on, people. So yes, like Douglas Dietrich said previously, that the Deng Xiaoping in the 1980s implemented the one-child policy in China, and like he said, in 2008, the population decline was going to be 1.4 billion, 1.41 billion. See, it's similar to also Japan. The fact that they both, Japan and China, have both a extreme long living elder society, and they are living a long time, and generations of different people that in the family, including also, say for instance, you're married, you have to take care of not only your parents, but also your spouse's parents. So many people are choosing not to be married because of that. So this is a CNN article from January the 19th, 2023, last updated. The country's population in 2022 fell 1.411 billion, down 750,000 people from the previous year, reported by the China's National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, announced during a Tuesday briefing on annual data. Last time China's population increase was 1961 during the famine. So this is the same article as Douglas is reading. I'm going to skip forward. So this is happening because, of course, like it says here, the 35 years of the one-child policy. Women caught going against the policy, forced to having a lot of abortions, heavy fines and eviction. And they were alarmed by the government was alarmed by these rates. So in 2015, which was too little too late, they allowed couples to have 2 children. In 2021, they raised it to 3 children. But like I said before, too little too late. That's because of the fact that they will pay the women to have children, but the women are not going to follow this. They are too indoctrinated with Western society and Western culture, which you can't blame them, because they grew up during a economic prosperity, which started a boom in the 1990s. So what are they going to do? Buy luxury handbags, luxury goods, and Rolexes and things like that. And maybe some people might be smart and speculate in the markets, but they're not going to follow what the government wants. So, and this is a product of the times and financial prosperity. So yeah, high living and educational costs and skyrocketing property prices are major factors. Many people, especially in cities, face stagnating wages, fewer job opportunities, including work hours that make it both difficult and expensive to raise 1 child, let alone 3. So there is what is called the 669 culture, 6 days, 9 hours a day, sometimes even 12 hours. And people are tired of that, and the housing crisis is bad in China. You know, they built 35 ghost cities or more to prop up the economy. They said the economy was strong, and nobody wants to even live in these cities. They are empty. So they build the buildings with very, very shoddy and very extremely inexpensive materials. And you can look up on the internet videos of these buildings just completely collapsing or just towering or sinking or swaying. Like, for instance, in the pandemic, there were people staying in a hotel and quarantining, and the whole hotel collapsed. So this is in many ways deliberate, so they can continually build and make these buildings to prop up the residential economy. So that's another instance.
I'm back. Go on.
So yeah, according to your article you're reading from CNN, women also have been reported facing discrimination at work based on their marital or parental status, with employers often reluctant to pay maternity leave. Some cities and provinces have begun introducing measures such as paternity leave and expand child care services, but many activist women say it's not far enough. What
Damn
this means
straight.
to China?
Yeah, it's
it's not. Well, but also there's a huge rape culture in these companies in China too.
Thank you.
You know, and there was this. It took about 6 years for her to have a case for the Tech series. She was a very famous news anchor, and they still didn't listen to her. So that's another issue. You know, anything with Me Too, they strike down. They don't want to look into it. So that's why a lot of them are that's why a lot of women are very career driven, and they don't stay away from having children also.
Of course. I mean, it's a form of protest. It's a form of mass protest on the part of the females, and who can blame them? Look, I understand too, just this is a tangent here, totally different, that the skyscrapers, which they were building like crazy, they just basically proved that the contractors were so corrupt that these skyscrapers, many of them were so unsafe that Red China outlawed skyscrapers above a certain height. So for a while they were in a race with Dubai and those crazy Arabs who are building these penis structures to the stars. They can't properly be called skyscrapers anymore. The proper name for them now is star scrapers. And the communist Chinese were in a race with them for biggest dickus and just gave up on it, saying we can't build over a certain set of stories. So it's like they've just like accommodated the corruption by just saying, okay, can't build above a certain level of stories because otherwise these are simply untenable buildings. And it's sad in one sense. So it's just altogether it's just China's got to change. It just can't keep operating.
It really has to.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the people protesting about the lockdowns, I mean, it was the first step for them to at least open up the.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, you've done well. You've done well as best you can.
It's a lot to be done.
Yeah.
And sorry, what happened? I just heard something.
Oh, it just might be somebody else. Maybe that's Joe came awake or something. Let me check. I might have made that noise, but what did it sound like? It's
someone calling or hanging up. I don't know.
It could be just me clacking around. It could be just me moving around.
Okay, but okay.
Did it have electronic sound, kind of like brrr, or something? It's if that's the case, wasn't me. Yeah, that wasn't me. No, it wasn't nothing around my side. So,
I'm not. Yeah, but I did mention about the ghost cities and like during the pandemic there was people staying in a hotel and it collapsed.
I came back and I heard that. Yeah, and but you don't think that was intentional in the sense of like some form of population control, do you? Like it's just corruption in the buildings. No. Yeah.
No, it's just corruption in the building materials. They can build a 14, 20-story building in like 2 weeks, and they do it deliberately anyway because I forgot the word for renovation in Chinese. But what happens also with the culture with feng shui, but just in general, people were moving into a new apartment and they were renovated right away. So it's a constant issue with that, and the buildings sway or they collapse, or like there was one like you just mentioned about the tall skyscraper last year. There was one that was really unsafe in Shanghai, I think it was.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah. And people were scared being in that building. It was like swaying like crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
it's terrifying. Yeah.
So, in many ways, it's a euphemism for what's going to happen to the real estate economy.
Yeah.
With Evergrande and stuff, it's just going to crash.
Yeah. Thank you.
Unfortunately, take everyone else with it.
Yeah. And so I just think that it's a sad situation all the way around, and but definitely how much longer can this go on? And at some point there's going to have to be a change from the bottom up. Now I'm going to go back to history, of course, put this in historical context, and I'm going to again try and prove our dear Noreen Halpan's point, only in a way she didn't expect. So our man Mr. Realtek helped hold me out to this point. Now let's get started, and I hope people will listen to this on the replay. We lost a little bit of numbers there, but the fact that we still have as many as we do on a Sunday night into a Monday morning is impressive. So just understand that when it comes to the Communist Chinese Empire, think of core China that is beyond communism, and its centuries-old position as the most populous nation on earth, in the world, has already been surpassed. It's been presumed by India this year. That's according to the United Nations projections. And starting in the 1970s, communist leaders' fears of an expanding population outstripping food supply led to this campaign telling families to marry later, wait between children, and have fewer offspring overall. That alone caused the birth rate to fall dramatically. A man was supposed to get married when he was 35 years of age, and a woman when she was 30. But the communist Chinese dictatorship remained terrified of an oversized population, and its solution was the draconian one-child policy, implemented in 1980. That's an extraordinarily important point for everyone to retain. The policy resulted in mass forced abortions, sterilizations, and the forced insertion of intrauterine devices. Now, among the policy's many unintended consequences has been an incredibly steep gender imbalance, as pregnant women had sex-selective abortions. That resulted in Red China having a sex ratio of 104.69 men to every 100 women as of 2022. Now, these are extraordinarily conservative estimates. They're not the reality at all. Meaning that the reality is effectively a 75% male population. Now, it's got young Chinese taking a stand against the pressures of modern life by lying down. There's this give-up-itis. Now, you might know a bit about this phenomena, probably more than I, Real Tech, but you've heard about the passive-aggressive Chinese just taking it lying down. Just, I'm not going to put any more effort than that is absolutely demanded of me from life, and I'm just going to spend most of my time lying down. You might have heard of this happening in China. Tell me if that's the case or not.
Yes.
What do you know about it?
Young people just are going to work as minimal as possible, and not kill themselves. Maybe even try to avoid working too much. Like I didn't mention about the 996 work culture.
Tell us about that, the 996 work culture, what they mean by that. Go on.
Well, it's 6 days a week, 9 hours a day, sometimes even more, longer than that.
Yeah.
And some people literally they die on the train going to work sometimes. They're so exhausted.
Yeah. So in other words, Chinese have been encouraged by the Confucian ethic, being perverted, being abused, to work themselves to death. And younger Chinese are saying, why? And just saying, fuck it. Good for them. I mean, this is, it's just not right. It's so many things so wrong with this, which is why I had such contempt for Jack Ma, or what the fuck is that Alibaba guy's name? It's Jack Ma, right?
Yeah, Jack Ma. Yeah, that fucking asshole.
Yeah, that son of a bitch was saying, everybody works for me. You better expect to work 18 hours a day, 6 days a week and shit. And it's like, fuck you, Jack Ma. You look like your face dribbled out of a claymation fucking epic where everything went wrong. And it's like one of those treasure trolls they stuck in the microwave. Hammer-headed motherfucker. Now, understand that a society built around the single-child household obviously provides only limited child care support. In multiple surveys, respondents regularly cite the rising costs of a large family as the primary reason not to have more children. This is especially true for Chinese people who live in large cities, many of whom have radically different beliefs about marriage and giving birth compared with their parents' generation. Other off-cited concerns can include a lack of easily available childcare and lower wages for women after giving birth. Now, working professionals also face fewer and less attractive job prospects as Red China's decades of rapid economic growth are coming to an end. Amid government crackdowns on technology industries and excessive wealth, working as a civil servant has suddenly become attractive because it's perceived as a stable career. Officials also announced, it was basically, I think maybe Tuesday of last week, that gross domestic product grew by only 3% last year, as regular disruptions from zero COVID policies hurt consumption at the same time that the critical real estate sector contracted. The expansion was drastically smaller than the 5.5% that authorities had targeted. Unemployment among 16 to 24-year-olds remains high at 16.7% for the year, after reaching nearly 20% in July. So all these harsh lockdowns added to the malaise among young Chinese people. There's a video of a Shanghai resident telling coronavirus prevention workers that we are the last generation, that went viral in May, with many online saying how his phrase captured a sense of desperation they as well felt about the lack of a desirable future into which they might bring offspring. This is how the punks were feeling in America decades ago. They had the no future logo, the word future with the no logo over it, kind of like the Ghostbusters logo, except it had the word future instead of the little ghost in it. But all of this is based on China's brutal one-child policy. All of this is directly consequent, as Peter Moon said, in sequence. Zhang Yimou, the celebrated film director and arranger of the 2008 Summer Olympics' opening ceremony in Beijing, was accused, feels like just last week, of being the latest high-profile violator of China's one-child policy. The People's Daily, the Communist Party mouthpiece, alleged that Mr. Zhang had fathered 7 children with 4 different women. Now, that news has ignited an angry online debate, with internet users condemning the unequal application of the 1979 law that stipulates every couple must have just 1 child, or 2 for ethnic minorities, and for rural
Are you
couples.
talking about the director that made To Live, or Shanghai, the Hero? You talking about Hero? Is that the director?
Let's check it out. Look him up. Here's his name. Here's how his name was spelled in the romanization. We would do better with the Chinese characters, but it shouldn't be too hard to find them. So when it comes to this guy, most of what I found out about him was based on the romanization I just left in text in Skype for our man Realtek. And in terms of the movies he directed, we can look at his, what do they call it?
Hero. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, okay. So
I like his movies a lot.
Okay. There you go. Well, he was a guy who obviously had a lot of wealth, and he spent it on, we know what he spent it on. He spent it on women. So there you go. And for those of you who don't know, it's like I pointed out about Russia a long time ago, the Soviet Union. Now, in their own way, Communist China and the former Soviet Union were bizarrely liberal. They were bizarrely, autodestructively, pathologically liberal progressive in the sense that their core population base, they were allowing to abort itself out of existence, but because they didn't want to look racist, so they could show the world, look, we treat our minorities right, they allowed their minorities to have twice the number of kids of the baseline population. The logic being, well, our baseline population is so large, there's no way they could overwhelm us. You know, it's not a question of overwhelming, not that these people are going to breed you out of existence, but what it leads to is secession of ethnic enclaves. So with the former Soviet Union, the majority of its Soviet Central Asiatic republics and a lot of its ethnic enclaves in the Caucasus were overwhelmingly Muslim. And their Muslims were allowed to breed like rabbits. And meanwhile, your average Russian woman averaged 4 to 6 to 8 abortions in a lifetime. So they were aborting themselves out of existence while their minority populations were becoming overwhelming and ultimately breakaway states, broke away from Russia. Go figure. In terms of the communist Chinese, the same thing happens. Theoretically, they're allowing their minorities to have 2 children, and then they'll do everything to sterilize them to prevent them from breaking away, like in the Caucasoid Turkic majority area of northwest China, Xinjiang, Gǔrìjié, properly known as Turkestan. So it's the nightmare insanity of a super radicalized leftist regime in the communist sense, trying to appear liberal progressive, resulting in overcompensation by mass extermination. Just this vicious cycle of stupidity. So, like I said, 2 children allowed for ethnic minorities and for rural couples whose first child was a girl. Yeah, that was like, it took years to get that established. Where, the first child's a bitch, okay, we'll give you a second chance. Now, the truth is, for the rich, the law is a paper tiger, easily circumvented by paying a social compensation fee. Now, that's a fine of 3 to 10 times a household's annual income, set by each province's family planning bureau, or by traveling to Hong Kong, Singapore, or
Hong Kong, not lie.
Yeah, or even the United States of America to give birth. For the poor, however, the policy is a flesh and blood tiger with claws and fangs. In the countryside, where the need for extra hands to help in the fields and the deeply entrenched patriarchal desire for a male heir have created strong resistance to population control measures, the tiger has been merciless. Village family planning officers vigilantly, they chart the menstrual cycle and pelvic exam results of every woman of childbearing age in their area. If a woman gets pregnant without permission and is unable to pay the always exorbitant fine for violating the policy, she risks being subjected to a forced abortion. Now, according to the Communist Chinese Health Ministry data released in March, 336 million abortions and 222 million sterilizations have been carried out since 1971. Though the one-child policy was introduced in 1979, other less stringent family planning policies were in place before it. And understand, these are fabrications. They are lies that have cut down the number for presentation to foreigners by orders of magnitude. When they say there's 336 million abortions performed since 1971, they really mean something that is more like 666 million, with about something similar to maybe 666 million sterilizations. It's just literally the communist Chinese have committed autogenocide. They've exterminated themselves. Now, these figures, regardless of whether you take their official lies or you take the reality, they're easy enough to quote. Yet they still fail to convey the magnitude of the horror faced by rural Chinese women. During a long journey through the hinterlands of southwest China back in 2009, my gang brother Beaver was able to find some of the faces behind these numbers. So dig deeper into the moment, if you will, with me. On ramshackle barges moored on the remote waterways of Yubei and Guangxi, my gang brother Beaver met hundreds of family planning fugitives, Couples who'd fled their villages to give birth to an unauthorized second or even third child in neighboring provinces. Almost every one of the pregnant women he spracketh with had suffered a mandatory abortion. One woman told him how, when she was 8 months pregnant with an illegal second child, she was unable to pay the 20,000 yuan fine. That's about $3,200 American, which for them was the equivalent of an entire year's worth of pay. Family planning officers dragging her to the local clinic, binding her to a surgical table, and injecting a lethal drug into her abdomen. Now, she writhed in agony on that table for 48 fucking hours. 12 days. Her hands and feet still bound with rope, waiting for her body to eject the murdered baby. In the final stage of labor, a male doctor shoved his fist right up her cunt, yanked the dead fetus out by the foot, and dropped it into a garbage can in front of her eyes. She had no money for a cab. She was kicked out of the hospital. Literally, they kicked her ass. Literally planted his foot in her tailbone, and she had to hobble home, blood streaming down her legs, staining her white sandals blood red, to the point where by the time she got home, everybody thought she had purchased a nice new pair of red sandals and asked her, "Where'd you get the money to buy those?" So it's not surprising that the Communist Chinese Empire has the highest rate of female suicide in the world. The one-child policy has reduced women to numbers, objects, a means of production. It has denied them control of their bodies and the basic human right to determine freely and responsibly the number and spacing of their children. And baby girls are also the victims of the policy. Under family pressure to ensure that their only child is a son, women always choose to abort baby girls or discard them at birth, practices that have skewed China's sex ratio to 118 boys for every 100 girls. That's what they officially admit to. The Communist Party argues that the means justify the ends. When Deng Xiaoping and his fellow economic reformers introduced the one-child policy as a temporary measure in 1979, after Mao's death and the end of the calamitous Cultural Revolution, they claimed that without the one-child policy, the economy would falter and the population would explode. 34 years on, despite mounting criticism, the party still clung to it. But their argument was based on the shoddiest science imaginable. And it was all imaginal. Because the birth rate, already falling before the policy was even introduced, is now officially 1.8 or nearer 1.2 according to independent demographic experts like Li Fujian, much lower than the necessary 2.1 population replacement level. Mr. Yi and others have warned of Red China's impending demographic disaster, a rapidly aging nation that a dwindling workforce will be completely unable to support at all. Rising incomes and urbanization generally lead to falling birth rates. If the one-child policy had been scrapped immediately, most Chinese would never have rushed to produce as many offspring as Zhang Yimou, the movie director Mr. Real Tech Geek and I were just talking about. And despite all the signals that the party considered gradually relaxing birth restrictions, there was still today, considerable resistance. Stubborn hardliners will not willingly abandon population control measures that have provided the government with an estimated 2 trillion yuan in revenue from fines. The demographer, He Yafu, has proven that, because it allows them to maintain firm control over people's lives. So the public outrage voiced against Mr. Zhang during the last few weeks, at least it feels like that, probably been going on for a while by now, plays right into the Communist Party's hands. Instead of attacking the government's barbaric policy, the people are being encouraged by that very government to criticize the rich for escaping its claws. Ending this scourge is a moral imperative. The atrocities committed in the name of the one-child policy over the past 3 decades rank among the worst crimes against humanity of the last century, of all human history. The stains it has left on core China, China beyond communism, may never be erased. But what was this shoddy science that provoked this self-extermination, this auto-genocide of one of the oldest civilizations on Earth that's in danger now of becoming extinct? A Jewish son of a bitch in San Francisco, a Stanford scientist who still claims that in the next few decades, civilization as we know it will end. Just as our dear girl Noreen Helpan said, oh, you know, the Chinese are all going down, the Japanese are all going down, the Americans, the whites, fuck America. She said the whites are all dying off. The great replacement theory. And I'm like saying, well, who will replace these people? Waiting for the talk of the migrant hordes. But she just said, oh, well, you know, it's only transitional. Whoever replaces them, we're all going to die. What's she echoing? Now, it's not that she's half Jewish herself, but maybe that's a factor. This is Paul Ehrlich, the Jewish-American biologist who has fed this line of shit into everyone's minds for over 60 years by now. At the age of 92, saying that the end of civilization as we know it is coming, like he's been saying since he was 22. In fact, he says the end will happen in the next few decades, like he's been saying ever since he started his shit show. That biologist recently appeared on 60 Minutes to talk with Scott Pelley about how humans are speeding up the rate of extinctions, which could one day cause society as we know it to crumble around us. We all know about the ongoing climate crisis that is threatens to end civilization by melting the ice that covers certain parts of our world and raising sea levels exponentially. And we've already talked about how the world will look when all that ice melts. But according to biologist Tony Barnosky, an Ehrlichian, meaning an Ehrlich disciple, Earth is currently experiencing the worst mass extinction episode we've seen since the dinosaurs. True that may be, with scientists concurring that even if humans survive the ongoing mass extinctions, we'll still see the end of civilization as we know it. None of this is promised. None of this is guaranteed. But Ehrlich and Barnosky, his disciple Ehrlichian, or Edomite, both appeared on 60 Minutes to talk about the growing threat to how we as a civilization live. So on the program, Barnosky said, I would say it is too much to say that we're killing the planet because the planet's going to be fine. What we're doing is we're killing our way of life. And further, Ehrlich said that the end of civilization will come us down to too many people consuming too much. As such, humanity is not sustainable. Ehrlich says if we wanted to stop the end of civilization somehow, that we would need at least 5 more Earths. The problem ultimately comes down to the resources we need to sustain our current lives dwindling. Further, climate change continues to be a significant issue for our planet, These things have become such an issue that researchers say we have reached a now or never point for people to take action against the ongoing problems that face our planet and our civilization. We need to take action now if we want to forego the end of civilization and somehow stave off the mass extinctions plaguing our world. Now, Ehrlich is a goddamn crank, but he's a goddamn crank who is still being given a platform on shows like 60 Minutes. He still has influence and power, both globally and in these United States. He and his anti-natalist colleagues are still setting the tone for how members of society should be behaving if we want to be considered responsible. It's vitally important that those who care about the future of America and our families to pay attention to what he's saying and keep pointing out that he's still as wrong as he always was the moment he first opened his goddamn mouth. As NPR, the National Public Radio, explained, there is a clear, unbreakable chain linking between Western theories of overpopulation and Red China's barbaric one-child policy. Quoting American Enterprise Institute economist and demographer Nicholas Eberstadt, the NPR, the National Public Radio report said, and I read his here therefrom, when Red China declared in 1980 that most Chinese families would only be permitted to have one child and would be punished for violating the law, this was absolutely not occurring in a vacuum. Another aspect of Ehrlich's war against humanity itself, via his declaration of war against overpopulation, was to stage a PR, a public relations offensive, against those who dare to have too many kids. In the same 1970 clip, 1970, just a few years after I was born, he advised, the FCC should see to it that large families are always treated in a negative light on television. The Federal Communications should make it a policy that large families look like shit. Then they showed the most dysfunctional, like 8 is enough, being up there to really paint the picture of just how crazy it is to have too many kids. This is the sickness we're dealing with today. Now, before I go any further, I'm going to check into the live stream. Real Tech Geek says, Hong Bao means red envelope, a bribe. Also, during Chinese Lunar New Year's, gifts are given in red envelope, part of Chinese culture. Thank you. So, deeply appreciated. Go on. Yeah. Anything else you want to specify?
Yeah, it's part of their society. Well, I don't know about ancient Chinese history, but I know about the communist times that bribing is part of what they do. So it's corruption. It's a problem. It's a big thing. It's a big issue, but they do it. Like you said, people have too much children. They will pay the bribe, but a lot of societies do those type of things anyway. But it's very significant, especially during Chinese Lunar New Year.
Thank you.
And there's a lot of different cultures, though. There's Vietnamese with Tet, and Koreans. They all celebrate. It's interesting.
Asian.
And exactly why Chinese culture. Yes, even the Japanese to an extent too. I'm not 100% sure.
Yes.
But exactly why Chinese culture needs to be preserved because the expansion and the influence. It's fascinating.
Thank you. Now I want people to understand that back in the 1970s, Jewish people really did still dominate Hollywood. They dominated the media. So when a Jewish maniac like Paul Ehrlich got out there and said, the FCC needs to present large families in a negative light on television. Well, in 1973, there was an incident, a cabal that you never heard of, the Williamson Commission. In 1973, the Williamson Commission met with the entertainment, newspaper, and television industries. Their findings concluded that in order to avoid the race riots of the 1960s, that infamous decade into which I myself was born into this vale of tears, and build up female and minority self-esteem, all mass media needed to show females and minorities successful in traditional white male roles, while showing white families that were large as ghetto and stupid breeding grounds for criminals, and therefore reverse the roles of the races. There would be no bias towards gay or interracial relationships. In fact, they would be encouraged as cool and in, to encourage same-sex attraction and thereby eliminate any further breeding, to make breeders look like boors. This plan became evident in sitcoms, news commentators, even sports announcers. The advent of MTV further portrayed all groups interacting as so-called equals, but with the white families as the real trash of society. The school system also followed suit in order to get their federal funding. The EEOC, EEOC and affirmative action also fell in line. The demographics of the country were changing. Divorces went up. Women were supposed to be heading households because basically the men were left by them and the men deserted otherwise. In other words, whites began to do what black men used to be infamous for doing. I remember growing up myself and seeing billboards on the side of bus stops. And at the bus stop, these billboards would show some young smiling black boy proudly displaying his new sneakers, brand Nike or whatever was the rage, and saying to young black girls, if you really want to see how fast he can run, tell him you're pregnant. Well, white men took that message to heart and began to run. When Brooke Gibson says, I had to raise my 2 children alone because the husband's a worthless piece of shit, and she basically had to go lesbian, this is where it all started. And minority birth rates far exceeded whites. The most effective way of changing the structure of society was to do it silently. Manage the media, and you can change everything, as long as you do it covertly. No announcement was ever made, just a simple policy change to go from conservative to hyper-liberal and break down barriers with the politically correct mix with respect to race and gender. And how times have changed in the last 100 years. To make up for past mistakes and guilt, society thought 2 wrongs would make a right. Now, another aspect of Paul Ehrlich's war against overpopulation manifested on the other side of the Pacific. In the communist Chinese empire, Paul Ehrlich's advice was adopted by the government officially. That didn't happen in the United States. Yet! But there are people who are going to make sure it will. So when little Noreen Helphand doesn't give me a chance to back her up, thinks I'm just attacking her and ganging up on her, she didn't give me a chance to bring up Sarah Conley, Associate Professoress of Philosophy at Bowdoin College, and Edelmite Ehrlichian, whose most recent book of Orodian philosophy, Kill the Firstborn Son, the policy of King Herod, the man who would have killed your God if you're a Christian. She titled her book, One Child. Subtitled, Do We Have a Right to More? And that's from Oxford University Press. 2015 was the year it was published. And that was published then because China was about to abolish its unpopular one-child policy. So what's her book about? Basically, the whole theme is, here's why Red China's one-child policy was such a good thing. Now, this was, remember now, planned out. It never went to pass until basically last year. But this woman was foreseeing what would happen in 2015. That's how long it takes a ship that size to slow down. When the Titanic saw that iceberg, don't you think they tried to turn? The ship's too fucking big. Sheer inertia carried it straight to the iceberg. There was nothing they could do. They could stop the engines, and sheer force of weight carried the Titanic forward into the crash. That's Communist China's ship of state. So, back in 2015, she wrote, China's just announced that it's going to give up its infamous one-child policy, something that would take another half-decade to go into effect. While the Chinese government has been creating more exceptions to the one-child rule in recent years, this is the first time officials have announced that all couples may have 2 children if they so choose. The change is being applauded around the world, but it raises the question, is this really a good thing? Now, I want you to understand, I'm reading from her book. I'm going to keep reading from her book. I'll tell you when I stop reading from her book. I'm going to give you the other side. I'm going to give you the perspective that someone like Noreen says I censor. That, cancel culture. That you do something and it's going to be censored. That's not the case here. Everybody's seen I allow these women to run wild. And then when I bring something up, they shut down. So let's take a look here. She says, of course, China has enforced its one-child policy in unacceptable ways. Forced abortions and forced sterilizations are simply assault and clearly violate human rights. Still, the idea that people should limit the number of children they have to just one is not, I will prove, a bad one at all. For the Chinese, or for the rest of us. The most recent estimate from the United Nations says we'll reach a population of 9.7 billion by 2050. And we just reached the population milestone of 7 billion in 2011. That's the year my late and sainted Cyrus died, my womb matron, my mother, half vampire, who, of course, died the very week of Fukushima Daiichi. She went home to perform some angel work, I have no doubt. So this bitch goes on to say, meaning it will take just less than 40 years to increase our population by almost 3 billion people. All this from a world population of about 1 billion in 1800. China now constitutes 19% of the world population, and so a change in the country's fertility rate will likely bring about that 9.7 billion even sooner. The sad truth is that trying to support this many people will bring about environmental disaster. We can see the damage that is already being done by our present population of just 7.3 billion. We all know about climate change with its droughts, storms, rising sea levels, and heat, but it's also soil depletion, lack of fresh water, overfishing, species extinction, and overcrowding in cities. We are using resources unsustainably, and despite the frequent cries for a cutback in the use of resources and release in greenhouse gases, nothing much has happened. Today, we release more greenhouse gases than we did before the Kyoto Accords. More people will mean more unsustainable resource use, worse climate change, and eventually wars over scarce goods or massive population displacement and migrations to places with remaining resources. Given the damage we are causing and the suffering we foresee for all those who live after us, it is clear that having more than one child is just something that none of us, Chinese or American, has a moral right to do. We have no right to cause great harm to others when we can avoid this without great loss to ourselves. Our claims about rights are always sensitive to context. We say that there is a constitutional right to free speech, but at the same time agree that there is no right to yell "fire" in a crowded theater. And it's not that we always think an action has to promote the general welfare for us to say we have a right to do it. You have a right to sing as you walk down the street, even though your off-key voice may pain passerby. Oh, what an innocuous example. But we don't have a right to cause devastating harm. Well, that's exactly what Paul Ehrlich did with his shoddy science, his bullshit science, leading to hundreds of millions of deaths. But she goes on, and I'll go on reading. At this point, uncontrolled fertility is likely to have worse consequences than the false cry of fire. Even having 2 children, the replacement value for the population, as the new Chinese policy allows, is likely to be too many children. Due to what specialists call demographic momentum. That's not specialists, you shit. Due to demographic momentum, the population will continue to grow for quite some time, even if we all cut back now to 2 children. By the time the birth rate stabilizes, the global population will be at an unsustainable level. So we don't have a right to have any children. We can live happy, fulfilled lives with just 1 child. And 1 child per couple will keep the human race going until we get to that point when we do reach a sustainable population and can go back to allowing ourselves to reproduce at replacement value. 2 children per 2 parents. And then she goes on to say, talk about the people who will object. Her answer to their arguments. She goes on to say, even if having only 1 child does no great harm directly to parents, many will object that it would severely harm us as a society. Some may argue that a declining population will cause the economy to collapse. And in parentheses, she writes, China's change stems in part from its concern over how to maintain an aging population with a diminishing workforce. Well, imagine that, bitch. It's called an inverted pyramid family, and a pyramid standing on its peak cannot stand at all. That means that, say, I were silly enough to have a child with somebody and we had 1 single child, then if I were the statistical norm and my whole family wasn't dead, if I were your average jerk-off, both my parents would be alive, as well as the girl's parents, and both their parents would be alive, meaning we would have 4 parents and 8 grandparents on each side to take care of. Well, basically 16 great-grandparents and 4 parents, 4 parents, 8 grandparents, and 16 great-grandparents. Because, believe me, many families are like this now. And you got one child to take care of us and all of them, which is like, what? Fucking 16 plus 8 plus 4 plus 2. Add that up for me, Real Tech. I'm bad with the math. I have to take off my socks to count my toes to get that far. But yeah, if we
2 plus what? 2?
It's 2 plus 4 plus 8 plus 16. What the fuck is that?
30.
30. So that one child has 30 people to care for with their taxes. This is why an inverted pyramid standing on its capstone cannot stand at all. So, as I said, my generation being the most aborted generation in history, my generation being the 13th American generation, as the most aborted generation in history, we are the choke point in the hourglass. It dies with us, the old world, and a new one is born. We're 0. We're generation 0. Everything before us is a negative number. Everything after us is a positive number. History begins here with us. History's just beginning at the beginning of our species' lifespan. Our species has just been born. We're only a few 100,000 years old. Your average lifespan of a species is millions of years. History is just beginning now. It begins with my generation, the 13th American generation, Generation 0. So, when it comes to this cunt, going back to what she says, others will focus on the moral transgression, believing it will necessitate forced abortions or sterilizations, or the repression of religions that forbid contraception. Others worry that a one-child policy will result in a gender imbalance, as parents opt for a male child. We know that this has happened in Red China, and how much worse would that be if it were worldwide? The answer to the concern for material welfare may be easiest. It seems clear that an economy, any economy based on perpetual growth, located on a finite planet, is bound to fail eventually. You notice there's no concept here of expansion into space. There's no concept of our ability to creatively escape the envelope. Instead, she goes on to say, our economy only works as well as it does now because we are borrowing from the future, using up resources at an unsustainable rate. An economic system based on growth, where growth means more people using more resources, will eventually face a crisis. Changing it now, before the crunch, will be less painful than trying to do that when our backs are against the wall. This is what Paul Ehrlich said to convince the communist Chinese to start killing themselves, to start killing their own children, to basically institute the cult of Moloch. The moral arguments, too, have answers. Does the right to religious freedom mean we have a right to do whatever our religious doctrines dictate? Of course not. No one thinks that if a religion required, say, human sacrifice, those who follow it would be allowed to engage in ritual killing, no matter how sincere their belief. Now notice the Herodian madness here, the paradox of their insane hypocrisy. They're talking about a sacrificial religion of mass abortion, where they want you to have no choice in the state reaching into your womb with a fist to pull that dead child out and throw it into a waste bin in front of your eyes. They say, you have no right to a sacrificial religion, but our state religion of mass murder will be imposed upon you for your own good, with a fanatical religious conviction. This is the madness of the Herodian insurgency. These are the Edomites speaking. These are the words of the anti-gods. She goes on to say, we want to accommodate religious practice whenever we can, even when that has some cost to social welfare. But again, if the cost is too great, we tell practitioners that in this case, they need to amend their own ways. We've done this many times, and we'll do it again. Here she's referring to as a Jewess, a Ehrlichian Edomite, the Nazis, the neo-Gnostic pagans, who fought against the atheists of the Soviets and the godless capitalists of America, and the British colonialists, who brought us to this, who chose communist China over my nationalist China to sit on the Security Council in the United Nations. She goes on to say, typically a change like this, allowing contraception, doesn't cause an otherwise thriving religion to collapse and fail. Gender imbalance, too, is a serious concern. However, it isn't the one-child policy that causes gender imbalance. The cause is, in a word, sexism, where a culture finds women to be less valuable, and parents subsequently find girls less beneficial to the family. We know this doesn't have to happen. Fertility rates have fallen greatly in Europe and the United States without any gender imbalance. And other countries that do show an artificial gender imbalance don't have one-child policies. There's just a preference for boys. What we need to do is change our attitudes, not have more children. If we say there is no moral right to have more than one child, do we pave the way for forced abortions and sterilizations? No. We may be able to reduce the fertility rate without using sanctions at all, and that would, of course, be best. Most of us do what is right because we think it's right, not because we're afraid of punishment. We think murder is wrong, and so most of us don't murder. The same could be true for limiting how many children we have. First, we can educate people about the need to have fewer children. It's a sensitive subject, and even activist groups have regarded population as the untouchable third rail of environmental preservation. This is a case when avoiding a sensitive subject will only come back to haunt us, though. We can learn the advantages of having only one child and get rid of the myths that some people still attach to that. Some think that even with the new freedom to have 2 children, at least most urban Chinese will stick to the old policy. And of course, if people do the environmentally right thing without being forced to, that is best all around. Second, we can make it easy to control how many children we have. We could make contraception free and readily available. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists has recommended that birth control pills should be available over the counter, which would certainly be a beginning. Or we can go farther and reward those who have fewer children, say with big tax breaks. We know that in the past, the fertility rate has been sensitive to finances. With fewer births in both the Great Depression and following the 2008 recession. So financial reward seems to be an effective mechanism. If, on the other hand, incentives aren't enough, we can provide disincentives. Instead of tax breaks, we can have tax penalties for those who have more than one child. In terms of money, receiving a tax penalty may be no more different from failing to receive a tax break, but calling it a penalty can provide more motivation. In other words, you'll be punished the more children that you have. You'll be rewarded for the less children that you have. This is the madness of the Herodian insurgency. This is the incredible hypocrisy of pure insanity that you end up murdering your own children for the sake of an ideal that somehow by doing so, you're going to save the world. That this is something that, not only that, it's actually financially an advantage that you'll get rewarded In other words, if you get bribed, you'll kill. In other words, you'll become a paid assassin, someone who prostitutes themselves as murderers for a fee. She goes on to say, lastly, if we ever did discover that we needed sanctions to get people to refrain from having an unsustainable number of children, they wouldn't be physical in nature. Fines may be the best way to go. And again, there is reason to think suitable fines, fixed on a sliding scale relative to income, can be effective. Not 100% effective, which no regulation ever is, but effective enough. Of course, things might change. Maybe technological fixes will save us, ending our unsustainable depletion of natural resources and our contributions to climate change. When we speak of the future, we can never be completely certain. But at present, when the probability of harm is high and the damage in question is great, we have no right to risk the danger. Certainty is not required. It's new for us to think of something as immediately joyful as childbearing as harmful, and it's hard to change our ideas when we are confronted with new circumstances. This is natural, but dangerous. We're in a different world, a world of 7.3 billion and counting, and we need to recognize that and act accordingly. The job of government is not just to give present citizens anything they may want, but to pave the way for a prosperous, stable society for future citizens. Just like the communist Chinese always said, this is for the future, this is for the future. Meanwhile, you have no future. She concludes by saying, any kind of one-child policy will be unattractive, but the alternative looks to be so much worse. Really? Really? This is the kind of unbalanced insanity that we are given, and we're told that this is somehow science. This is not science. It is quite the opposite. How do I express this? It's something that, of course, just drives me to despair. Just the very challenge of it. And to think of how much time we might have. Say, for instance, in case our man Peter shows up and asks to come on, just how much we might have available to try and explain this to you so that you begin to understand about the real nature of what all of this is. When it comes to, say, for instance, abortions and the impact that they've already had. It's something that I think that no American even really begins to understand. And again, it's a challenge to try and explain it. It's something that, I need to buy myself some breathing time for. And I guess the way to do that is to, first of all, start to explain China's one-child disaster. Understand, of course, that when we go back to China, I'm merely segueing ultimately back to the United States. So when you think about China's population control policy, she brought up human rights and how this is like a human rights abuse potentially, but it wouldn't be that in the United States, that somehow we're going to avoid what happened in communist China, even though she's calling for basically an exact copy of what they do in Red China with their fines. This is something that you're going to have an inability to escape what happened in communist China. It's simply going to become inevitable that we will repeat all of their mistakes. There's no way it couldn't be done. It's simply the nature of the beast, the way it ultimately comes to pass. I mean, by the year 2013, there was the 40th anniversary of the 1973 Supreme Court decision in Roe versus Wade, which transformed abortion from a procedure regulated on a state-by-state basis into a constitutional right emanating from invisible penumbras. Now, the consequence was that in those 40 years between 1973 and 2013, over 55 million abortions took place, which amounted in that 40-year period to 1/6 of the then current American population. America had already aborted itself to a degree of autogenocide. Anybody who doesn't comprehend the seriousness of what I'm saying, you're talking about, more exactly, in those 40 years, that when they legalized abortion in all 50 states at any time for any reason throughout pregnancy, on January 22nd, the date of Roe v. Wade's court decision, since that time until that same date, January 22nd of from 1973 through 2013, there were approximately 55,772,015 abortions that destroyed the lives of unborn children. And this bitch, this crazy cunt, says we haven't killed enough. And then she brings up the finances as a motivating factor. Now, the year my womb matron, my mother, died, in 2011, there was an estimate that was published by the National Right to Life Committee that indicated that there had been 54,559,615 abortions since the Supreme Court handed down its 1973 Roe versus Wade decision, allowing virtually unlimited abortions until that year of 2011, when my late and sainted Cyrus left this world to do angel work in Japan when Fukushima Daiichi went into meltdown. Then there was this document titled Abortion Statistics, United States Data and Trends, that was published by the NRLC Education Director, Dr. Randall K. O'Bannon, that estimated that there had been 54,559,615 abortions since 1973 based on data from both the Centers for Disease Control, the United States CDC, and the pro-abortion Guttmacher Institute, which was a former Planned Parenthood research arm. Now, Guttmacher receives its numbers directly from abortion centers themselves and is ergo the primary source for more current figures because the Centers for Disease Control has never tabulated accurate numbers of abortions. The CDC relies on figures from state health departments, some of which rely on voluntary reporting, and it hasn't had data from such states such as my own Golden, California and New Hampshire. Well, it hadn't had them for more than a decade by the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade back in 2013. So these numbers I'm throwing out average to over 3,300 abortions daily. That's 137 abortions every hour. Meaning 137 abortions per hour, every hour, in these United States. Now, mathematically, I can tell you this much. That's an abortion committed every 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds in the United States. And this bitch is saying we've got to kill more. That it's not enough. That the anti-gods are still hungry. So, at the time of that 50th anniversary, the best estimate for the current number of annual abortions contemporarily in the United States, or I guess I meant 40th anniversary by 2013. I mean, fuck the 50th. That was just at the 40th anniversary. That you had 55 millions, not to celebrate Roe v. Wade. The best estimate for the contemporary number of annual abortions at that time, including both the surgical abortion procedure as well as the dangerous abortion drug, RU486, was 1.2 million. Now, to just put that in perspective, consider the fact that the United States has approximately, at that time, averaged 394,000 births for the first 39 years of Roe. Now, assume for a moment that 2012, the year they said the world was going to end, added as many births as 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus died. That number rose to 146.348 million with the statistics I had available much more readily at the time. And that meant that abortions accounted for 28% of all known pregnancy outcomes in the United States during that 40-year period. We literally threw away more than a quarter of human beings waiting to be born since Roe, and this crazy cunt tells you, in the name of a Jewish scientist living within walking distance from me, that we've got to keep killing more. That we've got to kill more, or we're all going to die. How does this make sense? I mean, of course, if you believe that a fetus is no more significant than a blood clot, that number won't horrify you. If you believe that, obviously, you've got an individual life with its own genetic identity, a scientific fact, that should be disturbing, even apart from any moral considerations. Well, obviously, if you believe that human life is sacred, well, that goes from disturbing to horrifying and beyond. Now, obviously, when it comes down to the finances, what she was bringing it down to, America missed out on trillions in tax revenue since abortion was legalized. An economic disaster inflicted by abortion, a financial holocaust that brought us to the poverty we have today. Just forget all the morality. Forget the goddamn idea that human life has any meaning whatsoever, and think in purely economic terms like this cunt is trying to contract you with. That they're saying you can be bribed with tax breaks or tax penalties to kill. And consider the fact that, well, when you tag abortion in legal, human rights, or liberty matters, no, look at the economic fallout. It's been a financial bloodbath for America's tax revenues, our economic growth, our immigration policy, and our Social Security. In fact, it's been such a massive attack upon American prosperity, it's utterly baffling to myself that it's never analyzed from this angle. But one doesn't need a degree in finance to understand the loss of 55 million Americans in that 40-year period has grave economic consequences. So when I brought up all these statistics, the United States data and trends from one document that I could source, among so many others I've already cross-referenced, basically, How many total persons lost? Starting with 55 million aborted fetuses, let's assume about 5% of these unborn, or 2.5 million, would have inevitably, inescapably been lost for some reason. Medical, deformities, etc. Because some abortions are done for this very purpose, which also includes aborting Down syndromes, etc. Plus some would be born dead anyway, like Michael Aquino was. God only that he stayed that way. Given 52.5 million live births, how many would have lived to childbearing years? Let's say another 5% of all persons are lost before they will even reproduce. The average American woman has 2.5 children in her lifetime. If half of the 50 million persons aborted were women, that leaves 25 million women who would have had 62.5 million descendants. Further, these 60 million would themselves have had more children starting approximately 1985. That would have added, let's say, another 30 million females. At even 1.5 children apiece, that would add another 45 million by 2012, when they told us the Mayan calendar proved our world was going to end. That leaves a gap of 50 million plus 60 million plus 45 million potential but canceled Americans, meaning that 155 million more Americans would have been produced. That's a staggering number. So, how much lost productivity and tax revenue does that mean? If there were only 135 million Americans lost to abortion, how much income and taxes and Social Security has been lost? Median income for men since 1970 was approximately $45,000 US, judged by 2009 dollars, the old kind of dollars that I could tabulate back when I was working with the Department of Defense. Since women earn less on average, and to err on the side of caution, let's call the median 30,000 US bucks. Let's say 25 to 30% of the population never works for whatever reason. That still easily leaves at least 100 million Americans employed. If the average American works 30 years, that would be 100 million! Or at least, well, multiply that by 30,000 bucks times 30 years. That income would equal 90 trillion United States dollars. That means in that 40-year period, there was, of course, much variation in federal tax rates, given the mean and average overall income brackets of those 40 years of United States federal tax. The figure 25% is surely not excessive, bearing in mind that since the 1970s, the rate was at least 14% for the lowest bracket every year. So 25% of 90 trillion United States dollars would be 22.5 trillion United States dollars. That is how much federal tax revenue was lost due to earners being aborted out of the American economy. Social Security tax rates varied between 4.3% and 5.6% starting 1971. But to err on the side of caution, let's average that to 4%. Therefore, on income of 90 trillion United States dollars, 4% of that would be 4.4 trillion United States dollars in lost Social Security taxes for the state coffers. Total government revenue from income, well, that was 35% at the time of the 40th anniversary of Roe v. Wade in 2013. But let's measure that at 30% since 1970. taking the 30% of the 90 trillion US dollars would mean we were missing 27 trillion United States dollars from aborted workers at the federal and state level. See, I've worked at the federal, state, and municipal government level. This is why I'm your goddamn Vulcan intervention. Now, since this is admittedly the most basic analysis of the economic impact of abortion on America, any of my figures can be challenged. But overall, the financial loss has to look something like the amounts I'm throwing at you now. And if the deficit at that time of the 40th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, 2013, was 15 trillion United States dollars, even if my outcomes were nearly cut in half, we would still have been able to have paid off the national debt. We would have no goddamn national debt. There would be no national debt. We would have surplus. We would have money for everybody. Everybody would effectively be wealthy. But we murdered ourselves out of that prosperity. We are in poverty now because of abortion. And these cunts, Paul Ehrlich and his acolytes, say we've got to kill more. And that's the way we'll get rich. We just got to keep killing. We've just got to keep killing. And while communist China aspires to lead the globe in business, flushing hundreds of millions of potential workers down the toilet was no way to achieve that ambitious goal. Each worker adds to the sum of total gross domestic product, so dumping workers jettisons higher productivity. When public policy goes against the natural law, whether expressly or by flouting common sense, disaster is bound to follow. And such has proven true of the communist Chinese empire via heartless abortion policies. Communist China took Paul Ehrlich's shit science to heart, following humanistic fables such as Malthus's Earth is overpopulated canard. Its one-child policy meant to limit population growth, wiping out generations of females, causing tens of millions of Chinese men to skip marriage and reproduction. The fiscal results of American abortion can be described as the natural outcome of immoral policy meeting a failed vision in dealing with the inevitable outcome of the sexual revolution. And much like the grim idea of having only one child per Chinese family, the outcome in America was both predictable and malign. The natural effects of America's permissive abortion policy. Economic vitality is badly damaged by mass abortions. When the rate of live births falls versus retirement, then a shrinking population is forced to support the old age needs of persons no longer able to bolster an economy while their own prosperity falters. Population growth disappears after abortion policy is enacted. In fact, when I gave my presentation about the coming collapse of the Soviet Union to that think tank back in the 1980s, around 1989, I explained the collapse of the former Soviet Union, as it will become known as, is an example of a nation whose demographic implosion contributed to its economic breakdown. That the main reason for their collapse was internal. 300 abortions for every 100 live births for decades. The future is still grim. And right now, there's not enough younger women to even begin to reverse their population decline. Instead, they were expected to lose another 40 million people. Between back when I delivered that presentation in 2050, and now they're destroying themselves immediately. Now! They can't even wait It's a mass suicide. Get all the men killed on the front line in battle. The women all escape whenever they can. And of course, the respect for human life is coarsened down to nothing. You've heard the stories I've already told about Chinese authorities coming to kill newborns of parents violating the one-child policy. At some point, the average person stops distinguishing between killing newborns and late-term abortions, since the difference is arbitrary. Such is the moral degradation of casuistry. China's one-family, one-child policy resulted in 13 million abortions every year. All these abortions taking place under pressure from authorities. These restrictions were in effect religiously in communist China. And despite the country's impressive economic growth till now, family couples were still legally prohibited from having more than one child. The law per se has always been a gross violation of human rights, although those rights were violated at a much greater extent by family planning department officials. You got these pseudo-rights propping up rank selfishness, debasing genuine human rights. It cannot aid the common person's understanding of the theory of natural law when the Constitution is misused to defend such deadly, needlessly violent, deplorably selfish activities. So, that application or misapplication fueled human rights debacles. So, you had the West turning towards this nonsensical and emotionally brutal hookup culture, putting naive single women in harm's way via out-of-wedlock pregnancy and abortions. And the state support of abortion industries, that furthered the destruction of the stable nuclear family. The policies creating an ownership interest in would-be mothers, deferring to the state to empower radical female egalitarianism, ultimately decoupling the members of a marriage and family from each other, substituting the brave new world of family planning, which further dehumanized our existence. There was one morning in Hunan, China, where my gang brother Beaver encountered an unimaginable sight of cruelty and horror. Lying in the gutter of a bustling main road was the tiny, twisted body of a dead baby girl, naked, surrounded only by dirty pieces of hospital gauze. Buses and bicycles sped past that corpse, spraying it with mud. Nameless and unwanted, this newborn dumped by the roadside during winter. None of the locals hurrying by even giving her a second glance, because to them she was just one of thousands of baby girls abandoned every year as a result of China's ruthless one-child policy. The only woman attempting to rescue the infant that my gang brother stopped to help said, "I think the baby had just died. I touched her skin and it was warm. Blood still coming out of her nose." Now, these massive abortion numbers defied the millions of couples hoping to adopt. The number of would-be adoptive parents outstrips the supply in America. You've got 1 million couples matching the million abortions. It utterly shatters the self-serving leftist abortion arguments. Liberals would have Americans believe it's better to kill a baby than allow it to come into an uncertain or uncaring world. What a joke! Each year in the United States, about 51,000 American children are placed for adoption. In addition, about 6,500 foreign children are adopted by Americans, for a total of little under 58,000 children adopted per year, yet experts estimate somewhere between 1 and 2 million couples seek to adopt yearly. And every year, there are about 1.3 million abortions. Only 4% of women with unwanted pregnancies give their children up for adoption. Planned Parenthood always justified abortion with the slogan, "Every child, a wanted child." Every child is wanted desperately. So, of course, the fiscal failure of abortion is a financial bloodbath, but on the deeper level, the failure to bring human beings into the world. That's why we don't have the money to solve the climate crisis. We don't have the manpower or the brain power. We're left without the hands that could help us turn the tide. We aborted away our only hope to solve the problem. This is the realm of the anti-gods. This is the Herodian insurgency of Zionism. These are the Edomites at work. And you call my biological Adolf Hitler, my biological sire, the greatest mass murderer in history. The man who fought to stop this. The man whose Ignatius, as he called him, Heinrich Himmler, wanted 180 Germanic people by the 1980s. A German population to equal China's at that time, to come into existence through Lebensborn, through bringing more children into the world, which is what we needed. So what have we got now? We've got a little half-Jewish, half-Japanese girl named Noreen Halpern who was here saying, oh, the whites are dying out. Why is that? Why, honey? Because Jewish people sought the extermination of the Aryan race. The Aryan race, which would have had the population numbers of China by the 1980s, had Adolf Hitler been allowed to continue his reign upon the surface world. Now you come down to the fact why my sire, my biological father, Adolf Hitler, was right. Now, we have a black man who listens to us regularly, Troy Bellamy, who participates in the chat room, and he was down there in the chat in the last episode. It's in print, you can see it, it's uploaded in the chat of the last episode, and this guy says, Adolf Hitler had no redeeming feature whatsoever, doing nothing good. Why does he listen? Who's spoken more about black rights and reparations than myself? Who's brought up the balance? And yet, this man who's listened to me for years by now still says my biological father is the source of all evil in the world when he was fighting against this? Where are your people's fucking heads at? They're so far up your ass, you're high on your own fumes. Honestly, you don't deserve my advice. Understand, it's not me who loses if you don't listen to me. It's you. You've already lost decades from not listening to me. You can keep ignoring me until you all die, or you can finally open your goddamn ears. Get your heads out of your ass. Stop listening to the Herodians and the Edomites, the cultists of chaos, the worshippers of the anti-gods. And maybe you can make it through this darkest valley of human history. But you can't do it without me, the Spock of your universe, your Vulcan intervention. fuck whatever you think about the goddamn Holocaust. You keep crying for all these poor dead Jews. China's one-child disaster. China's population control policy is the greatest human rights abuses of the 20th century. And remember, that's when the Holocaust took place, the 20th century. Right around the time the Russians were invading Ukraine, all out. Shortly after that, on February 28th, the Reuters news story quoted Zhao Baiji, the Chinese vice minister of the NPFPC, the National Population and Family Planning Commission. Family Planning Commission. The very words used in Communist China have already been used here through our massacres, as indicating that the People's Republic of China might change its one-child policy. That population control policy limits the number of children Chinese couples are legally permitted to have. The default number is one child, but China's actual birth rate was estimated at 1.8 children per couple because of exemptions and lawbreakers who were often aided by the widespread corruption of bribable officials who then would take the girls out and adopt them all over the world. Girls that disappeared, were never seen again. Girls that, over these decades, should have emerged as graduates from college and high school by now, but have never showed up again. Where did they all go? By February 29th, the New York Times, the International Herald Tribune, and several UK papers quoted Zhao, speculated the reason behind loosening the policy was China's urgent need for more young people who could be taxed in the future and otherwise care for China's astronomical aging population. The NPFPC itself rapidly quashed the rumor of these changes, the reasons behind them, that is, and in a March 5th speech, the Chinese premier, Wen Jiabao, specifically affirmed China's intentions. Now, there were several reasons why those news stories spread so quickly. The one-child policy stirred worldwide controversy for its violation of civil rights, including the forced abortion of extra children, the adopting out of female children that were never seen again, never will be seen again, and for its unintended consequences, exemplary Gǔrìjié, the preference for sons, creating a sex ratio of, at very least, 120 boys to every 100 girls born. Moreover, the specter of world overpopulation has been this political hot button for decades. This alleged inadequacy of food supplies, perhaps being the most common argument advanced for mandatory population control. There was this New York Times article from March 9th titled, "A Global Need for Grain That Farms Can't Fill," with David Streitfeld writing, "Everywhere the cost of food is rising sharply. Whether the world is in for a long period of continued increases has become one of the most urgent issues in economics." Well, there's nobody to farm the goddamn food, motherfucker. If the price of food continues to rise and if food riots like the recent ones in Haiti spread, then calls for population control will almost certainly increase. And China's one-child policy will be scrutinized again for signs of success or failure. Now, as I've said, we've seen the devastating failure of the American equivalent, and yet we've got Paul Ehrlich saying, oh, we aren't killing enough. But in communist China, the one-child policy was a devastating failure based on this Zionist assumption, the Herodian canard, namely, that the world is overpopulated, and so reproduction must be controlled. And additionally, one child is an example of a social engineering program that was launched to correct the unintended consequences of an earlier social engineering program under Mao, encouraging large families. That actually made much more sense, probably one of the only sensible policies he ever had. Indeed, China has recently launched yet another program called the Care for Girls program. Too little, too late. A social program introducing, well, attempting to remedy a social program that was introduced to remedy a social program. Let's grant for a moment, and for the sake of argument, that the world is overpopulated. Can social engineering cure the problem? Social engineering occurs when a centralized power tries to manipulate or override people's preferences to make them behave according to an artificial social blueprint. It is the opposite of allowing a culture to evolve naturally, according to the preferences of individuals, which are often based on economic factors, such as what they can afford. Social engineering imposes rules, sometimes by dangling carrots, sometimes by welding sticks. Like the U.S. was insisting tax breaks, tax penalties. In pursuing conflicting population policies, Red China mixed carrots and sticks for over 100 years by now. In a 1949 speech titled The Bankruptcy of the Idealist Concept of History, the then dictator of Communist China, Mao Zedong, declared, "It is a very good thing that China has a big population. Even if China's population multiplies many times, she is fully capable of finding a solution. The solution is production. The absurd argument of bourgeois Western economists like Malthus that increases in food cannot keep up with increases in population was not only refuted long ago by Marxists, but has also been completely exploded by the realities in the Soviet Union and the liberated areas of China after revolution." So to Mao, a large population was a very good thing, for several reasons. For one, it represented more labor power. The main reason, however, was Mao's fear of an armed conflict with the West, specifically with the United States. You see, before Communist China was a nuclear power, it was considered de facto a nuclear power because it was the only population on Earth able to absorb a nuclear attack and keep on coming. They didn't need nukes. They could take nukes and keep on deploying human waves in a mass assault. Who needs nukes when you've got numbers? A Cold War between the Communist East and the Western world had followed on the heels of what people were propagandized as being the end of World War II. Korea was a flashpoint, but a part of the Second World War continued in the Northeast Asian theater of operations, where the Soviets and the Americans fought over the peninsula when they had originally planned to be fighting over the division of the Japanese home islands. The Japanese just pointed to the Koreans and said, "Occupy yourself there, losers." And so they did, just to make it look like they had won. The nation was divided into 2 zones, with the north being controlled by the Soviet Union and the south by the United States, divided by atomic demilitarized zone created by the Japanese. Now, although these nations ultimately withdrew militarily, they left these respective zones created by the Japanese well armed. On June 25th of 1950, North Korea invaded the South. In response, the United Nations dispatched troops to Korea to reverse the invasion, and with the ultimate goal of assuming control of the North, which shared a border with the Communist Chinese Empire. The Communist Chinese counterattacked, and the conflict settled into a seesaw of military actions. This was the Korean War. It ended 3 years later in a stalemate that preserved the North-South division of that country along the Japanese demilitarized zone, the supermassive trench, that is one of the only other man-made objects, aside from the Great Wall of China, visible from the moon, blown into the earth itself as a permanent scar by a series of Japanese atomic bombs. Uranium little boys, standardized Axis munitions of atomic ordnance, made through uranium mined in North Korea itself, which still mines the same uranium to make their bombs now. There was a clear reason why a poorly equipped China was able to hold off the West, all the United Nations. Superior numbers. During the war, the United States incurred an estimated 33,600 casualties. Its United Nations allies, 16,000 more. CHICOM, our Chinese Communist casualties, are estimated at 900,000, close to 1 million. Mao wrote, "In every battle, an absolutely superior force, 2, 3, 4, and sometimes even 5 or 6 times the enemy's strength, encircle the enemy's forces completely, strive to wipe them out thoroughly, and do not let any escape from the net." This strategy became as known as the human wave shock assault tactic. During the 1950s and 60s, Chinese women were encouraged to reproduce and given awards for doing so. Advocates of population control were sometimes imprisoned, although family planning became more acceptable as the 60s evolved. Thus, Red China experienced a massive increase in population. As a result, by the 1970s, family planning had displaced the admonition to reproduce, but the policy was not coercively enforced except on the authority and discretion of local officials. Then, the one-child policy was implemented. In 1979, 3 years after Mao's death, the new dictator of Communist China, Deng Xiaoping, announced the one-child policy. Vice Premier at the time, Chen Muhua, described the policy as one of encouragement and punishment for maternity, with encouragement as the main feature. Parents having one child will be encouraged, and strict measures will be enforced to control the birth of 2 or more babies. Everything should be done to ensure that the natural population growth rate in China falls to 0 by 2000. And the policy was enforced nationwide in 1981 and effectively remained the law ever since, although significant changes occurred. What didn't change, however, was that Red China regulated and controlled the procreation of its citizens more strictly and universally than any nation except, perhaps, communist Romania under Ceausescu. From its outset. And by the way, in Romania, they wound up with state orphanages loaded with unwanted children. I'm not even going to go there right now. But from its outset, the one-child policy was rightly criticized for violating the basic human right to reproduce and for the brutal manner in which it was implemented. Moreover, it effectively became, in practice, a form of genocide against minorities, especially against the Uyghur peoples in eastern Turkestan regions who were politically unpopular because they seek an independent homeland. Because they're ethnically white, Turkic, Caucasoid, and Muslim. And besides, the communists force everyone on Beijing time, whereas under the nationalists they had 3 time zones. So practicing Muslims have to get up in the middle of the goddamn night to bow towards Mecca. Now, more pragmatic criticisms of the policy revolve around its unintended negative consequences. One of the consequences was well expressed by Richard Jackson, a demographer at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the CSIS, which recently wargamed a communist invasion of Taiwan. That's the think tank in Washington, D.C., where Jackson explained, you have the prospect of 400 million Chinese elders aged 60 and over by 2040, 80% of whom do not have any formal retirement pension, either public or private, most of whom won't have access to government-financed health care. They're depending on the extended family, but the government told them not to have children, or not to have more than one, or in some cases, two. In short, each only child became solely responsible for 2 aging parents and as many as 4 grandparents, known as the 4-2-1 problem. It's a responsibility that the overwhelming majority of the one-child generation will never be able to meet. The most publicized negative consequence, however, is the severe skewing of the population toward males. The Chinese are known for having a high preference for sons. This preference has resulted in a high rate of female infanticide, or later, sex-selective abortions, to remove firstborn daughters. That is so fucking Herodian. He killed every firstborn son to attempt to kill the Christian God. And in China, they killed every firstborn daughter, and so to clear the legal path to have a son. According to China's own official news agency, 119 boys were born for every 100 girls. We know that's a lie and a severe undercount. The ratio in natural circumstances is 103 to every 107 boys for every 100 girls. By 2020, China contained 40 million restless bachelors. This is official numbers. We know it's a lie. It's more like 100 million. They're known in China as bare branches. And worried observers predict everything from a steep increase in rape to wars aimed at securing brides. If they're going to invade my Taiwan, it'll be for the woman as much as anything else. So in recognition of this problem, Red China adopted that significant change to the one-child policy in the mid-1980s. In the rural areas, where survival often required hard labor and males are thus especially valued, China allowed a second child if the firstborn was either female or disabled. This evolved into what became a de facto trois-child policy for the countryside. Nevertheless, the sex skewing continued completely unabated. The gender imbalance in China is what the social theorist F.A. Hayek called an unintended consequence. Every act has unforeseen and unintended results that may determine its impact far more than the act's intended goal. Hayek saw at least 12 practical problems with social engineering, both of which involve such unintended consequences. The first problem speaks to the nature of a healthy society. If left to the ingenuity and preferences of individual members, society tends over time to naturally evolve answers to the problems confronting it. Exempli gratiae. If there is a shortage of food, families tend to limit themselves to a supportable number. But when government begins to dictate choices, it prevents individuals from adapting and evolving solutions. Society loses the resilience it requires to solve problems. The second practical difficulty with social engineering was the knowledge problem. In accepting the 1974 Nobel Prize for Economics, Hayek explained, "The recognition of the insuperable limits to the bureaucrat's knowledge, ought to guard the student of society against becoming an accomplice in men's fatal striving to control society, a striving which makes him not only a tyrant over his fellows, but which may well make him the destroyer of civilization, the destroyer of a civilization which no brain has designed, but which has grown from the free effort of millions of individuals." It est, a centralized bureaucracy cannot control the outcomes of choices made by hundreds of millions of people, nor can it know all the results of its policies. All a bureaucracy can do is impose policies. The more important the area of life being controlled is, such as reproduction, the more draconian the imposition must be to render even minimal compliance. The longer social control is imposed and the more policies are introduced, the greater the number of unintended consequences, such as the skewing of the gender ratio. Okay, so our man Peter has got Moonrise, and so let me bring him on, and we can continue this conversation later. Let me try and bring him on and center myself. I can basically kind of relieve myself of some burden by doing this as well. Let's try and remember how I bring him on it all. Okay, add participants. Let's do search for the P-man here, Peter Moon, and press the call button, then press add. There we are, dear Peter. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. So just like the last episode, I really started burning bandwidth about abortion and in America as well as China, the whole Ehrlich impact. So hopefully you'll review that. I'll timestamp it, and then you can give us your feedback.
I don't know how much time I'll have because I still have to, finish the last one, and I have to review. I have to review last night's.
Good point. Good point.
Because you said some very cogent things about the Artilect.
Thank you.
And I want to review those.
Of
There
course.
was kind of strewn about in between this, that, and the other thing. So I don't know exactly where.
I'll try to timestamp it about the Artilect then. So yeah, by all means, though, tell us about your dream.
Okay. Well, yes, and I think. Well, I know it was prompted by the talk about Ingo and the OTO last night. We didn't say a whole hell of a lot about them, but we did nevertheless strike some major chords.
Yeah.
And I was on the street where I grew up in Lakewood, California, on Level Side. This was my, growing up from age 2 to 10. It was at least these were my kids, my neighborhood. And I'm back on that street, and we lived the fifth house from the end, and I'm walking down, and I don't really see our ownership of the house anymore because, we'd moved from the neighborhood eventually, and I'm walking, and I want to go to the other side of the street. The second house from the end was the Bishops. Now, it's interesting. Why Bishops? Well, maybe the Bishops maybe it symbolizes bishop as in religious authority.
Mm-hmm.
So, or it could also be the bi shop, as in the bisexual shop. Who knows? I just thought of that right now. The bi shop, or what is bishop? I forget what bishop means, but and then what's bishop? It's funny because the next street over from Levelside was Obispo, which means bishop in Spanish.
Mm.
That's what I learned. Obispo means Spanish. On the other side of the next street was Klondike, which I never found out later was was where they had the gold rush, the Klondike gold rush. But so Levelside represents level, represents home, and being level-headed. So I'm walking, and I want to go to the Bishop's yard where I want to do Qigong. It's night. It's like, past midnight. Now, why would I want to do Qigong at the Bishop's house? That means I'm working in the, dare I say, Borealic realm or something of a similar. I read that before I went. It's hard to read because it's in Dietrichonic, but I did read some, and it was very cogent. Some of the things you said, it made sense with regards to the transmigration of the soul.
Bless you.
It did make sense, and that's why. So I need to, cut and paste here, and I also need to understand it better. I probably need to look at some Hebrew texts, or internet Hebrew texts, I should say. I don't have a bunch of Torahs in my library, or these scrolls that they used to write on. But I actually learned that in my first year in Scientology. Wow. When I was, they call bull baiting this woman, because you try and get them to laugh or whatever. And I was making, she was Jewish, so I was making fun of, tearing the Torah. I said, I'm tearing the Torah. Look at, I'm tearing the Torah. Trying to get her to laugh.
And she laughed?
No, nobody took their own religion seriously, but she I don't remember if she laughed. I don't think she, and then she explained to me afterwards, she said, no, the Torah is not like that. She says, it's in a scroll. It's not like a book you pick up.
Right.
Because I was like pretending like it was a book and I was tearing, just, like a mime would do or something. She said, no, you don't understand. And so I learned that from Scientology. It was funny. She just, told me. Yeah. So anyway, to get back to the dream, I was going, and I guess I had been doing Qigong at the bishop's house, and then I went back towards my house, or Greg's house, which was the 6th from the inn. And then I'm going back there. I don't know why I withdrew, but now I'm going back there, and now I see people there. And they're kind of, they're young people. Not young, but teenagers, or they're the kids, whatever, they're kids. Yeah. And I said, I can't go there. I'm walking down there and I can't go there because they're there, and it's like I'm in their yard. If I'm there at their yard and there's nobody at night, nobody's going to notice me. I'm just doing Qigong silently. So I said, I don't want to be seen at all. Here it's like late at night, creeping around at midnight. And then I said, okay, so I go to this girl, Karen's house. Mm-hmm. She's across the street from the bishop's. And there were 2 Karens on the block. One was part of the group. This Karen, nobody ever knew anything about her. She just stayed in there. She didn't look weird or anything. She just was not interactive with the other kids. We used to comment, even years later, what Karen, nobody knew who she was. Wow. So I lay down on near the porch, and I'm laying on the grass just so that I won't be noticed. And there's a car in front of the house that you can't see me. So I'm just laying there, and I want to go unnoticed by these kids until they go inside or whatever. And then I'll go across the street and do Qigong, or maybe do it on the last house of the corner. And then a couple of the kids come walking over to Karen's house like they belong there or something. And I said, oh, shit, I don't want them to see me. And they just walk right through the driveway towards the backyard, and they don't notice me. And then they walk in, and I'm undetected. Wow, I am undetected. That's so good. Yeah. Now, what's the consequences of them seeing me? I don't know. It's just, I just don't want to be seen. And then I start walking back, to where my house would be, but my house just doesn't register. I don't live on that block anymore. Mm-hmm. And I walk back, I don't even see my old house. And I walk back to Greg's house, and I'm sitting there, and I said, okay, I feel safe here. And I'm on the parking strip, and I think I'm laying down. I think maybe I'll do Qigong here, but I'm laying down, and then then Greg stirs up out of the house, and he says, what are you doing here? Now, it was characteristic of us early in the morning for me to go over to his house. It started with him coming over to my house as a kid and looking in the screen door. Screen doors, you just leave the door open in the screen door, or it might be, 6 a.m. or 6:30 a.m. And my mom sees him peering in the screen door. We're like pretty young, and he said, what are you doing? And she said, oh, come on in. And she goes and wakes me up. So we go and sit there, and Saturday morning, we'd watch early morning Saturday TV. Yeah. Which was kind of an institution for all kids who would get up that early and watch Sky King and Fury and all these shows from the 1950s that were being rerun. Yeah. So he hears me and he comes out. Of course, it's not unfamiliar. He comes out and, what are you doing? And then he starts telling me about meeting Jack Parsons. This is what's so fucking weird. Mm-hmm. He's talking about meeting. He says, God, I met Jack Parsons. Now he only knows about Jack Parsons through me. Mm-hmm. He knew a lot of weird things from being in the music industry. And he says, Jack Parsons. And he says, yeah, I met Jack Parsons. I mentioned you or something. I said, I never met Jack, but it's kind of like Jack kind of acknowledged me in a little way, but the smallest way, like maybe he heard of me or wasn't unfamiliar. And then Jack was talking about, he read a poem and he was talking about how he got this role in this movie or played this role in this movie because they couldn't get anybody else to do it. Now that was interesting. He was playing a role because he couldn't get anybody else to do the role. Well, it was like, it wasn't Oscar Wilde or anything like that, but it was some part of some obscure person who wasn't even necessarily gay, like Oscar Wilde was. But, Aleister Crowley wrote in his book, he says, that's how you would signal another gay person. You'd have a picture of Oscar Wilde in your office.
Interesting. Okay.
This is what he said,
Makes sense. No, I mean, yeah. One of the ways they would do that. Go on.
And the hand signals.
Yeah, of course. Yes, I got those all the time. Yes, the cross fingers in the handshake. Yes.
I don't know. Anyway, I said, what's Jack Parsons? Then I'm walking. Then I'm in a walking with OTO, or I walk into this building, mm-hmm. and there's this woman I see, and she's got I don't want to say it's a Jewish nose because I don't know that it was, mm-hmm. but it was a prominent nose that was on the border of being unsightly.
Wow.
Like it wasn't quite there. It was just prominent. It was unique, but it was on the border of being unsightly. But I'd say noticeable. She was not like, I'd say, unattractive, and she reminded me of somebody I know who is an astrologer and had a hell of a time raising her kids. Did a pretty good job, and anyway, but it's not her. It just reminds me of her. And so I walk. I said, "What is this one?" I said, "God, if you got pregnant with a woman like that, got that woman pregnant, you'd have a shitload on your hands because of her magical connections." Wow. It's like you're not just going to have a quote unquote normal kid if there is such a. So, but I had no involvement with this woman. I just noticed that's what comes with territory. Then I walk into this area, and there's some guy I know. I don't really know him in real life. I just in the dream I knew him, and he was an OTO guy, and there was another OTO guy in there, and I was talking, and they were, social enough, congenial. I'm kind of like, they see me and they recognize. In other words, my energy is compatible with them to where they can kind of like interact with me and not be thrown off guard. Like I'm not like a regular person that wouldn't know what the hell they're talking about. But I'm, I guess, a little bit on guard, and I'm not like buying into them. And, these people can be very congenial. They really can.
Oh, of course. I mean, they can be seductively charming. Go on.
Yes. And, but everything was kind of on a matter-of-fact, informal level. And the one guy who seemed to be more knowledgeable, they were talking about different people in the OTO. And this guy was he was very objective and very friendly, but he was kind of ripping everybody apart, telling all the flaws in them. So this person's that way, but he's this way, but he's that way.
Wow.
And this all started was they were trying to describe somebody in the order. And, well, some ways he's this way and some ways he's this way. It was this, if they were discussing his sexuality, like, well, some ways he's male and some ways he's female, but they weren't talking about his sexuality. They were talking about his identity. Like, was he, the Mahdi or something like that? It wasn't that. It was that he had some special designation in like with some sort of claim. And he said, well, and people argue whether he's this or that. And I said, oh, well, see, there's two aspects. Sometimes he is this way. Sometimes he's not. Sometimes he's this way. Sometimes he's not. In other words, he's both identities. And sometimes he's this and sometimes that. So he's, this is what he is. And they kind of listen. Oh, they understood that. And that's when he started talking to each other, particularly the one guy about, oh, this guy's this way. And nothing good to say about anybody. He wasn't like, going after them, like he had some bitter resentment towards them. He was just objectively describing what was wrong with everybody. And I said, what, I don't know that there was any more. I mean, I think there were dreams on either side. I had to dig back. That's what I remembered when I woke up. I had to dig back to get my involvement on my old neighborhood. And as they say, I felt it was prompted by our discussion last night with the OTO and Jack Parsons showing. It's not the first time I've ever dreamt of him, but what's interesting is because my friend Greg has passed, here I am doing Qigong towards the bishop's house, or I'm going to do it on the bishop's house. And I can, only get to the home of the nondescript girl that nobody knew anything about and wasn't part of the neighborhood, or she was, but she wasn't. And then I want to do Qigong. I can't quite do it because the kids are there. And then I go back to familiar territory, and my friend who's passed away comes out of the woodwork, and it's like I saw him for the first time in the afterlife. I also had dreamt of him when I was in Romania at key moments. So that's like, of course, he hadn't passed away then, or maybe he had. No, he hadn't. So it's like, it's like I've got a friend in the dead realm, and he's contacting, Jack Parsons, the magician, who was reading poetry and has some role to play. And then it folds into, the OTO, where you have somebody playing a double role. Yeah. This is just, who and what they are. So as I vocalize that dream, and I will analyze it later and share it with Aaron, it's interesting. That was my dream that I wanted to share with you.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Any interpretation, any comment?
I would say that not immediately. I think it just kind of like, I find it intriguing. I mean, certainly we've seen our fair share of, some dude basically saying only negative things about people, and he may not even be doing this in some kind of bitter fact. It's just like what he does.
That's what's there.
Yeah. And, of course, that doesn't make him popular at parties. And, after a while, I think that people will just, show him the door. But, you get people who do this. And it's other than that, I can't really make anything of it. I think it was, as you say, inspired by what we said. I may have spoken a bit more about the Stanford Research Institute as a CIA funded program, and just how they brought in that flamer Ingo Swann, and it was telling our listeners about how they were pulling all kinds of stupid experiments, and again, your tax dollars at work doing nothing than providing a bunch of gratuitous satisfaction to a bunch of guys basically having sex on the job. And it was, maybe...
Stanford Research Institute was sexually preoccupied with itself.
They all were in one way or another. I mean, when you got a bunch of guys trying to remote view, and half the time they're trying to see how kids look under their clothes and shit. And like I was telling people, the Stanford Research Institute is just like the Department of Defense. It was CIA, but same level of corruption and stupidity, and just people taking advantage of a bottomless budget to do whatever the hell they want. It basically tends to degenerate there. It's like our friend Brent Zogit, he apparently thinks that this is like some thought pattern of mine that might be reflexive, which I don't take offense at what he said, but it's wrong. It's not so much reflexive. It's just basically, I know what's happened at these places. I've seen what's happened at these places. And, these people just degenerate to the common motivation.
Lowest denominator of human expression, which is sexuality.
Yeah. And when Brendan Zogit was saying this, because he said, he was checking in on some of these gang stalkers, and he was pointing out Miguel Andahar, and he says, oh, I noticed he took off, just like Lena Shea, after they got run out of town, or basically committed whatever child sacrifice they committed or something like that. And it put up that weird alibi footage where they were all supposed to be at this Fix concert. The only one left where she's at apparently is Selena Khan in Long Island, but Lena Shea was run out of town from Albany, New York up into upstate Vermont, and Miguel Andahar ran away to Southeast Asia, where he's now in fucking Laos and Cambodia regions. And so, he said, I didn't want to think like you, Douglas, going down there to, the assumption that he's there to fuck kids. But, it seems like he's leaving all these weird photographs. And, it's like, dude, it's just, let's be real.
It takes the rest of us sort of an ontological shock to accept this thing. Whereas for you, it's just old hat.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, it's just like, dude, what do you think they're going there for?
Well, this is a problem that happens with your stuff, because, as they say, people are just not what is par for the course with these people that to be par for the course with them. Most people aren't exposed to that chicanery or see it. They just don't. They're not. In fact, for example, just on the gang stuff alone, without even getting into the government stuff. The gang stuff alone, you grew up with this stuff, so it's they say it's old hat to you, and it's not with other people, because they're too naive.
Thank you.
And this is just the way it is. It's not good or bad. It's people are protected from that stuff, for better or for worse. So in the case of Selena's case, I think her arrangement with her ex-husband is such that she lives downstairs or upstairs.
True. Yeah, pretty much.
So she's got a home, and she's not particularly, to the best of my knowledge, a criminal. Right. in the hardest sense of the word. So she there's no motivation for her to go anywhere. Whereas these guys are,
just truly criminals.
Yes. They're on the run with understandable cause.
Yeah. Though, like Brendan Zogit said, he's pretty sure she committed to something with them that strange night that they all put up the alibi footage, because he feels that they got something on her now, which is the reason why she keeps trying to break into my account. And, so the last attempted break-in, I changed the password to such a degree that it's, this is the first time I ever wrote the password down and keep it in my wallet, because it's like that unbreakable at this point. So it's one of these things where it's just seems to be her who just keeps trying to break in, and that represents that they got something on her. There's no normal person who would just be doing this. It doesn't make any sense.
They may have something on her, but
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
It's probably, just, they don't even need that much. I mean, she's
could be just pathological in that regard at this point,
Yeah, it's I don't think it's, yeah, but whatever. And her value is pretty limited to them.
Yes, at this point. At this point. Though his joke. Go on.
I think she was basically looking for community.
Yeah, sad.
If she wanted more hardcore and something else, but it's hard to imagine that she was more hardcore at anything. And she seems to have a lot of personal resentment about, giving you too much money and not getting anything back for it or something like this. I mean, it's just
what she says, but just so all my listeners, understand.
But it's kind of, it's all kind of very petty.
Thank you. But look, so my listeners understand, this is not anything. I never took any real money amount from her.
That's what she says. It's like she did some donations and now she feels, she's creating a pretense to say that you're a scam artist.
Thank you. This is
that was very evident, and you are who you say you are.
Thank you.
And that's not easy.
Just so people understand, I don't want to be in the position where I'm begging people for money. It's simply where I'm at. And by the way, our thanks to Entertainment Hub, who's in the chat room even as we speak, underneath Nick Littlesea, who says good morning to all, and a shout out to him. And Entertainment Hub contributed $100 United States dollars. He's a person who spent some time in homelessness. So honestly, the fact that people like this who have been there, they understand where I'm threatened with what I'm threatened with in terms of homelessness. So they help. And believe me, it's if I didn't need to accept money from people like Entertainment Hub who had suffered homelessness in the past, I wouldn't. Or people like our good friend David Fitzsimons, who contributed 20 United States dollars, and he's basically in a homeless shelter. I don't want to be in the position where I'm taking money from people like this, but they're giving it to me because they don't want me to suffer what they've been suffering. So God bless you.
Well, they have compassion and say, back in the 60s, even to this day, but particularly then, one of the worst things that could happen to somebody socially was bankruptcy. And not just socially, but it was quite a stigma attached to it.
Wow. That's pretty funny when you think about these days, but go on. Yes.
Well, now it's homelessness.
Yes.
And it's not so much that, there's a stigma to it, but there's also people trying to help the homeless. But you see, the funny thing is about a lot of the homeless people today, they're not bankrupt, and some of them are far from bankrupt.
Wow.
They can't afford to live in the mainstream way people are supposed to live. And some of them have, some of the tent people, had a lot of money from selling their houses because they couldn't afford to maintain their houses when, the Obama bust happened in 2008. Right. Or the Bush bust. I don't really care who you attribute it to.
Yeah,
it's when Obama
along the line. Yeah.
It's when Obama came online, and people could no longer afford to maintain a house. Yes. And of course, that's very discouraging and intimidating. And they moved into tent cities. Yes. And this was hidden from the general public for the longest time, and to the point where it couldn't be hidden. So now
a true housing apocalypse. And
it was back then, but that's because they couldn't afford to maintain the houses. Yeah. So they either gave them up or sold them and escaped with their $200,000-$300,000 bank account because they had upscale jobs or whatever, but then they couldn't maintain them. So, okay, well, I can maintain my wad of cash by living in a tent. Yes. And survive. And I just, that culture has really not been examined to any full extent. And then it's turned into, something where they now acknowledge there's tons of homeless people in San Francisco and Los Angeles, and they seem to take the cake because of the warm weather.
Though there's nothing warm about San Francisco, but I get your point. Comparatively speaking,
that, but it's you're right.
Yeah. By the way, we have donation received from. He doesn't ask to remain anonymous, so this is from Aaron Dugan in Australia. God bless you, sir. $100 United States